Ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo. Shippy! Low five. Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
And away we go. What's up, Rebby? It's you and I, girl. It's just you and I. Let's do this. 600 people here. Rebby is 550 of them herself. Oh my God, look at them pile in. Oh boy, I'm hooked. It is. Even if this guy did it, not like this. The fucking prosecutor's fairy tale was amazing. People lapping that up. I want to hear from them. Oh my God, I got something playing in my other ear. An idiot. I'm an idiot. I do that all the time. It wasn't even myself. Usually it's myself. This was another playlist I listened to. Like motivational speaker should be. I'm just kidding. What's up, Rebby? Timestamps. Yeah, you see how it's not exactly the same deal because remember I was freaking out about it every time I saw it. I was doing it more in a joking way because I'm an entertainer. I'm an entertainer, right? I'm laughter. I don't know. I'm a fool, idiot entertainer, and every time I saw those timestamps, like it drove me bonkers. But fine, I was kind of playing into it. But the whole thing was, everyone was like always questioning me, like, ha ha, like look at the timestamps, you know, like why would if it meant anything, why would the defense allow it? And I was like, I don't know. It makes no fucking sense. And then that closing statement is like, I get it now. You want them to have it. The defense wanted them to have it. The judge looked at them. The defense never protested. The judge accepted as fact. It was a fact, that timeline. And then it's fucking bunk. It's garbage. It's complete nonsense, that timeline. Right? That closing statements. I mean, if people are honest with themselves, if somebody watches that, and even if they saw Dale do it, if they were there and watched Dale do it on a secret camera, and they were monitoring Dale's, they were tasked to monitor Dale, and Dale knew, and this person was watching them on camera as a job for some reason, as an alien in the sky, to keep an eye on Dale before this happened. And they watched Dale do it. And then they watched that prosecutor's closing statements. They would say, what? This guy might walk. This guy might walk home today, because that fucking goddamn, the prosecutor's closing statement was the most ridiculous thing I've seen in history. Hi, Paula, what's up? I'll try not to swear too much. I know we all get a little excited, and I just I have more bigger. Wait. I have the most biggest, more biggerest words I can use instead of swear words. No, I'm only kidding. I'm finishing my smoothie. I was a little late, but so on time. So now, TJ, I was thinking, okay, so we can go over a few things like the here, I'll share my screen. You like my new thumbnail? Oh, I screwed up. I was trying to move your guys' thank you names, and I think I moved it up a little too high because I wanted to be able to see it when I was doing my that my video started at the beginning, but I moved it up too much, and I did change it a little bit, but I do like where it's heading. So I added the juror and a different picture. The other one's a darker picture, but I'll make a few more. I'm going to change the style. I'm going to make new thumbnails, so don't worry. It's just, I got stuck. I got carried away. That's basically why I was late. I started making a new thumbnail with so much time. I was almost killing time, right? I do this all the time. And all of a sudden, it's like, I'm late. I'm like, what? You idiot. I was like literally doing it to kill time. Hey, what's up, Pegs? Peggers, my girl, Paula, TJ, and Rebby, and look at this. They're going to come piling in. They're going to come piling in. So TJ, I was thinking, okay, so I wanted to, like, this jury stuff, like, we got a few more things to do, right? And I think instead of doing all this jumping around, should we go back and just kind of do the trial in perfect order? And I won't put all the stuff on the screen. I won't be, and I'll try to, like, I do like putting, like, I know TJ, it bothered, and not bothered you, like, you got, right, people's pets and all that. I wish I could make like a tiny little screen. So I'll do that. I'm going to figure it. So I don't want to make a huge, and like, or when Dee's daughters were up, how I put the, like, I thought it was nice, even though it's Dale's trial. I'm not trying to push the people a narrative or anything, but I thought for the two older Dee's daughters, putting Dee's photos up was not a bad idea, even though to stick with the playbook, the Constitution, it's Dale. It was Dale's trial. I understand she is the victim, and I want to respect her, and I don't want to call her the wrong words. I said firecracker. I referred to her as a firecracker once, and I think that some younger people might think that's offensive, but in my day, like, when you call a female a firecracker, like, it was, you wanted a firecracker, but I'm not insinuating that she was crazy or anything. Like, you wanted a live one. You wanted, some nails dug in you. Like, you wanted, I didn't mean it in that way, right? Like, I didn't mean it if people took it back, whatever people said, I meant it in a way where, not that she was bipolar and all that, whatever it was, she's a victim. And I just know I don't want to say the wrong thing. I want to be respectful. I do. But there was a whole thing where she was, she said, like, she was definitely more animated. I don't know. I'm so afraid because people, I can never say the right thing, especially as a 52-year-old man. I just know I mean well. I got 2 grown kids in their 30s. I got 2 grandkids. Okay. I'm not trying to be anything more than just, I'm working night shift. I work security. I have an RC car business, and I enjoy this, and I'm going to be watching these all night alone. I figure we can do this together, right? So this isn't I'm not trying to think I'm anything but a dope with a muffin top and a 5 head, and I just don't want to say the wrong thing. Okay, so when I called her a firecracker, I meant, like, that was complimentary in my era, in my century, in my decade, where I came from. you referred to a woman as a firecracker. I always felt it was complimentary, nothing more. But I don't want to do anything wrong. So Dee was definitely the more expressive, and you heard everyone in trial say it. I mean, I'm not defending Dale, so I would like to start from the point of I'm not defending. No, okay, no. The muffin top's a good thing because it's not out of control. It's not this is more keg, and I don't want to go here. I'm the muffin top's not a bad thing. Trust me. It's just like a little, say you checking me out from behind. Like you're gonna might see a little hit. It's not a bad huge. It's not out of control, but it's. I use it as a joke most of the time because I'm like ripped. I'm only kidding. So what's up, Carol? So what I was saying is, I think we can either look over a few things, that we've gone over and missed, but instead of jumping around, we could literally just go and do this front to back properly, and I won't interrupt and I want you guys to know if I do that, I want you to tell me and remind me if I jump in and interrupt like too much and ramble and, drop in the squirrels and the sharks. And because I want to do it justice. And so that's how about I do that? I get that playlist ready and we just go from the beginning, unless anyone else has suggestions, because I will gladly, if I could find the documents and cover a few things you guys want to, like especially ones who are really here into it. I feel Rebby, TJ, and anyone else, Lucy's right, even a few other ones are right into it. Did you miss anything? Do you want to cover anything? Do you want to talk about anything? I'm not going to do like a call-in, but I want to do like a like just going over the facts, because when I go back over these now that I know who all these people are, like, we can find out the Greco and really deep dive it, because maybe I have this guy wrong, because in the very beginning I did what everyone else did. I jumped on this guy and I got him wrong, I think, when I saw his fucking photo. His goddamn, excuse me. So I'm going to do a Greco playlist, right? Because so we can. You want to do the trial from beginning to end, TJ? Because I think it's probably the best idea. Instead of, because we feel like we're jumping around, right? We're jumping around. So, but we'll do it. We'll do it for you, TJ. We'll do it for me. It's what I want to do. And so what I'm saying is, if I do, I'm going to find a tiny little media player where I can play our pictures in tiny, like just a tiny up in the corner kind of thing, like not half the screen, okay? And I'll play appropriate stuff at the appropriate time, and it won't be a distraction, because I was watching the replays. I was just trying things, okay, guys? Just know I'm trying things. And, this isn't a production. This is just a dope, All right, so me. So what I'll do is I'm going to start a fresh playlist, and I'm going to put the trial in order right here for you. And did they have any pre-trial? Oh, yeah. That's, but we tried watching them, Pegs, but it was basically the same as trial. Although I do feel, because I can show you, I have a playlist of that too. I got to do better of, there's a playlist, like when you see there's red stuff. So basically, when I make these playlists, I should put them all as oldest first. See, date published oldest. So when you see, I'll find the other playlists. When you see the red, there's like this red here. This was like a what was it called again? The preliminary hearing. And it's all the same characters, a different judge, this blonde judge who looks like Donald Trump approved her. She looks like Stormy Daniels, not to say, I'm not to be, it really kind of, it's very noticeable. And I mean, she's one of those very pretty judge. I don't want to minimize someone to their looks, but I mean, it really popped out to me, not to be a dope. But so all this stuff, but it turns out it almost felt like a lot of it was the same. So not to be a jerk, but to understand what happened. There was a civil case too. And just know, Peggy and TJ, if we can help me understand it, I will, because there was a civil case before, and then so I don't even. I'm getting the gist of it. I'm learning the characters, and I'm still. But there was a whole civil thing. There's a whole stuff before, and this is him and his other trial. He's like in the orange jumpsuit and that. Like he's. So I don't even understand exactly. Like, did he get? Since they couldn't find the body, they did the civil one first. Like that's how it works.
Social things together.
Or I don't know. I know and I don't know. I'm knowledgeable. I'm capable of understanding, but this legal mumbo jumbo is a lot. So, oh my God, he's in trouble now. Oh, where's Charles? Thank God, Mr. Charles didn't. Where is Charles? Charles, where has he been? Is he okay? Like, is that all he did was like that whole little copyright thing? Are you really that mad at him, or is this like? I feel like some of this stuff everyone's fighting about is almost like WWF, or wrestling, and you guys are just doing this kind of. Here she is, fucking, like, I mean, she's beautiful, right? I wish, because the lighting is not doing these lips justice. The way she's got them popped out. You don't need to do that. She doesn't need that, and the lighting's not helping her. But like when you do those ducky lips, like almost looks like plastic. Like
yes, we call Stephanie.
You don't need. She's. I'm not saying. I'm just. It's there. It's there. It happened. The duck lips are not necessary. Just I'm not belittling to her. She's made a judgeship. Like she's a judge. She's accomplished a million more things than I ever could as a human. So she's an amazing person, I'm sure. But just those fucking lips drive me bonkers. Okay, so let's do it now. So this is the preliminary stuff. So you guys can help me figure out what the orders are and all that. No, there's a whole new character. Oh, what? Mr. Charles. That has nothing to do with Delphi. Oh, in what? In what world is Mr. Charles in? Oh. Hey, what's up, Gretch? Nice to see you. Everything okay? Hope you're okay. Did you get a couple of you're like in a hotel or something? I hope you're doing well. Fucking got the cat, the family. Nabe, is everyone okay physically? Like, are you rebuilding? Waiting for, I don't know how it works. Are you waiting for some insurance or are they still saving people? And I don't know. It would sound like you had a tornado. I don't know if it was so extremely, like, was the town wiped out? Or let us know any updates you want to share. I'd be curious because I haven't seen you. Maybe other people know. I'm dope. I went live. I've been going live for 12 or 14 ridiculous hours. I'm an idiot. So, Gretch, update us. Hope you're okay. Oh, Peggy's took her gummy. Okay, perfect. So, let's do this for TJ. We met Mr. Charles at Logan Sport. So it's not Delphi related. Is he a good guy or a bad guy? Let me know. Good, bad. I feel like some of you guys got this whole WWE thing going on, and like, are you really all fighting this much? Like, I feel like you're trolling me. I'm not all that interested. I'm only kidding. So here we go. So the first now, so we got to start with, everyone needs to know here. Here's where the trial starts. So I'm going to start the playlist with, I've got the court TV on another page. Oh, where is it? And it gives me the exact order of operations. Everybody, the trial, day one, not the Delphi, this one. I have it on my other page. So I'll do this. So whoever's interested in helping old Shibby, this is what I'm basing everything I do on. This court TV, they have like day one. This person's the order of up, like how everything went down, just this trial alone. And this is how we found out. So I'm putting the link in there. So, and if you go to that link, it's the court TV, and it has the trial, in a nutshell, like they do, like day. If you go down to the beginning, it goes in the opposite order. Like day 6 was the date. Who first? Ivan Boyd. Brief, Ivan Boyd was first. Number 18, the second guy, Jim Hawk. So this is what I'm kind of going to go by, and this is So I'll start with day 1. Day 1, was a juror got doxxed on TV on the video, and the judge flipped out and ordered basically the video scrubbed. So it was really hard to find, but people were live streaming it, and they still have it up, and I still can get it, but not from WTOL because they're doing their credentialed media obligations, and I guess they scrubbed it or took it down, or I don't know. So, but I have it because it's right here. It's this person's, this justice guy. I'll share and all that. So, opening statements is on here, right? Because basically, when they scrubbed the day one, we lost opening statements. Raquel Bock, Amber Million, Amy Jo Alexander, and that Chase, this one, the eyelash technician. So the opening statements are first, right? So the D1 opening statements are here. So Court TV had one opening statements, Fox. So here, I'll see which one, because they have them both combined. I should go with the Fox one for sure, right? Let me just double check. And I'll start a fresh playlist. How's that? And we're going to do it in order. We don't need to, I don't need to build the playlist now, but I will start with these guys. Like I'll just, this is where I need to refer to. Dale Warner. Oh, this is it. Okay. So when you see me looking for something, this is what I'll be looking for. Remind me of that name, because I got to clean this playlist up. Now I'll put the other ones on just for now, and I'll just clean up the beginning so we can get started. And if you guys have any suggestions, all right, did I remove that? I removed that from the playlist. I didn't add it. What did I do that for? You idiot. That was that justice guy. Fuck. I'm sorry. I removed it from this playlist instead of saved it to the right one. Oh, look, I'm already fucking up. I got to go to this guy's page and get the opening statements, because I'm not sure which ones are the better ones, because I know there was some issues. And that's the only thing that's got me discombobulated, is because the opening statements, again, stuff was like, was scrubbed. And luckily, these guys all still had it up on their live streams or whatever. So I'll go to, he's probably got a playlist, this guy. I mean, I'm not using his content. I'm using just the, it's the court stuff, right? So, that's all, because he was one of the only ones that had it. No breaks edition. He's got playlists. Oh, but they did go through. I just want the opening statements at one. And I guess it's got a lot of, oh my God, got a bazillion playlists. So where's that opening statements? Wished I didn't delete that. Oh, here we go. So it's going to be a long time ago. Opening, it would probably be at least 3 or 4 weeks ago. Right? Yeah. Opening statements. Life dumped in tank. That's a lot of hours. Yeah, because a lot of these, like when you see a 7-hour one, they take like hour, 2-hour lunches in here, and it's just like, so opening statements. Come on. 1 month ago? That might have been it. Because when did it even start? On the 12th-ish? It's got to be that one. This is the oldest one. Day one, yeah. So I'll open this link and just double check. Because I don't, especially these are probably better. He got it in fair use, whatever. Like this is like court stuff. So I'll go with this one, because this way, this is it. Wow, this is amazing. Yeah, Amber, and Amy Jo, and the Lash technician. Well, the Lash technician was between the sisters for some reason. So it was Amber was first. Amber went up first. Amber Million, the oldest daughter, Dee's oldest daughter. Then the Lash technician, Stacy something, or so here we go. I've got it. And I'm glad I did that, actually, because now I didn't know this was up. And I don't want to see, yeah, there she is. Yeah, this is definitely it. Thank you so much, dude. I'll recommend, I'll subscribe to this guy. I like it. I'm going to share you and it. And this is the court stuff, so it is what it is. So I'll put this on the playlist and we're going to just go. This is day 1. So save this Bill Warner trial, right? Okay, perfect. So if you guys are still with me, that's what we're doing. I haven't read you guys in chat. Oh, sorry. Playlist. So I've got it. I might have to refresh it. No, this I wasn't even on the right playlist. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I don't want this juror distraction just yet. Playlist. There we go. Okay, we got her.
Mr.
So,
Warner's son.
boom. I'm going to put this. So which one do you guys think? It's this guy's? No, it's not Fox. Because they, I guess, I could watch. No, those are just the. So I don't think that's a good one. It's that guy's, because I want to make sure I have it all, because I'm grateful they all did their editing, whatever. Date published, oldest first. This guy, this is just everything, and I'll make sure I'll skip the edits, and I'll make sure this one I don't like because it's just the prosecution. Sorry guys. So we're doing it. We're doing it. I'm going to remove this, and while we're watching this, just know I'm getting the rest of this. So does anybody have any suggestions? Speaking a language which seemed to originate in Africa. All right. Well, Critters here. What's up? Yes. Carol, what's up? Peg, just know, guys, never ever will I get discombobulated or distracted starting now. And what I will do, Gretchen, yeah, we're okay. Wonderful, wonderful. Hotel life. Cool, cool. On all of us, I would like you to treat yourself to anything you want in the mini fridge, okay? Anything you want. Top shelf, those peanuts, the chocolate, the 4 chocolate, the Toblerone bar, if it's in there, sparkling water. I want you, and then send the bill to Nick McCleland on our behalf, okay? He said since I did such great coverage of the Delphi trial, he heard Gretch, he heard you had a little windy stuff, and Nick McCleland wants to know the Carroll County and the state of Indiana. I don't even know where you are exactly. Doesn't matter. Nick is going to cover it. So have the Toblerone and the chocolate coated peanuts, M&Ms, if the mini fridge, and send the bill to Nick McCleland and say care of Shibby. If you just write Shibby as the code, he'll pay for it and send you like some complimentary truck nuts to hang from your bumper. Okay. And you don't even have one? Damn it. Nick, I'll contact Nick and they'll send one to you. In the morning, check your doorstep. You will have a mini fridge full of truck nuts and Toblerone bars. Okay. Oh, cool. So it sounds like more of like yeah, that's good. All right. And I was kind of just kidding. So to get this started, for TJ, for everyone, I just want you to know I'm going to do my best to go through it properly. Let's just do it. Instead of jumping around, I will pause and interject, but I won't go crazy. If I'm doing it too much, honestly, guys, feel free to remind me, okay? And I won't. And when I find out how to get a small mini player so I can show our pets and stuff, so it's not, I will, because I like that, but I don't want it to cover half the screen. So I've got to figure something out. Just know that's going to be my signature touch, and only for probably if I can figure it out before Amber's on right away. But it's going to be the prosecution and defense. Prosecution is going to go up with their opening statements. Defense does theirs. Then the prosecution is going to do a little rebut. So this is day 1 that was scrubbed, okay? So let's just get into it. I'm going to try my best not to interrupt. I will interject, but not too much. All right, guys, we're going to watch regular speed, none of this craziness, okay? And I will honestly try to type in chat instead of pausing constantly, okay? So here we go. Day 1, we're going to start from the beginning, guys. Is that good? You into it? Because, I mean, man, it makes so much more sense now. And instead of jumping around, let's do it. Bucket. And when it's appropriate, I will Like they're muted. She's got rubbing hand sanitizer on. This guy is basically running the show. Let me just get right into it. So thank you to this guy. I will share the link for the channel that put this up, because the judge, basically in a nutshell, the camera, the first day this camera was in a bit of a different spot or whatever, right? Because look at how close, we don't usually see this. They've moved them over to kind of look straight this way, and never ever. But here, I think he might have been turned, and a couple of the jurors, when they walked in or something, kind of showed their face, and he got pissed. So if I see that, I'll try to avoid it, because you can just see them coming in their arms and stuff. And so the judge got pissed and ordered all of day one scrubbed from the internet, because they showed the jurors. More than likely he turned to the right accidentally or something. I don't even know, but it happened, and we're here. Look at this motherfucker, 6'7", this guy. He's the one who squeezed himself in the tank for whatever reason, safe, for no reason, because they have no proof. First of all, it wasn't the safe. So second of all, there's no, it's just their theory. There's no a single piece of proof saying it was in a tank. So I'm starting this now. I'm going to timestamp. I'm going to do everything professionally. The state of Michigan, the crest, I'm guessing it's the state of Michigan. It's not a dodo bird. It's an eagle, a strong and powerful eagle. I love it. Okay. And a deer and a moose, or a male and a deer, a doe and a deer. It's really cool. And this is probably like the original one from back in the 1200s. I don't know. I'm just kidding. It's a very fun word to say. This is Michigan. Okay. So I will do everything properly as a professional.
You will have a...
And I already screwed up. Oh, the judge comes in. This guy, Mr. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, stands up, hunched, just because he doesn't want other people to feel conscious about being short. So he hunches for them a little. Looks like. There you go. Stand tall. Here comes the judge.
You may be seated.
Okay. So look at this. See, this is why you'll never see this camera angle again, because this guy doxes these jurors and he flips out. And there's a few full pop for the most part. I thought he was reasonable. A few times he let a few dumb things in, but for the most part, it wasn't shenanigans. It wasn't over, like the defense or the state didn't get overly stuffed. The whole Delphi tool, it just extremely complicated and overly confusing, almost by intent, by design. But it wasn't like that in this trial. I don't feel the jurors were as confused. There's the whole reasonable, unreasonable doubt. I think that's the playbook, to confuse them with that aspect. And because that juror says they're throwing this out, but I mean, so much reasonable doubt. But let's get past that. Day one, jurors get doxxed. This guy scrubs it from the internet. I don't know if it shows it, but I'll do my best not to. Okay. And I forget his name. I'm going to start putting highlights on the screen of who's up and the date it's happening. Okay. So it's professional shibby starts right. Look at 33 minutes in. The show begins. 150 people there. Dale Warner trial, murder trial, day one. Judge with glasses, forget his name.
Good morning. We are on the record in file 24-21841-FC, People of the State of Michigan versus Dale Warner. We are at this point ready to proceed with the remaining preliminary instructions to the jury and then opening arguments. Is there anything that we need to address on the record before we begin our jury?
Yes, Your Honor. Just briefly, as far as the, there was a protective order that was over the x-ray of the tank, and that protective order anticipated that this would go to trial. We would just ask this court to...
I'm so sorry. I will never screw up again. I've got the court TV thing here. I need it on my other screen. So sorry, I had to come steal that. Never, ever, ever again will I do that. Here we go. Starting fresh.
Allow us to disclose that x-ray at this point in time. I don't believe there was an objection.
No, Your Honor, the court had issued a protective order on February 26, 2025, and the order does appear to indicate that if this does go to trial, the x-ray would be used, but because the protective order is in place, Ms. Wyse and I discussed the matter, and we think the court just needs to issue a verbal ruling that the x-ray can be displayed in court and used at trial.
Okay, then, so to the extent that that protective order needs to be modified to allow for that evidence to be displayed in court for the purposes of this trial, I will make that modification.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. The only other two matters are, one, there was a discussion in chambers about a text message exchange between Ms. Warner and a young woman named Madison. We had objected on hearsay grounds. The court had indicated that it does not believe it's hearsay, so that text message will be used during the government's opening PowerPoint. And then also we had a question about a photograph being used because there had been some enhanced photos. We discussed it with the government, and the photograph being used in the government's PowerPoint, as well as which will subsequently come in as an exhibit, is not an enhanced photograph. So I just wanted to make that clear on the record, so there will not be an issue. It's a still from a body cam.
All right.
Thank you.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, and I would indicate that the discussion with respect to that text message is accurate. I did indicate that that text message, in my opinion, is not hearsay because it was not being offered for the truth of the matters asserted in that statement. I do recognize that it did involve two levels of hearsay, but I think that the answer is the same regardless. The text is not being used to establish the truth of the matters in those statements. Is there anything else we need to address on the record before we bring our jury in?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Vinsky.
They're usually pretty quick coming in and
At
out.
this point, I will be giving you the remaining preliminary instructions, and after that, the attorneys will make their opening statements. You will have a written copy of the instructions that I am going to read to you. You may refer to them during the trial. Since no one can predict the course of a trial, these instructions may change at the end of the trial. At the close of the trial, I will provide you with a copy of my final instructions for your use during deliberations. Now I will explain to you some of the legal principles you will need to know and the procedure that we will follow in this trial. The defendant is charged with the crime of open murder. If you find the defendant guilty of murder, you must state in your verdict whether it is murder in the first degree or murder in the second degree. The defendant is charged with the crime of first degree premeditated murder. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of Deanne Warner. That is, that Deanne Warner died as a result of blunt force trauma and or strangulation. Second, that the defendant intended to kill Deanne Warner. Third, that this intent to kill was premeditated. That is, thought out beforehand. Fourth, that the killing was deliberate, which means that the defendant considered the pros and cons of the killing and thought about and chose his actions before he did it. There must have been real and substantial reflection for long enough to give a reasonable person a chance to think twice about the intent to kill. The law does not say how much time is needed. It is for you to decide if enough time passed under the circumstances of this case. The killing cannot be the result of a sudden impulse without thought or reflection. You may also consider the lesser charge of second-degree murder. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of Deanne Warner, that is, that Deanne Warner died as a result of blunt force trauma and or strangulation. Second, that the defendant had one of these three states of mind. He intended to kill, or he intended to do great bodily harm to Deanne Warner, or he knowingly created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or such harm would be the likely result of his actions. You must think about all of the evidence in deciding what the defendant's state of mind was at the time of the alleged killing. The defendant's state of mind may be inferred from the kind of weapon used, the type of wounds inflicted, the acts and words of the defendant, and any other circumstances surrounding the alleged killing. Premeditation and deliberation may be inferred from any actions of the defendant which show planning, or from any other circumstances surrounding the killing. The prosecutor need not prove a motive for the killing, but you may consider evidence of motive in deciding if there was premeditation and deliberation. Motive by itself does not prove premeditation and deliberation. The defendant is charged in count 2 with tampering with evidence. The defendant is charged with intentionally removing, altering, concealing, destroying, or tampering with evidence to be offered at an official proceeding. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that there was some evidence to be offered in a present or future official proceeding. An official proceeding is a hearing held before a legislative, judicial, administrative, or other governmental agency, or a hearing before an official authorized to hear evidence under oath, including a referee, a prosecuting attorney, a hearing examiner, commissioner, a notary, or another person taking testimony in a proceeding. Second, that the defendant removed, altered, concealed, destroyed, or otherwise tampered with that evidence. Third, that when the defendant removed, altered, concealed, destroyed, or otherwise tampered with that evidence, he did so on purpose and not by accident. Fourth, that the evidence that the defendant removed, altered, concealed, destroyed, or otherwise tampered with was used or intended to be used in a criminal case where open murder homicide was charged. The prosecutor must also prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime occurred on or about April 25, 2021 within Lenawee County. You may consider whether the defendant had a reason to commit the alleged crime, but a reason by itself is not enough to find a person guilty of a crime. The prosecutor does not have to prove that the defendant had a reason to commit the alleged crime. She only has to show that the defendant actually committed the crime and that he meant to do so. The defendant's intent may be proved by what he said, what he did, how he did it, or by any other facts and circumstances in evidence. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or the lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt that is based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. A Trial follows this procedure. First, the prosecutor makes an opening statement where they give their theories about the case. The defendant's lawyer does not have to make an opening statement, but she may make an opening statement after the prosecutor makes theirs, or may wait until later. These statements are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand how each side views the case. Next, the prosecutor presents their evidence. Prosecutors may call witnesses to testify and may show you exhibits like documents or objects. The defendant's lawyer has a right to cross-examine the prosecutor's witnesses. After the prosecutor has presented all of their evidence, the defendant's attorneys may also offer evidence, but they do not have to. By law, the defendant does not have to prove his innocence or produce any evidence. If the defense does call witnesses, the prosecutor has the right to cross-examine them. The prosecutor may also call witnesses to contradict the testimony of the defense witnesses. After all of the evidence has been presented, the prosecutor and the defendant's lawyer will make their closing arguments. Like the opening arguments, these are not evidence. They're only meant to help you understand the evidence and the way that each side sees the case. You must base your verdict only on the evidence. My responsibilities as the judge in this trial are to make sure that the trial is run fairly and efficiently, to make decisions about evidence, and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. You must take the law as I give it to you. Nothing I say is meant to reflect my own opinions about the facts of the case. As jurors, you are the ones who will decide the case. Your responsibility as jurors is to decide what the facts of the case are. This is your job and no one else's. You must think about all of the evidence and all the testimony and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes how much you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. Part of your job in deciding what the facts of this case are is to decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think that their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness says. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a person's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you may have based on the witness's race, national origin or ethnicity, gender, gender identity or sexual orientation, or religion, age, or socioeconomic status. There is no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was there anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Does the witness seem to have a good memory? How does the witness look and act while testifying? Does the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth? Or does the witness seem to evade questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity level affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias or prejudice or any personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affect how the witness testifies? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all of the other evidence in this case? When it is time for you to decide the case, you are only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in this case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. The questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. Only the answers are evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks questions that assumes or suggests that it is. I may ask some of the witnesses questions myself. These questions are not meant to reflect my opinion about the evidence. If I ask questions, my only reason would be to ask about things that may not have been fully explored. During the trial, you may think of an important question that would help you understand the facts in this case. You are allowed to ask such questions. You should wait to ask questions until after a witness has finished testifying and both sides have finished their questioning. If you still have an important question after this, do not ask it yourself. Raise your hand, write the question down, and pass it to court staff, who will then give it to me. Do not show your question to any of the other jurors. If your question is not asked, it's because I determined that under the law, the question should not be asked. Do not speculate about why the question was not asked. In other words, you should draw no conclusions or inferences about the facts of the case, nor should you speculate about what the answer might have been. Also, in considering the evidence, you should not give greater weight to testimony merely because it was given in answer to questions submitted by members of the jury. If you cannot hear something that is said or presented, or if you cannot see a witness or evidence, please raise your hand immediately. During the trial, the lawyers may object to certain questions or statements made by the other lawyers or witnesses. I will rule on these objections according to the law. My rulings for or against one side or the other are not meant to reflect my opinions about the facts of this case. Sometimes the lawyers and I will have discussions outside of your hearing. Also, while you were in the jury room, I may have to take care of other matters which have nothing to do with this case. Please pay no attention to those interruptions. You must not discuss the case with anyone, including your family or friends. You must not even discuss it with the other jurors until the time comes for you to decide the case. When it is time for you to decide the case, I will send you to the jury room for that purpose. Then you should discuss the case among yourselves, but only in the jury room and only when all of the jurors are there. You must not talk to the defendant, the lawyers, the witnesses, or anyone who may be connected with the case. This means that you may not speak to these individuals even if it has nothing to do with this case. You should be very cautious about speaking to people because you may inadvertently speak to someone who is connected to the case. This restriction is necessary to avoid even the appearance of any improper conduct on anyone's part. If anyone tries to discuss the case with you or in your presence, tell them to stop. Explain that you are a juror and you are not allowed to discuss the case. If they continue, leave and report the incident to court staff as soon as you return to court. When the trial is over, these restrictions will no longer apply. When the trial is over, you may, if you wish, discuss the case with anyone. The restrictions I'm about to describe are meant to ensure that the parties get a fair trial. In our judicial system, it is crucial that jurors are not influenced by anything or anyone outside of the courtroom. Under the law, the evidence that you consider must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because information obtained outside the courtroom does not have these safeguards, it could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. These restrictions start now and continue until I discharge you from jury service. It is your duty as a juror to decide this case based solely on the evidence you see and hear in this courtroom. You must not consider information that comes from anywhere else. This means that until you deliver your verdict, you must not read, watch, listen to, or receive any information, including opinions or commentary about the case, whether in newspapers, on television, the radio, the internet, or social media platforms. You also must not research any aspect of the case during trial. This means research using a cellular phone, computer, or other electronic device to search the internet, as well as research with traditional sources like dictionaries, reference manuals, newspapers, or magazines. You must not investigate the case on your own or conduct any experiments concerning the case, including investigational experiments using the internet, cellular phones, computers, or other electronic devices. You must not visit the scene of any event at issue in this trial. If it is necessary for you to view or visit the scene, court staff will take you there as a group under court supervision. You must not consider as evidence any personal knowledge you have of the scene. You must not share any information about the case by any means, including cellular phones or social media. This means that even if you are not discussing the case with someone else, you may not post any information about the case on social media websites or in any other manner. If you discover that a juror has violated these instructions, report it to court staff. You may take notes during the trial if you wish, but of course you don't have to. If you do take notes, you should be careful that it does not distract you from paying attention to all of the evidence. When you go to the jury room to decide your verdict, you may use your notes to help you remember what happened in the courtroom. If you take notes, do not let anyone except the other jurors see them during deliberations. Each night, your notes will be collected and locked in a filing cabinet. Your notes will not be examined by anyone, and when your jury service concludes, your notes will be collected and destroyed. You can see that we have chosen a jury of 16. After you have heard all of the evidence and my instructions, we will draw lots to decide which 4 of you will be dismissed to form the jury of 12. Possible penalty should not influence your decision. If you find the defendant guilty, it is the duty of the judge to fix the penalty within the limits provided by the law. I may have more instructions during the trial. After all the evidence has been presented, you will hear the lawyer's closing arguments. Following the closing arguments, I will give you additional instructions about the rules of law that apply to this case. You should consider all of my instructions as a connected series. Taken together, they are the law that you must follow. After my final instructions, you will go to the jury room to decide on your verdict. A verdict must be unanimous. That means that every juror must agree on it, and it must reflect the individual decision of each juror. It is important for you to keep an open mind and not make a decision about anything in the case until you go to the jury room to decide the case. You must not let bias, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. Each of us may have biases or perceptions about other people based on stereotypes. We may be aware of some of our biases, though we do not express them. We may not be fully aware of some of our other biases. Take the time you need to test what might be automatic or instinctive judgments and to reflect carefully about the evidence. I caution you again to avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach your own conclusions about the case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of the other jurors who may have different backgrounds and perspectives from yours. At this point, we are ready to proceed with the opening statements. Mr. McCreedy. Mr. McCreedy, before you begin, I just ask you to remember you need to stay at the podium in front of the microphone so that your voice is caught in our recordings.
Yes, we'll do. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now we get to start what we're here for. This is Dee Warner. April 24, 2021, she went home to tell her husband, the defendant, that the marriage was over, they were selling their businesses, and they were through. She was never seen or heard from again. August 17, 2024, over 3 years later, she was found in an anhydrous ammonia fertilizer tank, dead. How did she die? Well, the medical examiner examined her body. She had been strangled. She had blunt force trauma to her face and head. Her face and neck were wrapped in duct tape. She was in her pajamas, wrapped in a tarp, welded into a tank. Now, she was born Dee Hardy. She was born into the Hardy family. She was first married, before she was married to the defendant, to Tim Bock, and the two of them had 4 kids. You'll hear from 3 out of the 4 will testify. In order, from oldest to youngest, Amber, TJ, Zack, and Rikkell. At the time of April 24, 2021, all 4 kids were adults. You'll hear that Dee and Dale worked together at a company called Crop Production Services. They each got divorced from their spouses, got married, and they had a child together named Angelina. In April 2021, Angelina was 9 years old. Dale had also been married to Julie Warner. That couple had 4 kids who were also all adults in April of 2021. And their names are Jenica, Mackenzie, Jaron, and Cameron. You may hear testimony from some of them. After Dee and Dale got married, they started a business or several businesses together at a farm that they owned at Munger and Carson Highways. The businesses were called War Egg Farms, War Egg Farm Services, and DDW Trucking. They farmed thousands of acres. They provided chemicals and other farming supplies to local farms. And they did over-the-road heavy trucking to all places in Michigan and in Ohio. Dale did the farming, and Dee basically ran the office. It's going to be a lot of testimony about the Munger property. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time to show you the property that we're talking about, the different buildings, so you're familiar with that as you hear the testimony. I understand that you're sitting far away, so I've blown this up as big as I could possibly do that. But you will get, for all these things that you're going to see, you will get physical exhibits as the witnesses testify. So you'll be able to hold those in your hand and see them up close. But you see here, this is a 2020 overview. This is the closest in time that we have to April of 2021. And you'll see at the bottom edge, that's Munger Road. So the farm is to the north of Munger Road. This is another view that we will use fairly often throughout the course of this trial. We've got the buildings numbered because other than the house, which is number 3, people use different names for different buildings. But right there at the southern edge, building number 3, that's the house. That's where Dale and Dee lived. They had bedrooms for the kids, even though they were adults. This all takes place on this property. That's the back of the house. That's where everybody came and went from, parked in front of. That's the view from the road. That's the garage. Okay, that building to the west, number 1, I'm going to refer to it as the old shop. There's several witnesses refer to it as the old shop. That's where the mechanic would work on the farming equipment and the semi-trailers. This is a view from the porch of the house, and you see that building. That's the old shop, just to give you an idea of the perspective and the distance between these buildings. That's a shot from inside the old shop. Okay, moving on to building number 2. That building stored dry chemicals, dry fertilizer, etc., in bays inside what we would call the dry barn or the dry fertilizer barn. That's a picture from inside the barn. You can kind of see the bays there. They're not real important to this case, but that implement, that farm implement is important. That's a front end loader. You'll hear it referred repeatedly as the JCB. And you can see the initials JCB on the front end loader. Okay, that the building facing north and south, that's building number 5. I know it's hard to see the numbers on these. That is, I'm going to be referring to that as the new shop. Several employees also refer to that as the new shop. There's a side view, and you can see these large overhead doors. So they had bays, so they could drive large farm implements and other machinery in there to get out of the weather or to be worked on. Okay, number 6 there at the bottom is the office. This is where the office employees would go. So you can see it's part of that same building as the new shop, but it's on the right end there. Here's a close-up of the entrance to the office. And this is a shot. If you would go through that main door, you would be in this part of the office where several people had their workstations. To the northeast, building number 7 is the building where the large sprayer would go in and be filled up with chemicals to then be applied to the fields. We'll be calling that the spray barn. And you can see sprayer can pull in one end, get filled up, and pull out the other end. I also want to bring your attention to this area to the northwest. I'm going to blow that up just to show you a few things. Right there in the middle, those 2 white tanks is where they stored the anhydrous ammonia. Again, it's a fertilizer. Tens of thousands of gallons were stored in those 2 tanks. Towards the bottom, you see 4 smaller tanks. Those smaller tanks would attach to the larger tanks and be filled with the anhydrous ammonia. That area there is referred to as the burn pile. This is where they would burn their trash. This will be important as we go on. In that photo, you can see, I know it's small, but there are probably a dozen more anhydrous ammonia tanks lined up close to the main mother bottle, as it was called. Now, you're going to hear about the surveillance camera system that they had on the property. And there are hours and hours and hours of footage from these cameras. And we're not going to put you through watching a week's worth of video. So what we are going to do is we've taken out what we think are the most important parts. And of course, the defense can show you parts that they also think are important. But I want you to understand where the cameras are and what they show and what they don't show. So building number 1 is represented, the whole building in red, the old shop. Basically, there's a camera inside that captures everything that's not behind a partition or a box or a truck or whatever. So that whole building is represented in red because that whole building, basically the inside of it is under camera surveillance. The north part of the new shop is also got cameras on the inside. The shot I showed you of the inside of the office is also under camera surveillance. There are 3 outside cameras as well. So attached to the north side of the old shop, there's a camera looking north, and the arrows kind of represent the view that that camera captures. Another camera on the west side of the new shop, looking in a northwest direction as shown by those arrows. And then there's another camera on the east side of the office. And it's a fisheye lens, so it's kind of got a wide angle, but it kind of points towards the spray barn and kind of down towards Munger Road. So it's got that viewpoint. Now, you have a sense of the property. I'm going to talk a little bit about Dee and Dale's relationship, which the witnesses will testify was never good. Constant verbal disagreements over text, face-to-face, a pattern of stalking by Dale towards Dee, which I'll tell you more about in just a second. Extreme secrecy and distrust between the two of them. Some of the text fights that you'll hear about during this trial, and this is in the weeks leading up to April 2021. Here we have February 23, 2021, where Dee says to Dale over text, "I'm ready to move out and be done with this. You treat me as if I'm not worthy of anything. You want to be in control so that the other person is powerless. I'm not going to live like this." 2 days later, we don't even talk. We are just roommates. February 25, our relationship has gotten so much worse. I can't be with someone that does this to me. March 1st, nothing is ever good enough for you. You wonder why I don't sleep with you. All of this. They had a vacation planned to Disney World. I think they left on March 6th. 2 days before, she says, "Fuck you, I'm not going." You hear about face-to-face confrontations as well. Dee's daughter, Rikkell, will testify to that. They had an exchange student from Italy staying with them, living with them, watching them, day after day. She'll testify. Giada Rowe is her name. And another young woman who was good friends and spent a lot of time at the Warner household. Her name is Madison Wolf. She goes by Maddie. We'll hear from her as well. Hardly a day would go by without a fight. There's one in particular that Stephanie Vogel will testify about. Stephanie was a good friend of Dee's. She also worked with Dee in the office. She says that at one point, Dale comes storming into the office in front of all the employees and puts his finger at Dee and says, "You, outside now," and proceeded to scream at her 2 feet away from her face in front of all the employees to see. Now onto the stalking behavior. Dee, her main car was a Cadillac Escalade, comes with OnStar. So you can go on your phone and you can find out where the car is. Well, you'll hear from the person from OnStar, Devin Newell is his name. They were able to pull up their records, how many times that Dale tracked Dee over the period from January of 2020 through April of 2021. And it was over 2,000 times that he tried to get her, or did find her location. It's over 4 times a day. Here's the app that would be used. I know you can't read the text at this point, but you'll get the exhibit. There's the button right there on the front part of the app that says View More. From there, you go to the second page, which would be the More page, the middle page here. There's a vehicle locate option. And then you pull up a map and it'll show you where that vehicle is. 2,000 plus times. She also drove a Hummer occasionally. That was also a GM product, but it didn't come with OnStar. His then son-in-law, Brian Bush, will testify that he wanted to track her in the Hummer too. And so he had Brian, Dale, had Brian buy off Amazon a tracker that could be installed in the Hummer. Dee discovered it, and there's a picture of it. We also have the Amazon purchase history from Brian Bush that shows him buying the GPS tracker. Brian will testify that Dale would call him and say, go online and find out where the Hummer is. Where's Dee in the Hummer? They had an IT person for the farm. Kyle Wagner will testify. Dee was scheduled for a medical procedure, and Dale approaches him and says, can you clone Dee's phone for me? Basically download everything that's on there, all her texts, all her phone calls. And Kyle says, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna violate her trust. Later on, when the police got a hold of his phone, Dale's phone, they see that he took 90 photographs of Dee's text with her son, Zack. And you'll see that exhibit as well. At one point, Zack and Dee were hiding things from Dale in the Munger house, in Zack's bedroom. And Zack goes to get in his safe, and he can't get in it. Well, long story short, Dale had Brian, the guy who got the tracker, get an exact replica of Zack's safe, switched them out, and broke into Zack's safe and replaced it with the one he got off Amazon. Zack will testify to this. But again, June 11, 2019, we have the record from Amazon of the safe that Brian bought for Dale. Last thing he did with Brian was to try to set up cameras in the living space so he could monitor Dee in the home. So here's a picture of the living room. I know you can't read this, but you will see this. At the bottom it says places for camera. And this text string had 3 photos. Here's another place he's suggesting for a camera. This is in the living space of the house. This is in the kitchen area. Again, place for a camera. So I think you're getting the impression here, the idea that this marriage had no intimacy, only secrecy. They didn't sleep together. They were just roommates. You're going to hear from Giada and Maddie that they would go shopping with Dee, and she would say, pretend these are yours. You carry them in the house. Or they would wait until Dale wasn't around to sneak them in the house. She kept her phone on her at all times. I mean, she was on the couch, she would have her phone. She would never let her phone be somewhere where it was just sitting on a table. She wanted it in her hand or on her person. She even locked her car when it was in the garage. She had her purse in the car, she locked the car in the garage in the house. All right, so now let's turn to the weekend of April 24, 2021. So Friday, there is a blow up with 2 employees, 2 of the trucking company employees, the brothers actually, Todd and Terry Narick. And you'll hear more about this. It's not important right now what the issue was about, but Dee was at odds with both brothers at the end of the day on Friday. Saturday morning, Dee goes to her oldest daughter, Amber's house. Angelina, the 9-year-old, has spent the night there. Lena has a soccer game at 10:30 or 11. So Dee goes over to Amber's house to get Lena and take her to the soccer game. Dee comes back from the soccer game. sobbing, hyperventilating. What happened? Yeah, I told you about the two brothers Friday night, Terry and Todd. Well, Terry, his girlfriend or his ex-wife is also named Terry. Terry with an I. While Dee was at the soccer game, she gets this text from Terry. And I'm not going to read you the whole thing, but here's the important part, about 2/3 of the way down. You're evil, nosy, miserable. Your own husband said you take Xanax because you're a mess. That's the truth he told me and Terry. This text, this betrayal, where she believes that Dale is telling the employees that she is on Xanax and a mess, sends Dee into a tailspin. So she goes back to Amber's house and she shows Amber the text. She can hardly talk. She's so upset. She's sobbing, she's hyperventilating. She goes right into the bathroom and throws up. She is so distraught. She tells Amber, I've had it. This is it. There's been talk of a divorce over the years, and he's never gone through with it. No, this is the time. This is the last straw. So she says to Amber, we're getting divorced. We're selling the businesses. Later on that afternoon, this is when she's talking to Amber. It's about 1 o'clock, let's say. 4:30, 5 o'clock, she's talking to Rikkell at the Munger house. She's back there. She tells Rikkell the same thing. It's over. I'm ending it tonight. She arranges for the 9-year-old Lena to stay at relatives, at her Aunt Amy's. And so it's now just Dee and Dale at the Munger residence. Now, Dale, after Dee goes missing Saturday night into Sunday, he speaks with the police numerous times, and you're going to hear these interviews. And so he's acknowledged that he got a call Saturday, late morning, when he was out in the field doing his farming things. Dee calls him. He could tell by the tone of her voice, quote, he was going to get an ass chewing. And Dee said to him in that phone call, why are you telling the help I'm on Xanax? And we're done. We're selling everything. This is it. This is from his own lips. So, again, back to other interviews that what Dale told police happened after everyone left the property and it was just him and Dee Saturday night. He said that she was upset over the employees. Not that it was about divorce, it was about the fights Friday night. She accused him of being mean, and he tells the police, look, we've been going to marital counseling, and I've been told to de-escalate, and that's what I did. I de-escalated. He says, we never had the sell everything conversation. She brought it up, and I said, Dee, it's just not your decision. He tells police she wanted to escalate more, but I wouldn't go there. But she wouldn't let it go. She got herself so upset, according to him, that she got a migraine. She took some pills, ate some food. He rubbed her shoulders. She was calming down. She fell asleep on the floor. He put her on the couch and went to bed. And that's all that happened Saturday night. Sunday morning, Dale gets up early to go farming. He tells police, I leave the house. She's still snoring away on the couch where I left her. This is a shot of the living room looking towards the kitchen, and he later tells police that's the couch that I'm talking about. 7 o'clock, the surveillance cameras that I talked to you about earlier, they show him getting on the JCB. And here's that. So again, just to remind you, I know you don't have this memorized yet. We're talking about number 2, the dry fertilizer barn at the top. And the camera that you just saw was the camera off of building number 1, the old shop, pointing north. There's a blow up of that. There's the area that we saw the JCB in. You can see if that JCB had turned in front of the old shop, it would be heading right toward the house. Between the house, number 3, and the dry barn, number 2. Okay. He acknowledges that he drove the JCB up to the house. Okay. Sunday, later that day, witnesses will actually see the JCB tracks going up to the house. If you recall from the camera angles, there's no camera that shows that stretch from south of the dry barn to the house. So that it's not on camera, him driving up to the house. But witnesses will say, yeah, we saw the tracks, and Dale agrees he did drive up to the house.
So the tire marks out front, so on Sunday, when someone comes over here and they see the tire marks from the JT, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting whatever the yellow one is on the motor, up to the porch, you recall, I mean, you know, it's aggressive, or, you know, the deed tried it, I mean, so you remember, did you do anything? You did it for us the other day,
Remember I told you, when I went out, you can go, I forgot, I pulled on the JCB, I pulled over this way, I forgot something, I went into the house, grabbed it. I think I probably forgot my tool, I opened it, you know, this, so.
You said you would drove that over there, but you didn't, so I didn't ask you.
Right, you know, I pulled out, shit, I didn't get this, I went and grabbed it, went back out, and I went back around. Opened it,
Okay, you'll see the man in the orange shirt. That's Kevin Grucka, Detective Kevin Grucka is now retired. He was the lead investigator on this case for the first months or year. So what does Dale say? That he was snoring away when he gets ready to spray. 7 o'clock surveillance shows he's on the JCB, drives up to the house. Then when he was interviewed later by the Michigan State Police, they said, can you mark on a map where you drove up with the JCB? And he did. Here's the map they gave him. It's going to be impossible for you to see the X. Apologize for that. Couldn't blow it up any bigger than that without making it totally blurry. But that red circle, I added to this to show you that's where the X was, or is when you will see the exhibit. That's about as close as I can get it. And again, right there is the X. Okay, so we're looking at the back of the house and basically right in line with that peak coming off the main part of the roof. Right, so you can see that same peak. You can see my blue X. That's not part of the photo. But essentially where the X was in the picture that Dale marked up when he was being interviewed by the Michigan State Police. All right, now I want to talk about the Hummer on Sunday. So they had taken the Hummer to Florida, and you'll hear from several witnesses saying it was parked in the same spot for weeks after they got back from Florida. And Saturday night was still parked in that same spot. And Dale admits to the police later on that Sunday morning, the only people that were around that could have moved it were him and Dee. And here's a picture from a couple of days later, taken by the police, April 29th. Okay, Sunday is April 25th. But this is where the Hummer had been parked and was moved back when this picture was taken. Okay, you can see there the relation between the front end of the Hummer and the back door, which is right there. Okay. Now, in relation to the living room, the door that the Hummer is parked in front of is right there. Again, back to Devin Newell and the OnStar records. They'll testify that at 7:08, okay, remember 7 o'clock, JCB comes up to the house. 7:08, Dale uses his phone to go on My Cadillac, OnStar, and unlock Dee's car in the garage. Again, just here's the app, and there's the unlock button right there. There's the garage door open. Again, this is a couple days later, April 29th, but that's where Dee always parked her Escalade. Okay. And you'll hear that Dee locked her purse in the car, but after Sunday, April 25th, no one could ever find it. 7:14, you'll see the JCB driving up to the northeast corner of the property. You'll also hear that Dee's phone made the last contact with the cellular network at 7:14. And after 7:14, her phone is never on again. Its last location is on the Munger property. We know that because there's a cell tower to the north and another cell tower to the south. And we know the distance the phone was from each tower, and we can triangulate that the phone was on the Munger property. You'll hear from a witness that'll tell you that. 7:45, he gets in the sprayer, leaves the property to go spray a neighboring property. And he's basically out spraying until a little after 11. When he leaves, he texts Dee's phone, going spraying, call you later. Okay, so he leaves at 7:45, so he returns at 8:15 for about a half an hour to reload, goes back out in the sprayer, and that's where he is for about 3.5 hours total. So he's gone. Daughter Rikkell, Dustin Lally, and their kids, two daughters, they have a standing invitation for Sunday morning breakfast. Okay, so this is not something that's prearranged. They just show up expecting Dee to be there, expecting to have breakfast with her. They come in the house, she's not around. Okay. Now remember, she was on the couch snoring when he left. 9:30, they arrived. She's not on the couch anymore, for sure. Both of her cars are there. This is odd. Where is she? 9:41, Raquel texts, where are you? No answer. So they eat breakfast, not really alarmed yet, just kind of curious, why isn't she here? Why isn't she answering her texts? She always answers her texts. But they go back to their house, and you'll hear that they live only maybe a mile up the street. But before they even go in, Raquel's like, I'm going to call her. And it goes right to voicemail. Again, that never happens. Dee's phone is attached to her, and she will always answer. So they return to the Munger property to say, okay, something's not right here. So Rikkell, they come back. The Hummer is now up at the office, and so is the JCB. She'll testify that actually the Hummer was up at the office when they were there at 9:30 for breakfast. So she figured, okay, Mom's not in the house. They must be in the office arguing. So Mom's not answering. Let's go to the office, and just make sure that everything's okay. So you'll see 10:09. She appears on that office surveillance camera looking for her mom, and Dee is not there. Okay, so Raquel and Dustin then go to Dee's brother and sister-in-law's house, Greg and Shelley Hardy. Again, they're all living within a 5-mile radius. This is like 2 miles down the road. First, they go to an event center that Greg and Shelley have, and then they go to Greg and Shelley's house to see, is Dee here? No. Do you know where she is? No. So now Shelley joins them as they start looking any place that Dee could possibly be. And the Warners have a property up at M50 and Onstead Highway that they call the Cedar Point property. It's got a lodge there. They go up No, D is not there either. So now they've crossed up all the places that she possibly could be. We didn't really search the house. I mean, she wasn't answering when we called, but let's go search the house. But in the meantime, she calls her siblings, Amber, Zack, and TJ. Hey, do you know where mom is? Have you seen her? No. She calls Stephanie, one of her best friends. Do you know where mom is? Stephanie doesn't know either. Nobody knows where she is. Now, Dale is out farming, but we know from his phone that between 7:45 and 10:30, he went on there and used Find My iPhone to see where Dee's phone was. Okay. And he also tried to look, those Munger surveillance cameras have a remote access app. So you can go online and you can watch your security cameras. He tries to do that as well. 10:32, Stephanie calls, where's Dee? And his answer, well, when I left, she was sleeping on the couch. So Dale says, I'll come back. He gets back to the Munger farm about 11:20. He goes to the office where the kids, Zack and TJ, are trying to figure out, they're calling around different places. They're looking at the computer monitor. They're accessing the history, the camera history, the footage, going back a few hours, seeing, can we see anything on the security cameras of what happened? How did she leave? Did she leave? What happened? So he comes in there, and next to that office, the picture I showed you, there's a hallway, and there's a lunchroom where Dale has his desk. And Dale comes out of there and he says, oh, fuck, she left her wedding ring. And he shows them. So here's the camera view of the office. And you can see TJ, the oldest son, on the left with his arms behind his head. Dustin Lally is in the top corner with looks like a hoodie and some kind of a hat. And Zack is at the computer screen. And Dale is almost off screen on the right. And this is about the time, although he's off camera. And here's Shelley also in the room at the same time. But we can see that they're there at 11:59 on Sunday. From there, he goes to the house. Rikkell is in the bedroom, in Dee's bedroom. And Dale says, here, she must have left because she took her go bag, she took her makeup bag, she took her curling iron, she took her hairspray. They're all gone. That's the bedroom we're talking about. So the kids want to report her missing. None of this is adding up. Dale says, no, I don't want to do that right now. So they all meet up secretly at Zach's house. Not all, Amber's not there. It's TJ, Zack, and Rikkell. And they make the call to the police because something is definitely wrong. 6:55 p.m., Sheriff's Deputy Austin Hall shows up at the Munger property and talks to Dale. Dale says, basically confirming the facts that I just went through with you, that Stephanie had called him. He found out from her that Dee was missing, that she had left her wedding ring. And he said, this is weird because, we've had arguments over and over, and Dee has left many times. But she always takes Lena. Okay. He says, we argue all the time, but she's never without her phone. And he says, she's secretive though, and she parks her car locked in the garage. So Deputy Hall leaves. He's taking his report. Monday, Detective Greca comes back and talks to Dale again. And he says, Dee left like she usually does, but again, he's going through the ways that this is different. Again, he says she never leaves Lena, she's never left her ring before, and she's never left without her vehicle. He admits that it was better that Lena wasn't there for their argument Saturday night. And he admits that on Saturday night, Dee would not let it go. So that's the Monday interview with the police, and you'll see that. Tuesday, Detective Greca comes back, and he walks the property with Dale, looking in all the cabs of the trucks, looking for any possible place on the property that if Dee had some kind of episode, she might have gone and passed out or had some kind of distress. No sign. So he leaves. Tuesday night, comes back with a search warrant to search the properties, all the outbuildings. Okay, and you'll see this on his body cam. He's talking with the daughters, and he's got Dale on the phone because Dale's not at the property at that point in time. This is like after 8 p.m. And he says to him, Dale says, or he knows that Dale's not there because he's talking to him on the phone. And but he has Dale has Jaron, his son, come and get him. And you also see that he moves a tank while the police are searching. And the reason for that is the decision has been made to just let Dale do his farming, not to interfere with his farm. So the police do multiple interviews with witnesses, but Dee, her whereabouts cannot be explained. Okay, days and days and weeks and months go by. From May 2021 to May 2023, numerous other searches of Munger and other places, interviewing dozens of witnesses. October 2021, the FBI stepped in and they did a search of the Munger residence and property. 2022, the state police take over from the sheriff on the lead to the investigation. May 2023, dozens of officers from all over the state came down and searched just about every field that could possibly have been where Dee's body was. Walking the fields and no sign of her. Now, police got Dale's iPad that he used in 2021, and they saw that he had done a search in May, after Dee went missing in April, of how to dispose of a 1,000-gallon propane tank. Now, if you know anything about propane tanks, they look almost identical to anhydrous tanks, the big ones, not the little ones you get at the gas station. Also, looking back at the surveillance video from the Sunday, April 25th, you can see Dale on camera getting welding supplies together. So they put those two things together and they got a search warrant for tanks that had been re-welded shut, cut open and re-welded shut, with a weld that looks different from the weld that the tanks come from when they're new. Right? And so there's a couple of places that they store anhydrous tanks when they're not in use, and one of them is at a property on Paragon Road, a couple of miles away from Munger. And they're looking at, 6, 10 tanks that are there. No re-weld. But in the very back, all by itself, there is a tank, number 34. And it's got a weld that no tank would come from the factory like that. It's got a sign, a tag attached to it that says, "Bad dip tube, do not use." So they take the tank to get x-rayed. Here's what they find. based on seeing obviously a body in the tank. They then are ready to see, okay, who is that? So they take the tank. Before they cut it open, they put a camera inside, and sure enough, there's a tarp. In that tarp is a body, and that body is Dee Warner. They test the tank. Dale's fingerprint is on the ammonia sticker that you see there. They test the paint, and it's similar to the paint in the old shop on the Munger farm. Please consult with a welding expert. Okay, how would this be done? How would you cut a tank open, put a body inside, and re-weld it? Well, he looked at the tank. He looked at how it was cut open. He could determine from the marks that he could see on where it had been cut open that it was cut open with an abrasive cutoff wheel. Well, here's surveillance in the old shop, and you'll see this. This is Dale with an angle grinder and cutoff wheels. The expert says, okay, it was welded shut with a gas metal arc welding process. And here's Dale also on Sunday afternoons standing by the welders in the old shop. The expert says, okay, there was something attached to the top of that cap that got cut off. It was probably a hook, so you could hold the cap while you're cutting it. There's Dale getting a hook on Sunday afternoon. He said, okay, you would use a chain, you'd hook that, you'd wrap the chain around that hook. That's how you would hold the cap while you're cutting it. There's Dale grabbing some chain. If you're going to weld the tank shut, you're going to need a welding mask and gloves. There's Dale getting a welding mask and gloves. If you weld something, you're in short sleeves, you're actually going to get a sunburn. This is from the body camera on Monday, the 26th. And there's Dale's arm. So now, please go back to all the surveillance. All right, where's this tank? Let's see if we can find this tank. So we know that when Detective Rikkell came on Tuesday, he walked the property with Dale looking for Dee. And here's a section of that body cam. Okay, and this is the area of the burn pile. That's a still shot from that body cam.
Now, I promised not to interrupt, but this is the moment where I'll need to, because I'm going to show you the tank photo really quickly. You be the judge. They're insisting this is the tank, right? But you tell me if it's the tank. It is right here. I'm going to put it side by side. I have the tank. I have the tank right. I'm going to find it. Where are you, tank? Where did I put it? I have it. Oh, here we go. I got it. So they're insisting it's a unique tank like no other, right? So basically, you can only look at these one way, right? It's got this smaller one at the end, this unique, you know, because they'll tell you they put a tube around these. They don't have this cover. Only this one is like this. This end is different, right? So I'll put it side by side to the one they say. And there's an anomaly, I guess. So he's insisting this is the tank, right? So look at, this is the same side we're looking at, right? But if you look at, I'm not proving anything or saying anything. Mimi spotted this, quote, credit to Mimi. There's a nipple, right? It's up. So we're looking down on it, right? So if you look here, there's a big ring. That's what they would kind of hook them up to, I guess. Right? So this is on wheels. So we're looking kind of up at it. This is not on wheels, so they got the kind of, they're, you know, they can see it better. But so they show a nipple on the right, closest to the middle of this tank. It could only be one way because this is different. This is different, you know. This is the exact same angle we're looking at. So the body's in this tank, right? We see it, but the tank he's showing you has no decals, no stickers. It's a white tank, and the nipple is on the left. This one is on the right. This one is smaller. You wouldn't even see this one on this photo because we're looking up at it. It's up on wheels. He can only see it because it's not on wheels and we're looking down at it. This is the guy's body cam, Greca. So they want you to believe that you're looking at the same tank because of they're saying this is unique or something. This is the only one with this cover. But the other guy showed tanks. Ivan Boyd talked about the tanks, how they used to put like a white pipe here to just protect this blow-off valve or whatever it was. There was a blow-off because if the pressure built, it's probably like a thermostat with a spring in it, and at certain temperature pressures it would let off. But they had to protect it in case it ever fell off and rolled. They want you to believe you're looking at the same tank. So has something changed? Maybe I'm off. Me and Mimi noticed this, but I don't see myself looking at the same tank because from this angle up, you can barely see the nub in here, and the bigger one's on the right. Is that what's happening here? No, it's not. There's a bigger, something's on the left, and there's nothing on the right, but I'm sure if we had the benefit of the doubt, maybe we'd see something smaller. I don't know. I definitely needed to do that, and you be the judge. Are we looking at tank 34? Is every white tank now in their story? They can just piece it together. Then all of a sudden the cops come and he's playing hot potato musical chairs with a white tank. Like, I mean, so now they show a close up of the tank 34. Then now every tank can be white tank number 34, even if it's 200 feet up in the air and they're looking down with a drone. They're telling you it's this tank. It's, you know, they're insisting it, right? Like, that's a great story. And I mean, it could possibly be, but this guy's moving tanks all day long. I mean, this is his job, to move them, fill them, keep, you know, so just keep that in mind. I'm not defending, but that's an inconsistency that's pretty big for me.
I know you can't see it from where you are. Again, you're going to get this as an exhibit. When you do, you'll see there's an obvious defect in the weld in that area. Blew it up as much as I could. Remember the defect in the when the police found the tank in the barn in Paragon, right there.
Like, again, this to me implies that I want this to be found. This is a phone under a body, you know, like Delphi. Like, if this were a setup, let's say, you think Dale's going to leave it this ucky? Like, he's got this grinder. You think he's not going to clean that grind up before he paints it and then paint it better than this? This is like, let's just picture somebody like a Hardy who said there was a bunch of cops that wouldn't, stumbling around, excavating, not finding this. And it was so obvious, it sounded like he said there was a bunch of shitty cops, and he said he's the one who told Ellie about the tanks, right? Like, imagine them knowing something about D in there, and then watching the cops go there every day and not find this, and then he has to alert them about tanks, right? Like, this is, hey, look at me. And they're like, you know, you think Dale's not going to clean this weld up with that grinder he's got? Even if he did a shitty weld, you'd clean it up and paint it. It would be much more discreet than this if you're really trying to hide it. This is like, I want to be caught. I want to set someone up, possibly, in my opinion, just looking at all the angles. I'm not saying that's what happened, but you fucking think this guy's going to walk past 10 cameras, use a grinder to entomb his wife with a grinder, and then leave a shitty weld like this, barely painted, so obvious? I'm feeling such a hack job, like Jaron or somebody setting them up, because these tanks are everywhere. Every family farm These tanks are being shuffled all around the place daily. They're parking them and storing them at everyone's farm in the area. And then the guy who has these at his farm also turns around and says, look at this, go and look at the tanks because the cops have missed it for days and days. And he's like, and he says a bunch of cops are garbage. Great suggestion. And then the Drewier, when he comes in to pick up for Greca, he says that the Hardy, Dee's brother, was lying to the media when he said he alerted the LE to the tank. Why would he say that? And why would he lie to the media?
Also, remember on Tuesday, in the evening, the police had come with a search warrant. Go back and look at the body cam from that search warrant. Again, I said, Dale's not on the property at that time. Detective Greca says to him, yeah, we're here with a search warrant. We've got cadaver dogs on the way. They're about 20 minutes out. Cadaver dogs that can smell human remains. Tells Dale, yeah, cadaver dogs are about 20 minutes out. We're going to start the search. You're welcome to be here. You don't have to. You can come back if you'd like. As soon as Greca gets off the phone with Dale, he turns, and there's Dale's son, Jaron, on the phone.
First of all, I'll pause it quickly. They show that tank and paint leaks in through the weld. So the weld wasn't airtight. So if there's cadaver dogs, they'll be smelling this. I mean, there's paint leaking inside this tank from the outside because the welds weren't complete. And, I mean, that smell would get out. But also, this is going to talk about Greca arriving and taking his body cam off to talk to Jaron. You can look at it either way. Some people want to say Greca's dirty. I first thought that, but I think maybe possibly did Jaron go up to him once they realized they were searching and say, hey, get out, let me get out in front of this, take your body cam off and I'll tell you what's up. Greca takes his body cam off. There's audio to this. He didn't turn it off. He puts it in the back of his car and it's picked up the audio. And there's a transcript. Supposedly the FBI was able to get a transcript and hear what was said between them two. So we need to find that and hear it. Greca then for 8 months flees the state from the prosecutor and Dee's brother and the Hardy guy and Hardy's private investigator who's a hound who looks almost like psychopathic. This guy is one of those guys that just, probably hounds the shit out of them. And the guy, he also implied that he thought Dale was either not fully culpable or even guilty at all. He thought he was innocent. And Greca then has to flee the state from the prosecutor for 8 months, being chased by the prosecutor and Dee's brother and the private investigator. That Greca, after talking with Jaron, takes his body cam off and then watch. They arrested him or charged Greca. Turns out Drewier takes over and he's the cleanup guy, in my opinion. Drewier then goes and does a whole body cam song and dance with Jaron in the car. Jaron's in freaking handcuffs, getting arrested for some serious felony charges. They, for some reason, stop out front of the jail before he goes in for booking and do this whole song and dance on camera with Jaron in the front seat and Drewier in the back seat. And Prince Jaron talks about getting eloped to a girl who wouldn't talk to him in high school. And then he has 200 people at his wedding, this Prince Jaron, living a high life, talking about his inheritance he's about to divvy up with all the Zack and I guess the sisters, Raquel and Amber, whoever else. Jaron's got custody of the guardianship or custody of the daughter, Dee and Dale's youngest daughter, who's obviously going to be into some big money. I'm not saying that, but Jaron's blabbing about Dee's life insurance, his stepmom, and they're all divvying it up and ready to get it. And he's all shocked. He's getting arrested. Then he does a special phone call for the state. All of a sudden, Jaron's off of all his charges, and I don't know. And he's not even at trial, Jaron. Yet he's got arrested on some very serious felony charges.
Phone. He's like, you talking to your dad? Oh, I just got off the phone with him. 20 minutes, the dogs will be there. Jaron leaves, comes back with Dale in 18. Here's what happens when he gets back.
So they're going to allege, so Jaron's going to supposedly come in, drop Dale off, and the JCB is going to go out and almost run these guys over. And for some reason, Dale, instead of doing his job like it looks like to me he's doing, They allege he's playing hot potato with this tank at the body in it, and you're going to see them drive over his head. And I kind of thought they were here, but they're here with a search warrant, I guess. Whatever. Like, they're not going to be there all night. Like, why would he go do all this when they're standing here? This is the drone captain and the cop or police and the chief of the fire chief and a drone captain. There's 3 of them standing here, flying, looking at a screen. You know, you're flying the drone overhead. This is a security camera. This is the cop's car. So Jaren's truck's going to come in and drop Dale off, and you're going to see Dale and his JCB go get a tank, and it's going to dangle it and then drive to the spray barn where it looks like the path. You know, there's tanks everywhere. He's doing this. You'll see the pathway to this spray barn. It looks so well worn with this JCB. He's probably doing this so often. And then you're going to see it. So from 200 feet up in the sky, they're going to look at a tank and tell you it's the one with the body in it. Like every tank now, if this guy moves a tank, it's the tank. Not like if you go back in the last 2-3 years of video on this, he's probably moving 3, 4, 5, 10 a day. These tanks are their business.
Those men on the pad are part of the search team. They're running a drone. Here comes the JCB. Ryan Rank is one of those men. He's going to testify it was Dale behind the wheel of that JCB.
So they say it's Dale, but I've seen
there goes
a lot
to
of
the
questions
burn
there. Like Ivan Boyd teleporting around, throwing garbage in. Dale gets out of the GCB in another video, and we never see Dale get back in. Could just as well have been Ivan Boyd, in my opinion, on the other one. But one of these is going to testify that was Dale that flew by. And this is nighttime. It gets darker, not bit black, like this, but it's in night vision mode, so it's darker, black and white, right?
And here it comes with the tank.
So in my opinion, I'd like to look back in the last 2 years of video. Is this the very first time he's driving to get a tank and drove it to the spray barn? I highly doubt it, because it sounds like they're filling these up for fast fill stations. People, the whole area is driving here to get their tank filled or drop off and pick up fresh ones. And if they're obviously in bad, they're driving behind sprayers, so they get shit on them. The paint gets rusted, you can't have the metal exposed. You gotta, if anything's got to be fixed or maintained or refurbished, and then they got to refill them and put them back on certain trailers and make sure the trailers have good wheels and bearings on them. It's a whole operation with these tanks. And, they're going to tell you from 200 feet up in the air, it's the tank with the body. You can't even see it. Is this the tank? It's a tank, and there's like 30 of them. It's their business. They're everywhere, these tanks. Like, for what reason is he going to play hot potato with this tank when these cops are here flying a drone?
Ryan Rank, who's flying that drone.
Yeah. So now they're flying overhead 200 feet. There's a JCB. It looks like it. Like, there's a lot of lights, right? Like, look at this pathway here when he drives. He's going. This is the spray barn here. Like, they take the tanks to the spray barn. You clean them, you empty them, and if I would assume that you paint them somewhere. Like, you have to refurbish them and freshen them up and get them ready to be put back in service. Look at all the tanks here. This tank. Is this the tank with the body? Is this it? Is this it? Right in this photo here, they're trying to allege that this is the tank. We don't even know if it's Dale driving. Let's say it is. He's taking tank. This is what they do. He takes them to the spray barn, gets, and they get them. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. And on the other one, there's like 7 or 8 of them. Fucking tanks everywhere. So what does this imply to anyone? There's flying a drone overhead, and from 200 feet away in the sky, you see a JCB, supposedly, and a tank.
Decided to capture it with his camera.
Good for you. What does it say to you? Look at them all. Tank. So look at this pathway. I can just feel how worn out this is. Like, this guy's possibly done this 3, 4, 5 times a day. This is the way they do it. They probably put them there, decommission them, let them rinse, or let them over by the garbage. You know, this. I would like to see if this is the very first time he's ever done it, or if this is probably the 100th time he's done it this last month. Seems like a whole operation. Look at these silos, trucks pulling in, trucking companies, these gigantic silos full of stuff, and all these. What? This is a fill up operation. This is a business with tank, has a barn. They say he's spraying a hose in a barn, and it's literally called the spray barn.
Now, again, I don't know how well you're oriented to the property yet.
Yeah, well, I am, and I can see this is well worn. So are we implying that this is this is odd for him to be doing this? It's his goddamn job. His wife's missing. He's busting his chops, keeping his. All the other workers are sitting around diddling on their phones all day. Why are they not running around looking or helping out? Come on. You know, if you showed up and you saw your mother-in-law's missing and you saw your father-in-law or your girlfriend's father, I would, what? Can I jump in a truck? Can I sweep a floor? Do you need an oil change? I'll get up early. I'll come back and help you cut the lawn. What the fuck? This place is, there's tanks everywhere. All over this place, there's tanks. Can I help you? There's four of them, Zack, Dustin, the daughter, and somebody, and they're all sitting in that office twiddling their thumbs. They're not looking for her that hard that one day, right?
But that building that he is going towards is the spray barn.
This fucking farmer's got a farmer's tan on his arm. He's running around trying to keep this place going. And then they're starting to say he's also chopping up a tank in 3 hours, something that I think would take days. They're so dismissive of how easy. I would love to see him chop this tank up, suspend it, get all the tools, chop it up with an ankle grinder, how many pads, and then stuff a dummy in it to a tank as just to show us a reenactment, then weld it back up and then paint it, get decals on it, get it back on one of those little trailers. And they're saying it's like 2.5, 3 hours, such easy. I doubt it, man. That's a big job. So dismissive. But if he did it, he wouldn't have done it this way. He would have done it under the still of night, not when they're flying drones overhead, everything. I'm not saying he didn't do it, but just the way they are fairy tale just makes no sense. Just walking past cameras with the grinder in his hand. I think this guy's an idiot. He's running a $50 million enterprise here. He's got $5 million tractor businesses, vegetable businesses, cabbage businesses, potato. This guy's got businesses, deals with the dealership about getting fresh new vehicles each year, farm vehicles, and he trades them in. He rents them and kind of leases them and trades them back so he can have the best equipment to get the advantage on all the other farmers because he's got the newest and best stuff each year. 10, 20, 230 pieces he returned. They're all those big tractors and stuff. This is trucks everywhere, workers coming and going in the middle of the night, people fighting, arguing. Ivan Boyd and his brother are there the day they say this happens, and all these other people are there because he's there just fixing his personal truck, yet cleaning garbage out of a work truck, and it just, there's more to this, guys. There's more, and if he's in on it, he might be the ringleader, but everyone seems like either setting him up, letting him take the fall, or whatever, because there's way more to this, way more. So what do you see? You see a guy, a tag being put into a spray barn. You're right.
There's inside of the spray barn.
So here I want to pause. They're going to make you imply that the cop shows up with the dog. This is a body cam now. And he's got a garden hose with like 10 pounds of pressure water. Might be cold water. It's a garden hose. You got to get these chemicals down the drain because, he's going to even warn the guy in the body cam video coming up that when you come in this barn, if it's wet, like, your dog, if he gets it on his paws, they've had a family dog, a shepherd, die from coming in here and nobody saw it. Maybe the doors were open and the dog ran through. And then it's fungicides, it's pesticides, heavy chemicals. He's washing every time he does a tank. He's probably got to drain it and get it all down the drain, right? This is the guy's job. They act like he's defending this tank, which we don't even know which tank it is. It's like number 8, whatever. They want to pretend that he foiled the Michigan police with a goddamn garden hose, and he's defending this tank. They're going to even show us such an incriminating photo of him even standing closer to this tank with the garden hose. And you'll see the water's dribbling out, like this. The police didn't even want to search in here in their closing statements. And if they did, if this was a tank, I mean, the paint leaking in the dogs would smell it, you know, like, come on. It turns out they didn't even want to go in here. He wasn't telling them they couldn't. He was like warning them, hey, before you go in, I want you to know before you go in there, your dog would either need some booties or just to be careful because these chemicals are bad. We've had a dog die. And they want you to believe he's with a garden hose, he's cleaning the floor, and this cop can't get past him to this. Like, it's such an absurd thought.
On Thursday, the 29th. with
He's
Dale
guarding the
spraying
tank.
floor.
Yeah, but he's guarding the tank.
There's a different view.
They're going
of
to
that.
zoom in. Wait till they zoom in. I'll pause it again. Look at, he's fucking guarding the tank with a dribbling guarding hose. And so everyone call up the Michigan police and ask them, the state police, ask them how they were foiled with a farmer and a garden hose. And I'm guessing it's probably cool water dribbling out of this hose to clean the floor. He's protecting the tank at all costs. They want you to believe that. Which tank? Is it the tank? Like, every tank can now be the tank. And there's a safe here, and they have evidence of none of this. None of it. They're just alleging. Let it sit in. Let it sink in. He's defending the tank at all costs. The Michigan police were foiled by a garden hose.
One of the things you're going to be able to do, in addition to looking at all the evidence that I just showed you in terms of photographs and video, you're going to be able to compare the statements that Dale made to the police versus other pieces of evidence. And
So this is what started me thinking, what's going on here? Like, when I first watched this, I was like, I took everyone, because they have so much time to make these people look like devils. Every defendant nowadays is getting the same treatment, even if you may be guilty. But just that whole piecemeal, this opening statements, they're showing you 200 feet in the air photos of tanks. Now they can allege every tank is the tank, like, without any proof. They just piece it all together. Screenshots of video, changing timestamps. Some timestamps are 9.5 years off. So those ones in the office say 2001. And the other ones, the ones they put them away, the jurors put them away on timestamps that said 12:03 in the afternoon. And they're alleging it's 6:43. And at 6:42, he supposedly walks in a door, drops off a welder and walks out. They don't even show you that. They tell you it happened. They say 6:41 happened outside in front of a branch. 6:42 happens. It drops off the tank and at the welder, and he walks away. But she says, oh, he's walking away from it, but he's up here walking where he could have been just walking past it so easily. They don't show him putting it there. So everything's just manipulated and pieced together to create this story. They've created it because they can easily prove it by the video. They created it. I'll prove it to you.
in the case.
So again, I'm not alleging it's not him, but the way they say it happened is just borderline ridiculous.
So, for example, Dale told the police that he used he used Find My iPhone.
Hey, JR, what's up? Did you see Dale thwarted the Michigan police and their K9 unit with a garden hose and in front of a tank. So again, hey, what's up, JR? But I'm, again, just if they just showed everything they were saying, I mean, I would think Dale's guilty, but I'm not sure now because of their gobbledygook, the way they presented this. I mean, I'm confused because I don't see anything they're saying, and I can prove it to you with their own evidence. It's ridiculous. I mean, what happened to fair trials? It's all of a sudden we got this great video, and then we can start taking screenshots of video and changing timestamps and not showing you what happens between the two screenshots, even though we have it on video. Yet we'll just tell you, like, they created this whole narrative. They created it.
To look for D. Remember that? He said, I tried to access the surveillance cameras. It wouldn't work on my phone, but I tried because I wanted to see, did someone come and pick up D? I was looking for D. Okay. But the evidence is he accessed those apps before 10/29. We have the records. By his own admission, he didn't know that D was even missing until Stephanie called him at 10:32.
So then everyone's suspicious then because Dustin and Rikkell were there and to meet her for breakfast, and they had an hour-long breakfast and didn't seem to look for her. Or maybe they were. Are they suspicious? Because they were looking for her before? Like, he's damned if he does and he's damned if he doesn't. If he searches for, like OnStar. If your wife is missing and you guys have OnStar, aren't you looking for it? Like, I mean, there's a lot of abuse claims here, but you watch throughout this whole trial, you're going to not see one piece of evidence. One person says, Ivan says that he saw him freak out one time, Dale, to a farm worker, and Ivan insisted that the person deserved to be yelled at for what they did. Dale got mad. That's the only time they've seen anyone seen this guy. Nobody. Like, I mean, you think somebody, he's not freaking out, running around yelling at people, and he doesn't have a temper problem. Never once will you hear him in a phone call, anything. So
You can think about Dale's conflicting statements. They just conflict with
So don't talk to the police because they're going to just throw it in your face.
each other. For example, he acknowledged the Hummer was parked in front of those steps.
Yeah. And he parks his JCB up, but then they're going to show you photos they took. They reenacted it. What he says here, he says, "Yeah, I forgot something in the house. I parked the JCB and at the back there by the Hummer, and I went in the house and I got it and came back out." And he said, or whatever, she was still sleeping on the couch. And turns out they're going to show us pictures of this JCB. They reenacted it. They went back with his equipment on his property and parked the JCB right at the door and extended the boom 20 feet as if you could possibly bring it right to the door to load a body in. And they're going to take photos of it. And they don't have any proof of it even happening like that. Nobody said it did. Nobody saw it this way. They just reenact it and say to you, this is what happened. No proof, not a single. There's cameras everywhere. They don't have it on camera. Nothing. No witness, nothing. And they're going to show you them, the law enforcement, drove his JCB there, extended the cab 20 feet to the door. It's like an extension. The boom kind of like it goes out on an arm and it extends the boom. You watch. Can't wait. I hope he shows them photos.
He acknowledged only D or I could have moved it on Sunday morning. He acknowledged that he drove the JCB up to the steps and went in the house.
So up to the steps and went in the house. This is going to be their narrative now because they're going to show you photos. I hope that God he shows these photos. I'll pause if he does.
And he also said at the same time D was still sleeping. But yet he claimed that D was the one that moved the Hummer up to the office. Again, here's where the Hummer was parked, as he acknowledged to the Michigan State Police. Right in front.
So they're going to show you that. I mean, he puts an X, right? Like, you can park anywhere here. Wait till you see it. I hope to God they show
those
it.
Steps. Those JCB tracks went right up to the steps.
Here. So this is a reenactment they made. They're saying they're alleging this is what he does, but they don't have tracks for it. They just have him putting an X on this thing saying, "Yeah, I parked here and ran in the house." They want you to believe he's done this and then extended this boom 20 feet to the door, showing you it's possible, right? But this is the cops going back and moving it there and extending. This is all not evidence. Because this is them doing it. The cops did this. They allege it. There's nobody. Witnesses said this. Dale says he came here and parked and went in and got stuff and came back. That's it. They're throwing this together. They're going to show you a photo from the side.
In January 2024, the Michigan State Police went out and they did a little.
So the Michigan State Police went back and did a little creating evidence.
Test, a little demonstration to see.
A test. They needed a test to fucking put this guy away for jail with his equipment on his property. They wanted to show you that, look, if you parked here and extended the boom, it would be so easy to throw a body in there, No, there's cameras everywhere. Not one camera of him driving around with a body, or because you can see in this bucket. They allege he threw a body in this bucket. It's got a blue tarp on it or pajamas or whatever. It's driving all over the place. You're saying don't have it on camera at all. Nothing. They don't have it, any of this on camera. This is the cops going back with their theory and creating this.
What would the JCB be able to do up there, parked
What could
right
it
in
do?
front of those steps?
What could it do? You can go right up to the door. Look at this. Oh my God, we've extended the boom 30 feet, 20 feet. However, to look at, you could throw a body here. This is damning evidence they created. No proof any of this happened. Nothing. Then he's going to drive around with a body in the middle of the day in this blue tarp, anything. Where's that photo or video? Or even an eyewitness? Nothing.
Now you can see what could be done with the bucket.
You could see it. Yeah. Could be done with it. But any proof.
Other statements of Dale's that you should consider, or that you can. He told Rikkell and the police.
So he tells the cops he parked there because he ran in to get something. That's what happens when you talk to the police. They put you away for however many years because they say you could have done this, and they show you what you could have done with your equipment on your property. They created all that gobbledygook.
That Saturday night, he recited back to Dee their wedding vows. For Richard for poor, sickness and in health, etc. He also said to the police that he sure as hell wasn't getting divorced again. He'd already done.
Right. Yeah. Is that damning? Does that mean you think you're going to sit there in your living in your kitchen and tell 3 cops, I'm not getting a divorce again. I've been through that once, because that means you murdered your wife? Or does that mean you want to work it out? What? Is that damning evidence? So I've heard people throw that in my face already here about him. That he says that, therefore he killed his wife. This is a Jerry Holman. Did you lend your gun to anyone? No. My life is over statement on my life is over statement on his front lawn. Jerry says, oh, it's because he killed 2 girls. So just don't talk to the police, guys. Which guy? The prosecutor? Let me know. The prosecutor? Yeah, this is opening statements.
Now, Judge Olsaver read you the elements of the charges that you'll be considering at the end of the trial. Okay, so he's charged, you're going to be able to consider first-degree murder, second-degree murder, and tampering with evidence. And I know that you heard this already this morning. I just want you to have this in mind as you're listening to the evidence, the things that we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. We have to prove for first-degree murder that Dale caused Dee's death. And we have to prove that he did it intentionally, with the intent to kill. And for first-degree murder, we have to prove that he did it with premeditation and deliberation. Now, I hope you all remember back to when we did the jury selection, that you all agreed that it's possible for a person to run a red light with premeditation and deliberation. This does not take days of planning, even hours of planning. If you have time to weigh the pros and cons of your decision and you decide to go forward with it anyway, that is enough for premeditation and deliberation. Second-degree murder is similar. First element is that Dale caused Dee's death. And it could be with the intent to kill, or it could be with the intent to cause great bodily harm. You're not intending to kill, but you do something with the intent to cause great bodily harm and death results, that's second-degree murder. Or if you do something so risky, okay, so if you knowingly create a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or such harm would be the likely result of his actions, that's enough intent for second-degree murder if he did that and caused her death. The other charge is tampering with evidence, okay? And again, so there's some evidence to be presented in a future official proceeding. Think of her phone, her purse, her body, right? If you have an autopsy, you can tell, how did someone die? Was it natural causes? The defendant removed, altered, concealed, destroyed, or otherwise tampered with that evidence. He did so on purpose and not by accident. That's the third element. The evidence was intended to be used in a criminal case where open murder was charged, which is what he's charged with here. A couple other things that Judge Olsaver will tell you that I want you to keep in mind in terms of proving his intent, that we can prove it. You can infer his intent from the type of wounds inflicted, the acts and words of the defendant, and any other circumstances surrounding the alleged kill. Motive may be important, but we don't have to prove that he had a motive or why he did this.
Good point, Dewey.
So I remind you of what I started with. This is what Dr. Cho will testify to. And think about this in terms of those elements. She was strangled. She had blunt force trauma to the face and head enough to have killed her. She had duct tape over her face and neck. She was in her pajamas, wrapped in a tarp, welded in a tank.
Now, the Emmy can't specify if she was in pajamas or he's going to say it. Dr. Cho is going to say, I don't know if they were pajamas or tracksuit, because it's kind of like so many years later in the condition it was in. Now, they want you to believe she was sleeping, which would be much more inculpable, you know, would look worse on Dale, I guess, right? But either way, so he says pajamas, but the Emmy cannot say pajamas or tracksuit. And I'm guessing the defense would just come in and say she was in a tracksuit. Now, I guess like certain women, how you'd sleep, she wasn't wearing her bra, but she did have underwears on, but she had earrings in too, but I'm not sure if they're the kind you want to go to sleep in or some, you know. So there's that. He just said it right there that she was in her pajamas, and the Emmy's going to, on this stand in this trial, not be able to say if it was pajamas or tracksuit. Nobody can. So.
When you hear this evidence and at the close of trial, we'll be asking you to return a verdict of first-degree murder and tampering with evidence.
Yeah, the prosecution, I think, should get tampering with evidence. Wait till you see this closing statement video, the 640, remember that, 641, 642, 643. That is, to me, is tampering with evidence, because what they say is happening on camera literally isn't.
Thank you.
So it's the way they pieced this together that brought me onto them to think, I'm not saying he's innocent of anything, just that the way they say it happens, technically, they're not showing it anywhere. This is the cleanup guy, 6'7" Julia.
Yes, Ms. Vinsky will do that. Thank you.
Oh, what was her name? Miss Vinsky?
Throughout this trial, you'll see that the government's evidence and case is built on speculation, assumption, and innuendo. They will put witnesses on the stand and show you numerous exhibits, but you know what you won't see? Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The government has a theory, but there is no concrete evidence of that theory. That's what is important to pay attention to. Consider very carefully if what the government is actually presenting to you is actual evidence of murder or something that they are theorizing and speculating is evidence of murder. Really think about the details of the case that the government is going to put forward to you. As you heard from the court, the law does not allow imagination to replace proof. Instead, the oath that you took requires that you consider all of the evidence when analyzing the specific details of this case. The law also requires that you consider the lack of evidence. The critical time here is the night of April 24th, 2021, going into April 25th, 2021. That is when this murder supposedly happened. This time frame is when the government claims that Mr. Warner killed Miss Warner, moved her body, took a tank, cut it open, put Miss Warner's body inside of the tank, welded the tank shut, painted the tank, put more stickers on the tank, and then moved it. You'll see, you saw in the pictures, that this is a giant anhydrous ammonia tank. Its size and weight are significant. And all of this is supposedly being done while Mr. Warner is working on other chores and doing work that is part of his regular duty on the farm. The government wants you to believe that this was all done on the farm without anybody noticing it. You'll learn that there were numerous people on the farm during the time frame that the government has focused on. As early as 3:27 in the morning on April 25th, a truck driver comes onto the farm to load up a truck and make a delivery. You'll learn that people can and actually do show up on the farm at any given time. Around 7 a.m., Mr. Warner starts his day and begins to work on the farm like he typically does. Mr. Warner leaves his property, the farm, at 7:47 a.m. to go and spray a different farm. That's part of his job. Around 8:04 a.m., another worker comes onto the farm to work. This is before Mr. Warner even comes back. You'll learn who was on the farm throughout the day. For instance, if we move to the 11 a.m. hour, more people arrive. There are 7 people that are on the farm in addition to Mr. Warner. The same worker who arrived at 8 a.m. is still there. He's joined by a friend. Miss Warner's son, her son arrives on the farm. Her son-in-law is on the farm. Another son joins them. Her sister-in-law arrives, and then her daughter arrives shortly after that. Again, in that hour alone, there were 7 people that were on the farm with Mr. Warner. The afternoon of April 25th is no different. At 2:31 p.m., Miss Warner's son-in-law, nephew, daughter, a farm worker, his friend, they are all on the farm. And then about 20 minutes later, another employee arrives. Here is another hour where there are 7 people on the farm with Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner didn't put restrictions on where people could go. He didn't know who would randomly show up and walk around. You'll see surveillance videos from the farm where they track people's movements and where they went. Again, this case is not about what might have happened. It's about what the evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt and what it does not prove. Now, it's easy to point fingers after the fact. It's easy to take words and behaviors and take them out of context and twist them and intensify them into the stories that you will hear in trial. But at the end of the day, you all aren't here to judge whether Mr. Warner was a good husband or not. You're here to determine whether the government has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Warner committed the crimes that he's charged with. You'll hear a lot of testimony throughout the course of this trial. I'm sure you're aware of that at this point. And I don't want to take up more time telling you what you're going to hear from the stand, but I do ask that you focus on 3 things when you're listening to the testimony. First, think about the government's own timeline for when they claim Miss Warner was murdered and then the tank was cut open, Miss Warner was placed inside it, the tank was welded shut, painted, and moved. The government will try to force events to fit into this timeline that do not fit because they cannot fit within it. Their own timeline will fall apart with close examination. People that are on the farm at the time that the government is claiming Mr. Warner is hiding Miss Warner's body. And third, consider how the investigation was conducted and how the police ignored other relevant information. In the end, the court will instruct you and has instructed you at this point that the burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt. That is the highest burden in our legal system. And this high burden is as it should be with the allegations we have here of murder and tampering with evidence. This is a burden that the government will not be able to meet. And because the government carries the burden of proof, any unanswered questions, any inconsistencies, any holes that the government does not fill because it cannot fill after hearing the facts are reasonable doubt. By the end of the trial, the government will not be able to rule out each and every reasonable doubt that exists in this case. And the law requires that even one, just one reasonable doubt means that there must be a finding of not guilty for Mr. Warner. So for all of these reasons and others that you will learn about, we ask that you follow your oath and follow the law and find Mr. Warner not guilty on all counts. Thank you.
Dang it. I just found her name. I've been searching and searching and searching. Oh, that was Marisa Vinsky. So Mary Chartier is the big dog, one, and she's like delivered the opening. So basically the opening was the kind of not the main prosecutor and defense attorney. The guy was the so that was Marisa Vinsky. Oh, I was so close. I was searching everywhere, Google, everywhere. I read 10 websites. I couldn't find it. Now I'll scan ahead, okay, to find, because there's like, they went for break or something here. So give me 1 second. So basically it's muted. They have it muted, not me. Okay, so Amber Million, I'll put it up on the screen. Dee's oldest daughter, first testimony.
Have the jurors brought back? Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Who's my mom?
I'm going to ask you to speak up real loud.
She was my mom.
Okay. And do you have siblings?
Yes.
Who are they?
TJ Bock, Zach Bock.
Now I'm guessing that's possibly the part this people might have edited it out where they accidentally doxed a juror or something, because they did. I put it on screen. This is Amber Million, Dee's oldest daughter. Okay, and Dustin, not Dustin's. This is just the older daughter. I forget who her hubby is. Sorry, they must have cut that out because
Raquel Bock and Angelina Warner.
Okay. And your maiden name was Bock?
Yes.
Okay. And the the 4 Bocks, who is your dad?
Timothy Bock.
Okay. And so your mom and Tim were married?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you know Dale at that point in time when your mom and Tim were married?
Yes.
Okay. And at what point did your mom and Dale get into a relationship?
They worked together at, I can't remember the name of the company, but it was a chemical fertilizing company, I believe.
Okay. Did you do your very best to speak as loud as you
Sorry.
can? So you said they worked together.
Yes.
How old were you at that time?
Probably between 13 and 14.
Okay. And did it come a point when your mom and Tim got divorced?
Yes.
And that was about that same time, about around when you were 13 and 14?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happened with Dee and Dale? They got married, is that correct?
Years later.
Okay. And that's why I'm asking about how many years after the divorce?
I believe it was.
It was like a year or two, 5 years?
No, like 5 to 6 years
Okay.
later.
Okay. And so how old were you then when Dee and Dale got married?
18.
And where were you living at that time?
With my dad.
And in relation to the Munger property, how close was your dad at that point in time?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Okay, so close.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to take you to Friday, April 23rd, 2021. Did you do something with Angelina that day?
Yes.
What was it?
We went and had lunch together. It was at her school. It was bring an important person to school day, I believe. And we went and had lunch, and then we picked up my son from school, and then we went back to my house.
Okay. And do you remember how old Angelina was at that time? Or what grade she would have been in?
Oh, maybe 9 or 10.
Okay. All right. And then that night, is Lena still with you?
Yes.
Okay. Spend the night?
Yes.
When was, after Friday night, when was the next time you saw your mom?
After Friday night?
Right.
Saturday morning.
And do you remember approximately what time?
It was in the morning, maybe between 9 and 10.
Okay. And do you know where did you see her?
My house. She came to my house.
And do you know why?
To pick up my sister, Angelina, for a soccer game.
Okay. And again, do you have an approximate time when the soccer game was?
Around 10,
Okay.
10:30.
All right. And so do they go to the soccer game?
Yes.
All right. And what are you doing, just generally speaking, on that Saturday?
I'm working from home.
Okay. And what kind of work do you do?
I'm a nurse.
Okay. And you can do your work from home?
Yes. I speak to patients and help them troubleshoot issues from home.
Okay. People who've had surgery?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So do you see your mom again on Saturday?
Yes.
About how much later?
About an hour and a half to 2 hours later after the game.
Okay. And again, approximate time frame?
Between 11 and 12.
And is there anything about when she came back that you remember?
She was hysterically crying when she came in to the house.
Okay. Where were you when she came in?
I was at my desk in my room.
Okay. And so she just, Dee just came in the house?
She came in the house and directly into my room.
Okay. And what happens when she gets in your room?
She sets her phone on my desk with a text message open.
Okay. And if I showed you that text, would you remember it?
Yes.
All right. Showing the witness people's proposed 87.
Yeah.
That's the one she showed you?
Yes.
Did you read it at the time?
Yes.
What was the gist of the text?
Somebody was mad at her for getting in their business and
Okay. What was your mom's reaction to that text?
she went, after she set the phone on my desk, she went directly into my bathroom connected to my bedroom, and she threw up and was crying and just saying she was done.
And did you know what she meant by when she said she's done?
She said,
So they're not saying it was Dale that texted her, right? So somebody, do they know who sent the text? Did I miss it? Sorry.
we're selling everything I've done.
This is 8033, future plan or intent. Go ahead. What was she saying about what she wanted to
She
do?
said, we're selling everything. I'm done.
Okay. And what did you take that to mean?
She was done with her marriage.
Okay. Did the text that she showed you involve Dale?
Yes.
How did it involve Dale?
At the end of the text message, the person said, something along the lines of, even your husband says you're a mess and take Xanax.
Okay. And would you say that your
Oh my God. So this is the part where she got in a fight with an employee. They're going to lose the business. And then she's throwing up in the bathroom because she's saying that, because Dale says the day before, she found something out at the soccer game, and she found out they were going to lose the business. It was over, the trucking company. And now she's having an argument with somebody that worked there, that whoever they say Dale told that she takes Xanax to. She's in there vomiting, throwing up, and the night before she goes missing, and the business is about to be lost. This is much worse than I thought.
mom was a person that
So this isn't Dale. Somebody the night before she goes missing says she's and I think Dale also said he couldn't get a hold of her all day this day, because at the soccer game in the morning she called him and said it was over, the business, and something bad happened, because she was happy first and then she called back 10 minutes later to Dale, and Dale says he tried calling Dee all day long and couldn't get a hold of her. And then she comes in at nighttime into her room, and does this. It says about arguing with the employee, and she's disappeared the next day. Oh boy. And it's not, there should be phone records. Dale says in his interview that he called her. It was like 9 a.m. when she said it was over. She called back to say they lost the business and all that. And there's people that are stealing money from this business. It's about to go under. There was a PPPE loan that kept it running for 5 more months. People are dipping into this money and stuff is disappearing. There's arguments. She's getting in arguments with employees that she just said somebody texted her, and then she's in there vomiting because this person's text. It's not Dale.
wouldn't care if that information was out in the public or something else.
TJ, is this the Todd, the guy, the partner of the trucking company, or one of the truckers? Because again, remember, I'm not alleging anything, but Dale said about these trucking, like they're running deliveries of vegetables to Indiana and all over. Is this like a laundering business, to like cabbage on the top and marijuana underneath? And then this anhydrous ammonia tanks could also be a precursor to use in the making of meth. This is bigger, guys. Then they own the trucking company, and then they own there's truckers coming and going and fighting in the middle of the net. Come on.
She would care.
Okay. And so, where are you when you're actually having this conversation? Is it in the bathroom, in the bedroom?
She was first in the bathroom, kind of shouting out how she was done, and I was sitting at my desk at the time. And I did get up and go in there to comfort her.
Okay. Had your mom talked about divorce before to you?
Multiple times.
Okay. At this point, can you give us a sense of how long Dee and Dale had been married? Was it a year, 5 years, 10 years?
20?
Okay.
No, 15 to 15.
Okay. And were you able to observe them over that 15 years in their marriage?
Yes.
Okay. And would you consider it a good marriage?
No.
Okay. And can you give us a ballpark? How many times do you think your mom had talked about divorce?
I couldn't even keep count on a regular.
Okay. So is this episode any different, or had you heard this all before?
It wasn't this bad.
Okay. You'd never seen her this bad?
Correct.
Okay. All right, what happens next?
I went into the bathroom to comfort her, and then I had to get back to work. And so she sat with me and kind of just tried to pull herself together. She sat in my room. And then she had an appointment to get her lashes done. So she was trying to pull herself together to do that.
Okay. And then at some point, does she leave for her appointment?
Yes.
And did you see her again after that?
Yes.
Okay. She comes back to your house?
Yes.
Okay. And where is Angelina during this time?
She's at my house playing with my son.
Okay. And approximately how long did your mom stay after she came back from the eyelash appointment?
A couple hours, I would say.
Okay. And what are you doing during that time?
I'm working,
Okay. And what is your mom doing?
kind of tending to the kids, and I think she might have made lunch.
Okay. And you're working in your bedroom?
Yes.
Where is she doing the laundry, folding clothes, and that kind of thing?
In the laundry room, and she was in the kitchen.
Okay. All right. And then at some point she leaves?
Yes.
And again, approximate ballpark time that she would have left?
Mid to late afternoon.
Okay. And did she take anybody with? No?
Actually, it's probably later than that.
Okay. Was it still light out? As far as
Yes.
you can remember? All right.
Okay, so I thought she said that, so this can't be the day before she goes missing, right? Am I missing something? Because she said she came in her room. So is it right after that soccer game? And it's not, I was mistaken. So it's not at nighttime. Like after the soccer game, she comes into her room. It's like got to be, what, noon, lunch, morning still? Because then she's got appointments in the afternoon. But is this the day before she goes missing? So I was thinking it was nighttime, but I'm guessing it's earlier than that.
And did she take anybody with her?
She took my sister,
Okay.
Angelina.
Did you do anything after she had left in relation to the earlier episode where she was so upset?
I called my sister Rikkell.
Okay. And why did you call her?
I was worried about her.
About who?
My mom.
Okay. Was that a normal thing where you would call Raquel after a visit from your mom?
No.
Now, I want to ask about, was your mom, tell us a little bit about your mom in terms of, did she care about her appearance when she was out in public, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit more about that.
She never left the house without makeup and her hair done.
Okay.
And fully dressed nice.
Could you ever see her leaving the house in her pajamas?
Never.
Okay.
How about a tracksuit? Did she like to exercise? Because the ME doesn't know if it's a tracksuit. I guess the defense, for whatever reason, doesn't, because they don't know she's wearing her pajamas. The ME couldn't describe it. Nobody could say what it was. So I'm not saying anything, but just know that the ME says he doesn't know if it's track pants, a tracksuit, or pajamas.
Did you see your mom at all on that Sunday?
No.
Did you see her at all after she left your house on Saturday afternoon into Saturday night?
No.
Okay. Did you hear anything on Sunday morning regarding your mom?
Yes.
Okay. Was that one time or multiple times?
Multiple times.
Okay. And who was communicating with you?
My sister Raquel.
And this is during the day on Sunday?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see your mom again after she left your house?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Warner, you had testified that you were in high school when Mr. Warner and Miss Warner got together. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you observed them fighting a lot throughout the time that they were together,
Yes.
but you never saw physical violence between Mr. Warner and Miss Warner.
No.
You never saw Mr. Warner on the verge of hitting Miss Warner during any of these arguments.
No.
You never saw him get close to her during these arguments.
No.
And I believe on direct you indicated that your mom brought up divorce many times. Is that accurate?
Yes.
It wasn't surprising to you when she would say things like this?
No.
According to you, I think you said she brought it up millions of times. Is that accurate?
I did not say millions.
Do you remember having an interview with the police in November of 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember saying that it was a million times according to you?
Possibly.
And she brought that up on April 24th, 2021.
Yes.
Mr. Warner's response to Miss Warner saying she wanted a divorce was, okay, whatever, D.
I don't remember.
Would looking at the police report help you refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Ms. Saylor, can you do GWR02, page 57? And just read that and let me know when you are done.
Okay.
Did that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
That was Mr. Warner's response to, I want a divorce. Okay, whatever, D.
Yep, that's what I said.
Objection. Can we get some clarification on the time frame of when this, okay, whatever D response is?
You had a conversation with your mother about wanting a divorce. She wanted a divorce from Mr. Warner on April 24th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she actually indicated that to Mr. Warner before she had come over to your house.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
I might have said it at the time. I can't remember specifically the conversation now.
Would looking at the police report again help?
It looks like I said that. Yes.
Okay, and based off that, on that same day, April 24th, 2021, Mr. Warner's response was, okay, whatever, D.
Yes.
She also in the past had threatened to be done with businesses and sell it all, correct?
I don't recall.
Would listening to your interview to the police help you refresh your recollection on that?
Yeah.
Okay. It's going to be GBC 04. 4054. $41.14. Okay. Did that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So your mother, Miss Warner, she'd threatened in the past to be done with all the businesses and wanted to sell them all. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she'd said that many times before.
Yes.
You would describe your mom as dramatic.
I guess.
And it's not abnormal for her to argue.
No.
Going to April 23rd, 2021, you picked your sister up, Angelina, from school.
Yes.
And she spent the night at your house, which was actually something common for her to do. Is that right?
Yes.
Your mom came to drop off clothes for her on April 23rd.
Yes.
And at that point, you had spoke to your mom, had a conversation.
Yes.
And your mom didn't complain about anything unusual. It was all normal things she would discuss. Is that accurate?
She was complaining about business things, but I don't remember specifically.
What is that normally something that she would discuss with you and have complaints about?
Yes.
And you testified that the next day, April 24th, she picked up Angelina around 10 a.m. Is that accurate?
Around.
The day that she went to the soccer game, she was wearing leggings, black slip-on shoes, and a black zip-up.
That's what I remember.
You mentioned that she was upset about Mr. Warner mentioning her use of Xanax to other people.
Yes.
And just to be clear, your mom had also said negative things about Mr. Warner as well throughout the course of their relationship.
To me?
Yes.
Yes.
She referred to him as that asshole.
Yes.
And when your mom was at your house that Saturday, April 24th, she was starting to get a migraine.
I don't recall.
Would looking at the video or listening to the video of your interview with the police help refresh your recollection?
Possibly.
Thank you. It's going to be GW0D01 11015 to 11028.
I can't. Okay, I don't think I do. Okay.
Did that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
She started getting a migraine that day on April 24th,
Yes.
and she took medicine for it.
That's what I said. Yes.
Just lastly, on April 25th, you were not alarmed at first when nobody could find your mom.
Not right away.
You thought she left because she was mad at Mr. Warner,
Correct.
and you were not worried because that's something she had done many times before.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
No regret. Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. All right, it is almost noon, so we will break for lunch at this point. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm about to read to you an instruction that you will likely get sick of hearing after a while, because I need to read it to you every time that you are dismissed and devices when you come in.
Or
The other issue is,
So he read the jury stuff, but that usually after they would do this little huddle to see if they could do things, I guess. I don't know if it's questions for or outside of the jury, and then the next person's coming up. You'll hear it now. I just skipped the instructions, but this is something else. I'm guessing the jury's there, but the next witness isn't up yet, I don't think.
first, we did not address the issue, but at this point, is Ms. Millian released from her subpoena? And I asked if she's still in the courtroom, and we need to know that to determine whether she can remain.
Oh, right. Yeah, because he's been pretty good with it. After people, most witnesses or testimony, he would say you're released from your, whatever it was he just said, like you're released from your, so then you can now stay in the courtroom. But if some of the important ones aren't released, they can't come sit in here with everybody. They have to get out because they're still under subpoena or whatever it is, whatever it is. So he has to usually tell them they're released or not. Maybe he's forgot to do that.
yes, Your Honor.
No objection, yes.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Millian, you are welcome to stay in the courtroom for the remainder of.
Right. So for the most part, when they're done, he tells them if they're done, they can stay. But if they're not done with the witness, whatever, then that witness cannot hang out here. They have to go back out.
Of the trial. The other issue is, I don't know if it would be helpful if the court does have a set of over-the-ear earphones to assist with playing audio back to the witness. We can get you that if you want it.
Ms. Sanders seems very happy, so I think the answer to that would be yes.
And the last thing is that I would just remind people about the sequestration order and maybe ask the attorneys to scan the gallery on occasion. Obviously, the officers out front are doing their best to make sure that no one who is a witness comes into the courtroom, but your assistance in that regard would be helpful also.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else we need to address on the record before we break?
That's Your Honor, I believe we would stipulate to admissibility of certain exhibits if the court wants to do that right now.
That would be fine.
Okay. Exhibits.
'22, I believe, and
Yes, 1 through 22 and
87, subject to our objection, the court overruled that.
correct. And then here we are, exhibits 204. Exhibit 204 for right now, Your Honor.
Okay. So 1 through 22, 87, subject to the defense objection that is already overruled, and 204, you have a stipulation to admit those.
Correct, and defense's Exhibit A, which is just another aerial view of the property.
That's correct. And Exhibit 204, we made 16 copies of those for each juror, and I believe we stipulated that they could have those as a reference point for testimony during trial.
And it's the same with Exhibit A for us. So obviously whoever the court wants to do it, but one thing that we could do is just have them on their seats when they come back. So for the jurors, so that they could just have those moving forward.
Any issue with that, Ms. Wyse?
I have no issue.
Seems like a reasonable way to do it.
So before we start again, we'll make sure they're on the seats. Thank you.
All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, one last thing. I'm sorry, Ms. Chartier.
Oh, no, we will have other stipulations on exhibits, but I think that takes us through the bulk of this week.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so we will break at this point. One last thing, just for members of the gallery, please be cognizant of your electronic devices when you come in and make sure they're on silent or vibrate. I understand it's a society we live in and it's probably not going to be perfect, but I did hear a couple of things or something go off. So please, on your way into the courtroom, just check that and do the best you can to make sure that we have those on silent. All right, so we will break now. We'll resume at 1:30 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, so I just jumped ahead. They're showing it. You'll hear they'll unmute. So I just got as close. They're going to show Dale. But you can tell. You can tell when stuff starts to happen because they've got it muted now. You'll see them all jump up when either the jury or judge, whatever. So at this point, it's really close. So here they come now. Jumping up. Yes. Oh, here it is.
You can be seated. The people ready to go to the next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The people would call Kelli Stace. Kelli Stace.
Oops, I'm gonna have to change it to her name. I thought he was doing this, but it's not gonna be David McCreedy. I gotta make a new one, so it's gonna be her. I got her name, Wyse something. I think. Yeah, it's gonna be her. I'll change the name 1 second.
Ms. Stace, before you sit down, I'll ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead and sit down. I'll ask you just to keep your voice loud so that everyone in the courtroom can hear you.
Okay.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Kelli Stace, KELLI STACE.
All right. Ms. Stace, where were you employed in April of 2021?
Salon Lucero in Tecumseh.
And what do you do at Salon Lucero?
I used to work there. I no longer work there, but I do. I'm an esthetician, so I specialize in brows and lashes.
Okay. And so when you say lashes, can you walk me through that process? I don't know what that means.
So I do eyelash extensions. I do lift and tints, which is more of a perming process.
Okay. During the course of your employment, did you meet Dee Warner?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall when that was?
No, not exactly.
Okay. How long had you known Dee Warner, if you can recall, in April 2021?
Probably about a year to a year and a half.
Okay. And was she a client of yours at that time? And how long had she been a client? That whole time you'd known her? Is that how you met her? Okay. And what service did you do for Dee?
Eyelash extensions.
Okay. Can you describe the process of doing eyelash extensions?
Yes. So the client's eyes are closed and you're adhering one synthetic lash to each one of their natural lashes.
Okay. And did you have an appointment scheduled with Dee Warner in April of 2021?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe it was Saturday. I think the date was the 24th.
Okay. Do you recall approximately what time it was?
Either 11 or 12, I would say, is usually when she would schedule.
Okay. And did she show up for that appointment?
Yes.
All right. And did you do the appointment?
Yes.
All right. When she arrived there, how did she appear?
Very upset. She was crying, shaking. She sat for a few minutes so she could stop crying.
Okay. Her crying, would that affect your ability to do her lashes?
Yes.
All right. Why?
You cannot adhere very well if the lashes are wet.
Okay. All right. So she sat there for a little bit and at some point you ended up doing her lashes.
Yes.
All right. And while you were doing her lashes, did anything happen that you remember?
Yes, we had a conversation briefly about, she was upset, asked me to talk about.
I would agree with that, Your Honor. So did, while she was getting her lashes done, did anything happen?
Can you elaborate a little bit more?
Sure. Do you remember if Miss Warner got a phone call while she was getting her
Yes,
lashes
she
done?
did. She got a few phone calls while she was in there.
Okay. How many phone calls do you think she got?
At least 2 that I remember.
All right. And when you described the process of getting your eyelashes done, can you explain to me how the client is positioned when you're doing the lashes?
Yes, so they're laying on something similar to a massage table
Okay.
on their back. Their head is up towards me and their eyes are closed through the whole service.
Okay. And so how many phone calls do you think she's getting?
At least 2 that I remember for sure.
Okay. And is she asking you to do anything for her?
Yes, tell her who was calling.
Okay. Is that because she couldn't see herself?
Yes.
All right. And did you in fact tell her who was calling?
Yes.
And who was calling?
The first one, I don't remember the person's name, but it was a female that she knew.
Okay.
And then the second one was her husband.
Okay. And did she respond to the phone call she was getting?
Yes.
And how did she respond?
That she was not going to take the call.
Okay. During the course of Dee being a client of yours, did you develop a close relationship with her?
Yes.
All right. How describe that for me?
Just bonded over similar things that we were going through at the time, I guess.
Okay. And what were some of the things that you were going through at the time?
Relationship issues.
Okay. When Miss Warner left your office that day, did she make any additional appointments?
Yes.
All right. And how many appointments did she make?
She made 2 more appointments.
All right. And would that be common for her to make appointments before she left?
Generally, yes.
All right. How often did you see her?
Generally every 2 weeks.
Okay. After that appointment on April 24th, 2021, did you see Dee Warner again?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Good afternoon, Ms. Stace.
Hi.
How often, you said, I believe you testified Miss Warner would come to you every 2 to 3 weeks?
Generally, yes, every 2 weeks.
And the first session, when she first came to you as a client, that lasted about 2 hours?
Yes.
And then the other sessions were about 1 hour?
Yes, that's correct.
You did not hang out with Miss Warner in any capacity outside of these appointments?
Correct.
And you've never met Mr. Warner?
Correct.
You testified about her coming into her appointment on April 24th, and you mentioned 2 phone calls that she received
Yes.
during that appointment. Did she answer either phone call?
No.
You've never seen any red marks on Miss Warner?
Not that I recall, no.
And you've never seen any bruises on Miss Warner?
Not that I recall.
I have nothing further.
No follow-up, and she can be excused, Your Honor.
That's correct, Your Honor. We have no issue with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time, Ms. Stace. You are excused from your subpoena, so
Thank you.
if you want to remain in the courtroom, you can.
The people would call Raquel Bock.
Good afternoon. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
Yes.
Go ahead and sit down. Just ask you to try to keep your voice up as much as possible.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Can you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Raquel Bock, Rikkellbock.
Ms. Bock, how did you know Dee Warner?
She was my mom.
Okay. How would you describe your relationship with your mom?
Very close.
Okay. And where did you live in relation to where your mom lived on the Munger farm?
Like almost in her backyard.
Okay. I'm going to show her. Okay. Is that not working? Okay. What road did you live on?
Carson Highway.
Okay. And so your mom lived on the corner of Munger and Carson?
Correct.
Okay. And so you would describe it essentially in her backyard?
Yes.
All right. And in April of 2021, what were you doing with your house?
A total remodel.
Okay. Did you go to the Munger farm a lot?
Almost every day.
All right. For what?
My mom watched my kids and while I worked, and then she would also watch them sometimes when I would help on the house. She helped me do my laundry. We'd eat dinner there almost every night.
Okay. What about Sundays?
Sundays, pretty much every Sunday we would eat breakfast, but we would always go grocery shopping on Sundays.
Okay, always go grocery shopping?
Yes.
All right. And when you say we would go, who would go?
My mom and I, my little sister, and my kids.
Okay. How many kids did you have at that time?
2.
All right. And when you guys would go for breakfast, who would be part of the Sunday breakfast usually?
Just kind of depended on the day. Sometimes it was just me and my kids and my mom and Lena. Sometimes my boyfriend Dustin would be there with us. Just depended on the day.
Okay. And you're familiar with Dale Warner then, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay. And would he be around for Sunday breakfast?
Every once in a while.
Who usually cooked Sunday breakfast?
It kind of depended. If we had it, sometimes Dale would cook it. Sometimes I would cook it. Sometimes my mom would cook it.
Okay. Just so we're all clear, so you're talking about Dale, and I saw you nod your head. So is the Dale that you're referring to, is he in the courtroom today?
Yes.
All right. Can you point to him and identify what he's wearing for the record?
A gray suit.
I'd ask the record to reflect she's identified the defendant.
No objection, thank you.
Record will so reflect.
All right. So in April of 2021, what vehicles was your mom driving?
She had a black Escalade and a black Hummer.
All right. Was there one that she would drive more? Was it more common for her to drive than the other?
The black Escalade she drove more.
All right. Were you at the Munger farm at any point in time when your mom had a concern about the Hummer, a device in the Hummer?
Yes.
Okay. And did you actually see that for yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you observe?
I observed a piece or a small device.
Okay. Who actually found that item?
My mom.
Okay. And who's Dustin Lawley to you?
My boyfriend.
Okay. Was he present there too?
Yes.
All right. Was it your mom that found it or was it Dustin that found it?
It was my mom that found it, who showed us and asked what it was.
Okay. And she had that conversation with both of you or just Dustin?
Both of us.
All right. And did you identify that item or did Dustin?
Dustin did.
Okay. Were you ever around your mom and Dale when they would have fights?
I feel like a lot of the fights were over the phone. I mean, I did live there, so I was present. I could hear from my bedroom. Yeah.
Did you have a chance to observe your mom's reactions to Dale when, if they would be fighting and he would try to give her a massage or touch her?
Yes.
All right. And can you describe those reactions?
Uncomfortable.
What do you mean by uncomfortable? What would she do?
Almost freeze.
Do you recall a time when in March of 2021, your mom and Dale and Lena went to Florida?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what they drove down there?
The camper.
All right. And when they came back from Florida, do you recall seeing the Hummer at the house?
Yes.
And where was that parked at?
Outside of the sliding glass doors.
Okay. Your Honor, may we approach?
They've muted it. I will hit 2 times speed. Probably quick. Here they come. He's not safe.
In the courtroom right now, so we're going to take a short recess to try to.
Oh, this is where the juror got doxxed somehow, and he's probably freaking out because somebody, I bet, this is probably the incident, or something else happened this day too, but probably the jurors got shown by the TV, but this guy must have cut it out of the video.
To get that resolved, as soon as we do, we will bring you back in.
So this is the problem. So I'll scan ahead, find out.
The other side of
The Munger farm?
Yes.
It's right here. They start up again, I guess. I'll go a little faster. As soon as I hear anything, I will go back to regular speed. I'm at 2x. I could, by the time I start looking for it, I could probably just do this, but it's got to be any second now. So, hope you guys are enjoying. I feel like this is the first time I've watched this like this because I understand so much more now. Just reporting says every state is a country. Awesome. Yeah, it's pretty much, they got their own constitutions and all that. Here we go.
Too many exhibits to show you, so we had to fix the technology issue.
Oh, okay. So they say that was about exhibits and stuff, and they had a tech issue. So maybe that wasn't the doxing, but either way, it's good now.
We talked a little bit about where your home was in relation to the Munger farm, so I'm going to go back and show you exhibit 205. And do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, and what's in the bottom of the screen, in the bottom left corner of the screen?
My mom's house.
Okay, and that the Munger farm?
Yes.
All right. And where is your house in relation to that on the map?
Like almost in the middle of the picture.
Okay, on the right side of the road?
Yes.
Okay. Here, I'm going to approach the witness with some exhibits. Actually, I'm not going to. I'm going to show you exhibit 12. Exhibit 12, do you recognize that?
Yes.
All right, what's that?
My mom's house.
All right, what side of the house?
The back side of the house.
Okay, so if you're on Munger Road, you would have to go behind the house.
Correct.
All right. Exhibit 13, what's that?
The sliding glass doors in the back of the house.
Okay. Exhibit 14.
The front of the house.
From Munger Road?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 15.
The side of the house that faces Carson.
Exhibit 16.
The other side of the house.
Okay. Exhibit 17.
Inside the garage.
Okay. And is that your mom's Cadillac that you were talking about?
Yes.
All right. Exhibit 18.
The Hummer.
Exhibit 19.
Same Hummer.
All right. And is that where your mom would normally keep that Hummer parked, or where would it normally be?
Yes, that's where it was.
Okay. Exhibit 20. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What's that?
The JCB loader.
Okay. So when we refer to the JCB, this is what?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 21. What's that?
The Kubota.
All right. And that's, it looks like just like a little off-road
Like a utility.
vehicle. Okay. All right. Number 6.
The office.
Okay. And is that, so if I'm looking on the left side of the screen, I can see a big bay garage door. Is that also part of the office?
No, it's a barn.
Okay. Exhibit 7.
Like the main office doors.
Okay. And with those doors, are those doors kept locked, do you know?
Yes.
Exhibit 8. Are you familiar with the inside of the office?
Yes.
All right. What is this?
That is the layout of the inside of the office.
Okay, so I see on the bottom of the screen, there's, so it says the main office, and then you can kind of see the bottom of the screen where the doors, would that be the front doors that we just looked at on the previous slide?
Yes.
Okay, and then to the left is a conference room?
Yes.
All right. And did your mom have an office in there?
Yes.
Where at?
Right when you walked through the front doors.
So in the part that's labeled main office?
Yes.
All right. And then so if I walk through the doors and I take a right, where am I going?
Down a hallway to like Dale's office or the break room, and then the trucking side.
Okay. Is there another door to get in and out of that office?
Yes.
All right. Where's that at?
It's located in front of like the trucking office.
Okay. Would it be in the front or the side or the back? Do you know?
The front.
Okay. Exhibit 9. Do you recognize this area?
Yes.
All right. And what area is that?
It's like the break room / Dale's desk.
Okay. So the break room / Dale's desk?
Yes.
All right. And is that what we see in the top right corner? Would that have been his desk?
Yes.
All right. Exhibit 10. What's this?
It's just like the side of the house, between the office and the house. It's
Okay.
the driveway.
11. What's that?
The sprayer barn.
Okay, the sprayer barn. Do you ever go in there?
No.
All right. Just wanted to get a little bit of layout of the property out there on Munger. So I'm going to take you back to the Saturday, April 24th, 2021. Did you see your mom that day?
Yes.
All right. Where at?
Her house.
Do you remember what time it was?
4 or 5-ish
PM?
PM. Yes.
Okay. Who were you with?
I was with my daughter, one
All right.
of my daughters,
All right. Who was at the house when you got there?
my mom and Lena.
All right. What were they doing?
Lena was sleeping and my mom was sitting on the chair.
Okay. How did you observe her to look?
Unwell.
Describe that.
Very upset. Almost the shell of herself. upset.
Okay. Was she crying? Was she doing anything?
Yes.
All right. Did you have a conversation with her about what was going on?
Yes.
All right. Based on that conversation, did she tell you that she had any plan that night?
That she was gonna leave Dale.
All right. Did she say when you say she said she was going to leave him, what was the plan for that night?
She was gonna tell him that she wanted a divorce.
All right. Was she going to tell him anything else?
That she was gonna sell the trucking company.
Okay. Have you had that conversation with your mom before?
Not necessarily in that context, but the sale of the trucking company, no.
Okay. Had she talked about divorce with you before?
Yes.
All right. So that wasn't something that was uncommon.
Correct.
All right. But this was the first you were hearing about selling the business?
Yes.
All right. And what time did you leave the house?
I wasn't there very long, maybe an hour, so 5, 6.
Okay.
I don't even think I was there that long.
All right. Did you have a plan to come back to the house later that night?
It was kind of up in the air. She asked me if I wanted to come back for dinner, but I wasn't sure. So I didn't necessarily have a plan for that night.
Okay. Did you text your mom at all that night?
I did. I texted her like pretty late and told her that we weren't coming.
Okay. When you say pretty late, do you recall about what time it was?
I want to say maybe 10 or 11.
Okay.
I think. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you think it could have been a little earlier than that?
Yeah, could have been.
Okay. And well, if I let you read this report, would it refresh your recollection as to the time?
Yeah.
Just go ahead and read it quietly and then I'll follow up.
Okay.
All right. Do you remember approximately what time you texted her?
It was 21.
Military time, so
Yeah.
about 9 o'clock. Does 9 o'clock
Yeah.
sound right? Okay, fair enough. Did your mom respond to you at all?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Sorry. I
No,
should have
that's
read
okay.
further.
Do you want to read a little bit further?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Did she respond to you at all?
No.
Okay. All right. Saturday night, what time did you get home? You and Dustin went somewhere after that, after your mom's house, correct?
Dustin wasn't with me when I was at my mom's, but when we were at our house, then we went back to my dad's house.
Okay. And where does your dad live?
Maybe 3 miles from my mom's house.
All right. Would you have to drive by your mom's house to get back to your house?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time you drove back by her house?
I think it was like 10:30.
Okay. And did you look over at the house?
Yes.
Did you observe any of the lights on?
Yes.
And at that time of night, was that odd to you? Did that stand out to you?
Yes.
All right. Why?
Because the living room, like main lights weren't typically on, especially that late at night.
Okay. All right. And did you observe the Hummer?
Yes.
Where was the Hummer parked at?
Behind the house, by the sliding glass doors.
All right. And how did you observe the Hummer parked behind the house?
It's when you drive by from the one side, it's basically right on the back of the house.
Okay, so you can see it from the road.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 19, which you've already described as the Hummer. Is that where you observed it parked?
Yes.
All right. Get home, go to bed, do whatever you do. What do you do Sunday morning when you wake up?
I woke up and went over to my mom's house.
Okay. Do you know approximately what time?
(8:30, 9 o'clock).
Okay. Who went over to your mom's house with you?
Me and Dustin and our kids.
All right. And was that for your Sunday breakfast?
Yes.
All right. What'd you do when you got there?
We went in and just kind of started making breakfast. And then I texted my mom and asked her what she was doing. I believe that's what I asked. And I didn't get a response.
Okay. And does your phone tell you if a message doesn't go through?
I don't know.
Okay. So you texted your mom, asked her what she was doing. Did you observe her in the house?
No.
All right. Then what'd you do?
I kind of walked around the house a little bit to see if anybody was there, and nobody was there.
Okay. When you say you walked around the house, where all did you go at that point in time?
The living room is like right off of the kitchen, so I looked in the living room, and then in her bedroom.
Okay. What'd you do after that?
And then I remembered that I saw the Hummer parked down at the office along with the JCB. So I figured she was at the office.
Okay. So when you arrived there Sunday morning, you saw the JCB and the Hummer parked outside the office?
Correct.
All right. And so you walk down to the office. What do you do?
I didn't go down to the office at that point.
Okay.
I think we just ate some breakfast and then we left.
Okay. Where'd you go?
To my house.
All right. What'd you do from there?
I called my mom.
Did she answer?
No.
Okay. Did the phone ring?
No.
What'd you do after that?
I went back down to the office to see if my little sister was down there.
Why would you be going down there to see if your little sister was down there?
Because I thought they were fighting in the office.
When you say they, who are you referring to?
My mom and Dale.
All right. And so you were going to go get your sister or something?
Yes.
All right. Did you go in the office?
Yes.
All right. And what'd you see?
Nothing.
Okay. What'd you do after that?
I left. I think I left again and went back to my house and called my siblings and anybody that I thought would know where she was.
Okay. When you said you called your siblings, who all did you call?
I called Zack and Amber.
Okay. Did you call TJ?
I don't think I had called him yet at that point.
All right. After you talked to Zack and Amber, what'd you do?
I sent a message to Stephanie
Stephanie who?
Vogel
Okay.
and Shelly. No, I don't think I called Shelly at that point yet.
Okay. I'm going to stop you. Who is Stephanie Vocal?
She was my mom's secretary.
All right. And do you know if her and your mom were close?
Yes,
You know, or they are? They were.
they were.
Okay. And okay, you sent Stephanie a message. And then I'm sorry, did you say you did called Shelly or you?
I don't think I called her yet at that point.
Okay. So after you left a message for Stephanie, what'd you do after that?
Then we drove. We drove to my uncle's farm.
All right. Who's your uncle?
Greg
Greg who?
Hardy.
All right. Why did you drive over there?
Because I thought maybe she was down there, my mom.
All right. Why did you think that she might be down there?
Because sometimes when my mom and Dale would fight, she would go to Shelly and Greg's.
All right. And so who is Shelly?
Greg's wife.
All right. So your Aunt Shelly and Uncle Greg?
Correct.
All right. And how far from the Munger farm did they live?
Mile, maybe.
Okay. So everybody kind of lives pretty close together.
Yes.
All right. So do you talk to Greg and Shelly at that point?
I talked to Shelly. No, I didn't see anybody. I'm sorry.
Okay. And then where'd you go?
I went to Shelly and Greg's house,
Okay.
which is another mile or so down the road.
All right. Did you talk to him at that point?
I talked to Shelly.
All right. And what'd you do from there?
Shelly came along with us then, and we went up to the property in Onstead.
Okay. When you say Shelly came along with us, are you still with Dustin and the kids?
Yes.
All right. So it's you, Dustin, the kids, and Shelly.
Yes.
All right. And you went to the property in Onstead. Can you give me a location?
The Cedar Point property.
Okay.
Or do you need a road?
If you know the road, that'd be great.
I mean, it was off of M50.
M50?
Yeah.
Okay. And M50 in Tipton, does that sound?
No, M50 and Onstead Highway.
Onstead Highway. Okay. So you guys load up, drive out to you call it the Cedar Point property?
Yes.
All right. What do you do at Cedar Point?
We pulled in, and Dustin went in to see into the barn to see if she was in there.
Okay. And
She was not there.
okay. What'd you do after that?
Came back to my mom's house.
And then?
Looked around the house some more just to see if we missed something maybe the first time.
All right. So this time, where all did you look when you go back to the house?
Pretty much everywhere. The garage, her car was there. We went in, her bedroom or bathroom, and then we went upstairs to the bedrooms.
Okay. What did you do after you looked through the house and you can't find her?
I kind of stayed up there. Dustin went down to the office.
Okay. Did you at any point in time call Dale and ask, where's mom?
He called me.
Okay. Do you know when he called you?
He called me when I was at my Aunt Shelly and Uncle Greg's farm.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
What'd you guys talk about?
He asked me if I had talked to my mom.
All right. So he called you looking for your mom.
Yes.
All right. Why?
Because somebody had called him. I think Stephanie called him. And Stephanie told him that I was looking for my mom.
All right. So does he say anything else about your mom?
That they got into, no. No, I think I asked where Lena was, and he told me that she was at her aunt and uncle's house.
Okay. Did he say anything else?
In that phone call,
Did he tell you where your mom was at when he left the house?
he said that she was sleeping on the couch when he left at 6 a.m.
Okay. And you hang up with him, then what happens?
And then that's when we went to Shelly's, and then,
Okay. All
so
right.
then we came back to the house.
So at some point when you come back to the house, does Dale arrive at the house?
Yes.
All right. Do you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
All right. And what's the first contact you make with Dale when he comes back to the house? Where's that at?
In my mom's bedroom.
All right. And I'm going to show you Exhibit 2. Okay. What's that?
My mom's bedroom.
Okay. And is that where you had a conversation with Dale?
Yes.
All right. What do you guys talk about?
He asked me if I knew about my mom had he asked me if I knew that my mom had a secret phone. He said that she's been leaving in the middle of the night, and then he said that she's got pills everywhere. And then he showed me that she left her ring on the desk in the office, on his desk.
Okay, so you're looking for your mom, and he says to you she's been leaving in the middle of the night. She's got all these pills, and here's her ring. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, does he say anything else to you?
At that point, I don't think so.
Okay. Do you have any other discussion with Dale about the fact that you can't find your mom anywhere?
Yes.
All right, and what do you guys talk about?
It kind of led into the back into the kitchen, and he opened up the medicine cabinet and started talking about the pills again, and then said, everything I've worked for is gone.
Okay. Did you ask him what he meant by that?
No.
All right. What else did he say?
I don't really remember.
Did he tell you that they had any discussion or any fight the night before?
Objection leading.
Is what?
If you don't remember, can I refresh her? I'd like to refresh your recollection. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
Okay. What else did Dale say to you about their conversation that night?
Well, he told me that they barely fought, and he gave her a massage. She fell asleep, and he picked her up and put her on the couch. And in their fight, he asked her if she loved him, and he said, through sickness and in health, and for rich or for poor, and so on. He read her the vows, essentially.
Okay, so he said they're fighting, and he read her their vows.
Yes.
Okay. Do you stay there and continue to talk to Dale, or what do you do after you have that conversation with him?
He ended up leaving the house. I stayed just a little bit longer, and then I left.
All right. Where did you go?
I dropped my kids off at a friend's house.
Did you talk to Dale about any concerns you had, or what you wanted to do next because you couldn't find your mom?
Yeah.
All right. And what did you want to do?
I wanted to call the hospitals to see if she had checked herself in somewhere. Phone records. Call the police.
Okay. What would you call the police for?
Missing person.
All right. And did you tell Dale that you wanted to do that?
Yes.
And how did he respond?
he said, well, I'll take Lena to school in the morning, and then if she's not back by then, I'll stop by the police department.
Okay. Throughout the course of your mom's marriage to Dale, did you know her leave at times?
Yeah.
Okay. And so it wasn't common for her to leave for, do you know how long she would leave for?
Maybe a day, maybe 2.
All right. And how long do you think your mom was married to Dale?
15 years.
Okay. In the course of that 15 years, the times that you have knowledge of, how many times do you think your mom left for a day or two?
Maybe every couple of months,
Okay.
at least.
Every couple of months over 15 years. So maybe a couple hundred?
Yeah.
Okay. Had you ever called the police to report her missing prior to this?
No.
All right. And did you end up calling the police?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall, was that on that Sunday, the 25th?
Yes.
All right. Did you have the opportunity to look at a somewhat mild autopsy photograph of your mother's clothing?
Yes.
All right. And did you recognize the clothing that she was found in?
Yes.
And what was she wearing?
Pajamas.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I just have some questions for you. You testified that you went over to your mom's house basically every day leading up to her going missing?
Correct.
And how long had that been going on for?
Since October of 2020.
And you also testified that you lived there when you were younger as well?
Yes.
In the house. You personally observed yelling between Mr. Warner and Miss Warner?
Yes.
You'd classify your mom as a yeller?
Yes.
I think we just established that your mom, Miss Warner, was known to randomly leave for a day or two throughout the 15 years that she was married to Mr. Warner.
Yes.
And it was also common for her to say that she was done with her marriage.
Yes.
It wasn't surprising when she would say things like that to you.
No.
Would you often consider it just talk?
Yeah.
It was also common for her to say that she was done with her businesses as well.
No.
Ms. Saylor, I'm going to have you play for Ms. Bock GW OD 06 3418 to 3440, please. 18 to 3440. 3418 to 3440. Did you hear that?
I did, but that's not,
You told the police that your mother, Miss Warner, would commonly say that she was done with the marriages and done with the businesses.
done with the marriages.
You also said she was done with the businesses, and that's what she told your brother that day, and that was a common thing.
That's not exactly how it was meant.
That's what you said.
I mean, I guess if that's not exactly, she was commonly saying she was done with the marriage with Dale, but that was the first time I'd heard her say that she was going to sell the businesses.
Your mom suffered from chronic migraines,
Yes,
and she also had chronic neck pain.
yes.
I want to put a time frame on this common topic of bringing up divorce. In the months leading up to April 2021, that was frequently when she would talk about wanting a divorce, correct?
Before they even got married.
Okay, so it was
Yeah.
frequent all the time. Speaking of April, you testified on direct April 24th, 2021. You saw the Hummer in the back of your mother's house on Munger,
Yes,
and it was pulled up to the glass, sliding glass doors.
yes.
When you were driving on Munger Road, were you driving toward Carson Highway or away from Carson Highway?
Away from Carson Highway.
And when you were driving, was the Munger house on your right?
Yes.
When you saw the Hummer, was it when you were approaching the house, when you were in front of the house, when you were driving away? At what point did you see the Hummer back there?
As I was approaching the house.
Do you know where exactly you were in relation to the intersection of Carson Highway and Munger Road?
I guess it would be sort of in front of that big door that was in the same building as the office.
Okay, so you were outside the office building and the big garage door that Miss Wyse had mentioned?
Yeah, which is where the road is.
I want to move to April 25th. You went over around 9:30 a.m. to your mother's house,
Yes,
and you just walked right in. You didn't knock.
right.
That's something that you would typically do?
Yes,
The door was unlocked.
yes,
You couldn't find your mom, so you went back outside.
no,
After you were in the house, you were there for a certain amount of time. You eventually left the house.
right. Yes,
And so you went back outside, you went to your house.
yes,
And when you sat in your driveway, that's when you made the phone calls.
yes,
After you made those phone calls, then you went back to the office on Munger.
right.
When you got to the office, you just walked in.
Yes,
At that point, when you had gotten to the office, none of your siblings were there yet?
no,
The door, was it unlocked when you had walked in?
the trucker side office doors were unlocked more than the main office doors were unlocked. So yes,
And you used that door?
yes,
At some point after that, you also went back to your mother's house and looked around?
yes,
You walked around the property on the farm?
I did. Yes,
And when you had arrived to the Warner home on April 25th, you didn't see any stains on the couch?
no,
You didn't see any marks on the couch?
no,
You didn't see any stains or marks on the carpet?
No.
At one point, you were in the office with your brother, Zack, is that correct?
Yes.
And you looked at the camera surveillance videos.
Yes.
And you were able to view them because your brother, Zack, had access to the cameras?
Correct.
That day, April 25th, Mr. Warner was acting how he typically acts?
Yeah.
And he actually told you that Miss Warner would come back?
Yeah.
He thought she voluntarily left?
Yes.
And that's why he didn't feel the need to call the police or do anything at that point in time?
Correct.
To your knowledge, Mr. Warner would use the JCB that we saw in that photo to move trash around from place to place.
Correct.
And he would drive it to the office, he'd drive it to the house to collect the trash,
Yes.
and then he would dump it out in the back.
Yes.
Your mom, she liked attention. Would you agree?
Yeah.
And she was dramatic.
Yeah.
And she would overreact to situations.
Yep.
And I have no further questions.
So over the 15 years, the many times the topic of divorce came up, was there something different about this time, in your opinion?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay, what did you observe that made you feel this was different?
Because my mom is a reactor and she's going to yell and have an argument. But this time she was almost calm.
Nothing further.
I have nothing further.
She can be excused, Your Honor.
No objection, thank you.
Thank you. You are excused from your subpoena, so if you want to stay in the courtroom, you are able to do that.
Thank you.
You ready for me?
Yes.
Okay, the people would call Amy Alexander.
Ms. Alexander, before you sit down, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury. You need to say it louder than that.
Yes.
You can go ahead and have a seat. It is important that everyone be able to hear you, so I'll need you to keep your voice up as much as possible.
Okay.
Amy, can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Amy Jo Alexander, AMYJOALEXANDER.
Miss Alexander, did you know Dee Warner?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know her?
I had been with her brother-in-law since 2011.
Okay. And when you say brother-in-law, who is this?
Bill Warner.
And is that would be Dale's brother?
Correct.
All right. And so you also knew Dale Warner then, I'm assuming?
Correct.
All right. What was your relationship with Dee Warner?
We were good friends.
Okay. Did you guys talk often?
Yes.
How often would you talk?
Sometimes daily, sometimes every other day, sometimes a couple of weeks, depending on what our schedule was or her schedule was.
Okay. And in April of 2021, Dee had a 9-year-old daughter. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And you have a child a similar age. Is that
Yes.
accurate? All right. Were those kids close?
They were very close.
Okay. Did you guys often do things together?
Yes.
Did you ever observe any arguments and fighting between Dee and Dale?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did you observe Dale try to massage or otherwise touch Dee while they were arguing?
No.
In April of 2021, did there come a time when you had a conversation with Dee about keeping Lena for the night?
Yes, I did.
All right. And do you recall what night that was?
It was April 24th, 2021. That was on a Saturday.
All right. Did you talk to Dee that day?
I did.
Okay. Text message, face to face. How did you talk to her?
Text message at first. I don't remember if there was a phone call involved. And then I went over to their house and picked Angelina up.
All right. Do you remember what time you got to the Warner farm?
Seven something. I don't know the exact time. It would be on my text record because she had asked if I was close or something, and I said here.
If I show you your text record, would you remember what time it was?
Yes.
Hold on, don't.
Oh,
just,
okay.
Just. Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
All right. What time did you get there?
7:42.
All right. Who did you go to the house with?
My daughter and one of my daughter's little friends.
All right. Did you go inside the house when you got there to Dee's house?
No, I just stood on the deck out back.
Okay, so you got out of your vehicle, but you didn't go inside.
Correct.
All right. Did you talk to Dee?
Yes, I did.
All right. Tell me what observations you made of Dee.
I could tell she had been crying. She had like red blotchy spots on her neck. She always had her makeup like done perfectly, and I mean her face was just, eyes were puffy, swollen. I mean, you could just tell that she had been crying quite a bit.
Okay. When you said Dee always had her makeup done, can you describe to me what the typical Dee was like on a...
Oh, she was always dressed very nice, hair and makeup done, jewelry, everything. You know.
Did you ever see Dee leave the house in her pajamas?
No.
So she's crying, she's blotchy. Does Dee tell you what her plan for that night is?
She was going to talk to Dale, and she said she was done. She was going to sell the trucking company, and she was done, and she was going to tell him that she wanted a divorce.
Okay. Had Dee said this to you before?
Yes.
All right. How often do you think she said that?
A handful to a couple handfuls of times.
All right. Was there anything different about this time in your opinion?
Yes, she was. There was just something about her that was different.
And before you went to pick up Lena, did you have did Dee ask you to come pick her up, or how did that happen? How did it come about to where you came to pick up Lena?
The girls hadn't been together, and I don't know. They haven't seen they saw each other at school, but for like a week. And I said, well, why don't you just let her come over here and stay the night? Hazel is here, and she has one of her friends, and all three of the girls went to school together. Lena was a couple years older, but they all knew each other. And I'm like, they'll have fun.
Okay. Did you know at that point in time when you made the plan for Lena to come over that Dee was going to have a conversation with Dale?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And so whose idea was it to have Lena come over?
Mine.
Do you know if Dee was going to have Angelina stay somewhere else that night prior to you offering to keep her?
I don't know.
I have nothing further.
Good afternoon, Ms. Alexander. My name is Mary Chartier, and I have some questions for you this afternoon. So, ma'am, to confirm, it was your idea to have Angelina come to your house and spend the evening with your daughter Hazel and then one of Hazel's friends.
Correct.
And that wasn't unusual. It sounds like your daughter Hazel and Angelina were friends and they did fun things together.
They were very close, yes.
And they spent time at the Warners, correct?
Correct.
Hazel would also spend the night there sometimes?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
You arrived at, you indicated roughly 7:42 p.m. to pick up Angelina?
Yes.
Now, you had indicated that Ms. Warner, according to you, looked like she had been crying. She had a blotchy neck, right?
Correct.
In addition to what you testified to, Ms. Warner also told you that she had had a fight with a trucking employee named Terry.
Terry and Terry. Terry and Terry's wife, Terry.
So, sure. So I was getting to that, but thank you for the clarification. So she had an argument with Terry, the male who worked as a truck driver for the Warners, and then Terry, his wife, ex-wife, who's a female.
And Todd. I think Todd was involved, if I remember correct.
And that was troubling to her, right?
Yes.
She had indicated to you that she had been fighting with Mr. Warner about the circumstances with Todd and Terry?
I don't know what the circumstances were. She was going to screenshot some text messages to me later that evening, but they never came.
So I'm not asking you about the specific circumstances. I'm asking you, did Ms. Warner talk to you about one of the things that she was arguing with Mr. Warner about was the situation with Todd and Terry?
Yeah, but I don't know what it was about.
Thank you. And when you were getting the lead with your daughter, Mr. Warner arrived at the home.
Correct.
Earlier in the day, when you had been communicating with Ms. Warner, she indicated that she had a migraine.
I don't remember.
Would looking at a copy of your exam transcript where you testified, would that be helpful to help your memory?
Yes.
Page 106, Ms. Saylor. Thank you.
Okay.
Did that refresh your memory, ma'am?
Vaguely, yeah.
Ms. Warner had indicated to you that she had a migraine earlier that day.
Yeah,
Correct.
and if I remember correctly, she said that she had been.
No, so I'm going to just ask you to just answer my question if that's okay.
Okay.
So the question was just about the migraine.
Okay,
And that was accurate, your testimony when you provided that, correct?
correct.
Now, you testified that she'd indicated she wanted to get a divorce from Mr. Warner. She had said that to you previously, correct?
Correct.
And she'd also talked about not wanting to work so much, right?
I don't recall that.
So prior to April 24th, 2021, you don't remember her talking about not wanting to work so much? Would looking at a copy of your exam transcript where you testified under oath, would that help refresh your memory?
Would hope, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Saylor.
Can you let me know what page you're going to?
107. And if you start maybe at the bottom of 106, that might help put it into context. Ms. Alexander, did that refresh your memory?
Vaguely.
And there were several times at least that Ms. Warner had indicated to you that she wanted to stop working too much or working so much.
She did want to spend time with her grandchildren, yes.
Thank you. Now, you indicated that you, in April of 2021, had known Ms. Warner for roughly 11 years.
I've been in the family since 2011, yes.
And so that would have been maybe about 10 years at the time.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, you have to answer audibly
Sorry,
for the,
yes.
everybody does that. Everybody does that. And sometimes you would have to take what Ms. Warner told you with a grain of salt, correct?
Sometimes.
And you also would know that sometimes Ms. Warner would leave her house for a few days during the course of her marriage with Mr. Warner.
Yes.
When you observed arguments between Mr. and Mrs. Warner, they were only verbal that you saw, correct?
Correct.
You did hear Ms. Warner yelling, but you did not hear Mr. Warner yelling back, right?
Correct.
I have no additional questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Mhm.
All right. You indicated sometimes Dee would leave for a day or two, and that was kind of a common occurrence through her marriage, correct?
Correct.
And how often would you call or text Dee?
Sometimes daily.
All right.
Sometimes
And did,
multiple times a day.
were there times that she just didn't respond to you?
No.
All right.
She would always respond.
All right. And do you know from your personal knowledge, if any of these times that she would leave the home for a day or two, did she still stay in contact with you?
Sometimes.
You indicated that you picked up Lena to spend the night with Hazel, and did you say you couldn't recall if Dee had other plans for her that night, or what was your response to that?
Objection, it exceeds the scope of cross. I didn't ask about that.
She did ask about Lena, her picking up Lena that night and how it was her idea.
But I didn't ask if she had other plans. So thank you.
It's not exactly there, but it's within the scope of what you asked. It's the same basic topic, so I would agree with that objection.
Thank you. Ma'am, if I show you your conversation with Miss Warner that night, would that help you remember what the plan for Lena was?
Yes. So Cal.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And did Miss Warner have a plan for Lena that night?
She said she was gonna call Cal.
Okay, and that's when you offered to pick her up?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. After April 24th, 2021, did you ever talk to Dee Warner again?
No.
Thank you.
Nothing additional, thank you.
Can we excuse Ms. Alexander from
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Alexander. You are all set. Your excuse for your subpoena, so if you want to stay in court, you can do that. All right, why don't we take about a 10-minute break, give people a chance to stretch, and we'll come back and proceed.
And we're back. Look at here. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, or sorry, that's Drew Yor, 6'7", squeezed himself in a safe for some reason. I'll just skip to the next day unless they do anything here. Ooh. I doubt it. It seems I'll just skip a little more. No audio. Let's do this. Yeah, there's a lot more going on. Like just this whole trucking company and those, like, is that true? But the Mexicans growing marijuana and hiding it under the cabbage, and then the trucking companies delivering stuff to Indiana. Like, is it anything to do with the precursor meth stuff in the tanks? Is it just all like, I'm not saying there's evidence of that. I'm just seems to be a lot more involved this time, understanding the people. I don't have it muted, so.
Off record, it's my understanding that they have agreed, because of the next witness, that this is kind of a logical breaking point for today, so that we will adjourn for the remainder of the day and continue tomorrow morning. Is that accurate, Ms. Watson?
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's correct,
We
Shibby.
can bring the jury in, and I will release them for today.
So it's sometime today the jury got doxxed and he flipped out. Like the camera guy showed the jurors on film and the judge flipped out. So that's why it's hard to find days 1 and 2. But day 3, everything after day 3 is very easy to get. I'll just speed it up a bit. I doubt anything's going to happen here. Oh, they stand up. The jury comes back in. It's on 2x. Sorry. 2x. This video has a few minutes left. Might be something. Is this where he yells at people for the cameraman? Maybe. Let's see.
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are at a point today where it's kind of a logical breaking point between witnesses, and I'm told that we are a little bit ahead of schedule. So what we're going to do is adjourn for the remainder of the day. We will resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So again, just like today. And before I release you for the day, I will read you the publicity instruction one more time. So during this trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and lawyers must be able to examine them, or cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. So thank you for your time today, and we will resume tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Thank you, young man. And up next is Zach Bock. Going to be all day with super long one with Zack. At least 3 hours of Zack, I think. Now knowing that Zack was taking money, and his boyfriend, Ivan Boyd at the time, is now leaving the farm after Dee went missing, and then now he's back, and he's Zach about to inherit.
Is there anything else we need to address outside the presence of the jury at this point?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. That court will be in recess.
And he's going to inherit, and they're all going to divvy up the life insurance and inheritance. And Ivan Boyd is the one on video teleporting all over the place, putting garbage in the JCB bed, the bucket, taking it from the work truck when he's not even working that day. He's working with his brother in the garage, and then whoever jumps back in that JCB is the one who's allegedly, she says, dumps the Ivan's garbage and the white stuff on the pile.
I'm just telling you, don't think that I'm picking that up.
It's too heavy.
Any hot mic moments?
Oh, good.
Hot mics.
Thank you.
This little guy, Peep Squeak. He handles the short people, this guy. This guy has awesome vision. Look at, he's got binoculars on. I'm okay. I'll just go ahead. It seems to be pretty much done. This guy never says anything the whole trial, Got two boss ladies, and he's probably fetching coffee for them and stuff. Good job, ladies. This guy's fetching coffee for them and printing off. Yep, he's their little helper. Little right hand man. Dale is walking out. Haven't seen her before. Oh, is this one? No, that's a court reporter, obviously. She's probably got headphones on. And they muted it. That's about it. Here we go. I got this on a playlist. Oh, did I not reload? Oh, I've been adding stuff to this playlist. You dodo brain. Oh, I thought it would just start fresh because I've been adding stuff. But I'm horrible. So wait, we need this. Zack is on this one. Okay, let me see. Yeah, definitely. It's got volume.
Apologize for the delay. Starting this morning, we had some issues unrelated to the case to attend to, and a couple of things related to the case that needed to be addressed off the record. The first of which is that this morning the court became aware of a concern raised by a juror that they had been caught on the camera yesterday and expressed that concern to the bailiff based on a discussion with counsel and agreement of the parties. We resolved that by individually questioning each juror about whether they had any concerns about their continued service or how the trial is being run. None of the jurors expressed any concern about continuing to serve as jurors in this case, and all were willing to proceed. First, let me ask the attorneys if they believe that's a fair and accurate representation of that issue.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, anything else that you'd like to fill in that I missed that you believe is necessary to create an appropriate record?
No, thank you.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. The second is that my understanding is that the parties have been through a number of exhibits and have some additional stipulations with respect to admissibility to place on the record.
That's correct, Your Honor. I believe we would be stipulating to exhibit 74, 78, and 79, 81, 82, 83, 84, and 85. 209, 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, 215, 216, 217, 218,
I sped it up
and 260.
just
And I
until they're
believe,
done reading this.
219, we are
Sorry.
stipulating that with a caveat or
Yes, I placed my objection, or I'd like to place my objection on the record. We discussed it in chambers for 219, approximately at 15:13:12 to 15:14:27. We had asked that that be redacted because it involves hearsay. Court issued a ruling that it's needed for context. And so we proposed a possible jury instruction that I believe the court is going to be giving it as it relates to that. But given that objection has been resolved and not in our favor, that is part of the record. So we don't require the government to lay a foundation for that video.
Okay.
And I would just indicate, Your Honor, the stipulation, there are numerous body cams, hundreds of hours, and so we stipulated to what we believed were admissible and relevant to this case, Your Honor.
Yes, we examined all the body cameras that were proposed by the government for essentially muster issues, addressed those with the government back and forth for a number of weeks, and that has led to the stipulations articulated by Ms. Wyse.
Okay. And just for clarity's sake, so I understand, in addition to stipulating on the things that are coming in, you're also in agreement on what is being left out.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else we need to address for the record then before we bring our jury?
No, thank you.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Waiting for the jury. You'll see them jump up any second. They're pretty quick at this. They don't mess around. They come in. I got 2x speed, exchanging niceties. At least the professional decorum. They don't hate each other and they're not at each other's throats, the prosecution and defense. I mean, the judge isn't a jerk. He seems reasonable. So much nicer to see a fair trial, except for the gobbledygook she presents. The state, that whole video, the jury saw that video that she put together and found this guy guilty after watching the 641 tree branch. 642 supposedly walks in and puts a welder there. 643 walks away from the welder. Don't show any of it. That was really weird. Ivan Boyd teleporting all over the place with garbage. Dale gets out of the JCB and never gets back in. The JCB supposedly puts the garbage on the pile, the burn pile. Therefore, that person did the tank. Yet they never show Dale get back in it for some reason. It's there on video. The defense needs to ask for that. What the hell? I mean, if he did it, it's nothing like they said it. And I wouldn't put it, I don't know. It's not that I can't see him being the one. Just the state has left me with so many questions. They almost let this guy off. They're unnecessarily strict timeline. Because it could happen any which way, but no way it happened this way.
The people would call Zach Bock.
Zachary Bock, coming on down. You with the next contestant. I will be quiet now. Let's do this. Like 3 hours solid, so enjoy. I'm here. Let me know what you want to do. Zachary Bock. Skimming money. His boyfriend, Ivan Boyd, disappears and not
Good morning, Mr. Bock.
leaves
Before you sit
after
down, I'll ask you to raise your
D.
hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
I do.
Okay. can go ahead and sit down. Please try to keep your voice up so that we can all hear you.
Good morning. Can you state your full name and spell it for the record?
Zachary Christopher Bock, Zackery, Christopher Bock.
Okay, thank you. How did you know Dee Warner?
Dee was my mom.
How close were you with your mom?
Extremely close. We talked, saw each other just about every day.
All right. Explain that to me. How did you talk to her?
We'd talk through text message, phone call, Snapchat, or we'd see each other in person.
All right. How often did you see each other in person?
I worked for her, so I worked there at the farm. So I typically saw her Monday through Friday,
All right.
sometimes on the weekends as well.
All right. Did you know Dale?
I did,
All right. And that would be your stepdad?
yes.
All right. What was your relationship with him like?
My mom's partner.
Okay. And you said you worked at the business. Which business did you work for?
All three.
All right. So
I was paid out of one, but I did work for all three companies.
which business were you paid out of?
DDW Investments.
All right. Tell me about, you said there's three businesses. What are the businesses?
There's DDW Investments, which was the trucking company. Wareg Farms, which was the farm operating company that farmed ground, corn, beans, that type of thing. And then there was Wareg Farm Services, which was the chemical fertilizer company that was selling products to third parties, other farmers.
Okay. And the Warag Farms, that farmed land?
Yes,
All right. And how many acres of land approximately?
roughly 3,000.
All right. Are these the land that's being farmed, is this owned or leased?
Both.
Okay. And what about Warag Services? What did they do?
Wareg Farm Services was the chemical fertilizer company. So that was buying the chemicals or fertilizer from the supplier, turning around and selling them to other farmers and using for themselves as well.
Okay. And DDW Trucking, where did they do business?
As far as like location,
Trucking. Yep. Where did they truck?
All over the place. There was trucks that went in and out of Canada. There was trucks in Illinois, kind of all over, I'd say a couple of states surrounding the state of Michigan.
All right.
It wasn't like they were going to California or anything like that, but
Okay. How many employees between the businesses were working on the farm?
for just the farm or
For all the businesses?
all the businesses together?
Correct. So let me clarify. Good question. The farm, so you said you worked for your mom every day. Was that business located on the farm?
Yeah, all three businesses operated out of the same office.
Okay. And so how many employees between all three companies were there?
Less than 20.
Okay. Tell me in April of 2021 who the major trucking employees were.
Each name?
If you can remember the trucking employees that you dealt with on a regular basis.
There was Todd, Terry, Mark, Kelly, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the rest.
Okay. What about the farming business? Who were the employees for farms that you saw on a regular basis and you dealt with in April of 2021?
There was Ivan, Jim, Jaren, Stephanie. She worked in the office with me, and Dale.
Okay.
There was some random other people that might come in for helping with certain things, but
Okay. When you say Ivan, is that Ivan Boyd?
yes,
And Jim, do you know his last name?
Hawkins,
Okay. And Jaren,
Warner.
did you know a Jason Gravel?
The name sounds familiar, but I I can't say that for sure.
Not somebody you would have interacted with every day?
No, I didn't really interact with a lot of the people that worked there. I mainly was in the office. I dealt with them, maybe communicated over the phone, but most of even the truckers were actually handled by Stephanie.
Okay. And Stephanie, did she work in the office with you?
She did.
All right. How long did Stephanie work there?
We both started there about the same time. I had worked there when I was in high school, but had left and was doing my own stuff. And then when my mom and Dale had fired Mark Weisberg, I came back. I want to say it was about 2017.
Okay. So you and Stephanie both started around 2017?
Yes.
All right.
Probably within about a month of each other.
Did your mom employ any housekeepers?
Several.
Okay. What about in 2021?
The one that I knew mostly was Maddie Wolf.
Okay. Did you know if your mom took in any foreign exchange students at any point in time?
She did. Her name was, and we called her Jade. How her actual name is pronounced, I don't know, but she was from Italy.
Okay. What year was that, if you recall?
Probably 2015, 16, somewhere around there.
Okay. So I believe you indicated you were with your mom just about every day. Do you know what her habit was with her phone? As far as keeping it with her, putting it, not having
Attached
it?
to her hand? Yes.
All right. Were there times that you attempted to call her? Excuse me. That's okay. Were there times you ever called or texted your mom that she didn't respond to you?
The only time that she's never responded to me was when she was killed.
Okay. What about her keys for her Cadillac? Do you know what she did with those?
They were typically in her pocket.
All right. And do you know if she kept that Cadillac locked?
Usually it was locked, yes.
Okay. And do you know what was kept inside the Cadillac?
So mom carried her phone case was her, I'm going to say day-to-day wallet. It had a little flap that opened up to protect the screen. And you could put like your driver's license, your credit card and stuff like that kind of right inside of it. But she also had like a small purse. I think it's called a clutch.
Okay.
She had a bigger purse that was like an actual bag, but she very rarely, I think the only time she would typically use that really big purse was like a Black Friday sale when her, my sisters, my aunts, they would go shopping.
Okay.
But typically she only used her wallet that was attached to her phone and then that little clutch purse thing that was usually left in her car.
Okay. With you being around the day-to-day activities on the Warner property, on the farm there, did you observe your mom and Dale fighting?
Just about every day.
Okay. Do you know the basic topic of the arguments?
Typically the fights were related to money and something related to one of the businesses.
Okay. When was the last time that you talked to your mom? Whether in person, phone?
The Saturday before. So I think that's the 24th.
Okay. Where'd you see her at or talk to her? How'd you talk to her?
I briefly seen her, I think it was Saturday morning at my sister Amber's. I had kind of just swung by and I think maybe had a cup of coffee and my mom was coming to pick up Lena, and about the same time that mom had gotten there was about the same time I was leaving. So I might have said hi. But throughout the rest of the day I had talked with her. We were texting back and forth. She was having some issues with two of the truckers. And then we were also talking about a friend of ours, a friend of mine and a friend of hers had passed away.
Okay. And does your mom at any point in time tell you that she has any kind of plan for that night?
Yes, she was done with everything. She didn't want to do the trucking company anymore. She didn't want to be with Dale anymore. She wanted to sell everything and be done.
All right.
One point during the text conversation, she said, I'll sign it all over to you and you can deal with it. I'm done.
Okay. And how long have you been as close as you were to your mom in 2021? How long were you guys that close?
We had always been really close. I had started working originally for the farm when I was still in high school in like 2009, I believe.
Okay.
And had kind of worked on and off whenever they needed somebody else. I was there.
Okay. Had you heard her say that she wanted to do those things before?
Leave Dale and sell everything? Yes.
Okay. So after she says, I'm going to have a conversation with Dale later, do you text her, call her, anything later that night?
We had continued to text most of the evening.
Okay.
She was telling me about the fight and what the employee had said to her.
All right. Approximately what is the last time that you get a text message from your mom, if you can recall?
7 or 8 o'clock.
At 9 p.m.?
Night.
All right. Some point on Sunday, do you come over to the farm?
Yes, my sister Raquel I don't remember if she had called me or texted me. I believe she had called me that morning and asked if I knew where mom was. She said that both of her cars were at home and she couldn't find mom anywhere.
Okay.
And asked if I knew where she was. And I said, no, I'll text her and then I'll come on over.
Okay.
So I got off the phone with her and tried to call mom. It went straight to voicemail. And then I think I had sent her a couple of text messages and was just starting a conversation. I think the first one was something like, how was your night, or how you doing today, or something like that.
Okay. So
but nothing ever went through.
All right. During the course of your mom's marriage to Dale, do you know if she would leave for a day or two?
Yeah.
All right. Where would she typically go?
Typically, she came to my house.
Okay.
She came to Amber's house, I know, a couple of times. She's gone to my Aunt Shelley and Uncle Greg's house a couple of times.
Okay. So it wouldn't be uncommon for her to show up at your house?
No.
Okay. How long would she typically stay?
Day, maybe 2.
And so then your sister Rikkell calls you. What do you do after you talk to her?
So I think I went and took a shower and got in the car and went to my mom's house.
Okay. What'd you do when you got to the house?
I first went down to the office. I remember seeing my mom's Hummer sitting there, which was a little weird because she had been driving the Cadillac mostly. And then I went into the office, kind of just ran through, I guess, all of the rooms that were there, looking to see if I could see mom or anything, if mom had been there. And then walked back out of the office, walked up towards where Terry, the truck driver that mom was in the argument and fight with the night before, was supposed to come clean his truck out. So I went up to check to see if Terry had cleaned his semi-truck out.
Okay.
Climbed up the little ladder, opened the door to the truck. The truck was still full of belongings. Got back down, started to walk back up towards the house, and that's when Dale came up to me somewhere in the driveway and asked if I knew where mom was, if I knew where she was going to be, anything. And I said no, and we both proceeded to walk back down to the office.
Okay, I'm going to stop you. So when you first get to the Munger property and go to the office, is there anybody on the property with you?
When I first walked through the office, there's people on the property, but nobody's like walking with me, no.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, was Dale there when you got there?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you know if he got there at any point after you arrived, or you're not?
I don't know.
Okay.
The first actual time that I saw Dale was when we met in that driveway, right after I had looked at the semi-truck.
Okay. And then you both walked down to the office together?
Correct.
What do you do when you get down to the office?
As soon as we walk in the office door, we take a right. I was going to go look at the server room, which is on the back this back little hallway thing next to the bathroom, and Dale started to walk into the next door, which was his office. So as I took a left to go down the hallway towards the server room and the bathroom, Dale was standing in his doorway. And before I got to the server room, all I hear was, am I allowed to swear?
Say what happened.
Oh, fuck. And I turned around and Dale's standing there holding my mom's wedding ring in his hand in the doorway.
Okay.
And so then from there, I walked back around over to my mom's desk where her computer is connected to the camera system. So instead of looking at it on my phone, I can look at it on the big screen. And I started to get on the cameras to see, well, if Dale's holding her wedding ring, she came into the office at some point. So maybe I can see her on the cameras and what time that might have been.
Okay. So did you start looking at the camera systems?
I did. And I stayed in the office trying to look on the camera system for a little while. I couldn't tell you exactly how long. But the whole time Dale stayed right here.
Was it the whole time, or was he in and out, or?
Whenever he was right next to me, he was right here.
Okay.
He would go walk over to his office. He walked in and out of the office building itself multiple times. He kept saying, oh, I'm going to go back to work. I'm going to go over and do this. But then he never did. He'd come right back in.
Okay. And at this point in time, when you're looking at cameras and Dale's in and out, who else is in the office with you?
At some point, my sister, my aunt, and my brother, my sister Rikkell, had all come into the office. At some point, I believe Raquel's boyfriend, Dustin, had actually also come in there, I believe.
Okay. And how long did you stay at the office looking at cameras?
I couldn't tell you an exact amount of time.
All right. What'd you do after you were done looking at the cameras?
So at the rest of that day, I had gone through and I went and drove to look at the other properties that they owned that had structures on them. So like there's a house around the corner that used to be rented to Stephanie that we were selling at the time, and I had it for sale. So I thought, well, she walked somewhere, her cars are here. Maybe she walked and is staying in that house. So I drove up to that house, opened it up. Nobody was inside. I drove over to the Cedar Point property in Onstead to see if maybe she was there somewhere hiding out. I went back to my own house. She had a code to be able to use the front door, figuring, well, maybe somebody picked her up and they went to breakfast and now she's back at my house hiding out. She wasn't there. I came back to the farm once again I think I just drove by or drove through, or maybe I talked to my sisters. But then I had proceeded to then go to Britain to the grain bin setup. See if there was any sign of her there. When I couldn't find her anywhere, when I was leaving Britain on my way back through in Tecumseh, I called a friend of ours, Officer Paul Wolf, for the Tecumseh Police Department.
Okay. And based on that conversation, what did you do next?
I told him what was happening, what I was feeling like, and he said, then you guys need to call the state police.
Okay.
So I got off the phone with him. I called my siblings. I said, hey, this is what Paul said. Can we meet at my house? And we're going to call someone.
All right. Now, prior to leaving the Munger farm, did you have a conversation with Dale, or were you part of a conversation with Dale about potentially calling the police earlier?
I think when we were all in the office and I was still looking at the computer or at the camera stuff on the computer, that had been brought up a couple of times.
Okay. And do you know what his response to that was?
If we haven't heard from her the next day or so, we'll give him a call.
Just so you know, Dale accused him of deleting videos because Dale didn't have access to it. So if the videos went missing, would it be him?
Okay. All right. So you get off the phone with Officer Wolf and you make contact with police?
I made contact with my siblings first. My sister Rikkell and my brother TJ and I all met up at my house. And we Googled the state police number. It sent us to a dispatch. The dispatch sent us to the sheriff's department. The sheriff's department said that they would send out a deputy. And I think it was, I can't remember his first name, but Deputy Hall.
Okay. And did you in fact give him a statement?
We did.
All right. And the following day, well, let me back up. Did you have any further conversations with Dale when you were at the farm?
After we had called the
Before you called the police, while you were there, and he was in and out of the office, did you have any further conversations with him on the Munger property?
not that I can recall.
Okay. All right. So when's the next time you come back to the Munger property?
The next morning.
Okay. What time?
I don't know the exact time. It would have been the morning, like starting a regular work day.
So Monday
probably
morning.
somewhere around 9 a.m.
Okay. And what'd you do when you got there?
Usually the first thing that I would do in the mornings was always check the credit card, the company credit card, to both make sure that the truck drivers were able to keep operating and getting fuel and everything off of that card, but also to check to see if there had been any usage on my mom's cards.
Okay. And did you notice anything?
No.
At some point during that day, did you have contact with a detective?
At some point that day, the sheriff detective Greca had reached out to me, called me, and we met up. I had told him that I was planning on going to TLC, our bank, my mom and I's bank. And I was going to see if I could get anybody at TLC to tell me if there had been any activity on my mom's bank account.
Okay. And did you, in fact, meet with Detective Greca at
We did. We
TLC?
met at the Tecumseh branch.
All right. And did you learn if were these accounts that you shared with your mom?
No. Well, my mom and I had a shared account, but my mom had her own personal accounts as well. And then there was a business account there.
Okay.
I was trying to see if TLC would tell me anything about her personal account, not the joint account. The joint account I had access to.
Okay. And did you find anything?
They wouldn't tell us. They told us no, there wasn't any activity on the card or on her cards or her accounts.
Okay. And once you left the bank, what did you do after that?
Detective Greca and I drove separately, but we went back to the farm. He wanted to talk with Dale, so I took him to the farm. When we pulled into the back of the house and we're standing on the back deck. I went into the house to see if Dale was inside, and then I looked out back and you could see Dale in one of the piece of tillage equipment working in the field. So I called him and said there was a detective here that wanted to talk to him, and Dale came up and spoke with him. When Dale got there, I left.
And you left at that point. Okay.
Yes.
So I kind of forgot to ask you about this big piece. So at some point in time, you lived on the Warner farm at your mom's house?
Several times.
All right. And did you have a bedroom?
I did.
And did you have what was
Shared
in
a
the bedroom?
safe.
Bed,
A safe.
dresser,
A safe.
a safe,
All right. And what was
clothes.
what was the
The
purpose of the
bears.
safe? Was that just yours or?
My mom had
No.
bought it for me with the intention of her using it.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So did you both share it, or how did that work?
Kind of. I put what I considered important documents in there, like my birth certificate and my passport that I had. I had put those in there, and mom was putting cash and whatever other things that she wanted to save.
Did you take any cash from
Okay.
there?
And to your knowledge, did anybody else have access to that safe?
Just my mom and I.
All right. Here, I'm going to approach the witness with People's Proposed Exhibit 23. So I showed you a photograph of a safe. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that similar to the safe that you owned?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. apologize. I thought you were, I'm good.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking to Mr. McCreedy.
Yes, I am.
He told me. Good morning, Mr. Bock. I just have a few questions for you today. So you said you had lived at the Munger property with Mr. and Ms. Warner, your mom?
Yes.
About how long did that happen?
There were several times that I had, I was in high school, I lived there. I had moved out, and then at some point, probably in, I think it was 2013, 2014, I moved back in. And then again, probably 2017 to 2019, somewhere in there.
So for a number of years, you indicated that you saw fights between your mom and Mr. Warner, and I'm assuming like verbal fights or disagreements, things like that.
Yes.
Would your mom raise her voice at Mr. Warner?
They would raise the voice at each other all the time. Yes.
So raised voices with the two of them verbally arguing. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Was that for pretty much the entirety of the time that you had lived there, or was that a more recent thing?
Most of the time that I lived there, I can't actually remember a time that I never didn't hear them fight. The fights definitely got more frequent later, but I think they always had kind of fought.
Okay. So from the start of the relationship, from what you remember, there were verbal arguments and disagreements.
Yes.
Now, when you lived at Munger, did you have, or even when you didn't live there, did you have a key, or was that door locked and you were able to come in?
I had a key, but the doors were never locked. I had a key when, after my mom and Dale had Lena, about every March when Lena's birthday was, they would take Lena down to Florida, and they were usually gone for an extended period of time. And I was the one that would watch the house. So mom had given me a key. It actually happened to be the same key for the office.
When they would go for an extended period of time, would they lock the house, or would it be open?
Sometimes they lock it. Sometimes they lock all the doors except for this one door.
And when you would go into the Munger house, just in general, so you're going over to see your mom, would you walk in or would the door be locked?
I just walked in.
When you worked for the companies that you indicated, your job was in finance, is that accurate? So bookkeeping, paying bills, invoices, things like that?
Yes.
Now, did that include paying all the bills, or did you split that with, you referred to her as Stephanie, that's Stephanie Vocal, correct?
Correct.
Did you split that with Stephanie?
Typically, I paid most of the bills, but if I wasn't there and they needed to pay a bill, then Stephanie would pay it.
Did that include things like credit cards, OnStar, car payments, things like that, or was it strictly what we would consider business, so trucking, grain, that kind of stuff?
Both. So we would pay on the credit cards. Mom and Dale had their own personal bank accounts, and personal checks. So those ones that I would say were handwritten checks from their personal accounts, they would pay those themselves. But if it was pertaining to anything with the businesses, then typically we paid it. A lot of their personal expenses were also paid for with business credit cards. So like the OnStar, for instance, I believe was paid for with one of the credit cards.
The business credit cards?
Yes.
And then is this fair to say that your mom essentially would handle a lot of the office staff work and Mr. Warner would handle things that were going on outside of the office? So farming, the chemical company, things like that.
Correct. My mom would handle a lot of the customer stuff for the chemical fertilizer side of things, but Dale did as well.
So your mom would be,
the actual like farming day to day, getting in a tractor, that was all Dale. Working with those employees, that was typically all Dale.
That's what I was just going to ask.
Yes.
So if a customer came in or called, that might be your mom. But if it was, plowing a field or planting, that would be Mr. Warner. Is that accurate?
Correct. My mom did. There was many times growing up that my mom was in a combine or in a piece of equipment driving and doing field work type things. But towards the end there, no.
So
that was all Dale.
she knew how to do it, but
She knew
didn't do it.
how, but that was not where she wanted to be.
And she also, did she grow up on a farm to your
She did.
knowledge? And I was with cattle too. Is that something that
She
your mom
did.
was interested in?
Yep, she was very involved in the 4-H kids, and we had cows growing up, I think, my whole life.
You had talked about your mom would keep her purse in the car. Is it fair to say your mom would have also cash stuffed in the car as well?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your mom had money stuffed everywhere?
Yes.
Okay, 'cause that based on prior testimony, you had indicated that. So she'd have it like kind of squirreled away in pockets in the car and clutch and purse and all those sorts of things.
Yes.
And you indicated that it was not surprising to you when your mom would say, or when she did say she wanted to divorce Mr. Warner or leave Mr. Warner, leave the businesses, things like that, because she had said those things before.
Yes.
And had that been going on for a while?
It had become significantly worse the last couple of years. I would say somewhere between 2015 until 2021. It had gotten significantly worse.
And correct me if I'm wrong, would she say it on one day and then 2 days later she would have a different plan? Or
I think the plan was always there, but I think there was always something in her trying to make it work. I know there was always a big fear of.
I'm going to stop you right there, though, only because that goes far afield of my question.
Oh,
so,
sorry.
Okay, that's okay. So would the plan change? And if you don't know, it's okay to say no.
I couldn't answer that, no.
Okay. So let me ask you this. If she would say, for instance, on a Monday that she would want to leave, it sounds like for years she would say that, but she wouldn't leave, except for short periods of time. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you indicated that your mom would leave the house for a day or two, and that was a regular occurrence.
Define regular.
Sure. I guess so. It wasn't surprising to you when she would show up at your house and want to stay there for a day or two?
Well, I mean, it was always a surprise, but I mean, it was one of those things that when it happened, I wasn't like, oh, what are you doing here? It was, oh, okay, hi.
Come on
and
in.
Continue about the day.
Okay. And I guess when I say regular occurrence, I should ask you, in a year's time, how many times do you think she did that?
In a year's time, 10.
And is that pretty much on average, you think?
There would be, I mean, there was times that it was more, there was times that it was less.
Did your mom, you talked about an issue that she had been having with employee, is that accurate?
Yes.
Was that common or uncommon for your mom to have that kind of an issue with a staff member?
To the extent of what this fight was uncommon. She definitely would get into it with the employees about certain things sometimes, but nothing like what this one was. This one was very different.
What about, so she had conflict with Mr. Warner, she had conflict with staff. Again, the last one was more significant. What about other family members? Any conflicts there? Or?
I mean, she'd get into fights with, I think, just about anybody. Mom stood up for what she believed in. And if your opinion was different than hers, then sometimes that wasn't gonna, she was gonna have her opinion and you were gonna hear it.
She'd let you know, it sounds like?
She'd let you know.
Okay. In a raised voice, it sounds a little bit?
It could be.
Now, on April 25th, 2021, you indicated that when you arrived, the Hummer you said was in front of the office.
Correct.
Did you use your key to enter the office?
I can't remember if I used my key or if the office was open.
Then correct me if I'm wrong. So, Ms. Saylor, can you put up Exhibit A? And then can you call out or point to where the office is? So, see, it looks like there's like almost like a barn, which is, and then the two doors. Is that where the office is?
Correct. So the right there in the middle of that stretch of barn is the main office door. The door all the way to the right would be going into Todd's office. So I enter through that middle door.
And you don't recall if that door was unlocked or locked?
I can't. I had a key. I could have used my key, but to tell you right now, if I used it, I couldn't tell you.
And I know we're going back almost 5 years. So then you said you went to outside of Terry Nayrink's truck?
Correct.
And you ultimately went inside just to see if his belongings were there. Where was that truck parked?
So that the behind the house, the barn that's directly behind the house there.
I don't want to interrupt, but for a minute, is that the fertilizer barn?
That would be the dry fertilizer barn.
Okay,
yes.
the dry fertilizer barn. Can you zoom in on that, Ms. Saylor?
So to the left of that barn there, you can see a semi-trailer, just the trailer. His truck was essentially parked right there.
And then that's where you went and took a look and you ran into Mr. Warner.
I ran into Mr. Warner there's a concrete slab that is right in front of the barn, I guess I'd say. And that's where I ran into Dale.
So when you were outside looking at Mr. Nayrink's truck, did you hear the sprayer in the background?
I don't recall.
Would looking at a copy of your preliminary examination transcript help refresh your memory?
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Saylor, would you go to page 44, please? Did that refresh your memory, Mr. Bock?
Yes.
Thank you. So did you hear the sprayer when you were at Mr. Nayrink's truck?
To tell you today, I can't tell you that. At the time, I very well could have. But once again, telling you that today, that was 5 years ago.
You don't dispute that. You testified under oath that you did hear it, though, correct?
I don't dispute that.
And just to be clear, the sprayer is a piece of farm equipment.
Yes.
Pretty big green color.
Yes.
And then it sprays, for some people who didn't grow up on a farm, it sprays chemicals and fertilizer and things like that.
Yes.
Does it have a distinctive sound?
It almost has like a humming sound to it.
A sound that you recognized having
Yes.
sort of grown up on the farm?
Yep.
Thank you. Now, when you saw ultimately Mr. Warner, he asked you if you really didn't know where your mom is, correct?
Correct.
I have no additional questions. Thank you.
So you were asked if it was common for your mom to take off for a night or two, correct?
Yes.
Had you ever called 911 or called the police to report your mom missing prior to the 25th of April 2021?
No, never.
Okay. And have you talked to your mom since April 24th, 2021?
No.
Okay. You talked about your mom was expressing her frustration with this employee situation at the business on Friday night, Saturday night. Which one was it?
So if the 25th was the Sunday, then the 24th.
The 24th. Okay. And was the fight about an employee, or was it about the way Dale was responding to Dee that angered her?
Objection calls for hearsay unless Mr. Bock was present for the argument.
If you know.
So the fight with the employee was actually about
Wait.
We need to establish a foundation before he's going to testify.
Yeah, okay. Were you present for any of the fight?
No.
Okay, all right. When you were on the farm on the 25th, where were you at when Dale asked you if your mom was really at your house?
We were standing on that concrete pad in front of that barn.
Okay, so that was almost immediately that you were asked that.
Yes.
All right. And during this conversation, did you ask Dale if he looked in the caddy at all?
I can't recall exactly what all we had talked about. There was a couple of questions that he had asked me. One, if I knew where mom was and everything when we were standing there on that concrete slab. I hadn't been in the house, but whatever reason, we had said something that made me want to go to the office.
Okay.
That's why I had gone to the office rather than walking into the house. So the both of us had actually walked down to the office together.
Okay.
I mean, not, side by side, but he was right behind me and we walked into the office together at the same time.
Do you remember if at the office or when you guys met out on that concrete pad, did you guys talk about money taken from the safe?
There was a conversation about money taken from the safe. I believe it would have been about that same time because the only time that we had talked otherwise was inside the office, and that was about the ring.
Okay. And what did Dale tell you?
That there was a bunch of money taken from the safe inside the house.
Okay. And did he give you an amount?
He did, but I can't recall the exact number. It was a big number because I remember being very upset about the fact that they had as much money in the safe in the house that they did when I was struggling to be able to pay the bills for the company.
Okay. When you say big number,
I don't know if he told me 100,000, but 100,000 is the number that's coming to mind.
okay. All right. I have nothing further.
Nothing additional, thank you.
Council approval, please.
Yes.
And we're having a little powwow here. Drinks later. Yes. I'm free. What are you up to? Yeah. And so Dale had said 80 grand because there was 20 left over or something. So it sounds about right. I thought he said it was him that took it, though. It doesn't sound like it.
All right, we did get two questions from the jury. I have reviewed those with counsel. It's my understanding that counsel has a little bit of agreement with,
Actually, let me.
asking for what those questions.
Sorry.
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bock, so the first.
Sorry. Let me correct myself. Sounded like he wasn't talking about the safe that was in their room. It was their safe, a different safe, right? Because then he said he was mad because they're trying to pay the bills for the company and they had money in that other safe. So, so it doesn't like Zack had access to that one. So,
First question is, any animosity between Dale and Zack before Dee went missing?
Yes.
The second question is, how was the relationship between Dale and Zack prior to Dee missing?
We spoke about work-related things, and that was it.
All right, Ms. Wyse, any further questions for Mr. Bock based on those questions?
Yes. You indicated that there was some tension between you and Dale after your mom went missing.
Yes.
Wasn't the question before?
It was both.
So the first question was, any animosity between Dale and Zack before Dee went missing? The second question was, how was the relationship between Dale and Zack prior to Dee missing?
Oh, I apologize. I thought one was after. Okay, I have nothing further on.
I have nothing, thank you.
Okay. Are there any?
Good catch on the defense. Yeah, she tried to slip that one by. Sure, you didn't know. Good try though. But wouldn't he be the one that would talk about abuse with Dale, like as a son or living there? Like yelling and arguing is horrible. I mean, but it sounds like it was arguments both. Like it wasn't. Doesn't sound like it's the type of which would be a very abusive, like name calling and weird stuff. Like they were literally fighting about stuff. So I haven't heard. This is the third kid up here, and Amy Jo, his sister-in-law, would know. Not one of those mentioned he was abusive yet. So wouldn't they? Or that they had fights, or he had choked her or hurt her. Or I haven't heard anything yet. I'm not saying now she might not have told anybody. I'm totally on that. If that's
any further questions, and again, don't blurt them out, just raise your hand if any of the jurors would like to ask additional questions. Okay, not seeing any positive responses. Can we excuse Mr. Bock from his subpoena at this point?
I would reserve the right to recall him.
Okay. So Mr. Bock, you will still then be subject to the sequestration order. Have you received a copy of that?
Yes.
Okay. So you need to continue to abide by that until you're notified that you're released from. Okay. You can go ahead and step down.
So who's next? This guy, this bald
Can
guy.
I just clarify, is the prosecutor indicating that he may be called in rebuttal?
Correct.
Okay, sure. I just didn't know if there was going to be a.
No.
Okay.
No.
So then that would prevent him from being here then for the number of weeks. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
It wouldn't, I'm gonna make my argument.
Okay.
All right. So let's break for lunch, and we'll resume again at 1:30 p.m. So members of the jury, please try to be here.
Okay.
We'll do our best to get started.
So this Anthony Hall guy, the cop comes in at the end of day 2, it looks like, eh? But he's continued on day 3. That's what it is. Oh, so it's this guy. The whole time. Anthony.
Okay.
Austin, sorry, Deputy Austin Hall, Lenawee County Sheriff's Office, continues on day 3. So court TV doesn't have it. So I will put his name. Excusez-moi.
841-FC. When we broke, I believe there was an issue with respect to the continued sequestration of Mr. Bock. Ms. Wyse, do you want to address that?
Yes, Your Honor. Under MCL 780.821, the victim has the right to be present throughout the entire trial of the defendant unless the victim is going to be called as a witness. If the victim is going to be called as a witness, the court may, for good cause shown, order the victim to be sequestered until the victim first testifies. The victim shall not be sequestered after he or she first testifies. Under MCL 780.811, subsection H, victim means any of the following. Under H2, the following individuals other than the defendant if the victim is deceased, and it would define that as a child of the deceased victim if the child is 18 years of age or older. So we would ask the court to allow Mr. Bock to stay in the courtroom as he is a definition as defined under the Crime Victims' Rights Act. And we believe MCL 780.821 is mandatory language as the victim shall not be sequestered. Thank you.
Your Honor, this is another one of those issues that if a Court of Appeals panel is ever listening, I think should be addressed. So there are no, at least that we could find, no court decisions addressing this, not in Michigan. So when we expand it out to look at federal cases that are somewhat comparable, there is a military justice case called United States versus Span, 48 MJ 586, 1998. Because really what we're looking at, I think, is the interplay between the Crime Victims' Rights Act and rebuttal testimony. Mr. Bock is not in a situation where he's going to be called again in the government's case in chief. So that I think would be a slightly different analysis, but we've got the possible recall of Mr. Bock in rebuttal. So in United States versus Span, the U.S. Navy Marine Corps Court of Criminal Appeals addressed this specific issue, holding that allowing a rape victim and her mother to remain in the courtroom during part of the government's case in rebuttal and then allowing them to testify was not an abuse of discretion. So that seems to support the government's position. But then there's a Ninth Circuit case called United States versus Eli, 718 F. 2nd 291, 1983, saying it was error for the district court to refuse to exclude the government witnesses from the courtroom because a witness may wish to tailor rebuttal testimony to conform to that of other witnesses, as well as to cover up inconsistencies in earlier testimony that have been revealed by the other witnesses. It's tough to know in this situation what Mr. Bock would be testifying to in rebuttal. So I want to be candid. Don't think that there would be a lot of cleaning up to do of his testimony in the case in chief. I don't think that in rebuttal, the government would be allowed to, or at least should be allowed to, go into the same topics that they already addressed with him. So for instance, he said that essentially the door at Munger was rarely locked. Well, now if they put him up to say, oh my gosh, it was locked all the time. Now, I mean, that's just such a benign example, but I don't think they'd be going into those topics. So I don't know that the cleaning up portion is necessarily relevant, but he would be able to hear other testimony from other witnesses that possibly could lead to the tailoring of the testimony in rebuttal. So our position is that unless Mr. Bock is excused as a witness, just as his sisters were, he should not be allowed to remain in the courtroom until the government makes the decision that they are not recalling him. But again, in all candor, there is not Michigan case law on the matter, and I think the federal courts probably more likely lean toward allowing the witness to remain in the courtroom, even if they may be called in rebuttal. Thank you.
Quick response, Your Honor. The first portion of the statute anticipates if the victim wants to remain in the courtroom and allows the court to find good cause before ordering the victim sequestered. The second portion of the statute is mandatory. Once that victim testifies, the victim shall not be sequestered after they testify. So I would ask that he be allowed to remain, Your Honor.
Okay, so the U.S. versus L case was interpreting Federal Rule of Evidence 615, which requires exclusion of witnesses at the request of a party. It does not include any analysis, obviously, of the Michigan statute or any analysis of any similar statutes. So it's just talking about the basic federal rule about sequestration of witnesses. In Michigan, we do have a specific statute that speaks to this issue, MCL 780.821. As Ms. Wyse indicated, it states that if the victim is going to be called as a witness, the court may, meaning permissive for good cause shown, order the victim to be sequestered until the victim first testifies. The victim shall not be sequestered after he or she first testifies. I think that statute is plain on its face, meaning that the someone who is defined as a victim cannot be sequestered after that person first testifies. It is the only way to give meaning to the word first in both of those sentences. So under that statute, I do not believe that the court is permitted to sequester someone who is defined as a victim under the Crime Victims' Rights Act after that person first testifies. Mr. Bock does meet the definition of a victim under the Crime Victims' Rights Act. And so I would grant that request from Ms. Wyse to release Mr. Bock from the sequestration order based on MCL 70.821 and allow him to be present in the court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Are there any other issues we need to address before bringing the jury back?
No, Your Honor.
No, thank you.
Okay, you're right.
Sort of bit, I believe. Oh, this guy's coming up next. There he comes. Boom. Sit down. Glad I did that because it's taking longer than I thought. 2x speed, zoom, and away we go.
Thanks, Ian.
Yes.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to resume. Ms. Wyse, the legally call in those calls.
The people would call Austin Hall.
Gonna get some body cam stuff here for sure.
You raise your hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury. I do. Okay, Nancy.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Yep, my name is Austin Hall, AUSTINHALL.
All right. Where were you employed in April of 2021?
I was employed with the Lenawee County Sheriff's Office,
All right. And what were your typical job duties?
enforcing the law, investigating crimes, traffic complaints.
All right. Did you have a particular title?
Road patrol deputy.
All right. And did you somehow become involved in this case that we're here for today?
I was.
On what date?
April 25th, 2021.
All right. How'd you become involved?
I was called or dispatched to a residence, 400 Pentecost Highway, for a missing person.
All right. And who did you meet with at that Pentecost residence?
I met with 3 of the children of the missing person, Rikkell, TJ, and Zack.
All right. And what did you do after you spoke with them?
So after I spoke with them, I did a phone ping for D. Warner's cell phone.
Okay. Tell me what a phone ping is.
So I contacted Central Dispatch using the phone number that the kids had given me and requested that they ping her location, which is trying to figure out the location of her cell phone.
Okay. And after you contacted Central Dispatch, what did you do?
So after contacting them, I told the kids kind of the results of the phone ping and told them that I was going to go to her registered address there at 2170 West Munger Road.
All right. Did you do that?
I did.
Immediately after leaving the Pentecost address?
Yes.
All right. And approximately what time do you think that was?
Probably 6 o'clock.
All right. Did you make contact with anybody at that residence?
I did.
And who was that?
Dale Warner.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with him?
I did.
And you were wearing a body cam that night?
I was.
All right. At this time, I would like to play Exhibit 209.
Hello? Are you Dale? Excellent. I'm Deputy Hall, Illinois County Sheriff's Office. How are you, sir? Oh, appreciate that. Thank God. All right, so your wife is missing? Well, I don't know if she's missing or if she just left, so. Okay. She had an altercation with one of our employees, two of them. Yesterday, I came home last night, she was really upset. She was talking a lot of bad things as far as employees. One employee decided to quit. She was gonna talk about killing herself, taking out leaving. Okay. But she had COVID. Three weeks ago. She just got over COVID like a week ago. She ain't back to bloody since. And her glands are swelled up. She's like got an infection. She's got migraines. And last night she's coming down with a real bad migraine. So she's got some migraine pills that she takes. She took quite a few of those, and then she finally passed out on the couch, went to sleep, and got her calmed down. I thought, that was close to midnight when she finally went to sleep. I said, I got to go to bed, man. I got to get up in the morning. Right. So she was sleeping on the couch, and then this morning around 6 o'clock, I got up, and she was snoring away. I was gonna wake her up until she was, bed up all night. Right. And then went out and run. So then I went out and got my chemicals and got the sprayer loaded up on the spray patch. I texted her and she didn't answer, so I figured, well, she's still sleeping, she's not answering. Sure. So then I loaded up another batch and I went back up and I said, now spring in. And then Rikkell called me, her daughter Stephanie called me and said Rikkell called her, she can't find her mom. And I said, well, she's at the house, she's in there laying on the couch. Excuse me, so she couldn't find her, and then I called Raquel, and I says, your mom's not there? She was just there, when I was there an hour or two ago. She said, no, she's not here. I says, well, I'll be done spraying here shortly and I'll be back. So about, I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes later, I got back here and I went in the house and she was gone. And I walked around the house, went in the bathroom. Well, her hair curler's gone, her hair dryer's gone, her makeup bag's gone, and she has a go bag packed all the time. I mean, this is the first time she's left. Usually she takes out and goes to her son's house and stays for a day or so. Pentecost? Yeah, comes back. So she gets all pissed off and takes off and goes over there for a day. This time the difference is she ain't missing anymore. Right. When she said her mom wasn't here, I went and see all that stuff going. I wasn't real concerned because she makes it up with all the time. She goes over to Zach's house and stays. So she'll cool off and she'll come back home. Well, nobody get hold of her. When Zach came here, I says, she's at your house. I know she is. You're just telling me a story. You know, you're covering for her. Say that. Yeah, you're covering for her. Yeah. You know, and he says he's not. Well, I wasn't real convinced of it for a while. I am now. Because, you know, it's, yeah. But nobody get a hold of her. So, but she didn't take her vehicle. She accused me of taking the key last night. Well, I said, you were home before I was. How could I take your key? Sure. But I think it was because of the migraine. She gets to where she can't see and she can't talk. It gets so bad. And I don't know. Then she's gone. She took all her bags. So somebody picked her up. So she's with someone somewhere. Do you know anybody who? I don't. They called everybody that, you know, like I said, I figured she was with Zack with her for someone. Right. I don't know what else to do other than wait a day or so and see what she shows up. Yeah, I mean, if you saw, I don't get her all fired up. The kids are all fired up and call the police. This isn't the first time she's done this, guys. The first thing is she's not communicating with everybody. But the only thing that's really strange too is this time she put her wedding ring in my desk. Yeah, she's never done that before. Yeah, it is. So she set this on my desk in the office, and she went in. I don't know. Yeah, I just puzzled it. Well, I'm concerned because my daughter's wondering what the hell's going on, and I'm just gonna tell her, you know, Mom's working things out. She's frustrated. So. Right, and her kids were insinuating that she normally has never left without your guys' daughter. Yeah, that's the other strange thing. Our daughter went over to my brother's. He's got daughters close to her age. She went over there last night and stayed. And I don't know. It's really weird. But I mean, I would think something was off, but she took her stuff. So I mean, it's not like somebody forced her to go anywhere. Sure. Something. I mean, she took her clothes and took her, you know, her curling iron and that stuff. So do you guys have any like farm trucks or anything like that? She would have been pissed off, jumped in, taken. No, that's everything's here. You know, there's 15 semis out back, and everything's here. Okay. The employee that she had no occasion with, he was never here today. He was going to come clean his truck up. He never showed up. And the other one was here this morning and took a load of line, but he was up. He left here at 2 o'clock in the morning or 3, and he just got back a few hours ago. You know, so it ain't nothing with them. I mean, she's had altercations with sports people. She's pretty wired, you know, my wife. I don't know, but she's in your face and tell you how it is. I mean, right. Yeah, I get that. And these kinds of things happen quite often. I mean, I told him I didn't call anybody. I was going to come in the office in the morning. Call you, I guess you can't come to the office. I'll get here. Didn't go to the office. You can go to the front lot. Okay, that's fine. I mean, it is. We'll get everybody all fired up, and then she shows up a day or two later. No, yeah. I mean, you look like an asshole. Yeah. You know, she got everybody fired up. That's why you pissed. She'll be pissed that you called the police. Right. So, do you know how much cash she normally carries in her purse? A lot. Because the one son had said that he signed for payments or something, and he checked, and she said no activity. She usually has a lot of cash. She carries a lot of cash. Okay. But, I don't know. Okay. Until another day goes by. Right. I'm concerned, but I'm not, you know, alarmed yet. Right. Like tomorrow night, we ain't heard nothing. Well, yeah, we need to start figuring it out. Yeah. Right. Yeah. It's one thing
wife to be pissed off and take off.
Well, you know, that's, we got 3 different businesses here, so the tensions are high all the time.
Sure.
It's all the time. Just look at married.
Yeah, well, that's
we got 9 kids.
Yeah, well, I can imagine that, absolutely. So, we tried pinging her cell phone, nothing. The last ping was home here, and that was at 7-something in the morning. So, I'm not sure, she clearly doesn't have a phone working. Is she a person who's normally keeps your phone on her hip, or is she
Never without it.
never without it?
But I told the other kids, she's got a second phone, she doesn't let anybody know she's got another phone.
Do you have a phone?
No, it's a secret phone that she doesn't know. I know she has it, but
Why would she have it?
I have no idea. I haven't confronted her about it because I didn't want the confrontation, but I know she has another phone.
Okay, well, that might be an important chunk of information there.
So she calls, I mean, she got another phone, she calls somebody on that phone, I'm sure. Because, and the reason I know she has another phone is when we were in Florida, she tried to tell me it was my daughter's phone. I didn't say nothing, it was my vacation, I was gonna get it. That's whatever. It's my daughter's phone, it wasn't, so it's not even open. Originally, we went to Mexico quite a while ago, and she had 2 phones in her bag, and it was like that in the room. And she said, oh, that phone was in the room, that was in the room, and somebody else, I'll take it down the front desk and turn it in. But I said, no, you gotta choose your battle. I love other little things, but she don't show up on this.
Right, absolutely. I'd say, I mean, it's only been,
Well, I mean, it's only been
13 hours
Yeah,
since
so, yeah, well, the cell phone thing, 12 hours since 7:05 now.
Right, so I would definitely say though, if by tomorrow morning, we still have nothing on her, I'd be digging through paperwork, trying to see if you can find anything where the cell phone would be. If she has a different one that she's keeping on her, and we can ping that, that will give us the location.
She's got her car, she parks her car locked, so she's very, very secretive what she's doing.
Fair enough.
I don't know everything you're doing, but you can't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, well, that's what we're doing. I appreciate it, sir. I'll get out of your hair. At this point, I got really nothing to go off of. Just waiting out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else, I don't get all excited yet.
Sure. Right. Yeah. Absolutely. So,
I mean, if the way she left, she doesn't want anybody to know where she's at, so I mean,
yeah.
obviously she knows what she's doing. Because we can't find her.
Right. Right. No, I get that. I absolutely get that. All right, I will, I'll clear out of here. And if she does show up, please give us a call.
Okay, you got a card?
Yes, I'll give you that. For whatever reason she shows up, she comes back, it's fine.
That's all the learning.
Right, just call into central dispatch, they'll let me know, and that way. Yep. So, all right,
You're related to Matt Hall or?
Matt Hall, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely, yeah, he's my cousin.
Okay. And Marty then.
Yep, all those guys.
So who's your parents then?
Mike and Lisa.
So how are they related to Gary then?
Sorry.
Matt's dad. That would be.
Then we might be talking about a different side here.
I'm talking Matt Hall.
I got a cousin Matt Hall from like the Sand Creek area.
Okay, this one's right from around Monson area.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No, sorry. Yeah, there's some of us running off. Yeah, there's plenty. So I appreciate it.
I believe you indicated that you got there around 6 p.m. The body cam, I believe, started at 6:55 p.m. Do you know which would be more?
Definitely the body cam would have been more accurate. I think I was at the 400 West Pentecost or 400 Pentecost Highway address around 6 o'clock-ish. And then that was there about an hour before I got there. So definitely the 6:55.
Okay, perfect. So after you leave the Munger residence, what do you do?
So I filed a report and submitted that to my sergeant at the time.
Okay. Did you have any other involvement with this case?
I did.
All right, and tell me about that.
Yeah, so that was a Sunday. My next shift in would have been Tuesday, would have been Wednesday that week. Prior to Detective Greca had given me a call and had on Monday and asked me about the incident and what I remembered from it, and that he was going to be investigating it further.
Okay, and did you assist him in his investigation?
I did.
All right. And as part of the investigation, what kinds of things did you do?
Yeah, so it was kind of a training opportunity for me. I was a newer deputy on the road, so I kind of got to tag along with Detective Greca and go through a couple interviews, and then I was tasked with following up with some of the employees and helping search the residence a few times.
Okay. Did you recently have the opportunity to look through additional body cams?
I did, yes.
Okay. And on 4/26, was Detective Kevin Greca out there at the Munger residence?
He was.
All right. At this time, I'd play Exhibit 210.
Hey. Hi, I'm Detective Greca from the Sheriff's Department. Can we step aside and talk to you? Yeah. So we can figure out what's going on. Is your daughter, you know when she's gonna be home? Oh, which daughter? You got like a 9-year-old or 8-year-old or something? She's at my brother's right now, they picked her up from school. Okay. So you know when she'll be home? Oh, when I go get her. Oh, okay, alright. When was the last time you saw her? Who's that? Your wife. When I was walking out of here, I'm guessing it was around 6 o'clock. AM. Yesterday? Sunday morning. Okay. Yeah, Sunday morning in the town. I can't remember. I'm sure I guess maybe it was around then. Okay. Sounds like obviously she's missing, so it's an important, something. Whether she's done this before or whatever, but her vehicles are still here, so that's kind of weird. Well, it's weird that she took her stuff and somebody picked her up this time. Yeah. What's your take on it? What do you think? Fair? What do you got? What's your take on it? I think she'll be back in a day or two. She pissed at you and. Well, she got into it with a couple of employees. Uh-huh. We got a truck driving company, we got 3 different companies. Well, we get that real quick. Truck driving, farm. Yeah. We do custom fertilizer and seed stuff. Okay, so truck drive, farm, and then what's your third one? Seed? Chemical fertilizer. Chemical fertilizer. Okay. But, you got into it with who? Couple of drivers. Well, give me just the names. Terry, Eric. Terry and Eric. Terry was married. I guess the long version. He got married to a lady down. He lives in Blissfield. Okay. Our dispatcher is Todd and Eric. Okay. His brother. Terry got married to Terry, which is the lady's name, so it makes it real confusing. Okay. Very bad relationship. It went south. He was getting divorced. He was helping him get divorced. Doug Hartfunk helped or did the divorce paperwork and all that. Okay. Terry had a head injury when he was young, so he has a hard time. He doesn't like confrontation. He has a hard time severing the ties from his ex. So he got divorced. She was supposed to be out of the house within a week. She's still living there. She was driving his truck. She was supposed to turn it back over to him after a couple weeks. She still got it. This is like 5-6 months ago. Well, Dee, my wife, she's a fixer. So she's trying, she talked to Doug Hart, told him he was doing this for him. And he made payments to him. Well, Doug called her, about a
2 weeks ago, 3 weeks, I think what's up here, he hasn't sent me a check.
Okay.
A month. I give him $100 or whatever, you know, I do $800. So he's like, are you effing kidding me? He's
Right.
like, baby, goddamn,
Right.
did a special favor.
Right.
God makes me look like shit. And so she got a call Terry and shoot him out for not paying him. Now, the other Terry got hold of his phone and seen that he texted him. And then she started texting me back on Terry's phone. So he's thinking it's truck driver Terry that's talking shit to me back. And it was his ex-wife who had his phone. So it all went south from there. And it's, you know, my take on it, Terry comes to work, does his job, give him his paycheck. His personal life should be ours. But my wife is the fixer and she wants to be involved and, you know, fix everything. So she's trying to get Terry to understand, to get her out of the house.
Is your wife better with Terry or better with the other Terry, the female Terry, his wife?
Well, Terry, the truck driver.
The man.
The man, yeah, the wife and her are like, we say gasoline and water.
Would you suspect your wife having an affair with Terry because they're going through problems? Is that even anywhere
My
near
wife
that?
had an affair? No.
Yeah, no, you don't think that's the case. Okay.
I don't think that she had that. There's no doubt in my mind she had an affair. But my thing is she had this thing, she had an altercation with them. And then she called me. She had COVID 3-4 weeks ago. And
Hold on, stop. How are you then?
I'm fine.
I know, have you been tested?
No, but I mean, this was weeks ago.
Okay.
I was sick from, I had a cold, cough and stuff. It didn't faze me, I just kept going. But she was sick in hell for 3 weeks in the house here. And then she was getting over it, and the doctor put her on steroids. And she just coughed up and just, but ever since she started getting over the COVID, she couldn't remember things. It wasn't my wife anymore. It's like her whole personality, everything about her changed. And I don't get it. I don't know that much about COVID. I always wear a mask and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, so her whole personality changed. She had an altercation with Terry and Todd, his brother. She called, was mad about that.
Todd's the dispatcher?
Yeah, that's Terry's.
Yeah, gotcha. No, that's
They had that altercation. I was over in the field working with my other 2 employees who were from Thailand.
What's the altercation? The fact he hasn't paid, or what's the main altercation about?
That he hasn't paid and that he hasn't left her made her leave and get his truck back. But she's still there, which she would be mad at me because you're not backing me up, you're not supporting what I'm telling her. I'm like, gee.
So she's telling Terry you need to leave.
Right, you need to get her out of your, because it's Sarah's apartment, he's paying all the bills. She doesn't work, she doesn't do anything, she's got his truck and the court ordered her to get back to him. I could go on and on. So she's pissed that he's not gotten rid of her yet, and she's still there dragging her down. But like I tell her, it's his life, it's his personal life. But she didn't want it, my wife is a fixer. She had to try and fix it. Well, the two females got into text messaging back and forth, and she started telling me that she was taking Xanax or something. This her off, and so they had their text war. And then, like I said, I was put top in the field, and she called me, and I answered the phone. And I could tell by the phone, I was getting nasty or something. You can tell. I said, yeah, what's up? And she goes, are you by yourself? I'm no, well, get by yourself. So I walked away, and she started, why are you telling the employee that I'm on Xanax or Xanax or whatever the depressing stuff is? I don't know. I said, D, I'm not telling them anything. What are you talking about? You're always down. You don't appreciate me. And we're done. We're selling everything. She hung up the phone. And she went, this is completely
And this is Sunday, you said, or when was this?
This was Saturday.
Okay.
Saturday. That was Saturday when she had the argument. And then she said she wouldn't answer her phone. She didn't talk to me the rest of the day.
So she argued with them and you that day?
Well, I didn't argue. I'm not arguing. I didn't do this.
Yeah.
We had been going to the counselor and counselor McCreedy's.
Okay.
Craig or not. But we've been going there. We've had some other nerve problems we're trying to get through.
What's the guy's name? Masterpiece?
Craig.
You said, where did you say? I obviously, I can get it. Yeah, right, absolutely.
But anyway, we go see him now. Well, that night, Saturday night, I came home from town, was close to probably 9 o'clock, it was on there. I came in the house, Angelina was still here. I took her out, well, I went out and seen if she did her chores, her chicken chores out there, sketchy. And they weren't done, so I come and got her, figure out so she could do her chores. I go back and I said, we were gonna go over town to check the cat. Oh, no, you're not. Amy's coming over to do it. I said, well, when did this come? Well, Amy just called, she's going over. Okay, well, start arguing with me on Wednesday, because she's not here. So I said, okay. So Amy came and got her. I went in there and checked the stupid. And she was still upset over Terry. And then from earlier today, and I kept trying to tell her, it's their personal life, just leave it alone. And she just could not stop and just wouldn't let it go. And she was, I've been talking to Craig and he's been telling me, how to not escalate an argument, agree with her and do all the steps that you're supposed to do. So I was trying to keep from arguing. And she just kept telling me how mean I was to her. I'm like, I'm not mean to you. Well, she got herself so upset that she gets migraine. She goes and gets shots in her neck and she got a really good pinch.
Okay.
So she was coming down with a migraine. And when she gets a migraine, she can't talk and she can't see. It gets that bad. Well, it was getting to that point, so she got her pain meds and took them. And 20 minutes, half an hour went by, and she started to calm down. She was still really upset. And I said, you lay down here, I'll rub your back, and go sleep. I said, we're not going to argue. We're not going there.
So it's Saturday night.
It's Saturday night. So it's probably about midnight, 1 o'clock. By the time she finally goes to sleep. And she's on the couch right there. So then I go in the bedroom, and I go to bed. And I get up. I come out in the morning, it's around 6. She's on the couch, snoring away. So I wake her up, I went to sleep, she got so long. So I went out in the barn, went back, loaded up the spare for a batch. And I went down, usually 2 weeks here, leaves. Come back, like an hour, and I loaded up again, and I texted her. She didn't answer me, which I figured, good, she's still sleeping. So I got back in the sprayer.
Obviously, you get a phone and all that, we can look into that later. But so roughly, are you talking roughly 7 o'clock now, or what are you roughly? She was still sleeping in the morning at 6 when you walked out. She was just laying on the couch, so you just let her sleep.
It was 7. I'm going to spray later, or going to be spraying, call you later. This was at 7:45 a.m.
Okay.
Are you up yet? Is your migraine better?
She never answered the 7:45.
But after I looked, it never was the word.
Right, I got you. So it was sad that.
Yeah, so her phone, but she was down here, so her phone, she never charged it, and her watch she never charged that night. So it doesn't surprise me that it went dead. So I wasn't really alarmed. I thought she's still sleeping. And then the second time I did by 10 o'clock, she's always up by now. And then she didn't answer. And then that's when Stephanie called me. She works in our office. And she says, what's going on?
I just want to see what was your last actual one. Just drop up here. No, I just want to see what the last ones were. Dick wants to get a full starter feed, or what it's
I can't hear something. Did the door fix? No.
So
Here.
Okay. All right, so these are her. So her last one is Friday. Yeah. So Friday, 8:34 p.m. is her last one. Last message.
Friday at 8:30.
That's her last message. 8:34 p.m. Friday.
And that was on Friday. She called me and said, Lena had a half day of school. So she left around 1 o'clock. And was having a half day of school. Before that, she sent me the activation codes to the program that we got. This is what one said. We're trying trying to get over there. There was, see the shop door still open. This was on Wednesday. She called Glenn to see when he could come fix the door. He said they can't get parts. They're in back orders. We go to the road. Activation code for the SMS program. Lena has a half day of school. I'm going to pick her up. This was supposed to noon. She was one of my Christian. And then she said Dick wants a lovely starter, which he meant to need his tank filled. She had interpretation is needed at nursing right now. I called him. That's pretty stupid today. There's a half sandwich on it. She picked me up the sandwich. Did Glenn fix the door? And I said no. And then she said, are you here? Here.
I have a few columns that save, I mean, don't delete anything yet. You know,
No, I
so we
don't
can back up.
delete anything.
Okay.
Oh, everything's here. I mean, it's just probably go back 3 years. You can see some hellacious fucking.
I got you.
Every time.
When, so how often is it? I mean, is this her spot, or you guys rotate, or just for the night? What's the deal with the couch?
She's been sleeping on the couch for, well, it's probably been, she's off and on the couch all the time. She has neck pains and stuff.
Even better, this video has a farmer with a farmer's tan. Therefore, he was welding his wife into a tank. Watch. You're going to see he's got a farmer's tan. He was wearing gloves, and his arm is red. Therefore, he was welding his wife in a tank.
She can't sleep at night. She says, I'm going to sleep on the couch. I'm not going to keep you up.
Yeah, okay.
So, you know, I think, my opinion is come to bed. We both sleep better when we're together, not apart.
Right.
But she says, I don't want to keep you awake. And I says, well, I'm awake more if you're not in the bed.
Mhm.
And you sleeping on the couch is worse for your neck and your head than in there. But, you know, you can't win a battle with your wife, so.
So the purse is gone, the cell phone is gone, the iPad is gone. Okay. And the satchel down here, this big,
That's like, well, you know, your daughter's bedroom here, the 9-year-old or whatever, yeah, it was our office. But that's when my, daughter got
this is her here. You know what, yeah, how long you guys been married? Roughly. Okay, well, then you probably have more current one than a 20-year-old one, a lot, but. Yeah, so where's the current one, just kind of sitting here, not get a driver's license picture, but. Okay, well, that's how old is that?
But so my stepdaughter, Rikkell, called Stephanie and said, I can't find my mom, what's going on? Well, then Stephanie called me when I was in Spring still, I says, I don't know, she was sleeping on the couch for a while. But I thought it was weird, Rikkell didn't call me, she had Stephanie call me, I don't quite understand that, but anyway. So I called Rikkell back, and I says, what's going on? She says, Mom's not here. I says, I was just there, and she was sleeping, she had a migraine last night. And she says, she's not here, and I says, well, I'm just about done Spring when I was in Brooklyn. She says, I'll be back shortly. When I got here, she was gone, I said, she's going to the room, and she looked around. And she didn't, I don't think she looked, I came in here, and she's always got her girl in there, her girl in there.
Well, it's right here. It's right here. Is that the one? Is there one?
She's got dozens of them, you know, one goes down, you got it back. But she's got a curl iron, hair dryer, and then her big ass makeup bag.
And those are gone.
They're gone. And then she's always got, she has another bag here. That's the bag. She's got a bag with her clothes in it. She's got another bag with her pills and her medication. And every time we get mad, she takes that, she goes to Zack's. Oh, here, I'll show you.
While I'm here, I see 2 purses back here, but she's a woman, so she got 800 purses.
She got 800 purses coming in here, she's got more guys.
Does she have handguns, long handguns?
Yeah, one handgun is in the safe.
Would you please, I mean, have you confirmed it?
Yeah, no, I haven't. Yep, it's down there.
The cases, unless you actually see the extra in itself.
No, it's fine. Better than sure. That's okay.
Okay, Ruger. Okay, no, be fine. What is the caliber, 380? Okay.
I think that's the only one that's registered.
Okay. She doesn't mess with your guns? Alright.
Just because.
She should mess her daughter, right? She's got to live her daughter.
That's the only.
That's the biggest thing, that's gonna be bigger than a pet.
Yeah, I mean.
All your pets are your
That's
two
my
dogs.
That's my daughter's cat. Your dog, these dogs in the garage.
So that's clearly my number one, right? Is her
Well,
daughter.
the biggest thing that throws us all off is my daughter.
Right.
She does everything with my daughter. This is all.
I was just gonna say, what do you got going on here?
Oh, you're 8.
Okay, you got 8 kids? How many with her? 9.
I've got one with her.
Okay, so
These,
they're
there's
9
4, these 3 here, and Jenny are from my first marriage, and these 4 are from these.
Okay.
So we got.
Where's your 9-year-old?
We don't have a picture of her up there.
What is wrong with you?
Well, she's got.
You're gonna give that child complexes.
These ones, you can't put on a wall unless she's got the same frame.
Gotcha.
Well, this is our daughter's here.
I'm sorry, then I interrupted you. The actual medications then?
Oh, yeah, there's, they're off. Here's her wedding picture up here.
The medication, did you think she took them? No, I don't mean took them, I mean took them physically, so there's a crack little here. Any clue? If she took some?
She's got this.
Okay.
It's.
What about the suicidal end?
Well,
You think
she was talking about killing her, when she gets, when you get pissed off, she's saying stuff.
Yeah, that's all right.
I mean, it's.
When was the last time she had said something like that?
It was that night.
Okay, so you're talking about killing herself. Okay. You take that as more of attention or something like that? Okay.
But I was really installed. I mean, she was supposed to go, she goes to the head and pain clinic up to,
Yeah.
she goes to the head and pain clinic, or I can't get the name right, it's up north of Ann Arbor for her procedures on her neck.
Okay. Is it in Ann Arbor? Or north, you're saying north?
We can go out to the office, and give you, because the paper's laying on her desk, and the address is there.
Or something.
But we can look at that. But she was supposed to go in for a blood test, and I thought she went in last week, or was supposed to went in and have a blood test, because they won't do any more procedures with her until they have a blood test and make sure she's not taking a bunch of oxycodone and stuff like that.
Okay.
But I looked on there, it's May is when they're supposed to have it done, so I don't have a blood tox on her. I was really concerned that she was on a lot of oxycodone, because I got into her car. When I came in that night, she accused me of taking the keys to her car, and I kind of chuckled and really pissed her off. I says, I just got here, you got here before me, how would I have your keys? She didn't see no humor in it. But I couldn't find, I don't know if she didn't take the car because she couldn't find her keys, she thought I took them. Because I still can't find the keys in the car, I found. That's not here, it's like. One of the keys in here, picked it up. And I can't believe he bought.
Has she abused either or, the alcohol or drugs in the past? And I mean, I'm not looking at her criminally, I'm just trying to find out what's going on here.
I always just thought when she drinks way too much. And then it seems like she's taking way too many pills, she's covered all the time. My concern is every vehicle she's got, we can go out and look in the Hummer, we can look in the Caddy, there's 4 or 5 bottles, and all that oxycodone.
All that long?
Not on that hall, but there's most of them Mass RP, it's our doctor, so. But Matt does a good job, he talks to her all the time, and, does a real good job. But most of the stuff is Matt Hall on the label, but I'm not so sure if she isn't buying it somewhere else and put it back in the bottles.
Married 20 years, and then I'm sorry, so there's 8 total children, and then how many? Okay, 9 total children, 1 biological with you now? 1 bio, and then how many do you have?
I got 4.
Without her? Right. I went out there and she had 4 when we got married.
I don't let he was sitting right there in the counter.
I checked, this way now, I checked finances already. Not when I say finances, her account. And it's not that she's old school and does this cash instead of using credit card, but there's been nothing since, there's been nothing for several days, or a couple days.
Yeah.
Her stuff.
Her stuff, yeah, she has a lot of cash. She, let's see it. I'm guesstimating between 100 to 50 to 100,000 cash is what she's got.
Okay.
With her.
On her, on her person's percent.
Yeah.
And you know that because it's missing from the safe or, oh, okay. Is it a combo, yours and hers, or is
Yeah,
that?
it's kind of, there's still some cash in there, she didn't take it all.
Okay. And it did that piss you off?
Not really.
Okay.
There's, the other thing that you don't know is we've been going to see Craig because she's been taking money out of the accounts in the office for the last couple of years.
From the business side. Okay.
Well, there's, we've been going down, figured out.
Is she hiding it for the divorce down the road, or what's your take on, is she using it for drugs? What will be your take on it?
Oh, this is, when it goes back to 18 up to 20, and I know there's a lot more. And it's fine, my wife's hiding it, so whatever.
All right, then, I'm sorry. You give me a big difference, 50 to 100,000 that's missing? It's just because you don't pay
I
attention.
don't pay attention. That's the name of what's usually in the safe, and there's only about probably 12,000 in there right now.
Okay. And then, who all knows the cons, just you did this stuff? Okay. Alright. Is there anything, you think I need to do, or, check?
I don't think there's any reason, you know, her kids are all pulling their hair out and going crazy, but I don't think there's anything to get excited about.
Okay.
There too.
Okay. Alright.
I mean, the only thing that really bothers me
The daughter.
is my daughter, and she left her wedding ring on my desk in the office, and she's never done that before.
Okay.
I mean, her wedding ring is about 6 carats. So when she's out for money and she's doing something, there's about $35,000, $40,000 right there in that ring she just left on my table.
I'm sorry, 30,000.
I'm 35 and 40.
Okay.
But I don't know.
And then you haven't talked to your daughter today, that one.
I took her, well, my 9-year-old, I took her to school for it.
But it's what I say, come
Well, I just,
see you or something, or
no,
mom call you.
I talked to people at school, and if her mom showed up, they were gonna call me. And she said, if you want us not to let her take her, I says, no, she can take her daughter. But I says, I just want you to call me and let me know.
And I'm sorry, I misheard it, you don't think she's having an affair?
I could be wrong, I've been on several things. but
Right.
I don't think she is.
Okay.
I think she's
Who's your best friend? Besides you, your dad?
her son.
Okay, besides him.
I don't really know.
What school does she go to? Sister for her?
No,
Brother?
she's got a brother Greg, and there's 40 years in, or 20 years in.
So they're not tight then?
No, I don't know, normally, we have conversations or arguments all the time, it's usually over something in the business. So we kind of have, go over, stay at Zach's house with Lenawee, every day or two, and then she's back, it's fine, or she takes off, and then she'll still call on the phones and do stuff on the phone through the office, so what's weird is the phone's off. This time,
Yeah.
she, went in the week here without anybody over there. And she put a ring on my desk.
Yeah.
And that's 3 flags are just like, something is definitely wrong. There's somebody that's coaxed her,
she's she couldn't sleep, so she's on Facebook and online. Oh my God, I told her she's addicted to it. When we went to Florida, she didn't even look out the damn window of the camper. She's on her effing phone the whole time, looking at Facebook. I'm like, see, what's good with this? They go, what? Forget it. But,
What's her Facebook profile name? Is this her name?
yes.
Okay. I put my cell phone number and my name on the guard, Detective Kevin Dragna, so you can better come show. Yeah, Adrian. So yeah, Paul works with me. He's one of our road cops. I'm a detective, so you can just deal with me, to be honest with you, at this point. Because he's a road cop, he handles
Well, I
it.
thought he looked pretty green and he.
No, he's actually, we've been involved in some pretty big stuff. The kid does have his crap pretty young. Yeah, no, he's got his crap together.
Surprising, Matt Hall, our physician up there, his son is Austin Hall, so it's exactly the same name, so I was quizzing him out when he was here. I know Matt, he said, well, yeah, it's my cousin. Well, there's another Matt Hall where he's from. So I was like, holy shit.
Oh, gotcha. All right, so you're just basically saying drag her feet, she's gonna turn up. That's what kind of you're saying, you don't expect foul play.
I don't want to get, her kids are going around,
Yeah.
getting excited, that's fine, that's
Right.
fine.
Right.
But she's done this before, I mean, I don't want to get everybody all worked up, excited for when she shows up tomorrow.
Well, the flags that I'm seeing aren't the ones that are scaring me as far as anything other than, I mean, she left the ring here and that's a, a big one. She puts her dog
I
cat.
mean, our daughter's the biggest one.
Right. Right. Absolutely.
I just wanted to know.
Right.
So she off about what they've been doing, but it's only fucking money we make. So whatever.
You got a better attitude than me.
I've been divorced before.
Yeah.
And I farmed my whole life. And I had a lot of goals we set out to do and I reached them all. I lost. We had a vegetable farm up in Manchester. In 2015, we damn near lost everything because we lost the vegetable farm. We lost for like $25-30 million on that deal. And we're just finally getting our asses back on top and getting out from under the debt. We didn't file bankruptcy. We got everybody paid.
Do you have a lake house, a Florida house?
No, we got motor homes we take.
Okay.
That was our splurge motor home.
Have you checked the property then? Obviously, I'm not stupid, but obviously the motor home, make sure it's not.
Everywhere.
Who the heck is she gonna leave with? Because her vehicles are still here, and they're still here.
That's what we're puzzled about. That's what we're puzzled.
And unfortunately, or whatever, Terry's now been quit or fired.
Well, he come around this morning, I talked to him, and I think he's gonna go back another week. Or a few days, he said, I'll think about it. I said, I really want you to stay.
How did he come back? Or did you call him first? I called him back.
I called him.
You said, hey, come up here?
I said, hey, Terry, can you go up here and talk?
Yeah. Okay.
He said, yeah, I'll go.
All right.
We all have a good relationship still. I mean, Terry, you talk to Dee, we talk to him, it's just, there's a friction. Like I say, Dee's a fixer. No matter what the problem is, she's gonna try and fix it. If you don't listen to her, her answer on how to fix it, she's bad. I mean, her ways are right.
All right, with that being said, I think I got plenty just to start.
What do we need to do or what?
No, I mean, like I said, I checked a few things, in the bank. That's the first one to see, hey, is there activity there, whether it's good or bad, so we can still steal her stuff and use it like ATM card. It's not active, but she's old school, she's using cash, if you will. No, I think you're doing fine.
My daughter's my biggest concern.
Right. But when we'll do that, so in the event it's a fair or something else, crap, I'm screwing everything up, leave the daughter with you, because that's, decent or whatever, you're good or whatever, and take off. I've seen that before, instead of taking, the child. Of course, we see it the other way a lot too, where they take the child.
I got my mind, I'm thinking maybe she's addicted to some drugs. I mean, I don't.
But you're not saying morphine or anything, which is actually narcotic, right, it's pills and stuff, right?
Like I say, I go on the motor home, there's fucking bottles, everywhere I go, there's bottles of them. I know Matt, yeah, he's giving her prescriptions for them. Yeah. But it's 50 pills or something. Right. This is like hundreds of pills, I mean, this is more than what came in the prescription, okay? And they're in everything.
Or doctor shopping, which I really shouldn't be able to happen. The other doctor should be able to see it.
But when she did when she emailed, she went in with tested COVID, but she called like shit for a week. She was in here nuts. She's like, no, you feeling like that? I don't want to stay back to work.
Okay.
It's that day, and they gave it to everyone over here. That's the actually was in the microwave.
Is this hers then? This charger? Okay. Is these diapers? Grandparents on?
Yeah, we got
Okay.
8 grandbabies.
Okay. And then that's her on the right again, right?
Yes, it's bad. Real close.
Trash? See, what day's your trash day?
Trash day, we burned up that.
Okay. What about your cans and stuff?
Everything gets burned, we just sort through.
You burn cans?
Well, we put that, we put all the paper, we burn everything, and we pick the metal off.
Okay.
Let's see, there's trash here. There's trash here. Both need to be taken out.
Vacuum cleaner, the vacuum cleaner, empty that in there.
Okay. Alright.
Okay. Then next one, I was trying to figure out where, it's a garden white, must be some furniture when her daughter was over the house.
What's the other one right here?
Found this in the car in the bottom, you need a gift card? $50 gift card for 12.16.
9 o'clock Monday, 10 o'clock Thursday, any,
It's on the check stub.
Basil, or just February, avoid that in February. Oh, you said you're gonna do that, so she did 170 grand?
Well, I'm gonna look and see where it went.
Right.
We got no more with it.
Let's see, there's data in this one.
Back 2 3, so it's been a little bit.
Yes, a while.
I thought your son, or her, who was that? Her son, yeah, I thought he kind of did the finances.
He does.
Sounds like someone needs to kind of be a little on it. If he didn't realize it was 170,000.
That's just doing his personal audit.
Alright. I'm back at work at 7 a.m. Okay, I work on Monday through Thursday, 10 hour
You got a
shifts.
call this morning when I called?
I did not.
Officer called again?
If you left a message for Hall, it'd be on his voicemail, so he, I think
I thought you passed it over to you or to Zach and then get a hold of you then, or is that?
Zack, a couple people did.
Zach or Dustin?
Well, it's not just that, they're apparently friends of friends of friends, one's a US Marshal, a friend.
Oh, okay, that'd be Randy's.
And I
Okay.
don't know his last name, I don't know.
Kane?
No. So I don't know who.
Oh, that would be your other friend's,
So that's one, and then, there's that's Comsey Cop, he just called me.
That's, Maddie's dad, the girl with the picture you see her with, that's her dad.
Okay.
Paul.
Yeah, he's the one that just called me.
Okay.
I mean, literally, so I just got this.
Okay, yeah, because Maddie was here this morning, she fed the dog and, you need a hug.
Yeah.
Right, but
So that's how I got the call, and we're like, no, we got something missed, because we need to know, we as detectives need to know about it.
and it's not here, all here.
She actually left you no notes.
what's that?
She left you no notes.
So I never, my note name's moved this power thing.
Yeah.
Real quick.
Does she do, the garden or flowers and stuff, or no? No, that's, all right, you hear anything or whatever, you just, at this point, you can call me, you don't have to mess with Paul if you want, okay, or not, man, just call me, even if she shows up, I'll come up and talk to her, or whatever, when she's awake in a day or two or something. And if there's anything more you can think, you just get a hold of me that I need to do, but I'll start working on it 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, looking at a few things, see if I can figure something out.
Yeah.
All right. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. I'm sure it'll be on there. I sure hope that you did it. Yeah, it's
Dale. Oh, are you kidding me? I'll mark you down for that one. I don't know why you didn't have your number. 605? 605, 6961. Okay. Yep, thanks.
What is the next series of body cameras you watch regarding this case?
It would have been the daytime of the next day on the 27th.
Okay, so you say the daytime. Were there two separate sets?
There was one at night and then one during the day.
Okay. And during the daytime, they spent a little time walking around the property. And after that, is there a conversation regarding the Hummer that takes place?
There is.
Okay. At this time, we'd play Exhibit 212.
Oh, this was always left, but she's always fan. She had turned her shit off before, did she? Well, a few days she never answered. Phone's off and on, she won't answer me, she's always answers Zack or Rikkell. And it's off though, I mean, you know, with us checking out. Yeah, you look, I mean, it doesn't say delivered on your phone. Absolutely, that's right. See some crap in there. Write it down, but again, I had this in my mind a second ago. Let's see. So we're looking at our phone. Chelsea Hospital already said no. Is there another hospital we should be going to? That's your main psychiatric one. We have Hickman. I'm hard to check that one. Hickman is our local one, but they would normally send her to Chelsea or maybe Anna, some technical partner. Dale, can you also check Hickman out?
It looks like he started it halfway through, so I apologize. We're going to start from the beginning.
Aside. Starting over. Just that one. They said it was halfway. Take two. Called Never Talk to the Police. Although this guy didn't think he did it, I'm pretty sure. Greca. He's the one who ran from the prosecutor and Dee's
Something's
brother.
is the last with you, right? Or is it? Okay. Yeah, then I looked at your phone and I think you want to see 11, noon, or 1 as you set medicine messages. Never. Yeah, so I'll 45. That's one, yep. So I think you're the last one, 16. I don't think anybody else has come up with that. Okay. And your therapist guy, like I said, you haven't called me back yet either. I just looked at mine and one work I can send. I think everything's already gone over. Angelina, I know. Did she actually come here at all yesterday to change clothes or anything? She was living in yeah, cool. Okay, all right. I thought you guys just remember you said she went to jail. That's my brother's girlfriend. Like that. Year, playing when I was dressed. Come on, we gotta get going. She wants to sit up and through. Okay. The vehicle wise, so the Hummer was over there, and then you brought it back over here, right? Hers, she put it over there and left your house. She drove. No one else back. Well, so, but most likely she took it. Yeah, and then anyone else here.
Okay. Did she, I mean, did you?
Okay.
You guys are gonna get hit, just to tell you, these days.
It's worth trying to find the damn key.
Yeah, well, not just that, they're gonna bust in the door and do stuff anyway. Yeah, or bad employee's gonna know stuff and then do stuff or whatever. Part of it. Yeah. They went down there and you brought it back or something at some point?
Back up here, it's all machinery trucks.
Yep. Lake House, I asked you to get a Florida or the, Lake House, you said no, but I understand, you take that as being Zach's house, and I said, no, that's his house, that's anything. Camera, did you put up a trail cam at all, or no?
I did that.
Okay.
My son was supposed to be bringing home.
Okay. And to be honest with you, this one, I don't see her, I mean, if she comes back, I think she's coming back, but I don't know. It'd be, for her to come back and now, I
Well, today's Sunday, it's Tuesday, so I look forward to tomorrow.
Really? When the other siblings or whatever, no, I mean, someone always knows.
Well,
But she's done it, she's your wife and she's done stuff before, not to this level.
she's always left, but she's always.
Yeah. She didn't turn her shit off before, did she?
Well, a few weeks she never really answered me. So I don't know if the phone's off or on, she won't answer me, she's always answered Zach or Rikkell.
And it's off though, I mean, with us checking.
Whatever ways you look, I mean, it doesn't say delivered on your phone.
Absolutely, that's right. See the crap in there. Write it down, but again, I just had in my mind a second ago. Dang it. Let's see, so we're looking at our phone, Chelsea Hospital already said no.
Is there other hospitals that you want to?
That's your main psychiatric one. We have Hickman, hard to check that out. I hate when we do our local one, but they would normally send her to Chelsea or me, and I'm a psychiatric partner. Dale, can you also check Hickman Hospital?
And during the course of this same interview, was there a discussion about tracking devices on the vehicles?
Yes, there was.
All right, we're going to play Exhibit 213.
Your Honor, may we take a comfort break at this time?
Yeah.
Okay,
Why don't we break for about 10 minutes?
Yeah. Thank you.
Come back and start there.
I was thinking this was the last break.
Oh, okay.
But yeah.
Okay, are we ready to everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Maybe see.
Wyse King.
I believe we were getting ready to play Exhibit 213.
I think I can sell it to the boss now that we've done everything else that she hasn't. The only thing on the opposite of any suspicion part is with a gold bag, you know, her makeup and stuff, and she took that stuff. She took that stuff, but dang it, who the hell she go with is the question. I didn't remember the question, I'm sorry, redo it before I forget. This came up to a couple different things, but both vehicles. And I looked at you guys before. I'm 52 years old now. I've been married. I don't really kids. Let's just be real quick. Always thought I'd be married. This just happened. This job and stuff I've seen in 28 years. You wonder, but two things that kind of got brought up: the Hummer and then the Escalade. So a Hummer, a GPS unit inside that, and then the Escalade, the OnStar being activated. Well, that's like one of the points about yeah. Right. Yeah. So the guys picked the hospital phones. So what you're saying? It's cybersecurity. So if they change that, and we're planning, but I left that day diagnostic tool. Yeah. Yeah. I found out. Oh my God. Right. Well, that's Mike. I was talking to Kelli. Because you go through your head, what's going on. She didn't take escalators. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that is what I'm saying. That's my only reason with her not taking them. That's the only thing I can come up with. Another one that she's going from dude's house to married and can't have a car in the driveway, you know, or just going through separation. And that's me straightforward. I'm trying to figure this out. So those would be my two things. You know, whether she's paranoid that he's being tracked, and then two, well, hell, if I take my vehicle and someone sees it in his driveway, you know, whoever the guy is, if he exists, you're tracking. So I appreciate this. These answers are great, and you're helping me through this. I'm just trying to do the same thing and help you. To be honest with you, I think you've pretty much done every single thing I've done so far for the most part, calling people. Yep. Damn. Well, help me, because now I've pretty much exhausted every freaking thing I have. Well, I just one other thing. One part of TLO on Tran something is a search engine for us. It tells us properties. So he ran your name and her name just to see what properties you own. But so Zack Stanley, you know, this is so Stanley House, 50 and Onset Highway or something. To see your point around. How much acres you got there? Jesus. And I would have read the paper that they finally basically shut that down on the Cedar Point part. And I thought I heard something recent in there. You get there, where you know, it was you guys. You know what, at this point, you know what you're doing, other than paying taxes on it? Oh, okay, yeah, gotcha. So say you guys don't have to go for those building stuff up there? No, I haven't done any of those yet. I mean, you know, we want to start here and then go kind of go on there. But family members that they have. Yes. Everything else, every single place, including this place, sounds like it's been done by you guys. I just, whatever, I can shut my boss up. I'm pretty sure he's going to be shut up at this point. It's not even that. And I need to check these things off. And I want to find your wife. So Sand Lake, a Cedar Point property, 400 roughly. And there's a cabin on that one. Is that or no? What barn? Okay. What else? Property. Packington or something. What do you have an address for that or no? Cross Street. And she has 10 cows or something that she. You give me. She doesn't sell beef. She doesn't have. Okay, so she's roughly got 10 or something cattle. You just got steers over. Oh, that's not this one. So, Packington, Palmer. How many acres is that? 7 acres. And there's is that one, so the cattle's not there. And what do you guys do there? It's fine. Barn and okay. And then I'm sorry, what's the one North Lake? Yes, North Lake. How many acres there? That's just okay.
No building, no
I got a building, last this year,
Is that the one, has a house where that guy takes care of your stuff or whatever, or no, that's totally wrong, like, off on him.
house, you know, lives there, around from here.
And then that guy takes care of your cattle or not?
No, he used to years ago, and then my son was retired, so.
Let's see, so those, obviously this, which I always call this, wonder. Any other ones? I already asked you about Florida and others. Something else we did, I got partners just sitting in the office doing computer stuff. He got a hold of Metro Airport, and so far they're saying, someone knows that. I think what else? Oh, you're wrong, I'm just trying to be completely telling you everything we've done so you know that we're doing our job as well. You guys did travel, you got whatever phone call or whatever, say, hey, you still got 30 days worth of something traveling or something, and so you try to burn through some of that before you lose it.
We got unlimited vacation for packages.
We got to hang out.
We were supposed to be there 2 weeks ago, I said, we can't go.
Yeah, did she go with someone else, her daughter or something?
So that's, you got to treat them out, so good.
Gotcha. And I think I talked to you about that, so, well, actually, COVID was, she never really went anywhere to a hospital, or she was never inpatient. Came back on it. Anything else? I gotcha. But I do appreciate it. Well, I see how my boss.
I want my wife back.
Yep. No, that's where I'm at. You want to get it? Yep.
Did you go back to the Munger farm?
I did
And what was the first date that you went back there?
on 4/29.
All right. And do you recall approximately what time it was?
It would have been early afternoon, mid-afternoon.
All right. And we're going to show you Exhibit 204. When you arrived at the Munger farm, where did you go?
So we went to the sprayer barn, which would be the far right barn there on the map.
Okay. Can you zoom that in? That building?
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived there, who did you go with?
Myself and Detective Greco.
All right. And what did you observe when you went in?
So we went in. Dale was inside of the building. They had a semi pulled in there that was running, and it was very loud.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 82. And is that just inside that sprayer barn?
Yes.
Okay. People's Exhibit 83. Is that inside the spray barn?
Yes.
Okay. People's Exhibit 84. What am I looking at in People's Exhibit 84?
Yeah. So if you see that camouflage area, that's a large safe that was sitting up against the wall.
Okay.
And then there was heavy duty chains that were laying on the floor.
Okay, right there in front of the pallet?
Yes, that pallet jack there. Yep.
Okay. Number 85.
Just want you to know, the state will allege that he put her body in here, yet no dogs hit on this. There's no drop of blood. There's no hair. There's no feet prints. There's no nothing. It's all a fairy tale, they say. No proof any of this. Yeah, there's a chain. There's a pallet jack. Yeah, there's a hose, and there's some 2x4s. Yes, I see it, but they have no evidence, just a theory. Just know that.
Okay. Again,
And they're
what's
going to
this?
allege here that he's fending off the Michigan State Police here with a garden hose after washing chemicals into a drain, and he warns the cop that his dog, if the dog walks in here and gets the insecticides on his feet, they've had a shepherd, a dog in the past, run through, I guess, and lick his paws and actually die. These are bad chemicals they're working with here, and he's got to wash them off every time. And they're acting like this is the tank, which we can't tell if it's one of 50 tanks. And they're alleging that he's fending off the Michigan State Police with a garden hose. There's powerless, no backup, no SWAT, nothing. He's going to show. They're going to show another picture. He's defending the tank. Michigan police, if they come to your home to search your property, pull out your garden hose and turn on some cool stream of water. All right, and then they'll just leave.
Yep. So that was when
It turns out they don't even want to search this part anyways, and the prosecutor goes on about this.
we were standing there talking to Dale, we as in myself and Detective Greca.
Yeah, and what? You couldn't get past the water? Let me know.
He kind of was bladed towards that anhydrous tank behind him there, and he was spraying, hosing off the floor.
Fending the
Okay.
tank.
And did you guys come out of that sprayer barn?
Yeah, upon his request, he was spraying off the floor. He said he had
Upon his request?
some chemicals on the ground, and he asked us to leave the barn.
So anytime you're searching a place and you ask to leave, you just fucking leave, eh? Are you there with a warrant? Like, I mean, you think he's defending his fucking tank? In her closing statement, she says, this guy's going on about, she says they didn't even want to search here. Their superiors told them to leave. The superiors didn't care to search here. So he's sitting there acting like he's defending. This is such gobbledygook.
So that he could finish spraying.
Her statement literally says that the superiors told them to leave because they didn't want him even searching here. You act like the fucking garden hose defeated the Michigan police, eh?
It off.
Okay. And on this date, do you guys have a conversation with Dale?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
You stay outside for a little bit of time though, correct?
I do, yes.
All right. So at this time, we'll play Exhibit 217, where they ask the defendant to start discussing Saturday moving forward.
At the Thursday, so there's something on last year, something roughly. So let's go back to Saturday morning. Let's start with that on Saturday morning. You're shaking your head, yeah. My trying to go. You guys see what I did Saturday morning? Yeah, it's I know we did Saturday morning because I had my son and Ivan was with me. They got here. Well, I'm gonna try it. So you wake up Saturday morning. Are you both better? You remember that one? Was she out or no? We're both in Saturday morning. As far as I can remember, yeah, we're both in Saturday. I got up roughly what time you get up. I usually get up about 6 or 7. So that was standard that is. Yeah, I get up. Okay, and it's about to get you question mark, you believe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were. So, okay. Saturday. All right, and you get up, she's sleeping in bed, she's like, yeah, she's a little slower than you were. She stays in bed, she don't get up. Well, probably didn't her time. Well, she had, I thought she had my daughter to soccer game at 9, but it turned out it was 11. So I imagine she probably got up around 8:30, 9 o'clock. We'll try to stay on that. So that would be probably a question for Rikkell, because she probably called text back and forth Rikkell. So whenever you see a text message in the morning, she was out. Okay. And they are getting that stuff right now, from your as well. So 6 a.m. roughly, you go up Saturday, 8:30 roughly, or so after 6, after 6, and we'll try to run a order best you can. Trying to think, we could look, I have to go out with the time card to see when Jared and my son got here, because we got stuff around the tile Saturday morning. So you're on the farm until you drive there, you believe you're here until you go to the farm. Well, we had, trying to think, we moved all the machinery over Friday night. It seems like Dee brought us back. If I'm on the right day, it seems like Dee brought us back pizza from Basil Boys on Friday night. We were over to put a tile in, and I take the highway. Come down to the night, you see the tile, that's maybe 7 still. We were there late till about 9 or 10, put tile in Friday night. And I did it right. I mean, my son was the time cards showed it. We're there put tile in, and we wanted to finish up. We got a roll left to finish up because we're trying to get the butt right. So we went over there that morning. that's where we're, that Saturday morning. Okay, so you get stuff on here, then you go from the, that's, you take your. Right, we had to get batteries and stuff for the sawzalls, the drills, and gear, tile, couplers, and tape stuff and took from here. Roughly was like here to, I think it was around 8. Just trying to think if there's any breakdowns or major problems. It was Saturday, so all the trucks were here. The mechanics were working on the trucks. And you actually answered with some, did you go with, or are these 7 vehicles with these now there too, or not? Or that was you not with? You know what, it was Jaron, what it was in here. That was Jaron. Yeah, Jaron. Jaron was with me, and then Brian, my son-in-law came over. Ivan wasn't here. Ivan had to take, took a semi-load. He drove for Todd on Saturday. He had to take a load. So Ivan was with me Friday night. He brought us back pizza and food at the field. And then we all came back here and had some more in the house when we got back.
Hey, did you hear that? Ivan drove a load for Todd on Saturday. Like, Todd is the one she fought with, and Ivan's the one. Man, it's very possible that these guys are doing more than running stuff in this truck. And because they're running stuff down to Indiana, and the fucking Mexicans are hiding weed in the fucking cabbage. Fucking tanks of anhydrous, whatever that shit is, ammonia, precursors for meth, they say. Fucking, there's way more to this. Way more. Fucking fighting. The day before she was missing, she's fighting with 3 of her people. Tons of money missing. And oh my God. This Ivan, I don't know. Ivan left the farm a month or 2 after she went missing. Split up with Zack, and now they're engaged.
And Saturday, we got up, Ivan had to drive for Todd. He had some feed or something with elevators.
You hear that? So on the Saturday, Ivan's driving for Todd, and on the Friday, she's fighting with Todd. And Ivan, that little sus guy, was teleporting all over the garage on taking garbage out of the truck, the work truck, and he's there working with his brother on that truck. And then when that garbage that he puts in that bucket ends up on the pile, the tank with the body supposedly ends up there. They never show him getting back in that JCB. Just know that. This Ivan, he's moving on up in this world.
So Jaron and I went over there. Started to put tile in, and Brian, I was sprayed. I can't remember if I sprayed it. I have to look in my log, but I might have sprayed a load off first and Saturday morning. What would that been? But we were tiling, regardless of what I did before I got, if I was in a sprayer or if I was tiling. We were at the field tiling when Dee took Angelina to the soccer game, and that's when she called me, and that's when I was aware of there was an argument with Terry. Did I lose your name? Yes, you did. So if you sprayed on Saturday. Yes, it would have been. I can't. Yeah, it would be before the tile. So I'm gonna put spray question mark before that. Yeah, because I jumped. There's so many you hit there. I lost. I got to spray. Okay, no, that's. We're gonna take that. We fall back on a crutch when we got all these sprayers and you got all these computers in them. We forget what you've done. You go punch the computer and it tells you it's there and what you did. So spray possibly. I can't remember if I sprayed first and then we went to the field and put tile in. But anyway, we were over tiling. So Jaron, you took the highway tiling with the 8 o'clock. With Brian. Yep. And then roughly I can't remember if I called you or she called me. I called her before 9 to ask her if she was at the game and how the game was going. And she said, no, the game is at 11. It's 9. I thought she told me 9 or 10. So I called her early and she hadn't left home yet. I said, okay, well, call me and let me know how the game's going because she's giving me a field trip because I wasn't with my daughter's soccer team. So, and then roughly, I was like, probably 11:30 because the game was going on and she called me and she says, are you by yourself? And I says, no, I'm putting time on what's your right. Well, get by yourself. And that's when she said, how did she word it? Why are you telling me to help when I'm taking Xanax or something like that? And I was like floored and like, what are you talking
that? I said, no, I'm not telling her how to take anything. You told Terry this, and I says, no, I did not. I haven't talked to Terry in like a month, because he's one of the drivers. He rolls in Friday night late or Saturday, I don't see him. So, but just before, Friday is the day that she got into it with Terry. I didn't know this until then. So anyways, that's when she says, you told Terry this. I said, I did not. I don't know why you're upset, because what Terry does on his own time is his business, just drop it. And that's when she says, well, I'm all done. We're fucking selling everything. We're done. And she hung up the phone, and I had no more contact with the rest of the day. I tried to call her several times, but she wouldn't answer her phone. And she went over to her daughter Amber's.
All done, we're selling everything.
And I was dumbfounded. I walked back, and we just finished putting tile in. And I was just dumbfounded. I didn't say nothing to the boys. I think, what the hell? You were saying we're selling everything.
And it's still about that 11:30 phone call that you're talking about.
Yeah, right. Well, because she was still at the soccer game, but that's yes. Okay. So she said that, and I didn't talk to her the rest of the day because she wouldn't answer her phone. Then I came home. I'm trying to remember what time I got home. And I think it was roughly about 8 o'clock. We had to look at the boys' time cards and punch down when we got back home. So that was
So you're tiling all the way through to 8 o'clock, right? This is the farm, whatever.
I'm trying to think, where did we go after that? We got the tile, I think we were over the tiles all the time.
Okay.
So we came back here.
I think you said with 80 years, so
Yeah, I mean, if we need definite time, we can find the time card for the boys, and then we'll we got back. So I asked them.
So roughly 8:30 here, then just roughly.
Yeah, roughly 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, I got back here. Yep, we got back here.
It was your son with you as well at that point. Did he come home or not?
Yeah, they came back here. I'm trying to remember what the hell we did. We spread some fertilizer. I mean, like I said, if we need definite time, just look in the computer and see where we're at for sure. Right. It's hard to remember what I did 2 days ago.
You're doing better than me. So you get back Saturday,
she's in the house. I come to the house. First I got here, I wanted to see the Angelina do their chicken chores, which they weren't done. So I came up and got her, and went out and did the chicken chores. She don't want to do the chicken. No, don't let me do that myself. Her chores weren't done, so I came and got her. And he was over here sitting in the chair. I could tell she was all upset. Her face was red and all fucked up. She cried. She didn't say nothing to me. I said, I'm taking Angelina out to do chores. She said, okay, that's fine. Angelina out, we did the chores. And we come back in, and I says, Dee, I'm gonna take Angelina, we're gonna go over to the other farm, check the steers, because my son was spreading fertilizer. He came back from town, he went to spread fertilizer. I think I went across the road and fist the ground.
After 8 p.m.
No, before, we did tiling, and I think we both came back, he went to spread fertilizer, and I was in the tractor across the road here, and I think, I can't remember which frickin' day. It sounds like I didn't know what I was doing, but the more I talk about it, the more I can kind of remember what we're doing. But I know my son was spreading fertilizer that night because we went over to check the steers at the other farm because he didn't have time to do chores because he was in the dry started fertilizer. So I came in and told Dee that I wanted to take Angelina with me to check the cattle over to the farm.
So you definitely, you tie us from now, maybe you're down to 60 pounds. How big of a deal? How long it take?
Well, we only had one roll of tile. And then we sprinkle rain on and off, and then we ran out of tile, and we quit, so, without the time cards, like I said, I didn't know. If you want to know the exact answer.
No, this is rough, now, wait a second, so the field, how long did it take you to till the field?
I didn't know we do 3 rounds, and see over there wasn't much was getting late, so I just came over.
So maybe, morning, say 8 p.m. getting here.
Well, it was still about 8 when I got here, but for the time we was tiling until 8 p.m. here, there might have been some other things up in between. I don't remember for sure, but
fit in the field across the street.
I think I did go over there and fit, but I know my son was spreading fertilizer because I came in and told her that we were gonna go check the cattle at the other farm. And she says, no, you can't. Amy called, Jenny was gonna go over and play with Hazel. I'm like, well, was this planned? Because I was take her over here, and I ain't seen her all day. I didn't say this, but I'm thinking this myself, I didn't see me all day. I wanna take my daughter with me. No, she's coming to get herself. When I stayed here, I jumped in the truck and drove over to town, checked the cattle out, talked to him for a few minutes over there, because he's having an auction of the bird.
Roughly time, do you think the times?
Probably about not close to 9. Because when I got back here, it was 10, you know, roughly.
Okay.
So when I got back,
What roughly is he in?
roughly, 2 miles straight to Washington.
It was, roughly 95 Washington. Yeah, that's, you go there,
Checked the cattle, went to look them all, and then he feed, walked out, talked to Tom for a little bit. Because he's having an auction, like I say, on the first. Then I got back here, Angelina was gone, because they came to pick her up in the meantime. I asked Dee, she spoke on something to eat, but she sat there all the steps, and since I got back in, we're out the fridge, this, I'll make some burgers, what you want to eat. No, I don't want to. I don't feel like it. She says, you know, Terry quit today. I said, no, I did not. Oh, I know what it was. I didn't get back. Scratch it. Saturday, we got done tiling. Todd took me down to Finley to bring back the truck that was worked on. It's coming back. It might take a while.
well, you are right, it's either, I know it's, yeah, Finley or Fayette.
It was Finley. We went down to Finley and picked up the truck and brought back. So
now roughly what time is
I'm thinking I'm still back here about 8:30, 7:30, 8 o'clock. So when I got back. All Finley. I think we left here around 3:30. Hour and a half down, hour and a half back.
And so your phone number said you were in Finley,
Okay.
so I'm just trying to.
Okay, well, it's coming to me. It's coming to me.
Maybe you might just let you know.
No, it's coming to me. So that's what.
4:30, and then 4:30.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, for what purpose?
We got a truck down there. We need to figure out the service and brought it back. So when I got in, I talked to Dee. She told me that Terry quit. She said, "You know that?" No, I did not know that. You know, I was riding with Terry's brother all the way down there. They were told Terry was fired. And then I got back. She said, "Terry quit." I said, "Well, you know, that's all right. I don't want to fight with Dee because I can see she's upset already." And she was insistent on trying to start a fight. And she says, "You don't care about me, nobody cares about me. What does it matter if I'm even here?" And I said, "Dee, you can't talk like that." And she kept saying the jabs, and we've been going pounds on that down there a while, but Craig was telling us how to de-escalate the things to say. He's been going to start a fight because, you know, she knows how to get me fired up, and I know how to fire her up. And I was trying not to get to where we're both screaming. There's nothing really solid when screaming at each other. And she was very mad because she was, after hindsight, I look back, I think she was trying to get me mad so she could have a fight so that she could be hungry that night. But she had a migraine, she had her medicine, and then she acted like, I gotta eat. And she was feeling sick. So she got up, came over here, and we had some, what they call it, burritos, breakfast burritos. And she got 3 breakfast burritos Saturday sometime on the way home. So she got one of the breakfast burritos out, and I made some toast. She got one of the breakfast burritos and had warmed up. And we sat down over there and ate the breakfast burrito. And she kind of was getting calmed down. I thought, well, okay, she's calming down. This will be good. Let's just lay on the floor. I'll rub your back. So your head goes away. She lay on the floor.
Roughly what time do you think this is?
I think it's around midnight, 1 o'clock. So she lay on the floor, but she took, I don't know, she took the midriff, I don't know what the hell's in it. She took
I think it
anyways, midriff is where she takes her migraines.
Okay.
And she took 3 of them, and I thought she was only supposed to take 1. But anyways, regardless. So she started calming down. I rubbed her back and shoulder. She started calming down. And she started getting where she's going to go to sleep. And I said, just go to sleep, honey. And she started watching TV. And she kind of dozed off on sleep. So I picked her up, put her on the couch, tucked her in, This was probably 2 o'clock, and I got
She's just half-assed,
No,
you actually completely ran.
No, I didn't. She helped, she was just, you know, if your kid's kind of asleep, you get them up there, and they're enough to get to bed, drop over, and then you cover them up. So then she went to sleep, and she was snoring away. I went to bed. When I got up, I come out, and she was still, snoring hard, like she was really sleeping.
Roughly 16.
Roughly 6, yeah, she was sleeping on the couch. And, you know, so I went outside, I went out. I went out to this door, I got the loader, come around this way, and I looked in, she's still sleeping. And I got back in the loader, went around, I had to get some different chemicals. Of course, nothing's ready to go first time, so I had to screw around. And then I come over, you can see me on the camera, so you got to play the so I got chemicals, bar went back loaded. I had 10 acres. I called 2-3 times and he didn't come back, so I don't know why.
And then try to be efficient, give you comments on me.
But anyway, so I got loaded. I loaded the small 10-acre bass, sprayed Leroy Sealers, which is just right beside the golf course right here on 50. I pulled in, sprayed that. I come back and I was going to be burned out, so I had to rinse out quick. Then I had to have the forklift and I drove to the barn to get something out of the barn because there's, I had to get bolt tracks, one of the bird sides. Took down, and then got loaded up. I took off, I think I pulled up on this way down, went up to Brooks Road, and sprayed this 5-acre field there. There were guys when I left here, so I sprayed that one, and then went to, I come back down all the way over to 50, went to Brooklyn right here, Brooklyn farm. Sprayed out there another 30 acres. And when I was spraying that 30 acres, wait.
No, I mean, that's still catching you too, but that's catching.
Well, I sprayed that, I was up there spraying those 30 acres there, and in the middle of spraying that field. Stephanie called me, our assistant works in the office, Stephanie called me in the house, and said, what's going on with Dee? She's not, we don't know where she's at. I'm thinking, why is Stephanie calling me? How would Stephanie know Dee's not in the house? When she's employed, why would she be here? So I'm thinking that, and Stephanie goes, well, she's not in the house. I says, okay. Rikkell called me and said she can't find her. I'm thinking, why did Rikkell call me? Well, I hang up with Stephanie and I instantly called Rikkell. Well, the third time I called her is when she finally answered her phone and says, it sounded like she's kind of upset. She says, where's my mom? And I said, she's sleeping on the couch. Why? And she says, well, she's not here. And both the vehicles are here. And I'm like, I'm only about half an hour, 45 minutes, I'll be back. And I says, no, we'll figure out what's going on. So when I got here, they were out in the office. I think they were looking at security cameras to see if they could see anything. I came up, drove around, came in the house. I instantly went, you know, I walk in, I open the door, and look, see the car in the garage, which was, and I walk through here and I walk back to the bedroom. And when I walk in the bedroom, I instantly see the 2 bags are on the floor. And I walk in the bathroom and I look in there and there's grilling iron, the hair dryer, and the makeup bags. Well, that's a standard issue for her to go to Zach's house. So I'm not really that worried because she's at Zach's house. Well, then Zack shows up and he's telling me, if I'm around, I'm thinking, you're a fucking fucker, because she's at your house. We've been married all these years, and about 100 times, that's where she's at, with Zack or Amber. So I'm not really worried at this point. And then he's like, no, she's not. Well, by the 3rd day, now I'm believing him, okay, that she's not there, because the whole time I'm thinking, you're lying to me. You know exactly where she's at. When you go by Zach's house on Pentecost, all the lines and everything are closed now. They've never been closed since he moved into the place. So why?
And you don't just want to do things that they call the cops. I mean, we're
right.
So he should be.
Right, and I'm like, okay, so now, like I said, the 2nd, 3rd day, I'm like, oh shit, well, yeah, maybe we don't understand. So now, that's something I'm completely puzzled, just like you guys had. I mean, nothing. Well, let me go back, because she was gone. I looked in there, her bags are gone, curling iron and that stuff. Then when Zach did get here, he come in and looked too. Everybody,
though somebody tells you they're gone, they still don't look. We go out to the office, and they're looking at the cameras. He's trying to get on the camera system, see if we can find out what's going on. And he walks through, and I walk through there too. But this time I walk through and I go over to my desk, which is in the middle part, and the part wedding ring is on my desk. So that's, with her not taking Angelina, which every time she's ever left and went to Zach's house, she's always took Angelina, right? And this time she didn't take Angelina, and when I walk through the office, her ring is on my desk. That's what just, something is fucking wrong, right? And then somebody picked her up.
Yeah, couple things here. The ring part. What cameras? How many cameras are here? Functioning, non-functioning.
They're all functioning, but the problem is the cameras were put in to watch, to help and watch, make sure tool wasn't being stolen and office stuff wasn't being stolen. There's nothing in here.
The one in the office is the one where the ring aspect, you know, is that one?
Well, that one isn't, that's, no, it's in the main office where you walk in the doors.
Mhm.
My office is basically the next was the lunchroom. I can push the lunchroom, that's where my office is, but right there. So if you come in the door down by Todd's, where Todd's office is the very end, there's the cameras. So if you come in the door, come in.
So she could have came in there, dropped off the ring, and she'll have been. So about the vehicle, the Hummer, would that make the camera? Okay, so camera's not.
Well, the Hummer would have been on there if she went that way, but the Hummer come up and went this way, and the cameras in the shop don't reach out this far.
The Hummer, you know, because she doesn't normally drive that, whatever.
She loved to drive, so I cut her off on driving the Hummer, so she could drive it.
And this is someone who was saying it's basically been a month since she's moved that thing.
Since we got back from Florida.
Okay.
And I,
But then
well,
what she does.
she's rode the Hummer 2-3 times in the last few weeks because she's brought me food in the field with her. She'll drive the Hummer around the field, so.
Yeah.
But she hasn't been driving the Hummer because I had it in park with the camper. I parked it inside, I didn't get outside.
The Hummer.
I drove behind the camper, and you know, it only gets like 5-6 miles a gallon. She used to drive it every freaking where. I'm like, do you stop driving it? Just drive it. Well, you know, the Volkswagen gets 50 miles a gallon, but she wouldn't be caught that.
No, I got
I used to go. But, so, you know, so I basically told her not to drive it home anymore, so.
Yeah, take one, whatever it is, but she wasn't taking anything to the field, unless you're not, so you really don't watch it.
Well, I told you, I think it's because she figured, she knows I can track her and that's why I did that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know if my device that I plugged into it was a diagnostic thing that also does the tracking.
Yeah.
My son-in-law had it, and he gave it to me because he bought a vehicle and plugged it in, it didn't work, so he gave it to me, and I went, cool. I put it in my pickup for a while, it worked great, diagnostic glow plugs weren't working and all that. So I pulled it out and I stuck it in the Hummer, figured, because it was missing, making noise, it didn't work. Well, we put it in there and it wouldn't come online, it wouldn't work, so he was going in online to see if it didn't work. And we forgot it was in there, so hell, it had been in there 6 months, it wouldn't work, it didn't do anything. Well, she found it in there and she thought, oh my God, you can track it, you know, this time. Even though it never worked, it was good, because now she thought I could follow her, find her, where.
With that being said, do we either have anything on now, so you think.
Just the OnStar does, that's what you can find that in.
And that one,
That one was nice, I never got it.
When you really, reason for that, you know, I mean, that's right, the Hummer not going down there, just whatever, just on a grab, or was there, the Hummer, when it was actually down there, so.
I think she was paranoid and thought there was still a tracker in it.
Okay, so you just let it go down.
And I think she knew that this one could be tracked, she went out on this one, and then she pulled out, went down there, put the ring in my desk, went back out, and said, oh, fuck, you could track this too, because he knows I know where I go.
So in theory,
I'm talking off the cuff, I'm guessing, I mean, I don't know any of this now.
so in theory, she could make a phone call, and we should get that on our, do her call, whoever's gonna pick her up, in theory.
No, because she's got another phone.
Let's go talk about that, how do you know that, or what?
Well, no, I know, well, when we went to Mexico, I can't tell you the date, I mean, I have to look back and find it, it's been a while ago. It's been almost 6 months to a year when we went to Mexico. We went down to Mexico, I just kind of blew it off because it wasn't working bad. When we went and checked into our room, it was unpacking. There was 2 phones in our suitcase, in her suitcase. And I got it out. Well, she had the suitcase open and I went the other room. Then I come back, there's 2 phones in her suitcase bag laying there. I said, where'd the other phone come from? Whose phone is that? Oh, it was in the room when we got here. I was gonna take it down to the office and turn it in. we're on vacation, I'm not gonna start an argument, no, it wasn't fucking in the room, but let it go. Then when we get back, when the heck was it at last time? I seen it in her car, it was in the center console. When she's got a phone, she's talking on it, and they go in the car, there's another one in here. I'm sorry, when they go another one, the phone in their car, yeah, I seen that just 2 weeks ago.
What kind of phone was it?
It was not a phone.
My phone.
It was at least a 10.
At least a 10?
Yeah, it's a new one. But it looked like, you know, one of the ones you get like at Walmart, or the track phone, the burn phones or whatever. It wasn't one you got well.
Oh, iPhones look like iPhones,
Yeah, I
yeah.
mean, it looked like the cases looked like, you know, like at Walmart, like track phone case, it wasn't the fancy.
Did you ever discuss that with her? I mean, you want to argue?
I wasn't gonna bring up an argument.
Yeah.
It wasn't, at that point, it wasn't worth the argument, because I already know the answer, yet it's not my phone.
Yeah. And,
And the other thing is she would just tell me that it was, you know, one of the other employees' phones, or something else's phone, sorry. It wasn't worth the battle.
Yeah.
That's, you know, the council talking crazy, you got mine to choose your battles. So I'm guessing that that other phone is who she was using in contacts. And I don't know how we ever did.
we got a few things here. Whether some guy doesn't, or somebody doesn't buy for her, give it to her, or
Well, yeah, you're
or you just a stage go type thing, you want to give them your info, give the IT guy,
I mean, the only thing is that you might, I don't know if you can even do it, if it was ever hooked to our Wi-Fi, you tell if something was hooked to your Wi-Fi,
we're on that right now.
so that would be the only way that I can think you could find that phone, but everybody that goes to your phone hooks to the Wi-Fi, you have a list of how phone. I mean, anytime anybody comes here, sales guys, everybody hooks the Wi-Fi, and meetings, whatever. But that's, yeah.
And it is,
I knew I was talking through it, like, hey, can you go mess around? Or Saturday. You know, like,
I would not use that line, I'm sure. I could take
and I did get a hold of Craig, and he didn't, wasn't heard from me or anything. I got one the other day. Ever get a hold of him?
I did, I did the counselor, you know, so yeah.
Craig.
Yeah, I just saw him today. Said, you guys did do a January, it was had set up for February. Talked on the phone, canceled for whatever reason, another cheated.
I thought she was still going, but.
Oh, you thought still since then, you still.
That's when I talked to Craig, I said, well, because I knew she was scheduled in February for 2 more. Because the last time that I talked to her, we were both there together, he wanted to see her a few more times, and then after he got to be, they would get back together. Last time we seen was just before.
Like, I just paused for 1 second to make a point. Like, this guy didn't think he was guilty, or I don't know what, but if he's lying to these people with all these videos, like, he's really good at it. Really, because he's like looking them right in the eyes, and he's not, he's a great. If he's lying, he's a great liar, and these bananas are ready to be eaten for sure. You said that last time, right, Mimi? I remember you noticed the bananas were ripe. But yeah, he is a great liar if he's lying. But it feels like, it's either that or forthcoming. So this guy didn't think he was guilty or whatever. I got to find out what Greca actually felt. Mimi, what was it Greca actually said? I'll play.
Hopefully, tell us something, what kind of devices, security camera. There's a talk about black deep riding by here.
Well, we've seen it. That's going to be hard. We've seen it on camera.
So you've already looked at it roughly for that time frame.
Yeah, I think Zack is out looking for Friday, Sunday afternoon.
And with it, you see that or not?
Yeah. Okay. This where's the stop sign, or east, west, or north, south?
It's west of here. No, yeah, east of here.
So it's the east-west stop sign, not north-south stop sign.
Right.
Okay, east-west stop sign. Yeah, and that's what I'm get to with the speed of it, we have anything wrong, or the slow enough, we're slow over here, I mean, or stop and pick it up.
Well, we don't know because we only see it when it's past the buildings. I mean, if it did pick somebody up, it'd be up to speed.
When it's already at that point, okay. Yeah, she's I'll be able to speed it.
Yeah, that's the camera that we need to work on, because one of those bridges we put up, pine trees that's blocking most of the view, so.
She called Kyle recently to have, I think it's a little weight scale camera.
Got fixed.
Yeah.
Fixed, so the plug down her bed. The old one up there, the plug was broken. You put it up and they put a different camera up.
You see, I took it the exact opposite way, Mimi. That for me, when I heard that, I thought he was like, why would they look in a tank? Honestly, I think he might have been at that moment. It felt like if possible, he's the only one who didn't know about the tank. Imagine it though, because you can look at it either way, half full, half empty. People see things differently, and honestly, when I hear that, that's not a maniacal laugh, like ha ha ha. That like what? I don't know. To me, he's laughing like it would make no sense. Which tank? Like, I mean, there's millions of tanks. This guy he's seen tanks in his sleep. He's moving them all day long. It's his job. I don't know. That's great. You think that, and I think the exact opposite. So we're perfect for each other.
And on 429, you and Detective Greca continue having conversation with Dale Warner. Is that correct?
We do, yep.
One of those conversations deals with the camera system and the passwords. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I would be playing Exhibit 260 at this time.
The 5200's missing.
Well, that's one thing she took out of sync, which that's her money. But so I'm going, man, I don't know, like all Kyle. When Dee was here, she talked to Kyle before when we got back and forth because we got new phones out there. Well, the camera system wasn't working on mine. When you get a new phone, you got to put all that shit back in and make it work. So I called Kyle to come up and fix my camera or my security system on my phone. In the meantime, I told him, I says, I want to change the passwords on it because, I don't want Dee to get in. I told him, I want to change the password on the cameras first because Dee's got another phone. She's got a password for the camera system. She can look on it and see everything that we're doing during the day, and then she can come in the office and do whatever she wants. But she'll know nobody's there.
So that's why you wanted to.
So I wanted to change it, so she couldn't know what's going on. And at that time, I wasn't so sure that Zack wasn't in on it too. Because this is early on. We're before day 3. Until day 3, I was convinced that she's over at Zack's house. I didn't care what anybody told me. They know where she's at. But now, she's not. So that's why I changed it. And I didn't go to the banks and change any anything else I could. And I probably ain't gonna say I should have because the biggest thing is I want my wife back. No matter what she did, it's irrelevant at this point. I don't know why she left him in. Just that girl's the world.
Right.
So, but that's why I changed the password. And I know Zack was pissed off because Kyle said that Zack was calling him 5 minutes after he changed the password. I'm thinking, I didn't even know he had access to my camera system on his phone. I thought I'd go look at it here. So that was news to me. And he was mad because I didn't give him the password back. I thought, no, I don't.
Then did you at some point give him some access or
You can look at it in the office. I don't have no problem with that look at the stuff, but I don't feel at this time that he has the right to have my security system on his own. This is still Dee's and my business. He works for us as an employee. He's not part of this. He's family, but this is Dee's and my business.
And again, same date. Is there a discussion with the defendant about what the arguments are about that night?
Yes, there is.
Okay, we'd play Exhibit 218 at this time.
There's no fights over money. It's like I told them, we can make more money. I can't make money life. Right? So I want my money, no matter what she's done or how much she's taken. You know, it's irrelevant. And you can see we've started with nothing. I mean, nothing.
Started on COVID, you had 20 or something.
No, I mean, when Dee and I first started, and when we moved here, we started with nothing. I mean, I worked for crop production, she did. We built an empire together.
Right.
We, in 2015, we ventured off in Manchester and bought a 1,500 acre vegetable farm. You know, and it damn near fucking bankrupt us. I mean, up until then, there was nothing that we couldn't do in Concord. But we did that one, and that one kicked my ass. You know, I played right flat out. It kicked my ass about $20-25 million possibly.
The employees are, instead.
So they did lose like 20 million. It was 20 million. I always thought he said 200 to 1 million. He said 20 to 25 million dollars they lost.
The cause of all the problems around here with the drama and stuff. That's the message we have. So that, you know, you're a strong person.
Well, you look on my phone and you're gonna see, you back to the text messages, I'm gonna have my ass chewed more than you've probably ever seen in your life.
Where I'm going with these is the pressure on her, I mean, in her heart. Oh, they hate me. What is that gonna do to her? I mean, I'm trying to get to you. Or is that suicide? Or is that, I don't know anything about it? Or am I gonna go to a clinic? Or am I gonna go get therapy?
That's why we're trying to get credit. I mean, we're trying to get so that you know how to deal with employees. Dee is a fixer. My wife is a fixer. Just like with Terry, you know, it has nothing to do with us, and she's trying to fix this damn problem. Why, Dee? And it's just caused a big argument between her and I that night because I didn't agree with her that he shouldn't apologize. And I'm still like, why would Terry apologize to you for, you know, he got divorced, okay? He didn't kick his ex out of his apartment like she was supposed to leave. He didn't get his pickup back from her. That's not Terry. That's not your ID. You did everything you could do. You went above and beyond. When he needed money, you made it out. You made a deal with Doug Hartung so that he would represent Terry and he could take care of it. And you guaranteed that he would pay. I mean, that's the only thing that would take me off. He doesn't pay the obligation that we stuck our neck out and said, Doug, do this for him. But, you know, she got out of it and he's paying it now. But as far as him having to apologize to her for what he does this personal time, I mean, she was mad because I didn't agree with everything.
Would she check herself into being in the hospital?
I mean, it's been brought up several times in the past that my wife is bipolar. And if she hears that word, oh my God, that's not a thing you can say around female.
I've heard that one.
No, and I think, personally, I think she does have a lot of mental problems, but I mean, if you look, we all have our problems.
So that question, do you think, did she get to that level?
I don't know. I hope the God she did. She's that problem. But if she was, I hope the God she would check herself, but I don't think she would. You know, because she is in denial so bad.
She's a bad guard. That's not her now.
She's probably 3-4 times in her marriage. One time I go home, she had gone on me on the bed crying. I don't know if she wanted attention, or it's just an attention thing, or she's actually,
Now with us, and we've done how much stronger now. You were fully against before, up there, or with Banner.
I still don't. I'll fight that to the end. No, I don't think she can.
We're not getting anywhere. No, I appreciate it.
You know, I told her that Michael burned yard, and I said, we got married for better or for worse. I said, do you still love me? She couldn't tell me no, but she couldn't tell me yes either. I looked her short in the eyes and she's crying. I said, I love you no matter what. It's never gonna change.
I'm sorry, what night was this?
This was Saturday.
Okay.
Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah.
You're still up.
Yeah,
says, you know, she's sitting around and she worked this out, and it's not your decision to set up. It's not. This is ours, it's not yours. But she wouldn't say that, you know, she wouldn't come out and say that she did nothing, she wouldn't come out and say that she did. So that was different than a normal argument too, because normally she always would say yes, that she'd be quiet. Yeah. But, I mean, I've been through one of those. I sure as hell don't want to go through them, no matter what. It's not worth it.
Did you argue it?
No.
And it is.
Your Honor,
Yeah. Doesn't want to go through a divorce. It's horrible. This guy's got all this stuff. And, I mean, that's not saying I killed her.
I believe this would be a good time if the court wishes to stop. I know it's a half an hour early, but the next body cam we want to play is approximately an hour and 5 minutes long.
That's correct. I've been monitoring the times. Thanks.
All right, well, it doesn't make much sense to start a video and stop halfway through, so why don't we break for today then? The court is not open on Monday, so our next day will be Tuesday, and we will start again at 9 a.m. And we get to hear the instruction. I'm not talking to you anymore. During the trial, please do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. And with that, we will see you back on Tuesday morning. 9 a.m.
And we're back. I believe it's just going to go into the next one. So this will be the end of day 2, and they're going to continue Austin Hall on day 3. So I have it on the playlist. I should probably just let it play here. Let's see what happens. Should be the next one right now. Okay. So I'll get rid of this. I will update on the screen. I just got to change it up a little bit. Day 3, starting, continuing that Austin Hall, dude. So obviously, says 7.5 hours, but it's going to be some obvious breaks and stuff. This is the one that they include all the lunches and that, so I will skip through accordingly. Don't you worry. Let's do this. Day 3. Austin Hall is going to be body cam video. Looks like that's going to be Dustin Beard. Dustin Lollybeard, and who else? Oh, the masseuse. Get her name. I've got a vocal of her friend that helped in the office. And the IT guy. Oh, someone else too. Yeah, and that Brian Bush guy. It's his ex-son-in-law. Here we go. I'll speed it up again. They have it muted. Here we go. 2x. Everyone stand up so the jury can come in. Let's go. It's on 2x. Who's down? Let's do this.
Maybe seated.
Yes. Sit your ass down.
Good morning. We are on the record in file 24-21841-FC, People of the State of Michigan versus Dale Warner. And we are at this point prepared to resume with trial. We did have a discussion in the jury room. I think there are some additional exhibits that the parties have stipulated to. Is that accurate?
That's correct, Your Honor. I believe we would stipulate to exhibits 23 and 24, and exhibits 26 through 59, and exhibit 149.
And 206, I believe.
And 206.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And I'm sorry, can you give me those numbers one more time?
Yes, 23 and 24, 26 through 59, 149, and 206.
Okay. All right. The other issue that came to my attention, and I'd like to just address members of the gallery that are here, is that I'm going to ask you during testimony, during the playing of videos, all of that kind of thing, not to nod your head in agreement or disagreement with anything that you're seeing or hearing on the witness stand or in the videos or anything else really. It can theoretically be seen as communicating information to the jurors in an inappropriate manner because it's not coming from testimony from the witness stand. So if it becomes an issue, that is the type of thing that can result in me asking someone to be removed from the courtroom. And so I just want to make sure that that does not become an issue as we go forward. Is there anything else that we need to address on the record before we bring our jury back?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
I would like to make sure that I'm connected.
Okay, go ahead. I don't have, do you have anything that's plugged into the HDMI?
You have the HDMI plugged in. Is that registering?
Try unplugging it and plugging it back in, see if that helps.
Oh.
Because if you're plugged in, it should automatically just take over.
Uh-oh. Technical difficulty? Let me speed ahead.
There you
go. They go. Oh, forget it. Scratch that. Here we go. I will put the closed captioning back on if it's video.
Would you like me to have the witness brought in and back on the stand since he was in the
Yeah, why don't we do that?
And away we go.
You can go ahead and sit down. All right, we are ready for the jury.
No. Well, these aren't injectables or something. I think she got a concoction of 3 things made up, and I think they're pills, but there's 3 things mixed in with her meds that she's got some special ones. The pharmacy had to make them up, so we'll have to double check. But I guess it's not narcotics. But is it the ones you know about that has, what are the 3 things? Because there's a medication she's for migraines that the pharmacy mixes. They make it with 3 separate things. I'm not sure if it's a pill or injectable. Let me know.
You may be seated. All right, sir, I'll swear you in again, so if you could raise your right hand, you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury. I do. Thank you.
Good morning. Just want to ask you 2 follow-up questions before we move on to your next body camera.
Okay.
On the 429, we showed a photograph of you in the spray barn. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you described a safe that you observed in there.
Yes,
Do you remember that safe?
I do.
Can you tell me approximately what size that safe was?
Yeah, I'd say approximately like 4 foot by 5 foot.
Okay.
Sort of
And
height.
when you were on the property on the 29th, do you remember if you guys seized the surveillance footage from the Munger farm?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how that was done at all?
To my recollection, we contacted their IT person. I think his name was Kyle.
Okay.
And he came on site and helped us disconnect the wiring and take what we needed to take.
Okay. And then the next time you went back to the Munger farm, do you recall what date that was?
It's been May 3rd.
All right. And at this time, I'm going to play Exhibit 219. That would be the body worn camera from that day.
Cool. Go live. Oh, hello. You losing weight yet? Yeah. Oh, you do that, that's fine, he's got the work boots, like, literally. That's something the other day. And a couple of more questions that you had asked before, and I think you probably already had the answers already. I recorded them. Give us some answers, you want the phone number and the license plate. The license plate, and the phone number I figured out. Yeah, I got both of those for you. I squeezed them out on why we're paying the bill, so. Comes back to here, so you know that. All right, yeah. Yeah. GIAPA. J, oh, that's what it is, J, we're trying to exchange, we handle that thought now. Well, that makes sense, exchange good.
That didn't sound familiar to me at all. And then the second one, license plate, total legit, it is, Joseph Luzier. L-O-Z-I-E-R. I think you don't have to worry about this. I call the guy, talk to Dick, he's an old guy. So, what he is Hardee's. I know at Hardee's house. And he drove slow by him, brand new truck, didn't want to get dirty, he goes by slow, and, what's funny, he turned, what's he driving, I turned around back this way. He said he was gonna go visit him, and then, for whatever, didn't end up seeing him or whatever. I said he doesn't know you guys, he knows your wife.
Cause he didn't even drive. He drove here, made the driveway, turned in, back up, come back. It wasn't like he went down the road. Oh, I'm not gonna see Greg come back. That's why I threw some flags.
No way.
It was like somebody stalking, right by us.
He said, didn't know he, this was interview him today, I did today. He said he had no clue that she's married. So, yeah, I do know her family, he said my wife, she has an open mouth right now, which I know you know this by now, everybody, you know, I can talk him. Yep, and then the search of roughly 40 people, 35 to 40, you know, family members or whatever. They asked me if it's okay, as long as you guys got legal permission from people and you want to search, really well. So I'm fine with that. Half-assed for what's worth, but like some people are like, oh, why wasn't Dale involved? Well, Dale's with his daughter in soccer, and at this point, it's important that you are with your daughter and give her support. So I mean, almost everything I'm looking at, I'm going both ways, I'm total open mind. I'm looking at, you know, why are you? Because that makes sense. But then, you know, you look at the other things too, so I've been that way with cruise sole investigation. Before we, you know, go further, do you have anything for us right now?
I did have a bunch of questions, but I gotta write stuff down. You go through your head, you have all these questions, and now you're here, now I'm drunk for the morning. Hey, you know, I'm just like,
Fire for the hell, so when we're talking, if that remembers, fire right away. We're gonna go easy. And what we will do too is I'll go back and try to answer some more stuff for you. So what we did that day, thank you for everything. Same thing like that, vehicle swap, you know how I laughed and forgot to do that. You know, we did it, but, you know, he's like, I didn't know you said that, Kevin, and whatever, so we have that. I have one of our girls, the same one that took your cell phone in her own bag. She's gonna go to the state police lab tomorrow with the blood, hopefully, this lady hasn't come back.
I haven't turned it in yet.
I haven't,
I think it's
our process. It's weird though, I mean, I was there, it makes almost no sense, I'm a farm boy, I'm a hunter, and it made no sense. I mean, there wasn't a burr on the metal door.
where they, something to catch on.
Yeah, what's that, you know, also, same thing, you go underneath your barn, the woodchuck normally has his little belly rub marks, it's not there, nothing, it just.
He's a very smart man, I'm sure you know.
Yeah, but we just don't know, so, but we have processes, so it takes a little more help. So hopefully we'll do it tomorrow, I'm waiting for the police guy to call me back to see how he can take it. If you don't have a crime, a lot of times they won't take stuff if you don't have a crime.
We've done the eye paper.
No. So you're calling, turn back, and I haven't seen any results other than the guy telling me, hey, but you caught that before I even, you know, I'll let you talk, but you caught it before I even got to you, so that's perfect that you did it first. So, like that. So don't try to card on. All these credit cards, she's got. She wants to get credit cards, she had these two. Sweet. These two are in the caddy. And my partner said they went through the vehicle and said there's credit cards in there. I mean, I've never got any pictures of it. I've never seen this one. It says it's the Alex American Express, but it says Macy's. This is our second one first, that's. And then the Cabela's first one, which I think these were in the Cadillac, I think. After they went through it again, just trying to figure out. Right. And I mean, I'm trying to make sense of any of this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like I said last time, 100 times, sure it's all. I mean, we got 3 businesses together, stress levels high this time of year, obviously. It's, words get thrown, she takes off, goes to Zach's house, big deal.
Right.
This time,
Now,
like that.
what exactly do you think makes this time different? What happened leading up to this that might have set her off over the edge?
I don't understand it at all, other than the COVID. She's not been right since COVID. I mean, mentally, she just has been very unstable. I mean, I don't know, I'm just completely puzzled. She just wasn't herself. The 3 weeks she had COVID, 2 weeks she was on it, she never left the couch, I mean, for like 2 weeks. I'm like, damn, that's not right. And you know, I felt like shit, tired, but I just kept going, I kept going outside, just kept working. I personally, I don't know if the difference is just keep going and getting fresh air. If she stayed in the house, and everybody deals with, I mean, everybody's body is different. Sure. I mean, I'm exposed to all kinds of chemicals in the bar and dust, and you should be going out, pumping anhydrous, I mean, we're going through the burns that breathe once you're in. Yeah. And I don't know. Yeah. Nothing.
And I haven't heard that yet, I mean, COVID's kind of a new thing, and I personally haven't heard that, I know, you know, the other thing, but I haven't heard more, really just changes into a thing where they, but, you know.
Well, you know, he wants to kill me.
Right.
Yeah.
To answer your question, you just started with the iPad, actually, you fall out to the right back with it, I can't look at anything, I just got audibly from that guy saying, hey, did he say anything about Finley? And that's it, that's literally what I have. I know my partner brought it back, and I don't even know, you don't even know if he brought back the thumb drive, so normally what happens, you do the phone, and he gives us a thumb drive with it, you know, so you get the phone, we get the thumb drive, we have it. My partner has said, no, I don't say my partner, that's detective board, no, that's detective board, I have 2 detective partners. You're probably gonna call him my partner, because we're working together. My other partners, they don't, and the other one are just doing stuff that we're kind of throwing at them. So the iPad, at that time, he did go on Friday, so the Friday's my day off. Detective Ward took it to Monroe and dropped it off. That wasn't as pressing to us as the phone originally, so I don't post that, I nothing.
Okay, I was curious. I know Zach was saying he get some charges came up.
Yep, which was, it was a positive one until the fact that he told you.
He came back to the office, and we were going over to the office, and oh shit, it's a monthly.
Right, yeah.
Automatic withdrawal.
Or whatever that you think. The other one was Amazon for $64 or something, I think was the other one, and I
still haven't figured out what it is.
I did get that, I haven't. I will send it to Dale, give him that credit card number, so Dale has it, and even he has to do a search on that account. Send that to me. Send it, also give that real quick.
Okay, yeah, absolutely here. So, at this point, being this far out of things here from the day she's gone, it's been over a week here. So now we're really just kind of back to square one, right? Trying to figure it out. So going back, to me, the biggest thing that's standing out, and I'm sure to you as well, you said she's left like 100 and some, times, and that happens. That's, some women are like that, I get that. But this time she hasn't done anything with your daughter, didn't take your daughter, didn't have any contact, no goodbye, no, nothing of the sort.
I wasn't in here when she, they just did the left, I was still over checking cattle, so I don't know what kind of, if it was out of the normal embrace with my daughter before she left. Sure. I just imagine it was a normal.
Well, why you got that, we'll go over it. I mean, again, I'm gonna fire stuff back at you as well, I appreciate you still being great with us, so we're going to. Yeah, you can say something, so we're happy with it. This is really. To answer that though, I'll jump ahead, maybe if that's the case. You were here when your daughter left, is my understanding. So Amy, whether you know her, maybe or not, no, because Amy is here. Amy's the one that came and Bill's girlfriend. She said, she said she was here, because I question over an interview and say, hey, what the heck? She said she was here. Your daughter was in the vehicle when you pulled in, so what do you, it's dark time, 9 o'clock.
Maybe we passed.
Good. So she, and
then we're in the house when I came in, because I was going to check the kid all the time.
but we'll give it to you, I mean, I'm straightforward. Well, so Amy said she watched the hug. And, we get enough, we have basically two main things that kind of happen at this point, but she watches the hug, and it's not like, I ain't never gonna see you again, Dad, screw you, I'm depressed, I'm taking off. Amy said it was this was us leaving, us asking me what happened or whatever, so she gave a regular hug. By the way, it was just a regular hug, it wasn't a hug, it was a regular hug.
She said she's upset.
She didn't say she was upset, she said she's upset, she said she's gonna talk to you tonight about, things, whatever, us sell things. Well, I used to know sell things, yeah. So did you guys have that conversation that night? She didn't say anything about sell.
Well, she tried to start an argument about that. I said, no, we're not going to argue today.
What did you try to argue about? Did she get that?
She wanted to, because of Terry, she had that altercation with Terry.
Yeah.
And they went over it, and she kept saying, you won't back me up, you won't back me up. Nobody cares, and this is nobody, you know you were in the wrong, and you want us to agree with you, and I says, we're not gonna argue today, because it gets us nowhere. It doesn't, you push my button up, and I said, we're not going to argue. And she kept persistent, and nobody cared about her, and why didn't you back up with Terry and Todd, and Terry quit. I said, we're not gonna argue, it's not. We're on the subject of Terry, we're not gonna jump off. And she did bring up, well, let's just sell everything. I says, it's not your decision to sell everything, this is our business.
Right.
You're upset, why are you gonna?
Right.
Until she said about selling anything, I never heard this conversation in like 2-3 weeks or longer. This conversation's never came up until she's at the soccer game and she was calling out on the phone and she calls me and says, just out of the blue, I'm telling all the help that she's on Xanax. I never talked about Xanax to anyone. Sure. Now, and she just wouldn't listen, or she would not let me get a word. She just was convinced that's how it was. She says, we're just selling it. The phone, I never heard from her again until I walked in that night.
Gotcha, okay. So that happened before some Saturday night, that was like Saturday afternoon, that conversation?
That was about Saturday, 11 o'clock, she was at my daughter's soccer. We were looking at there in the morning, and when I left, she said her soccer game was at 9. So if I look back through my phone, it seems like I called her about 9:30 and asked her how the game was going. And she said, oh, it's not, excuse me, it's not till 11. I'm sorry, I screwed up. It's not at 9:30, or it wasn't at 9:30.
Yep.
So I did talk to her once before.
Okay.
She went to the game, and then she called me. I thought she was calling me about something going on at the game against leaving me a score or something was good. And then she just went off that, why am I telling people she's on Xanax to help? And she got into it with Terry, and we're done, we're selling everything. And that was the end of the conversation. And I never seen her or talked to her. I mean, I tried calling her a couple times and she wouldn't answer her phone. And then I tried calling Zack and he wouldn't answer his phone. So I would say, what's going on, Zack? I don't know what's going on. But he didn't answer his phone. So then it was, I think what time I got home that night. Because I ended up with the tile in, and me and Todd went to the film, picked that truck up, and got back. And then it got 8:30. And at the time we got the phone, I mean,
Roughly that size, but she said he says it's what they get here.
And then I'll come in, I kept asking her, because I know she didn't eat anything. I says, you want me to make you something to eat? Did I ever ask her, I'll make you something to eat, if you need to eat. She didn't want anything, didn't want anything. And she kept wanting to talk about Terry and how I don't back her up. And I said, I can't back her. When he leaves here, it's his own personal thing, you can't control that. And that's what he wants. Go there. That's what I talk to Craig, just don't escalate the arguments.
Right.
And she started getting her migraine. She took medication and she started calming down. I put her on the floor, I rubbed her back, and then she says, I'm hungry. So I made some toast. she got up and she bought some breakfast, some burritos, I guess it's a burrito thing in town or someplace yesterday that day. They were in the fridge and she got one off like half one cup for both of us and one in there sat down, she ate. Part that she wanted on, you feeling better? No. And she's watching TV and she's looking up this way, and TV's over here. So I knew she couldn't see, and her speech was slurred because she saw. She took that. I said, lay down, rub your back, and start getting calm down. And she didn't want to. Then she finally lay down and rubbed her back, and that's when she finally started calming down. And she started to sleep, and I helped her get on the couch. She was sleeping good and hard, and I'm thinking that's like midnight, 1 o'clock. And I went and got to bed. And then,
And you went there after that?
yeah, I went and walked. I got a drink and picked up, food and stuff was out. Went in, laid down, went to bed. Well, I didn't take a shower yet. Second shower, took a shower, went in, went to bed. Got up roughly around 6 o'clock. I didn't never hear nothing all night, so I figured she was sleeping the dog for a morning.
The time roughly you go to bed, now you're cleaning up.
I was thinking it was about 1 to 2 o'clock, and I finally went to bed. Midnight, 1 o'clock, so when she got time to sleep, I came in, picked the stuff up, I washed this, and threw stuff away, went into a quick shower, got in bed, brushed my teeth in the morning, got up in the morning, come out, she was still sleeping.
So, like you said,
She was snoring away, and then I went out through the sliding door here, went out. And I come back in, I forgot something. Got it back out, got the loader, I came around the building this way, went back, got some chemical, went back. And I mixed up the batch, and I think I forgot some other chemicals, so I was on the loader again, come up front, got another back loader, went back loader. And I went down to Leroy's, it was probably,
your math is pretty damn good.
well, I just went to Leroy's, I loaded chemical, sprayed 10 or 13 acres, come back, loaded up again. I texted her when I can't remember if I texted her when I was loading or when I was on my phone. Well, you see it here. $7:45, I texted her, that was when I loaded up, was heading out the site. I'm going to be spraying, call you later. This was 7:45, and she didn't answer. So I figured she was still sleeping. Then I went over to Brooks Road, I sprayed off the 65 acres there. And I had some washed out to do with Brooklyn. And I can't remember if I was, when I finished at that field, I called her or texted her, and I said, are you up yet? Is your migraine better? I didn't hear anything back because I figured, well, she must be still sleeping. And that's when I got over in Brooklyn and I was spraying for my uncle. That's when Stephanie called me and said, what's going on with Pete? And I'm like, this is weird that Stephanie's calling me because Stephanie's an employee at the office. Why would she call me on something going on with Pete? So she says, no, Rikkell's there and says she can't find her mom. I says, okay, I'm in Brooklyn spraying. I hang up with Stephanie and I instantly call Rikkell. I had to call her 3 times before she knows what she's calling. Her other brother and sister trying to find out where she's at or what. And I finally got home and she says, I can't find mom. I said, well, she's sleeping on the couch. No, she's not here. I said, well, she probably went to town or something. No, she's not here. Both vehicles. That's weird. I'm just spraying Brooklyn. I'll be home. Half an hour, 40 minutes. When I get back, I asked Rikkell. Well, first I go to the back door. I was opening up the garage door, look, car there, okay. I walk in and went back to the bedroom. And I looked in there, curl iron, the hair dryer, and my bag missing. When I walked in the door, she has 2 bags instead of 2 in her bed. They're both gone. I think, well, see what the Zack house. So I think I told Rikkell, see how many bags are gone. He went to Rikkell's. She's like, no, Zack says she's not there. And I said, well, I don't believe Zack, that's where she was going.
Right.
And I went back out, and I went around to the office, and Zack was out there. I think Rikkell was here, and this Zack was out in the office. And we walked into the office, and he was going into the camera system to see if we could see anybody drove around. And he went through it. There wasn't anything on the cameras other than you know, there's not a lot, it doesn't pick up anything. I mean, you can see me on the loader crowd, you can see me on here with the motor going around. That's all after the fact.
You remember, did you come up to the front door with the loader? Oh, was your hot dog jumping up on here or somebody? I thought I heard something here, not this dog. Oh, you get one guy. Sorry, the dog. Okay, we heard that. Got it.
No, we went out to the office and you were out looking at security cameras when I went out there, right? When I first came back. Who's not excited?
Like right over here.
All here? Yeah, I don't remember walking down, but well, when we said we walked down. But we went in. Had you been looking at the cameras before that then?
I didn't get on them at that point yet, no.
Okay, I thought you were looking at it. Then you started looking at it when you got in there.
When we got it, yes.
Okay. See where it's at, and then we walked back into the office. And that's when I looked down after we walked into the far side, you weren't talking about. And that's when I looked down at my desk and I see my friends like, oh shit. So then he looked, and she's never done that, no, she's never done that, she's through that house before. She's always picked back up for that stuff, but she's never left it. So after that, he looked down there and they couldn't see anything, and the rest of the kids showed up, and I said, well, we can't really do much, this is not something that's not, I kept asking Zach, are you sure she's not in your house? Are you sure? Because Saturday, when she was upset, he wouldn't answer his phone. And that's usually the normal is, well, okay, mom's upset, Zach won't answer his phone because she's in his house. So I wasn't that real concerned until probably Tuesday, Wednesday, and then it started sinking in, like, hey, something's off. I mean, I was concerned because she's never left Angelina ever. You know, well, Angelina is the one.
Right. And, but I mean, there's the details that we've been over that, so it's
I mean, that's where I'm at. It's baffling.
So, real quick, can you describe what Dee and your guys' daughter's relationship is, would you say, Angelina? Would you kind of go over that real quick?
It'd be like, love-hate relationship, or how would you say?
Really?
I mean, well,
I mean,
it's, she loves her daughter and will give her anything there is that she wants, but then when Angelina doesn't want to go out and do her chicken chores and doesn't want to do her chores, so, why don't you do this, you're gonna get grounded, you're gonna get this, well, 5 minutes later, she's got the cookies she wants, and mom's spoiled her. I mean, every day when they leave school, she goes by and gets an ice cream, they go to Panera every day, and it's like, hey, you can't do this, you can't treat her like this and expect her to listen and do things for you, so I mean, in the mornings, get ready for school, they have, that's where I say the hate relationship, or I shouldn't say that, where the confrontation is with her and mom. She's always asking me to get ready, like, it's the typical 9 doesn't want to get out of bed. She gotta get up at 7, so you leave here by 7:30. Angelina's rolling on bed at 20 after 7. You know, her mom's screaming, get ready, use the spatula, and that. I mean, it's just typical. I mean, she loves her daughter to death, so why would she?
Right. She more mother or she more best friend?
Best friend.
That's pretty young age to be best friend.
It's definitely best friend. They are. But I mean, how do you differentiate best friend and mother when you're? She's the baby at night because she's the baby. So her
the only one you two together. That same question, same question with you and relationship. How would you?
We have a good relationship. It's just I'm not here that much.
You're just a hard worker, bring home.
I'm outside all the time. I mean, when she goes out, we only see the garden and stuff we got downstairs. We started transplants, we do the stuff outside. But as far as, well, just like, this week when he's been gone, it's been happening for school. I don't know if she's supposed to be a soccer. I don't know if she's supposed to be pure gymnastics instead of a pitch.
The thing is, that's like they can bitch, so help her look at him because he was a soccer game, so.
Yeah,
kudos to that. It's like once did. Sometimes there has to be.
Just, this morning was really tell you now.
Right.
I should have had a couple of these here.
She's still firing questions or what she's saying?
Well, she's picking up stuff for Mother's Day. Mother's Day's this weekend. I'll get that to mom, can't get this today.
Yeah, that's true. So,
Sorry, it's a strong, hopefully it's a strong one, I mean.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's strong, or these like full of them.
I mean, so we're getting stuff from mom, we're gonna bring it in here from Mother's Day.
good. Okay. And then going back to that kind of dispute you guys had on Saturday night, right? So you guys were arguing, she was trying to get you to argue, she was upset. The whole Terry and Terry thing was going on, or Terry and Todd. And so she had tension, she was upset, she was trying to get after you for it. You didn't want to move into the. Yep. So how would you rate that night as far as you guys been married 20-some years? You've gotten in plenty of fights, I'm sure. I was feeling the 10 being the worst fight you've ever had.
One being 5.
Okay.
I mean, we've had a lot worse fights. I mean, just screaming and hollering at each other. But I mean, that was back before we started seeing the counselor.
Right.
And, you know, here, both of us the last couple of years have been trying harder to listen to what he says because, you know, if I say something, you escalate. If she says something, you escalate.
Sure.
You know, we've always tried to keep the other one from escalating. I mean, she was upset, but it wasn't. That's what's weird. It wasn't like the worst fight we've ever had. It's like just a mediocre. It was over a freaking employee.
Right.
And she's like, I'm gonna sell everything. I'm like, no, Pete. Well, that's weird.
Yeah.
So how did an employee get this worked up?
Right.
That's what.
There's clearly a piece missing, right? Yeah. So
yeah, I mean, it's like,
if
what did she not tell me? Did the Terry woman, did they get into something that she didn't say about? Or is there something? I don't. There's more to it than
right. Obviously, there's something more.
You know, if it'd been like our worst fight ever, it's so far from that. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and that'd be kind of understandable. If she had her ring on your desk on Sunday morning, that'd be understandable. She was trying to walk away. Yeah, absolutely. I get that. The fact that it's a 5 and she's not going to say anything to her daughter, her vehicles are all here.
It's only fixed up.
That's weird.
And the bags are gone.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good word for it.
It is.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll get it.
So, let's see where else. Going kind of in the same thing here. So for hotels in the area, has Dee ever, for any reason, stayed in any hotels that would be somewhat local, Washtenaw, Jack City?
She was staying in these hotels. It's so far below her class.
No, I figured that. So I was thinking like maybe Ann Arbor would be the closest.
Ann Arbor would be
5-star.
She likes Weber's. She stayed at Weber's.
Okay.
We've stayed up to the casino hotels before. They're not pleasant. The hotel around here, she wouldn't be caught by them.
Right.
Yeah, away. Jamaica, she did that shit like her tables. I don't know about anybody knowing, I heard, but I know what.
All right, I saw your passport the other day whenever we were here. Does anybody found her passport? Does she have a passport?
She's got a passport.
Okay.
So she's got one, but I don't know.
Okay. Would that be something that would be stashed in like a safe somewhere?
No, she usually had that in her bag, her go bag.
Her go bag?
Yeah, she had her bag. But I do know I had Angelina's passport was downstairs with mine, Jaren's, her son's downstairs with mine, but all of the kids have their passport. Used to be the health safe downstairs. Now it's a whole.
Okay.
My son's is a mistake, we went there, so we had one.
Alright.
I got an email from my fishing place in Canada where I go, they'll talk about opening up a train, but they also talk about the next date for the, the coronavirus will lift or whatever.
And the notices are different in different provinces.
I don't know that. Not just border. I don't know if you go to the border, if you gotta worry about getting across the border, that's the main.
Saskatchewan, lots of people.
charges, if you want to hit on those.
I got one that we look at everything. I mean, you are a huge potential suspect in this for what it's worth. Sure. I can, again, I'm sure you're going to be more some people that aren't talking to you or whatever, but, and then you can just suspect it anyway, and what often it is, the husband or something like that. With that being said, say that, shut everybody up. It's been a few days now, but if I can, just get a picture of your arms. When I use this in domestics, and it shows, I use it for your, it says, look, I don't have any scratches. And it shows, but that's good for you too. If someone's really doing something hard. Right. That's a good one. It's like, look, I don't even have a crack on And that's more her. You should get more of that. You know, I mean, do the physical fight strategy.
I hate confrontation.
We'll do what? Yeah, but just straight on, because they have your weights, that's good. And then just your arms this way, and then I'll have you that's good.
You see how the state doesn't use this as exculpatory evidence because he's got a tan here, but he wasn't wearing gloves. So you wouldn't be doing welding without gloves. So this should exonerate him if the state can say that if he's wearing gloves, he must have welded her in a tank, right? Well, here his arms are red and he wasn't wearing gloves. So there we go. He couldn't have welded her like this. That's if you want to look at it the other way, you have to look at it this way. This should exonerate him because he would have had to wear gloves to do that welding, right? So boom, that you hear how ridiculous that sounds? It should be ridiculous when you hear that he had gloves on, therefore he must have been welding her in a tank. Like, you can't tell why his arms are red. It's a fucking farmer with a farmer's tan. If he was wearing gloves doing something, that's what the state wants you to believe. If you see that other video, he had gloves on, therefore he welded his wife in a tank. Well, the state is now letting you see it. He didn't have gloves on. He couldn't have welded her in a tank because he wasn't welding, because you wouldn't weld without gloves. So he didn't do it then. If that's the way they look at it. It's fucking ridiculous both ways, but.
From your arms. And then there's a 180, and then we'll do the same thing. So your arm, like that, and then we'll flip them. Perfect, thanks.
No, it's my wife is one. She's gonna tell you how she feels right now. I mean, she's not gonna go back.
Not a big argument fighter, well, was there, I'm sorry.
If you want.
It's so great. In a situation like this, there's only two people. If someone's gonna harm your wife, someone's gonna beat her, that means that two shifts and any one of us are gonna steal it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? There's only you and her. So when obviously the logic is, she's gonna toss it down and, piss on you. It's like body type thing. And there's you. So that's just me looking at it. That there's that. There's a question. And that's just on the outside looking in. I mean, I want you to understand that too. If someone was gonna harm your wife, there's no logic for that person to put their ring there. So
right.
It's more on the woman. At this point, she was your agent, so it's obviously the wife. She could off.
Yeah.
I mean, that's enough. I mean, it don't make sense. I mean, you know where I'm coming from. Nobody's gonna kill the wife and I care two shits about the ring per se. Or I mean, if they do, they're gonna steal it. Well, you know what I'm saying, or throw it.
Well, I was kind of going through in my head too. Is I didn't get the thing. My wife has about 150, 200,000 jewelry.
You all take it over.
No, I got a rubber wedding going, all this stuff in the bed. What sure, even days she's got.
Now, that means saying that makes her a target to steal.
Yes.
And then don't get rid of this one. Why wouldn't you steal it? You gotta be careful on that one.
Well, she comes. I don't know. Yes. Nothing makes sense.
Were there employees that were supposed to be in there on Sunday? No. What would be the significance for her to set the ring on your desk at the workplace instead of at your home Is there, any significance? Is there anything she
Is there something in the office that she went out to get that we don't know is missing yet? I don't know. I mean, the camera only gets the main office, it doesn't get the back and the sides or anything else. I mean,
Do you know if she had like a little safe,
I don't know.
extra
I don't
cash?
know if I don't know if she had money out there and she grabbed that or what she, I don't
Right.
know.
I mean, if I'm trying to get in a hurry to leave, vanish, I don't see the significance.
That way one of the, rooms back there, or cupboards or.
Right.
So your chemical bar, is it chemicals in that big ass black safe that has a sheet?
Oh, it's the gun safe I bought from my son when he graduated from Michigan State.
And you just never.
No, he just put an offer on a house over in BB here the other day and just got accepted, so.
And no, it will not help you cure this.
Well,
Oh my God, yeah, I saw that.
that's why we put it there, because he's a forklift.
Right.
Right.
You showed me, and I got mixed up the picture, the $170,000 at one point, or whatever, taken. What was the purpose of showing me that?
I just found it in the car.
Okay.
I never seen it before, so I didn't know. I mean, I looked to see where the money went. I mean, I don't
And you know the answer to that? For what Zach said, what the hell, why is he showing you that? Because he said, you guys talked about this before, and he showed you, whether you don't remember that she put it, they put it in another account. So the money's still there. He said, Jesus.
No,
Yeah,
you asked me what,
he showed it to you, said, not really, but he showed you.
That's the first I've seen that check. You asked me if I found anything in the car.
No,
When I was looking, and that's what I found in the car, so I thought, no, I found this in the car and this.
But I mean, now I'm saying that you said, oh, you didn't realize that she put it in another house. I mean, I'm telling you, that's what he had said. He said, it got brought up once before, like, where's the money, or what happened to this money to council when he saw something, or his new money is gone. And he's like, yeah, he showed you another one where, look, it's deposited in this account. You don't remember that? I'm like, okay. And that was, that was in January or February.
No, I think that was the PPP, I think that was the PPP money that we got for farms, WW. And I'm not sure.
And for what you don't have to remember, but for whatever reason, Zach says, why would you show that? Because we already been over this, it got brought up. I'd be fixed.
Yeah, well, I just see, you asked me what I found in the car, and so I showed you I was surprised I found all the 2016 gift cards for sauce, whole stack of gift cards in the bottom. They get put in the bottom, you grab them.
Yeah.
The tire marks out front, so on Sunday, when someone comes over here and they see the tire marks from the JT, forgetting whatever the yellow out front of the motor, up to the porch, do you recall? I mean, that's aggressive, that are, the deep treaded, and so do you remember, did you do anything? You did it for us the other day,
I told you, when I went out, I forgot, I told him the ACB, I pulled over this way, I forgot something, I run into the house, Greg. I think I probably forgot my tool, I opened everything up with, so.
You said you would drop that over there, but you didn't say so. I didn't ask you.
Right, I pulled out, let me get this, and then Greg, went back out, and went back around.
Would you consider me to have any kind of substance abuse, like alcohol, she an alcoholic, and she take two?
We covered this.
I know we did cover it.
You did say,
I'm thinking more and more it's the substance abuse all the time.
Right. Could you see her checking herself into a rehab facility? Is that something that?
I couldn't personally, but I don't. I mean, I know my wife very well, I thought she would do this.
Okay.
So, I mean, I can't put that out on the ground, she could check herself in some place.
Have you ever heard her talk of anything, made any gesture?
There's rumors that she was in Chelsea years ago, back before she was still married to Tim at the time, that she was in Chelsea for bipolar, was having some issues.
Okay.
But I
never raised
you never bring up the bipolar.
Yeah, smart man.
Choose your battles,
Right.
That's the same kind of question as you answered. It's a really question, but this is for our place, because we have briefings every day. I brought it up. Social media and or we have something called Crime Stoppers, which gets out to everybody.
do you have a problem if we go ahead and put it out there at this point, a missing person?
I don't personally, but I would like to talk to all the kids too.
Now, I'll tell you where I'm coming with this, so you can sell it to it this way as well, is Betty Ford Clinic, I think that's, they probably have them everywhere, but, Ford Hospital, I know there's one that way for year one or something. Point with that all being is, let's say there is that, and there's somebody professional like him and I that's in the field, they see it. Oh shit, this lady, or she's been in a car accident, which I'm not saying she's been in a car accident. No, you know where I'm going. We get those people, and the next thing you know, they're in the hospital. So that's the only thing. So I
What's the ID number? She's in an accident somewhere, she's got her IDs.
potentially, yeah, for all right now. But there's also confidentiality, so let's say the other one, which what he's really saying is the two, Betty Ford, so that's a addict and or psychological. Those two right there aren't gonna tell anybody unless that Facebook or that press release goes out. They don't have to tell anyone. No, we're the police, we call them, they're like, we can't tell you. Jesus, I know the search warrant for every single.
Fully covered under him.
There's no computer we can get in the see it. Now, I guess there's one exception of that. The insurance, whatever wants to, she totally off grid, which at this point she is.
Right.
Then
Well,
that's
she
usually.
checks herself in, they ask for insurance card right away.
Yes, oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, but that's the difference is, again, if she wants to be totally off grid and.
Go under
If you're, she lies.
So I can call insurance and
Yeah.
they would tell me if anything's done.
Yep. Right. Go back, or, who do you?
Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Okay.
I mean, I can call our agency and they'll tell me something.
Yeah.
Credit card was written down here in bond, so we already went over that, because I think that's what you're talking about, on the bottom here. That's just what
Yeah.
Yeah, I already told you that, there's a two, but you already went to.
It's still low from had who could have picked her up. Came out of games.
Kathy will there. Yeah, we don't, anybody, that's crazy, she's a dude.
Well, that's a dude.
No, I said that's for the, I don't know who the heck's gonna do it, we're talking to family.
I've heard so many rumors about how many people my wife haven't heard of the license.
I asked the guys not to be stupid, just gonna ask that question, can't be a guy. You suspect him, you're not, you think your wife would be left here for. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't wanna rule stuff out, because we're looking for guys.
We got 9 kids back.
Yeah. So I'm trying to buy stuff or something, I mean, I wanna cover it also, see.
Okay.
Now you pass that point, that before it was 2-3 days to come back, now you're.
Yeah, no, what's the odds of her getting those by?
Longer goes.
So did anybody help you work on Sunday? Was anybody around? I know the kids were after checking in for D, but
I think, after, on Sunday,
mm-hmm.
what did I end up doing Sunday after I sprayed?
where you were spraying that
Yeah,
first
sprayed that
row
morning. You were with almost broke, so I broke when I came back. I would have to think in my head what the hell I did after that, it's such a blur.
Sure.
Seems like being a, seems like myself being in the fucking corner. I guess we probably.
I'm starting to get down there with the things we're doing, with the exception of watching video, which I already know you guys pretty much have, or, Zack and them, so, which is, I'm gonna probably have one of our people do that. Cell phones, obviously go through those, do we come across anything,
She was hanging on Facebook. Always.
Yeah, we're gonna look at, that's one of the things we gotta do, but I'm getting down there on things that I have, in a sense, to do, to protect my report a lot. I do wanna completely be able to focus.
I should fucking stay home, dude.
I don't think that's the answer either, to be honest with you, you can't just stay on our time.
No, especially when it's only 5.
Well, normally every goddamn Sunday I was here, I make breakfast for Angelina every freaking Sunday. This Sunday I decided to work. Why? Because I'm not getting springtime.
Beat your ass on that anyhow, I don't see that myself, but we do it every Sunday. So it's the same on Saturday.
I'm gonna just go to the game.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be, I'm more that worker. I've always built in my career before going to, girl kids games and stuff, so. Then I was just gonna throw it back in the back of the night.
I do stress it.
If you do that, so shut these people up and then we can.
Go back to what I did on Sunday, I can't. I'll be back in this very level.
Fair enough.
It's important, I was like, dang.
Right, well, I mean,
You
it's
can have my
just,
phone again, I'm sure it tells where I went.
well, hopefully we haven't gotten a report back from that, so that'll help out there too. Just kind of paint a picture, just.
So fucking crazy now.
Yeah.
And now tell me what to do. I mean, what do I need to do? What can I help or what?
We need to figure out a list of names. Let's go through Facebook and see if there's a list of names that would be someone that she can make contact with that we don't know of. Who would pick her up? There's gotta be somebody to pick her up. There's gotta be.
So you still got to get past the daughter. Really, you're gonna go on and what we're in now.
Yeah, somebody's gonna pick her up. She's planning on being gone for a day or two. And now she's gone for, I mean, we gotta figure out who's gonna pick her up first. Never mind.
It's up, man. Then that's that part.
Because there's not a big window for her to get out of here. There's not. No, out here it's, I mean, I'm off at 6, I'm off at 7:15.
Yeah. But you still have everybody can come pick her up. So unfortunately, our time frame's down, but unfortunately, your video's not catching it.
Yeah.
Like my house, we would know the answer to this, because it's what I got.
My house is wired for security, we ran out of money when we finished building it.
And I didn't do weird, there's nothing in my house, but my driveway, which way we hit the main road and all my buildings.
Well, I said, we wanted to keep at the campus when we had a lot, she's always focused on, she always wants to focus on the back, that's where the Iris is. Oh, yeah. That's true, our fuel tanks are out there, just taking fuel. So that was our focus on stuff like everything else.
And the activity on the credit card today there, I was like, ah, damn, we're good.
Zach called and said, well, I was all static, because I've been trying to call her or text, and I sent a text, and I went, like, I went through, I'm like, well, fuck, I went through, cool. Stephanie is no, voice.
What, let's see,
I got her phone, did you ever find out, is there any way we can get into the other one? I mean,
you should mark her.
Yeah, no March. I thought for sure my daughter would know the passcode, but she'd go through it then, and I said, well, just quit your pocket. This will get us up to March. Who's talking to versus you don't know how long we're gonna have our iPad for? Is that the same guy here who's on PS?
Maybe say something people don't. Hey, Executive, I'm sitting here with Glenn, the husband to the missing wife, Dee, that you did the phone on the other day. We have her old phone from back in March, another iPhone. So I mean, that's one thing, is that gonna be beneficial? Or do you have enough? Well, you don't even have her new one, that's because we don't have her new one, but will our old phone be any good back in March?
But we don't have a password for it.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's the question. So the question is he does not have her password, to get. Gotcha. Yeah, okay. It's a 4, 6 digit here, 4. You know what, I tried it. I'm sorry, he can apparently overheard you anyway, so I just put you on speaker now. And he said, no, they tried.
We tried all the passwords that she'd used on the, excuse me, iPad before. We tried to 36366868. I think she tried 2323, and then I told her just to quit so she didn't lock it up. But it's usually a real simple, easy to remember password, but I'll be damned if I can remember what it is.
Yeah, I can't really get the passwords. And then the iPad, Gary, I think dropped it off Friday. That's okay. You just wondered, when do you think you would be done with that one?
I haven't processed it yet, and so, I'm hoping, I got a meeting tomorrow morning. Hopefully I'll get to it tomorrow.
And I mean, just a big thank you for kicking ass and getting his phone quick, because
Thanks for sending my phone right back.
he was extremely, he didn't want to give that phone up because it's not my own business and everything, so I just want to thank you for that and helping us out. All right. Yep, whatever, when you get it, just holler and we'll send somebody else to pick it up. Yeah, thank you. I guess we'll then get sent. Also, the same thing, anything I can think of. Feel free, as you see, give a holler, call. We are, I'm getting down there, other than let's get the chance to look at everything, electronically. What her call, I said face-wise, I'd be friends with who she's been contacting on Facebook, who's been calling her back and forth. I mean, she lived down there. I got in contact with her. I'll phone back calling. Text, if I'm sending, you're gonna do anything, texting, great. But when you usually run a piece of equipment, you just can't text them. You never try. Sure. And my last Facebook would have been a snowmobile trip probably 2 years ago that I posted. I'm not on any other than my job looking at stuff, but. Good. Try to get out of Angela. I would routine well, because she got something out of school, and I saw the daily asking that she go anywhere tonight. Angela's got to be at school at 8, Christian, 9 o'clock on Monday. And there's a long time frame after that where she does, but that is a compliance support. She does, I mean, if she goes, drops things off at 8, she won't be back to the office till 9 or 10. But it should be 30. Well, yeah, if I take her back here by 8:50, but if she goes down to Panera, gets a coffee. I mean, has she been meeting somebody down there? Right. I don't know. I mean, I don't know who you'd even ask, or I don't know, maybe before it gets any longer, maybe we could get some video from Panera if they got it to see. I mean, it's Adrian. So she goes one way Christian, so she's down 3, or goes 1, 2, 23, goes down by Walmart. You go there?
Yeah, he's too old.
Well, there's a Starbucks there too, I think, so.
Yeah. Well, that's just a little further down, but yeah.
I mean,
which, frankly, at 8 o'clock in the morning, you probably could wait an hour in line for Starbucks and Panera.
I mean,
there's a long line every day.
I don't drink coffee either.
Yeah.
I don't drink any coffee, so. But I mean, there's just, every morning when she goes, there's 2 hours of time that is unanswered for. Like I said, choose your battles, you don't ask why she's not back. So just,
Right.
If someone, I don't think she's had her fair seen anybody. I've heard some of your rumors now. I could be wrong.
So, going back real quick, your property on Tipton, was that north of 50? Right there across from the fire station? Or is it south of 50?
It's south of 50.
Is that like right before that S curve?
Well, that's before the S curve stands.
Oh.
Where they put tiling for archers over there. Property I have on this, how do you say, just as you're going through Tipton, you go down, there's that wet spot where the creek kind of crosses right there. As soon as you get through the wet spot, it's right there on the right. It chisel probably look real rough.
Okay.
You did tile there. Is what you're saying. You tile further, and the neighbors really hired us to tile steel from my mini excavator set down there along the
Gotcha. And then your other, I see Cedar Point property, we saw the tile there. There's a tile that's opened up,
Yes,
open tile.
trees, it filled all this tile, root system. It filled that tile, and someone in there, and just another 10 years ago. Filled that thing up, we were down there digging with a pole. There's so much pressure, the other guy, we had it cut open, we was pulling it out, stuck our feet in it, and it finally broke loose, and so much pressure, it has pinned in this fucking hole, we couldn't get the roots out of it, but that whole tile was full of roots, the whole thing, it was like a big giant anaconda falling out there. Don't do that. The property guy from Paragon, where the excavator said, the trees and something in the barn taken out. You were over there too, where'd you go? You went to all the properties in there?
No, I am not. They, Cedar Point, and here is all I did. Now I know it. Do you remember what?
We went over on 6th something was when we came back.
And then we went over, was it like just off 50 on town line? It was just a little sliver of property by like that.
Did you have old PC sold or something? Or was it different? You had a computer system. It's about town line.
No, it was within west of town line on 50. What was it, wheat? Probably winter wheat. I don't know. And
Well, the property this guy's talking about, this guy on 50 up there before. Oh, it's an interesting lake.
oh, that's it.
Right across
Yeah.
basically.
Yep, just a
It's a lot here.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's that argument about, Rob, like, on DEA, you know, it's a property, so did you get digged over financially, or what?
Well, it's the Rob back in 2008 when we crashed. Rob and their companies were financially balanced. Rob, we helped Rob. We refinanced a lot of machinery and stuff, put it in our name. And Rob paid it off. Well, we had some financial difficulties here a few years ago. And there's pieces that Rob financed for me. Help me out. And then there were some other pieces we were doing with John Deere. We ended up in a lawsuit with John Deere over the whole program. We changed the machinery every year. Make a long story short, we had a big falling out with John Deere over it, and I got charged $100,000 down payments for Rob's I had to pay. And I don't know where we got squared up. He ended up giving me about $50,000 of that.
Yeah, just walk away from it.
We walked away, we both lost. We both agreed to disagree. Right. Walking out. He wasn't happy with. She thought Rob should have done more. Yeah, they got to do it. Well, if you get it on your phone, you'll see the text before they had. He never would tell me or anything about it. He just said it was bad. Alright. Rob's a good friend. Okay. This is what it is. It was business. We both lost on the deals.
Yeah.
You know, we were payroll for a while. I know. We're both still here.
Next anything else for your dogs you want, just so you know, we got the employees right after that.
Yeah, there's something on.
Yep, got to listen to that. I did ask for family as well. We got two things in it, family, work, so want to talk to all those people. We certainly need that. 31, we need that. And we did give us a consent search. Clear commit permission to searches, his original report, driver's license picture of your wife. She's some more pictures. Well, trust me, I've been almost 10 times. Even if she don't have to worry about you, she's gonna worry about me. You talk about getting arguments, whatever, I just start launching on her myself. I think she shows up. Because of what's going on here, and everything is causing you, to be honest with you and your daughter, and hey, man, gotta be. So, but do what we can. Play there somewhere or what? Like I said, someone else came and picked her up and did something wrong to her. Someone picked her up. This was close enough for you to see that. But it didn't get leaked, so the friends are Stephanie, the friends are Wolf's daughter. You know, those are your big ones right there, and those people don't know. I don't know
I got Lisa, yes.
Kind of over my head, we're very good friends, we're the chief call.
She been in Australia? So if you see her on Facebook or whatever, she be a Facebook friend, Lisa, on one.
I don't know, because I gotta follow her, she likes stuff. Black box.
Anybody's not gonna fall out with you. Like, I think I fall out, they're not gonna fall out with you, yeah, we're about to.
We're about to.
Every case I work with this guy, it's not a good thing. I just did one somehow.
I can't think who else she would try. I would say Dawn, it'd be Dawn.
And Don, who?
She's they used to be on the dairy feeder board together, do everything together.
Everly?
Okay. They're all the same, used to work for. Get everything together.
Somebody's like, if we start seeing some of these things on Facebook, at least a little bit of understanding.
Is it normal for Dee to snore when she sleeps? That pretty commonly was the snoring that you were hearing on Saturday night or Sunday morning before you went to bed. Is that an average snore for her, consistent?
Yeah, well, consistent, I mean, she never snored before, like, we see, like, last 6 months or so, she would snore a lot.
What he's going with that is an overdose type thing.
Oh, I don't know. It wasn't, how do you explain it? Snoring, it's like a, yeah, it's almost like a nasal talking. It wasn't, like you or I, your tongue or whatever flopping in here, hers was more like a nasal. Flutter up, and something, it wasn't, every time she breathed in, it would be.
Was she snoring whenever you got up on Sunday morning?
You know, that's how I could tell she's sleeping, that she'd be snoring. But it didn't make sense because she was sleeping. Proof you were snoring, we got pick up.
Right.
Everybody in the girl 34, I'm sorry. Have this argument.
Yeah, I keep my fast and then but I keep going back to what the COVID did to her now. She's always tired. She's on her, she's really
So, bitch, back around zero loss.
Yes, we are.
probably lost
Yep, absolutely. Hopefully we'll get something out
Like
of it.
this, you know that with the phones and communications, that's what our, I need those results back, sitting at the desk and start on that. So, yeah, like, how, like I did to you, I told you, make the life situation and stuff, do the JIU. And we'll bounce the stuff off of you, and see if we can't get somewhere with it.
See, you can't figure out the deal, figure out what the vehicle was,
Or whatever. No, I haven't even seen any of the video yet. And obviously, we'll, Friday earlier, or whatever, then, or Saturday, earlier, start what we do. We'll do Sunday, to start with. Everyone knows the standard times, but we'll try to. It's definitely Friday at, whatever, roughly 8:30, like you said, you're getting all the $8 with your daughter. It's a Sunday, same thing, 2 p.m. or something, that's the main one I want to look at. So,
I'm sure we'll be in touch. Good reading yet? Nope. Are they really? Is that easier on you?
This is sun.
Right.
I mean, it's good.
Gotta do something else.
Slow things down, so we got time to go in.
That's okay.
Your shit can start growing now with the rain and whatever, at least if you got stuff, and but we didn't get in. No. You guys got any keys to look at them? I don't know, if, you think those are hers then?
I think hindsight, I think we put them out there so the kids could get house.
The kids know it's hiding spot.
Yeah, that's the count.
Yeah, wasn't there, I mean, your son is the one that pulled them out.
My son's seen it, he didn't have keys here.
Is he got a key? But did he say that already, I mean, was there something on top, or
No,
just there?
no, he's just seen them the same.
Okay.
But I'll ask Raquel too, if she put them there, if I put them there, because I don't remember keys being outside.
All right, thank you.
Do you recall that interview?
I do.
And do you remember Detective Greca asking the defendant to take off his shirt?
Yes.
And did you hear his explanation for asking him to do that?
Yes.
How long did you work for the Lenawee County Sheriff's Department?
At that point,
Correct.
I'd say like a year or so, year and a half.
All right. And had you worked on any of the domestic cases that he brought up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. At this point, what's your understanding on the last time that anybody saw D. Warner?
Would have been the 25th around midnight.
Okay. And that would have been the defendant who saw her last, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now we're getting into May 3rd, right? So April 24th, 25th to May 3rd. Did you expect to see anything on the defendant's body at that point?
Only if it was something substantial, minor scrapes or bruising, not so much, but any substantial bruising or cuts.
Okay. At what point in time, well, strike that. Did you do anything else involving this investigation?
After that point on the 3rd?
Correct.
I did some employee interviews, but beyond that, no.
All right. Were you taken off this case at some point?
I was.
And do you recall approximately when that was?
It would have been shortly after the 3rd, probably like the 5th or 6th of May.
Okay. The employees that you interviewed, were those employees that were present on April 25th, 2021, or just employees that worked for them in general?
Just employees that worked for them in general, not the ones that were allegedly there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Good morning, Mr. Hall. How are you?
Good, ma'am. How are you?
Good, thank you. So you were involved on the case essentially from April 25th, 2021 to roughly, would you say end of May 2021?
No, it would have been probably like the 4th or 5th of May.
Okay,
so first week of May. Yeah,
so
shortly
soon
after that. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No.
So when you approached Mr. Warner on April 25th, 2021, he voluntarily spoke to you, correct?
He did, yes.
And he didn't have to do that. You'd agree?
Agreed.
Every citizen has the right to not speak to the police.
Of course.
But Mr. Warner didn't exercise that right, correct?
Yep.
He chatted with you.
He did, yes.
And then we saw some other videos, April 26, 2021. Mr. Warner had the same right not to speak to the police, correct?
Correct.
But he voluntarily did so.
He did.
We saw videos from April 27, 2021. Same question. He had the right not to speak to the police?
Of course.
He chose to do so.
He did.
Same on April 29, 2021. He could
Yes.
have declined to speak to the police,
Correct, yes.
but he chose to do so.
Correct.
And on May 3rd, 2021, same thing. He invited you into his home, spoke to you and Detective Greca, correct?
Correct.
Could have chosen not to speak to you, right?
Absolutely.
Now, when you interviewed Mr. Warner, was he aware that it was being recorded with a body camera?
I'm assuming it was on my chest and it was vibrating off and on, as you heard. So I would assume.
Okay. And so he didn't ask you to turn it off, don't record me, anything like that, correct?
No.
And when you indicated that you thought, boy, only you would find a substantial bruise from April 25th to May 3rd, 2021, Detective Greca still asked him to take his shirt off, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see any scratches, marks, anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Nothing that looked like it was healing, right?
No, ma'am.
No scabs, anything along those lines?
Not that I could recall, no.
When you initially spoke to Mr. Warner on April 25th, 2021, you indicated that Ms. Warner's, you had looked for a phone ping, correct?
Correct, yes.
And the last phone ping was 7:30 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Also, I want to just clarify because the jury may not know the family dynamics the way that we do.
Sure.
Bill Warner is Mr. Warner's brother.
William Warner? Yes.
William Warner.
Yes.
And so we heard reference to Bill or Mr. Warner's brother, and he is in a longstanding relationship with Amy Alexander, correct?
It's my understanding, yes.
And Amy Alexander is the woman who picked up Angelina on April 24th, 2021.
Correct.
And then she lives with Bill Warner.
Correct.
One last topic. We heard about talking about blood, and Detective Greco was talking about like a woodchuck rubbing its belly on the ground and things like that. The blood that he was referencing was blood that was found in Greg Hardy's barn, correct?
To my knowledge, yes. I was not present for any of that, but
you were present when the conversation was
yes,
going on. And Greg Hardy is Dee Warner's older brother, correct?
Correct.
And that property is adjacent to the Warner farm, correct?
I believe so. I don't know. I've never been there.
Well, are you aware that it butts up against it? So you go
Yes,
from one
I
property
know
right
that
to the
it's
other?
down the road at some point, but beyond that, I couldn't tell you the detail.
Great. I have no additional questions. Thank you, sir.
You were asked if the defendant agreed to speak and cooperated with the investigation on April 25th, 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
And 26th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And the 27th, correct?
Yes.
All right. On the 27th, you observed all those body cameras, correct?
I did. Yes.
And did Mr. Warner, in fact, kick officers off of his property at some point in time?
He did. Yes.
Okay. And at what point in time was that?
Right on the daytime part of that video of the 27th, he revoked, said he had things he had to do right as the drones were about to go up and the dogs were going to start walking around.
Okay, thank you. And the last phone ping on the that you indicated was at 7 a.m. Do you know where the location of the last phone ping was?
To my recollection, it was the nearest cell phone tower to the Warner farm there on Munger. So just down the road was the nearest tower.
Okay. And again, the blood at Greg Hardy's farm, did you have knowledge about that being animal blood?
Just that it was told to me afterwards, yes.
That it was animal blood?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Hall, you were there on April 27th, 2021?
No, ma'am.
Oh, you were not?
No.
Okay, so, but you did review the, all the body camera footage, correct?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall Detective Greco indicating that he told Mr. Warner a shorter period of time that the police would be there than he actually planned on having the police be there?
I couldn't recall that exact detail, no, but it's all within the realm, yeah.
Sure. So that doesn't sound unusual to you that Detective Greco wanted Mr. Warner to stay with the police and wanted him to consent to a search. So he told him a shorter period of time. Does that sound surprising to you?
No, that's not surprising.
And then Mr. Warner actually indicated that he had to go farm. He couldn't stay with the police any longer, correct?
Correct.
And he invited you back because it looked like it might rain. So he said, if it rained, come on back, correct?
He invited us back the next day, correct.
But he also said, if it rained, feel free to come on back, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And when you indicated the drones were about to go up, the dogs were already there on the property, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Warner didn't revoke consent at any point in time when the dogs were there, right?
It was been shortly after, but yes.
Sure, because he indicated he needed to go and farm, right?
Correct.
I have no additional questions. Thank you.
And the defendant told Detective Greco you can search anywhere but here, correct?
Correct.
With the dogs and the drones, correct?
Correct.
Okay, nothing further.
Anything else, Ms. Chartier?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You can step down.
take a brief comfort break, please?
Yes. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we will take a break of about 5-10 minutes and come back and continue.
And we're back. There, I scanned ahead. I'm just going to hit the fast forward speed a bit because I usually, once I start touching it, I'll probably screw it up. So when they come back on, let's do this. Who's here? You into it? Coming, Dustin Lawley, beard face, Dustin Lawley, right up. Raquel's boyfriend. Let's do it. 30 minutes. This guy's up. Then Stacy Brody, the massage therapist. Stephanie Vocal, the employee. Kyle Wagner, IT contractor. Brian Bush, Dale and Dee's son-in-law. Alrighty. And I'll speed it up again. Having fun. Oh my God, it's so much more interesting. Just knowing everybody. It just makes much more sense. Literally feels like the first time. Because I watched all of that and I just like, I couldn't compute it, like, so I hope you enjoy. I am. Look at me. I'm getting through 3 days each time without stopping so much, interrupting. This is a serious shibby. All right. Let's do this. Maybe this time jury will find him not guilty. I'm only kidding.
You may be seated.
All right, people may call their next witness.
Okay. You call Dustin Lawley.
Oh, looks like it's the other prosecutor. I might have to switch the name up. Give me a second.
Mr. Lawley, before you sit down, I'll ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
I do.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please say your name and spell it for the record?
Dustin Lally. Dustinlolley.
Thank you. How did you know Dee Warner?
I've been dating her daughter, Rikkell, since 2016.
Okay. And are you still dating her today?
That is correct.
Okay. And you guys have kids?
3 kids.
And back in April of 2021, how many kids did you have at that point in time?
2 girls.
And do you recall around November of 2019, you working on a project?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain that to the jury?
We purchased the house from Dee and Dale Warner in November of 2019. We gutted our house and started a full remodel on it.
Is that the house you currently live in?
That is correct.
And where is it in relation to the Munger property?
I would say behind their house,
Okay.
the Warner's house.
So a mile, half a mile? Could you give us an estimate?
Half a mile.
And what street is your house on?
Carson Highway.
And would that be north or south of the Munger, of Carson and Munger?
It'd be north.
Okay, great. And what you say you fully gutted the house?
That's correct.
Did you do the work yourself?
Yes, I did.
And could you explain like your daily pattern of how you would work on the house?
I'd go to work early, 7 a.m., 6 a.m. When I get home in the afternoon, I'd head straight to my house and work on it till approximately 9 o'clock at night.
Okay, and then what would you do?
I would leave there and meet Rikkell and our kids at the Warner residence where we would shower and eat dinner, and then we would head from there to where we were staying during the project at Rikkell's dad's house.
Okay, so you weren't living at the house while you were gutting it.
That is correct.
And explain where you were living then?
Wheelan Road, Tim Bock's house, Rikkell's father.
Okay. So how long did this go on where you would go to work, work on the house, and then go over to the Munger farm for dinner and family time? How long did that go on?
A very long time. I worked on the house, well, from 2020 is when I tore it apart until 2022.
All right, so up until April 2021, the pattern is still going on.
Correct.
Okay. And does this conclude weekends too?
Yes, from the weekends, it'd just be from when I woke up till maybe 10 or 11 at night.
And when you went over there, you said generally it was around 9 p.m., is that right? To the Munger house?
Yes.
Would everybody had waited for you to eat or what?
Nope, everybody's already ate. Usually our daughters would be bathed and ready for bed. I would walk in and I'd eat by myself at the kitchen table, or I would be the only one eating, yes.
Okay. And just describe for the jury a little bit the room that you would be sitting in. You said you were at the kitchen table?
Kitchen table, that's connected to the kitchen, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the living room, where's the living room from the kitchen table?
Yes, right next to it, 15, 20 feet away from the living room.
Okay, open floor plan?
Open floor plan.
Okay. And so would you sit by yourself at the table?
No, occasionally I'd have Raquel sitting with me, Dee sitting with me, conversating.
Okay, and what about Dale? Was he ever in your presence?
Not in the kitchen with us, no.
Where would he be?
In the living room, maybe elsewhere, not in there with us.
Okay, and can you give us a sense of approximately, is it like half of the time he would be there, every other, I mean?
I think it'd depend on the time of the year for, maybe he was busy with the plant or the harvest. Wintertime, he'd be there.
Okay, so were you around enough to know like the different seasons of farming?
Yes.
Okay, and you just mentioned planting. Could you explain what that means?
Spring, you'd be getting tractors ready, planting crop. Summer was a little slower, and then fall would be the harvest. So that'd be one of the busiest times.
Okay, and so are you saying that Dale's presence in the room there where you were eating your dinner depended on the season?
That's correct.
Okay, and which seasons would he be normally gone?
Plant and harvest.
Okay, and were you able to observe Dee's attitude, her, her feelings during those times? Was it the same as always? Was it different?
No, definitely when Dale was not around, Dee was a lot more relaxed, laid back, could be herself. When he was around, she was uptight and watching over her shoulder.
Okay. Did you, while you were there and Dale was there, on the occasions that Dale was there, did he make comments to you regarding Dee that you recall?
Yeah, I would call there was a fair amount of degrading comments.
Do you have any specific examples?
Yes, there would be comments about Dee's cooking.
Do you remember anything? What would the comments be about the cooking?
Just what the hell is this, or this is burnt, or this isn't done. That's as far as cooking. There was other degrading comments about Dee's choice of clothing or what she was wearing.
Would he direct these comments to Dee or to you?
He would say them loud enough so she would hear them, or when she's in the presence of the comment, definitely so she could hear it. But it was said to me.
Okay.
I would just object to speculation to the part where definitely where she could hear it. He doesn't know Mr. Warner's purpose for saying things.
I guess if was Dee actually present in the room when he was saying these
Yes.
things? Okay. I think it's fair to say.
So to the extent that the answer included a comment about what Mr. Warner's purpose for saying it was, I would agree with that objection. I think that is speculative.
Thank you. So, but I do think you just said that the comments themselves were at least directed to you. And how did you know that he was directing them to you? Did he use your name, for example?
My name, or he's looking directly at me.
Okay. All right. And how often do you think those comments were made?
I would say I probably heard about 24 of them.
Okay. Would there be a time where you would try to exclude him from the conversation you were having while you were eating dinner?
Yeah, I guess when we're just sitting at the kitchen table, just Raquel, Dee, and I while I'm eating. Dee usually, when Dale was there, Dee would try and speak a little softer, a little lower tone. That way the conversation was the three of us.
Okay. And then did Dale do anything that you saw to try to get in the conversation?
Yeah, there's one time I can remember specifically where we were eating. I was eating. Dee and Rikkell sitting at the table with me. Dale was sitting in the living room, and he would walk to the pantry behind the kitchen table, and he would get 2-3 M&Ms, and then slowly walk back by, go sit on the couch, and then get back up, and then walk past us, just 2 or 3 M&Ms, and then so on and so forth, slowing down at the kitchen table.
Okay. Was there an incident at some point regarding the Hummer?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
That was July of 21. No, I'm sorry, July of 2020.
Okay. And explain what happened.
Dee asked me to come and look at something that she had found in her Hummer.
And did you do that?
I did.
And what did you find, if anything?
Dee handed me a small black device, and she said, "I found this in my Hummer."
Okay. If I showed you a picture of that, would you recognize it?
Yes. That is it. I took that picture.
Okay. All right. And can you just, explain what that is?
It plugs into the OBD2 sensor that all vehicles have down by your left knee area in the vehicle, the driver's side. And like I said, Dee gave that to me and asked me if I know what it is.
Okay. And did you know what it was, or did you find out?
Offhand, I did not know what it was. I did Google one of the numbers that are on the screen there to find out what it was.
And what was it?
It said it was a tracking device.
Okay. All right. And so did you tell Dee what you found, what it was?
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right. And then did you do anything with it after that point?
I asked Dee what she wanted to do with it.
Okay. And what did you do as a result of talking to her?
She wanted me to.
Objection, hearsay.
That's fine, Earl. That's fine. I'll re-ask the question. I just want to know what you did in response to.
Okay. The top button, I pushed it in. The device came apart in 2 halves, and there was an SD card inside of it. I removed the SD card, put the 2 plastic halves back together, and I handed both the SD card and the device back to Dee.
Okay. And did you see it from that point what she did with it?
Yeah, she put the SD card back in her pocket, or she put it in her pocket, and then she turned around to head back to the garage with the device.
Okay. And do you know where the Hummer was at that point?
In the garage.
Okay. Now I want to take you to Saturday, April 24, 2021. Do you recall what you were doing that night? Like 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night?
I'm definitely working on the house. I do believe we had company over at some point in the night.
Okay. And do you recall Raquel leaving to go back to her dad's?
Yes, Raquel and our daughters were at the house earlier in the afternoon. Raquel left with our daughters to get him back to Tim's to bed.
Okay. And do you know approximately what time you went from the place you were working on to Tim's?
I would say the 10 to 11, closer to 11 o'clock p.m.
Okay. And does your route between your house on Carson and Tim Bock's take you past the Munger farm?
It does.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary when you went by?
The only thing I noticed were the lights on in the house.
Now, Sunday morning, April 25th, did you have plans for that day?
Yes.
What were they?
Raquel and I were planning on going floor shopping, flooring for our house.
Okay. And what about for breakfast? Did you have breakfast plans?
Yes.
And what were they?
To go to Dee's house where she often made Sunday morning breakfast.
Was this every single Sunday, or what was the arrangement?
Unless we had something that we couldn't make it, yes, every Sunday.
And so do you go over there that Sunday morning?
Yes, we did.
Can you give me an approximate time or an exact time if you know?
Approximately 9 a.m.
All right. And who goes with you? You and who else?
Me, Rikkell, and our 2 daughters.
And when you get there, is anybody home?
No.
Is it a situation where you guys knock on the door, or what's the custom when you get to the Munger house?
The door was always unlocked. We'll walk in.
All right. Okay, so you see anybody in there when you get inside?
No.
Do you personally look around or yell any names or anything like that?
Nope, Raquel.
Okay, so you saw Raquel go?
Yes.
All right. And as far as you could tell at that point, no one home?
Correct.
Did you, when you pulled in, the very first thing, did you see anything unusual?
I did notice the Hummer and the JCB telehandler parked down at the office.
So the JCB, the front end loader, right?
Correct.
And the Hummer were both up or down, however you describe it, but they were positioned at the office.
Correct.
Okay. Like parked in the parking lot, parking spots in front of the office?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so do you end up eating breakfast?
Yes.
And do you remember, was it like cereal or was it something that you would make or what?
Raquel had made a meat and eggs. I don't remember. So.
Okay. Can you give us an approximate how much time it took to make and eat breakfast?
30 to 40 minutes. We were done eating.
Okay. And then what do you do after breakfast is finished?
We load the girls up in the car. We then drive down to the office so that Raquel can go see her mom, which we thought that she was at the office.
And why did you think she was at the office?
Because the Hummer was parked in front of the office.
Okay. All right. So Raquel gets out of you have a car, truck, what do you drive?
Truck, pickup truck, yeah.
Raquel gets out of the truck.
Mm-hmm. She walks in. I stay in the truck with the girls, and then Raquel returns, and she said she's not in there.
All right. And then where do you go?
We then drive to our house. We just sit in the driveway in my truck while Raquel makes phone calls, trying to find Dee.
All right. And you're present for those calls?
Yes.
All right. So do you know who she called?
I know she called her siblings and Stephanie Vocal.
Stephanie Vocal. And had anybody seen Dee?
No.
No one knew who she was?
No.
Okay. So now what do you do?
So then after the phone calls, we then drive back to the Warner residence. We pull into the new shop. I get out of my truck and because I know that the camper, the motorhome is parked in the new shop. I get out and I walk in to see if possibly Dee slept in the new camper that night, or not the camper that night.
Okay. And just the new shop, is that the big building that's kind of attached to the office?
That's correct.
Okay. And it has the 4 big overhead doors?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So you look in the camper, no Dee?
No.
Get back in the truck?
Yes.
And then where?
And we drove up to the house, went back inside the house. And from there, that's when we search for Dee.
Okay. At some point, do you go to the Hardys?
Yes.
Okay. When is that?
After we had searched the house and, of course, did not find Dee,
okay,
we loaded back up. We drive down to the Hardy's Event Center, where there's 2 bedrooms located in the barn. I go up in there, look in the 2 bedrooms. 2 bedrooms were empty. Didn't look like they had even been slept in. And then we proceeded on to the Hardy's residence,
So the event center, how far approximately from the Munger farm?
a mile if.
Okay. And and then the Hardy's residence, how far is that from the event center?
Once again, a mile.
Okay. And do you contact anybody at the Hardy home?
Yes.
Who's there?
Shelley Hardy.
What about Greg?
No, he wasn't there.
All right. And did Shelley have any information about Dee?
None.
And so then what do you do?
So Shelley gets in my truck with us, and we go to what we call the Cedar Point property, which is M50 near Onstead Highway. And there's a barn on that property with a bedroom in that as well.
Okay. You searched there?
Yes, I got out of my truck. I walked in and searched that bedroom.
Okay. Anything at all?
Not as far as D, no.
Okay. Anything else? Anybody there?
Yes,
Who's there?
Brian Bush and one of his friends hunting.
You say they were hunting?
Hunting, that's what they told me.
And how were they dressed, if you remember?
They were dressed in a camo hunting gear.
All right. So then where from Cedar Point?
So from Cedar Point, we then went back to the Warner's office, where we joined up with Zack, TJ, Zack and TJ, and attempting to look for Dee security camera footage.
So do you remember what Raquel does? Does she go in the office with you, or does she go someplace else?
Raquel and Shelley go back into the house.
Okay. And where are your daughters at that point?
They're still with us. We had not, I don't believe we dropped them off yet.
Okay. At some point you do drop them off?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And so approximately how long do you think you're in the office from that point?
It was a couple hours.
Okay. And what was going on in the office while you were in there?
We were making phone calls to anybody and everybody looking for Dee. And once again, Zack is attempting to find security camera footage to see anything that happened.
Okay. And you were in there that time while he's looking?
That's correct.
Okay. Did he ever point anything out to you that, okay, here she is, or here she is, anything along those lines?
No.
Okay. Do you ever see Dale?
Yes, a couple of times.
And when was that?
While we were while Zack is going through the security cameras, Dale comes in and out a few times.
Okay. And does he make any comments or anything happen when he is in there?
He was just talking about she probably took off. Not sure where she went. She was sleeping when I left this morning on the couch.
And you said he was in and out various times. Did he tell you when he was leaving out what he was going to do?
Yep, gonna go spray is what he had said two times that he left. I'm gonna head out and spray.
Okay. And did you hear the spray or see the sprayer leaving anytime after that?
I did see the sprayer one time leave and then one time return.
Okay. Was there any mention of calling the police?
Yes.
Who mentioned that?
It was either Zack or TJ.
Okay. And was Dale there when that was mentioned?
Yes.
Did he have any response?
I wouldn't get ahead of yourself along those lines.
Okay. So, no, do you have any sign of D at all on Sunday?
Never.
What happens after you leave the office?
After I left the office, I went back to work on my house. Rikkell did not go with me.
Okay. So you weren't part of the group that went to Zack's?
No.
All right. All right. Now I want to ask you about the time after Sunday. Did you maintain a good relationship with Dale for the next few months after that Sunday?
The same relationship that I always had, which was more acquaintances over friends or anything more.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with him in that 2 or 3 months immediately following the
Yes.
Sunday?
In July of 21, Dale came to my house and just stood in my living room and talked.
Okay. And do you remember did any of the comments that he made at that time stand out to you?
Yes.
What was it?
Dale told me that, you know, Dee fucking hated you, right?
Okay. You know why he would have said that?
Objection, speculation.
I'll withdraw, Your Honor. Was there ever a time, or maybe it was the same time, when he made other comments about Dee's marital faithfulness?
Yes, that also was something that he spoke of about. She probably ran off with another guy.
Okay. Did he say whether he had any knowledge of any past marital infidelities?
No, not to me.
Did you borrow any equipment right around that period of time from Dale?
Yes, I did.
What did you borrow?
The JCB loader.
All right. And do you remember the comment he made around the time that you were asking him to borrow that regarding the investigation?
Yes, I did go over to ask if I could use it to move insulation at my house. And I just said, hey, what's going on? And he said, oh, not much. They're trying to fucking pin this on me.
Okay. And did he say anything more about the police having been there with dogs?
Yes, about how he had requested they leave. And that was tied to the conversation about they're trying to pin this on me.
And did he say a particular place that he didn't want the dogs to go?
Objection leading.
Just an open-ended question, Your Honor. It's a subject matter.
Which with very specific context in the question.
All right. I don't think there was that much context in the question. I think Mr. McCreedy's pointing him to a direction, and the witness is free to say no. So I don't think it's objectionable, overrule the objection.
Yes, he said because I kicked them off the property, and they wanted to get in that barn, the sprayer barn.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Good morning, Mr. Ali. My name is Marisa Vinsky. I represent Mr. Warner, and I just have some questions for you. In regards to the comments Mr. Warner would make about Miss Warner's food being burnt or not liking the food, what would Miss Warner say back?
She would roll her eyes.
Every time?
Yes.
I want to discuss the GPS tracker. You went over, you said July 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at the point when you had gone over, Miss Warner had already taken the device out of wherever she found it.
Yes, they approached me in the house with the device.
So you did not see it plugged in.
No, she just told me.
You have no personal knowledge of where Miss Warner found the device.
No.
And you testified you didn't know what it was?
When she initially showed it to me, correct, I didn't know what it was.
And you had to Google to find out information about it.
Yes.
On Saturday, April 24th, 2021, you were working on your house that you were renovating,
That's correct.
and you said you left your house around the 10 to 11 p.m. hour, but maybe closer to 11.
That's correct.
At that time, you drove past the Warner house on Munger.
That's correct.
And Miss Bock, Raquel, your girlfriend, she had left well before when you left with the kids.
That's correct.
You testified that you, on direct, that you saw lights on at the house,
That's correct.
but you actually didn't recall anything unusual at the house when you drove past.
No.
And you only remembered one light, maybe through the front door, nothing specific, correct?
Correct.
Moving on to April 25th, you go to the Warner home again in the 9 a.m. hour.
Yes.
And when you drive onto the property, you entered through the west side of the house on the driveway.
That's correct.
You walked right in.
Yes.
The doors were not locked.
Yes.
It sounds like they almost never were locked.
As far as I can remember.
You then went to the office where you stayed in the car and Miss Bock went inside.
Correct.
At some point you leave the farm, you go to your house.
Yes.
And then when you go back to the Warner farm, you said that you searched the new shop. Is that correct?
I went directly to the camper, the RV.
And that's located in the new shop?
Yes.
Miss Saylor, can you pull up Defense's Exhibit A, please? And zoom in to the new shop. Is that building that is directly next to the office to the left, is that the new shop that you're talking about?
Yes.
And then you testified you went to the Hardy's house at some point after that.
Yes.
Greg Hardy was not home. It was just Shelly Hardy there.
That's correct.
And then at some point after leaving the Hardy farm, there's a lot of properties, so I understand, but you actually checked, there's a vacant house on Carson Highway. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you went to this property, and the property is across from the Warner farm.
Yeah. Yes.
You seemed a little hesitant.
It's not directly. Yeah. It's across on Carson. Yes.
Directly across, kitty corner, diagonal.
Somewhat kitty corner.
And about how far away would that be from the Warner farm?
200 yards.
200 yards. So you went to that property. The house was vacant.
I couldn't even get in because it was locked.
Okay, you didn't get in. You checked the property around the house.
Yes.
Are there barns on that
There is.
property? You didn't go into the barns though, did you?
No.
And then after that is when you went back to the farm and went into the office, which is what we heard you testify about, correct?
Yes.
Lastly, after April 25th, 2021, you were involved with searching for Miss Warner, correct?
Yes.
There was a volunteer search about a week or two after she disappeared.
Yes.
Is that accurate? Did the search team that volunteered to get together, did they split into multiple groups and go to multiple different areas?
Yes. We spread out throughout a field and walked.
And one of the places that was searched was Greg Hardy's property around his house, correct?
That's correct.
That's Miss Warner's brother.
That is correct.
Who was involved in that search team, if you know?
I do not. I do not know who specifically. I remember seeing people on there, on Greg's property.
Did you ask Mr. Hardy if people were able to search his property?
Greg headed up this search party, so he told everybody walk from here all till we get to Tipton Highway, which includes walking through Greg's property.
If you know, was he part of the search that was around his house?
I do not know.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Just two quick questions about that search you just talked about. Had you ever, I mean, Dee had left and gone away for a night or two before, correct? You were familiar with that?
Only by accounts of Rikkell.
Okay. Had you ever searched for her before?
No,
Okay. And as far as you know, did Dale participate in that search?
he did not.
All right. Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, are we, oh, I'm sorry.
And we're back. I will go a little faster here. Oh, I won't even bother. We're back.
All right, we have received a question from a juror. It's my understanding that neither side has any issue or objection to me asking that question.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so the question is, what was Dee's reaction when she found out about the tracking device?
She was extremely angry, very angry, and she was angry before I told her what the Google search resulted in, and then when I told her it was a tracking device, she was very angry.
All right, Mr. McCreedy, any further questions?
Yeah, nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Vinsky.
No, thank you.
Okay, are we excusing Mr. Lawley from his subpoena at this point?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection. Thank you.
So thank you, sir. You can step down. You're excused from your subpoena. So if you'd like to stay in the courtroom at this point, you may.
Thank you.
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may.
You may mute your mic and approach. How dare you? They're going to take a break, it seems like. I'm going to skip ahead. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
To address outside further, so we're going to break for lunch at this point. I will ask you to return shortly before 1:30 p.m. I do have one hearing. I'm going to try to get in at 1:15, so we'll try to start on time, but as usual, things happen, so maybe not. Thank you.
So they're going to have lunch here. Having lunch. Oh, I'll mute it. A long lunch. What's up, guys? Here we go. You with me? Let's do this. Series should be can do 3 shows a day, 3 days per show at this rate. Look at this. It's amazing what you can get done if you quit interrupting. And much less shenanigans. Serious should be this time. Here we go. Let's see if they find him guilty this time. Change the speed up. Okay, here we go. Any second now. I feel it. What is up? Coming up is Stacy Brody, Dee Warner's massage therapist. There they go.
All right, we are back in the record in file 24-21841-FC, People versus Dale Warner. Are we ready to have the jurors brought back in at this point?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh my God. I'm going to scan ahead. Where are you? Come on. Here we go. Here we go. Get your ass up. And you may be seated. Shibby is ready right now. Let's go. Come on. Yes, there you go.
Right, people may call their next witness.
People call Stacy Brody.
Okay, Ms. Brody, before you sit down, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
Yes, I do.
You can go ahead and sit down.
Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Stacy Brody, Stacey Brodie.
Okay. Miss Brody, how did you meet Dee Warner?
Through Clinton Chiropractic, where I was her massage therapist.
All right. And how long had you been her massage therapist up until April of 2021?
5 years.
All right. How often would Dee come see you?
Once a week.
And how long did those sessions typically last?
About an hour.
What does a typical massage session look like as far as what's the procedure?
Well, it's dependent on the client.
Okay.
In Dee's case, she had a lot of neck and back pain.
Okay.
Most of the time you do still do full body. There's just special attention to those areas.
And when she would come in to get a massage, how would she prepare for that massage?
I guess I don't really know what you mean.
Okay. Is she clothed, unclothed?
Oh, yeah. She's undressed down to her underwear,
Okay.
and then she's draped with a sheet and a blanket.
Okay. And during the course of your treatment of Dee, did you form a relationship and bond with her?
Yeah.
All right. Describe Dee for me.
Dee was a tough girl. She could be really funny, no nonsense, very tenacious, strong in more ways than just physical.
How would you describe your relationship with her?
We were friends.
Did Dee bring her phone into her appointments?
Yes.
All right. Was that a typical for a client to bring their phone into a massage appointment?
No.
All right. At any one of your appointments with her, did you observe her to be under the influence of anything that it appeared to you?
Never.
While doing massages on Dee, did you have the opportunity to observe anything that concerned you?
Yes.
Okay. And when was the first time that you saw something concerning?
I would say it was probably about a year into seeing her.
Okay.
There was a large bruise about the size of an orange on her right hip.
Okay. Were there any other bruises similar to that you saw on Dee's body?
Yes.
All right. Approximately how many times did you see that bruising?
Throughout the 5 years?
Yes.
Roughly 8 to 10.
Okay. Was there any other bruising that you observed on Dee?
Yeah. I didn't think to question her on obviously like if she had something on her shin.
Okay. Did you observe any bruising on her arms?
Yes.
All right. And describe those for me.
Best described, it looked like a handprint, like she'd been grabbed.
All right. And where did you observe those bruising?
Upper right arm.
Okay. So like up here?
Yes.
Now, to be fair, I think it's going to come out that she didn't mention some things in her first interview to the police, but the prosecution won't want you to know that. The defense will let you know any second.
When was the last time you saw Dee Warner?
The Wednesday before she went missing.
Okay. And was that for a regular appointment?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, no, that's okay. We just have to say it for the record. How did she appear to you when she came to that appointment?
Distraught.
Okay, can you describe that?
She had been crying, shaking a little. She was probably the most upset I had ever seen her.
Okay. And do you know the last thing that Dee said to you?
I do.
Okay. What was that?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, this is 8033. This is Miss Warner's plan.
Can you approach?
Yes. Miss Brody, I'm going to rephrase the question, okay?
Okay.
Did Miss Warner indicate to you the last time you saw her that she had some sort of plan?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
That she was tired of how things were going and she wanted to see a lawyer.
Okay. Okay, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Brody. My name is Marisa Vinsky. I just have some questions for you. You stated that Ms. Warner started out as your client for massage therapy, correct?
Yes.
And she would be seen for neck pain, headaches, upper back, and shoulder pain. Does that sound accurate?
Yes.
When Ms. Warner would come to an appointment, you said the last appointment she came in and she was crying.
Yes.
She had come into appointments previously where she had been crying as well, correct?
Yes.
This was not the first time that you had seen her crying.
Yes.
And you testified about bruising that you saw on Miss Warner. For these bruises that you claim you saw, you didn't document any of them?
No, I'm not required to.
Even though you're not required to, you still didn't document any
No.
of the bruises? And you testified under an oath at a hearing. You testified under oath at a hearing on June 20th, 2023. Is that correct?
Sure.
And would you like to see the transcript?
I believe you. I
reflect-
just am not great with
Okay.
these.
So at that hearing under oath, you didn't mention any bruising that looked like a handprint, correct?
I don't remember if I did or not.
Would you like looking at the transcript, would that help refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Yeah, we do, and you didn't. So is that not sus? Like, why people are really pushing? This is the kind of thing that really irks me about trials, because it's like they're just going to say, "Would you like me to get
so
you
it's
to
going to
read it?"
be her full testimony. I think that starts on
Like, why bother? Just tell the truth.
84, I believe. Is that correct? It might be. Sorry. Hold on.
Like, are you saying that you told the cops there was a hand mark and you don't remember?
I just don't. 1 second. The table
Now
of contents.
it's a hand mark today. But back when she talked to the cops, like, you shouldn't get to change what you're saying.
Thank you.
This makes me suspicious. Good morning, Becky.
Oops. Do I have my phone?
And then just read it silently to yourself, and when you're ready, look up.
Okay. Am I on 80? I'm sorry. Am I on 85 or 84?
So your testimony starts on 85. They swear
Okay.
you in on
Okay.
84.
I don't think this is my testimony.
Oh, she got the wrong one. Psych.
Page 85, it says, could you please tell this honorable court your name? Stacy Brody.
Oh. Uh-oh. Come on. Get the right one.
Okay.
My apologies. There's multiple.
I was like, I don't remember any of that. Okay.
There. Now do you remember not saying that? Oh, I guess I didn't. That was the assistant to the lawyers. That wasn't the lawyer that ran up. That was their assistant. So this is the backup defense attorney, Marisa Vinsky. The main one's Mary Chartier. So this is the defense attorney, like how they usually have a good one and the lesser one to handle like not as important stuff, like in Delphi, So the main prosecutor is Jackie Wyse. The backup guy is David McCreedy, and the main defense is Mary Chartier, and the backup is this Marisa Vinsky. But that person was like their assistant handling stuff. So I'm going to speed this up because she might be reading here for a long time. Ugh, just say it. You did. You didn't say it. Quit playing dumb. Look at this. Oh my God. Is it really that much? Oh. Oh my gosh, my brain is melting. I've been in 2x speed here for like, I'm in 2x here. She's doing this in 2x. Oh my gosh, my brain's melting. Come on, lady. She just asked you about the bruising, not.
Did that help refresh your recollection?
I did mention arm.
Correct, but you didn't mention anything in that hearing when you were under oath about bruising that looked like a handprint, correct?
No.
And there's no.
Yes, no, yes.
Correct, you didn't mention it.
I mentioned bruising on the arm, but not in the shape of a handprint.
Okay, and then you didn't mention anything about it looking like the bruising was someone being grabbed. Is that correct?
Not at that time.
No.
And you also testified under oath at another hearing on May 3rd, 2024. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and
you
at
don't
that
wanna read
hearing, you
that?
didn't mention anything about a bruise looking like a handprint, correct?
Yes. Sure.
That's funny to you? You're about to put a guy away for murder and you fucking think that's funny now that you showed up here today saying it looked like a handprint and twice you didn't?
I mean, I remember
So you almost perjured yourself today under oath?
talking about the bruising. I remember talking
That's
about the
fucking
areas of the
hilarious.
body, but I don't. If I
The
didn't, then
handprints? No.
If you don't remember, I can refresh your recollection, but does that sound
No.
accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and
Yeah,
you
no.
also didn't mention anything about bruising reminiscent of someone being grabbed. Is that correct?
yes.
I have no further questions.
I mean, you sure? You sure you don't want to be made a fool of twice?
I have to read the bottom part.
What are you showing?
Michigan State Police report, her statement from 2023.
Okay, why is she, did she say she can't remember it, or
No.
are you trying to
This
impeach
is
her?
the prior consistent statement that she made prior to testifying in any hearing.
The highlighted part.
The bottom part, can you read that and let me know when you're done?
Oh, you don't want me to read it out loud?
No, read it
Okay,
yourself
sorry.
And let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Oh my God. I'm going to fast forward. I have a feeling she's going to be doing the same thing again. 2x, 2x. 2x is your friend. Oh. Oh.
Yes.
You met with the Michigan State Police in September of 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
And in there, do you describe the bruising?
Yes.
And how do you describe the bruising to Michigan State Police?
As being grabbed or thrown.
Okay, and that was prior to testifying at any hearing in this matter, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And during the transcript that you just read, were you asked specifically to describe those bruises on the arms?
Yes.
In the prelim transcript? Not in the police report?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was not.
Okay. And the last time that you observed that type of bruising on D was when?
November-ish, around.
Of what year?
2020.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Brody, you were interviewed by the Michigan State Police on September 28th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And you had testified in a previous hearing under oath on June 20th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not great about dates, so yeah, if that's.
Anything further, Ms. Wyse?
Oh, no, I have nothing further. She can excuse.
Are we excusing Ms. Brody from her subpoena?
Yes.
No objection, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brody. You are
Okay.
free to go. Oh, I'm sorry. We have a question from.
Oh.
Jury question. Don't we got to go and huddle about it? Huddle. Huddle. I'm going to speed it up. It's got to be huddles. Always a huddle. Huddle. Hair sniff. Sniff, sniff. This guy's going to sniff her hair. This guy sniffs her hair. Oh, both of them. Yeah, sniff, sniff. Yes. Yes.
All right, I have shared a juror question with counsel, and it's my understanding that they are in agreement that the question should not be asked under the rules of evidence. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, Your Honor.
That's correct, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Great question.
Now you may be excused. You are excused from your subpoena, so you are free to go or remain in the courtroom if you wish.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you.
You're free to perjure yourself anywhere you want, young lady. Thank you. call Stephanie
People
Vocal.
would call Stephanie Vocal.
D. Warner's employee. Yeah, away we go. Oh, not this one. Oh, did I not type it? Oh, where? Here it is. That one. Yes. And don't concentrate that she's chewing gum. Do not think about that because I won't be.
Ms. Vocal, before you sit down, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
Yes.
I need you to say it louder than that, please.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead
I
and have a
chew
seat. Please
my
try to
gum.
keep your voice up as much as possible so that everyone in the courtroom can hear you.
Okay.
Can you please
Forget
state your
about the
full
gum.
name and spell it for the record?
Stephanie Vokel, Stephanie Voelkle.
Stephanie, did you know Dee Warner?
Yes.
And how long had you known Dee?
5 years.
And that was prior to 2021?
Correct.
All right. How did you know Dee?
I started working for her in June of 2016.
Okay. And when you say working for her, what did you do for her?
I did accounts payable, accounts receivable, billed out for DDW, the trucking company, received in money.
Okay. So you worked there on the Munger farm?
Correct.
And describe your relationship with Dee.
We gradually became best friends. We went shopping together, went on a cruise together, spent a lot of time together, including in the office.
Did you spend time with Dale at the office?
Not much.
Okay. How would you describe your relationship with Dale?
Just business.
Okay. How often do you think you talk to Dee?
Every day.
How did you talk to her?
In the office, face to face, over text.
Okay. When you say in the office, what's a typical day look like? 8 to 5, 9 to 4?
Usually it was 9 to 5.
Okay. And would Dee be in the office most days or?
Yeah, pretty much every day.
Okay. Describe Dee to me, if you could describe her to somebody.
Feisty, fierce, beautiful heart.
Okay. Feisty and fierce. Let's do that.
Always looked like $1 million. Always wearing the glitz and glam.
Okay. When you said always looking like $1 million, what does that mean?
She was always wearing something fancy.
Okay.
Jewelry, everything, the whole 9 yards.
Did she have her hair done?
Always, yes.
And the office was on the same property that her dwelling was on, correct?
Correct.
And did she ever come down to the office in her pajamas?
In her pajamas? No.
Okay. Do you know what vehicle or vehicles that Dee drove?
Cadillac and a Hummer.
And which one did she drive more?
Cadillac.
And was there a time that you Dee took the Hummer to a mechanic that you know
of? She took it to the shop quite often, yeah, when it needed it to be serviced. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was there ever a time when she came back from the mechanic and appeared to be upset?
Yes.
Okay. And did she show you anything at that time?
I can't remember if it was that day or the next day she had shown me something. Okay. Yes, that the shop had found. Yes.
Okay. And how did that item appear to you? What did it look like?
It was like a little black box.
Did you ever see Dee with a second phone that was supposed to be a secret phone?
I did not.
Did you also hang out with Dee on weekends?
Yes.
How often would you hang out with her on a weekend?
Maybe once a month, twice a month.
When you've been around her, did you observe her to be under the influence of drugs or anything that
No.
would cause you concern?
No.
Okay. Did you go to lunches or dinners with Dee?
Yes.
Okay. Did anything out of the ordinary happen on some occasions?
Yeah, I remember a specific time where we were at Evans Street Station and Dale drove by in his truck when we were sitting there eating dinner.
Okay. Did that only happen once?
I'm pretty sure it happened a few times. I just can't remember those times.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would move to strike the response. If the witness doesn't remember, then it would be speculation.
I agree, Your Honor.
All right, so I will sustain that objection and strike that answer.
Do you remember going to any lunches with Dee and having anybody show up?
No, just phone calls from Dale asking where she was a lot when we went out to lunch.
Okay. So you talked to Dee in person, you talked to her over text. Any other ways you communicated with her?
Snapchat.
Okay, what is Snapchat?
It's an app that you can communicate back and forth on, and you can send pictures on.
Okay, and if I want to see your Snapchats between you and anybody, can I do that?
No, because they automatically delete.
Okay, so is that a function of that particular app?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to observe fighting between Dee and Dale?
Yes.
All right. Yelling and screaming or what?
Yes.
All right. So tell me about some of those fights.
There was one in particular that I remember. He came and they were both in the office and they went into the lunchroom and they were arguing. I could hear him yelling, both of them. I couldn't tell you what it was about.
Okay. And were there any other arguments that really stood out to you?
Yes, I was in the office and Dale walked in and said, "You," and pointed at Dee, "out here now." And she came around the desk and went outside and they were face to face yelling at each other, fighting about something. I couldn't tell you what.
Okay. And what did you observe him to look like?
He was yelling at her with his hands behind his back.
Okay. And how far away is he from Dee?
Like maybe a foot, 2.
All right. And is he standing straight up? Is he leaning in? What's he doing?
He's leaning in.
Okay. And what was Dee doing?
Standing there, defending herself, basically, with her words.
Okay. Do you know what most of their fights were about?
I want to say money. Usually.
Objection. If it's based on personal knowledge or not, I think that clarification needs to be made.
Did you hear the arguments between Dee and Dale, what the topics were about?
I did, yes.
Okay.
I just don't remember specifics. I just remember a broad, like money or his kid, usually his kids or his dad.
Okay.
Usually was the argument.
Okay. So I don't want specific details. I just want to know what the broad topics are. So they fought a lot about money and kids and what was the last thing? I'm sorry.
His dad.
Okay. All right. When they would fight, did you ever observe Dale try to touch Dee or otherwise massage her neck?
Usually it was after an argument.
Okay.
It's like they would get into an argument, he would come back in and massage her shoulders.
Okay. And how did she react to that?
Uncomfortable.
When you say uncomfortable, can you describe that for the jury?
Sometimes she would say, "Dale, like shrug her shoulders, kind of like, get off me."
Okay. Tell me about Dee's size. How tall is she? About how much does she weigh?
maybe 5'1", 5'2", 100, I don't know, 40 pounds.
Okay, and that's just a guess on your part, an estimate. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you and Dee talk about personal things a lot?
Yeah, all the time.
Was it uncommon for Dee to talk to you about wanting a divorce?
No.
All right. And had she had that topic of conversation come up on April 24th, 2021?
She said that she told Dale that she wanted to sell everything.
Okay. And what time were you talking to Dee on the 24th?
Around like 11 o'clock.
Okay. And is that phone call, text message? How are you guys having a conversation?
Text message.
All right. So you guys wrap up the conversation about selling things, and do you reach out to her again that night?
Yeah.
Do you remember what time?
Around 7. I reached out to her to see how she was doing.
Okay. Was that via text, phone call? How was that?
Text message.
Did you get any response?
No.
All right. When was the last time you saw Dee in person?
Friday afternoon.
Okay. And where was that at?
At the office.
All right. And how did she appear then?
She was nervous, stressed out, preparing herself to talk to Todd. She was going to have a conversation with Todd.
Okay. And who's Todd?
The dispatcher for DDW.
Okay. What's Todd's last name?
Nyrick.
And did Todd work for Dee?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And what was his position at DDW?
A dispatcher.
So what does that mean, though? I'm sorry.
It's okay. He scheduled all the truckloads, and I guess that would be it.
Okay. And who would be his direct boss?
Dee and Dale.
Okay. Do you know if the disagreement was about business?
Yes.
Okay. And what was Todd's demeanor like?
He was perturbed, mad.
Was he not in agreement with what Dee wanted?
Correct.
Okay, so then on the 24th, you have a conversation with her. She doesn't respond back after 7:30 p.m. Were you concerned at that point?
Yes.
Why?
Because I knew they were arguing, fighting, and I didn't trust.
Well, let me ask you this. You talk to Dee how often?
Every day.
Okay. If you text her, does she respond?
Yes.
All right. If you call her, does she call back?
Yes.
All right. Is there ever a delay in response from her other than, a couple minutes here or a couple minutes there?
Not very often. She always had her phone.
So on April 25th, 2021, that Sunday morning, Raquel calls you?
Yeah.
Do you know approximately what time it was?
Like 10:30.
Okay. And what'd she call you for?
She called me and asked me if I knew where Dee was.
All right. And did you know where Dee was?
I did not.
Had you heard from her at all since your previous night's text?
No.
Okay. What'd you do after Raquel called you?
I called Dale.
Okay. Why'd you call Dale?
Because I wanted to know where Dee was.
All right. Did you get a hold of Dale?
Yes.
And what did he say to you?
He told me that they had a fight last night and that she was all pissed off at him. And the last time that I seen her was on the couch this morning at 6 o'clock.
Okay. Did he go into detail about the fight?
No.
All right. Did you go to the Munger property on the 25th of April, 2021?
I did not.
Okay. When's the next time you go to the Munger property?
I believe it was Monday or Tuesday.
Is that to go back to work?
Correct.
Okay. Is Dee there?
No.
All right. Do you have a conversation with Dale when you return to work?
Yes.
All right. And what do you guys talk about?
Well, he came in and sat next to me and asked me if I knew who would pick him up, or I'm sorry, if I knew who would pick Dee up without saying anything.
Okay. What'd you say?
I just said I don't know.
Okay. Did Dale have a conversation with you about Dee having some kind of medical appointment or blood work?
Yeah, that was on Sunday.
Okay. Tell me about that.
He had called me and asked me if I knew that she was supposed to have a blood test, and that she was acting strange the night before.
Okay.
And I just said, I have no idea.
Okay. Did he follow up with that conversation during the week when you went back in?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he say to you at that
He
point?
asked me, did you think anything more about the blood test thing? And I just said, no, like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that information.
Okay. And did you tell him that?
Yeah.
You don't? Okay. Did he give you any more details during that week about the fight between him and Dee or the events of the night of the 24th of April?
Yeah, it was when he sat down in the chair next to me. I vaguely remember he said something about that she had a headache that night and he rubbed her shoulders or rubbed her neck on the couch. And then she had took something for her migraine or something. And that's really all I remember.
Okay. How long did you stay working for the Warners?
Until June. June of 2021.
Okay. Have you talked to Dee at all since April 24th, 2021?
No.
Have you seen her since April 23rd, 2021?
No.
Why did you have to think about it? Were you thinking about the dates back that far?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to ask you one last question about Dee's wedding ring. During the course of your friendship, relationship, working there, did you have the opportunity to observe that
Yes.
ring? All right, describe it.
Big, shiny.
Okay. When you say big, are you talking like big, like
A big rock.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Did you ever see Dee take that ring off?
No.
Okay. When you describe Dee as being very flashy and getting liking the jewelry and stuff like that, what type of jewelry was she buying?
Not cheap jewelry.
Okay. Diamonds?
Yeah.
Expensive?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your knowledge of her, do you see her leaving that ring anywhere?
No.
Objection. Speculation.
Sustained. And I would strike that remark and direct the jury not to consider it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Volko. My name is Mary Chartier. I have some questions for you this afternoon. I want to start with the Hummer. You said the Hummer used to have to go to the shop pretty frequently. So you have to answer verbally for the record.
Yes.
And do you know how frequent is frequent?
Like maintenance trips, basically, or if something broke down.
So if we're looking at a year, how many times a year?
2 or 3.
You said that there was a box or a device found and Ms. Warner came back and showed that to you?
Yes.
And so she came back from the shop and showed you that device?
I don't know. That's fuzzy to me. I don't know if I can't remember if it was that day or the next day.
So it might have been when she came back from getting the Hummer work done or the next day?
Correct.
She showed that device to you?
Correct.
Did she ask you what it was?
We kind of already had an idea of what it was because we found it. Yeah.
Well, how would you have an idea? So she shows you the device. How would you have an idea at that time?
Because I found a charge on the credit card and we investigated it on Google.
So you found a charge on a credit card and then you thought that was this device. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Then what happened to that device? Do you know?
I have no idea.
I want to go to April 23rd, 2021. This was a day you were working in the office?
Yes.
And you had indicated that Ms. Warner had a verbal disagreement with a gentleman named Todd Nayrink?
Correct.
Now, could you hear what the conversation or disagreement was about?
No.
Could you hear raised voices?
Yes.
Could you hear Mr. Nayrink's voice raised?
Correct.
And did you hear Ms. Warner's voice raised?
Yes.
So the two of them were raising their voices to each other?
Correct.
Was that unusual for Ms. Warner to raise her voice at a staff member?
Not really.
Now, so you'd heard her raise her voice before to people.
So she's yelling at everybody. If Dale did that once, they'd be all over her, right? Him? I know. It's wrong to say.
Who worked for her?
Correct.
And did you hear her ever raise her voice to family members?
No, I don't believe so.
What about to Mr. Warner?
Oh, yes.
So you heard her raise her voice to him?
Yes.
Now, when this conversation was over, did Ms. Warner, the one with Mr. Nayrink, did Ms. Warner come back and go back to work?
I'm not sure because I believe I left before they were done.
Okay. So when you left, you think that Ms. Warner was still in a disagreement with or conversation with Mr. Nayrink?
Yes.
Is it possible that you did see her before you left and she seemed happy to you?
It's a possibility that I did see her, but I don't remember her state of.
Would looking at a statement that you gave refresh your memory?
Yes. Where am I looking?
If you could turn to page 393. The first sentence of the last paragraph. We're actually moving into the second sentence as well.
The last paragraph?
Yes. Do you see that?
The second sentence.
Okay. Do you want me to come up and show you where, or you want to show
Yes,
on the
please. Yes.
You,
yes,
okay.
please.
I'll show you, or unless you know.
You show me, I'll show her.
Okay. Here you go, right here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That indicates that you did see her that day, correct?
Yeah.
So after her verbal disagreement with Todd Nayrink, you may want to leave that up there for her, Ms. Saylor, because we might need it again. You're too efficient. So after Ms. Warner had her verbal disagreement with Mr. Nayrink, you saw her again before you left, correct?
Okay, yes.
And she seemed happy when you left, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's what that says, correct?
Okay, yes.
Now, the next day, you had texted with Ms. Warner. You indicated in the morning, roughly around 11 a.m.?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's on April 24th, 2021.
Correct.
And that's a Saturday, correct?
Yes.
And she had indicated she was having a rough day.
Yes.
Now, the basic topic of conversation related to the Nayrinks, Todd and Terry Nayrink, correct? Yes. And she had indicated that she was hyperventilating.
Yes.
And she was throwing up, correct?
Yes.
Now, you also said that she had told you that she had communicated with Mr. Warner that she wanted to sell everything.
Correct.
The last text that you had with Ms. Warner was when you sent it roughly at 7:43 p.m.?
Yes.
The next day, April 25th, 2021, that was the day that you communicated with Mr. Warner. That was the Sunday.
Correct.
And he indicated to you that Ms. Warner was upset with him the
Yes.
night before, correct?
Mhm. Yes.
And the two of them had an argument.
Yes.
Now, the next week when you go into work, you indicated that Mr. Warner had asked you some questions about possible blood tests that Ms. Warner had had
Yes.
and who might pick her up from the Munger property, correct?
Yes.
He also asked you if you knew anything about Ms. Warner going to Traverse City.
Yes.
You indicated again that he had later on in the week told you that they had had an argument, correct?
Yes.
Now, while you knew Ms. Warner for the years that you did, she would talk about leaving Mr. Warner, correct?
Yes.
So that was not new for her.
No.
And even with Ms. Warner saying over the years she was going to leave Mr. Warner, you actually would book vacations for them, correct?
Correct.
So if we look at April 24th and 25th, 2021, in the upcoming months, in 2021 and in 2022, you had actually booked vacations for Mr. Warner, Ms. Warner, and their daughter Angelina, right?
Yes.
And you had booked, I think, 2 in 2021
Yes.
and 4 in 2022.
Sounds about right.
And one of them was actually just for the two of them, Mr. and Mrs. Warner, to go away together alone, correct?
Yes. Mhm.
And those were Ms. Warner initiating that with you, right?
Yes.
Mr. Warner wasn't asking you to book any vacations.
No.
You indicated about this you outside now argument that you witnessed, right?
Yes.
When was that? Do you recall?
Maybe within like the last 6 months of her disappearing.
So somewhere from maybe October, November 2020 through April 2021?
Correct.
They both were raising their voices at each other, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Warner did not physically touch Ms. Warner.
No.
Not when he asked her to come outside. He didn't touch her, bring her outside, anything like that, correct?
No.
And when the two of them were outside, you were looking out the window, correct?
Yes.
And so no one touched the other, right?
Correct.
And you would, the lunchroom incident where you heard the two of them arguing, do you know when that was?
Again, same answer.
So
6
roughly
months, probably.
6 months before. When you would see the two of them verbally disagree, it was only verbal, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Warner would argue back with Mr. Warner, right? She wouldn't just sit there meekly and take somebody disagreeing with her.
Correct.
And with everything that you saw, you'd agree you never saw Mr. Warner get emotional, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that Mr. Warner would sometimes try to rub Ms. Warner's shoulders after an argument.
Yeah.
You saw Mr. Warner regularly rub Ms. Warner's shoulders or back throughout the course of your employment, right?
No.
Oh, come on.
Would you
Look
look
at-
at page
she's lying.
394 and 395?
Let me remind you.
I believe
Fuck.
it is the same
They're full of shit. I can see it in her eyes already.
binder that you
Oh, I
have
did
up
say
there.
that.
So if you look at the bottom,
I could tell she was lying when she
Well-
said that. What?
Yes, like after a fight, yes, but not like a normal.
so let me just, so you
Look at
read
her.
that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you were interviewed by the FBI,
She's
right?
fucking
Correct.
stop.
And you indicated that Mr. Warner would regularly rub Ms. Warner's shoulders or back, right?
Usually it was after a fight, though.
No, no.
Doesn't
What'd you say
that,
here?
though, does it?
Can you read that,
No,
please?
but that's what.
No. Well, you're not changing your statement.
I didn't say she did author the FBI report. I didn't think she was an FBI agent, but I can ask her what is in the report.
Come on, quit
She
fucking
can
around.
ask her what is in the report, so I will overrule the objection.
Thank you. So I want to
Yeah, good.
just
finally.
go back, right?
It's common
So
sense.
in this, it indicated, and you agree, that you would regularly see Mr. Warner rub.
Well, she looks like she wants to lie and not say anything bad about Dee and make Dale look worse. You got to go with what you say in your reports. You can't come here and start changing shit. Come on, stop it. This is nonsense. These people should be yelled at.
Ms. Warner's shoulders or back, and he often did so in the office, correct?
Yes.
And there's nothing in here about it only being after an argument or anything like that, right?
Okay.
Great.
Yes.
You agree?
I mean, okay, look at you. Quit it. You're making it worse. Idiots. Just fucking go with what you said. This is even worse.
And there's nothing in there about her trying to shrug him off, anything like that, correct? You'd agree it doesn't say that?
In that statement, no.
Like, she's just going to embarrass you if you're going to make you read it.
Thank you. And that's what I'm asking about. And that statement, just so we're clear, was January 12th, 2022. Right?
Yes.
I have nothing additional. Thank you.
Right. I understand. But I mean, this doesn't look good.
You indicated
masseuse did
that,
it.
well, let me
Everyone's
show you
doing
exhibit
it.
28. Is that the device that he showed you?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that there was some charge on a credit card, and that's kind of what kicked us off looking for this device. Is that
correct?
All right. Whose
Actually,
credit card was this?
Dale's.
Brian. Oh. I thought didn't somebody buy it? No, Brian Bush bought it from Amazon. What? Wait a second. Brian Bush bought that for him on Amazon with his guy, and he paid him. That's not right. That's not true.
You talked about Dee. It was common for Dee to talk about divorce throughout their marriage. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Was there a time that you noticed a difference in Dee, in her demeanor and attitude towards the marriage?
Most likely after the dresser incident.
I'm gonna ask you to. What year are you talking about?
So
I don't want you to give me any details about anything else. I just want you to give me a time frame that you're talking about when this would have happened.
January, December, or January.
Okay.
January of 2021.
Okay, so December of 2020 or January of 2021?
Correct.
Okay, you noticed the change in D?
Yeah. Mark progressively went down, from that point.
You testified on cross-examination that when Dale pulled Dee outside and they were arguing, that you went to the window to watch.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because of the history of how he was.
Okay. Do you recall what time you began texting Dee on April 24th, 2021?
Began?
Yes.
I think she texted me first, but it was around 11, I thought.
Okay, so earlier in the day.
Yeah.
And then your last message?
7
something. Okay. All right. While you were working with Dee, within that 6 months before she went missing, did Dee bring you outside of the office to have a conversation with you? I don't want to know what she said, but did she bring you outside the office to have a conversation with you?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, hold on. Do you remember Dee showing you anything on her body?
Oh, yes.
Okay, do you know when that was?
Like January or December, yes.
Okay. And what did you observe?
She showed me a goose egg on her head.
So where was it at?
It was under her hair part.
All right. So did she have to pull her hair up to show you?
Correct.
And can you describe that? I know you said a goose egg, but just describe what you mean.
Just like a raised bump on her head, probably the size of maybe a little bigger than a quarter.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. Vocal, who paid the Warner's credit cards? Was it you indicated?
Paid the Warner's credit card?
Sure. So you said that you saw a charge on Mr. Warner's credit card. Who would be responsible for paying the credit card bill? Was that you? Was that Mr. Bock?
That was Zack, yes.
So, okay, so he was responsible for paying invoices, paying bills, things like that?
Yes.
And so you
I
seemed
did
a little
some of it as
hesitant,
well.
but okay.
Well, I mean, I did some of it as well. So
Okay.
yes.
So he might be the primary person responsible, but you would pitch in. Is that accurate? Or
Correct.
the two of you shared responsibilities?
Yeah. Like, do you would leave bills on my desk to pay?
Things like credit card, car payment, things like that?
Yeah, I don't remember paying the credit card. I think that was always Zack. But I paid the bills, yes.
So if Mr. Bock was paying the credit card, how would you see the charge on it?
Because I reconciled it.
You reconciled it. So you would see, for instance, the credit card statement and then what the purchases were for?
Correct.
So is that essentially like a bookkeeping function to know what business to charge certain things to?
Yeah, she had me watch it because the drivers would charge things that they weren't supposed to. So I would have to raise a flag and let her know.
So Mr. Bock essentially would pay the bills in general. And I know you would, but then you would do the reconciling of the statements to see what items might be personal, but put on by mistake, or what items might be business related.
Correct.
Great. No further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor. She can be excused.
No, not yet, ma'am. We've got a few questions here. Council could approach. We can.
And let's sniff some hair. I'm only kidding. Sniff, 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 sniff. These two guys are creepers. I feel it. I'm only kidding. I'm going to speed up. I'm going to speed up. I'm going to speed up. I should hit the speeder. Here we go. Speed up. They've muted. As soon as the sound comes back, I will be quiet. This is the time I get to let out my shenanigans. I've bottled it all up. Oh my God. I can let it out. I'm dying to talk. Blah, 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 blah. I'm only kidding. Here they go. Talking like the way she did that. Like, come on. You want to make things bad, but these people, they got to stop on both sides. You can't come and say different things. Okay. Good morning, Paula. What's up? Happy Saturday. Yes. Dave the Owl's on tonight. It's happy Saturday. We got two more people. IT Kyle Wagner, 30 minutes, and Brian Bush, Dale's ex-son-in-law, the guy who I thought bought the tracker thing, diagnostic tool. Then I thought Dale gave him money for it or something. We'll have to see. This is probably going to be a great question because they're taking a real long time. Yes. Your hair smells nice. Same with you. Oh, I sniff. This guy. He's in heaven, this one. Here we go.
Okay, so a few questions that we have from the jurors. The first, Ms. Vogel, is did Dee ever text you from a different phone number?
No.
The second is, how is it determined the charge was for, I think it says this device?
Device. Yeah, because it was more than one thing. It wasn't just a
The
tracker.
name matched what was on the device, on the credit card.
Okay. And the last is, did Dee ever mention side effects from COVID?
No.
Okay. Any further questions, Ms. Wise, based on those three?
Yes, I just want to briefly touch on the COVID. Do you remember Dee getting COVID in 2021?
Yes.
When did she get COVID?
It was in April, the beginning of April.
Did you get a chance to observe how it affected her?
When she had it, yes.
All right, tell me about it.
She was lying in bed for like 2 weeks because she could barely breathe. She was all stuffed up.
Okay. Did she come to the office at all?
No.
All right. Did you see her after she had COVID?
Yes.
And tell me about her personality after COVID.
She seemed fine.
Okay.
Back to normal.
Okay. You didn't feel like it changed her?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Nothing additional, thank you.
Okay, and may Ms. Vogel then be excused from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So you are free to leave, or if you'd like to stay in the courtroom, you're welcome to do that at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a recess to give people a chance to get up and move around a little bit. So we'll take maybe 5 or 10 minutes here.
All rise. Let's do this. Your Honorable Shibby's going to fast forward. Let's do this. For you. Here it comes. Oh, I went too far. Sorry. Here it comes. Perfect. Let's go. Super speed. Super speed. Zoop, 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 zoop. Ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. Ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. Come on. Oh, come on. Come on. You can do it. Come on. Nicole, you can do it. Put a little wiggle to it. That's what we used to say in our baseball team. Come on, Nicole, you can do it. Put a little wiggle to it. And you'd like shake your booty as you're about to hit at home plate. Oh, psych. I fell for it. Come on, it's got to be close. Come on. Oh my gosh. So 2 more, 30 minutes each. Let's do this. No shenanigans. See, if I go and try to do it I'm going to screw it up. So I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to stay here. Because it's so close. I know it. It's like 6:15. It's supposed to be. Here it is. Oh. I could scrub ahead, but I'm telling you, trust me, if I scrub ahead, I'm going to screw it up. I got to just, it's so close. I just got to stay. Got to stay. Do I? No, I stay. It's 2x speed. Oh my God. Oh. Your wiggler's busted. Oh, here it is.
You may be seated.
Sit your ass down, Nicole. Quit your wiggler. Sit your wiggler down, young ladies.
People call Kyle Wagner.
Of course, I got to change the name. It's going to be the David McCreedy. Yeah. Bugger. 1 sec. So this thing on the screen's right, but I got to change it to prosecutor.
Sir Wagner, before you sit down, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury. Okay, go ahead and sit right there.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you give us your full name and spell it for us?
Yes, Kyle Wagner, Kylewagner.
How did you know Dee Warner?
I provided IT services for her family or her businesses.
Okay. Did you know her before you were hired to work for her?
I did, yes.
About how long?
Probably about 5 years.
And did you know her well during those 5 years?
I knew of her. I've met her a handful of times.
Okay. And so can you tell us about when you were hired to do the IT work?
It probably would have been around 2014, 2015, probably around that time.
Okay. And did you continue through April of 2021?
I did, yes.
Okay. And who was the person that contacted you to say, we need you to do IT services for us?
It was mainly Dee.
Okay. And throughout that time period up until April 24th, 2021, was she your primary contact?
She was, yes.
Okay. So you interacted with her in terms of what she needed for the businesses?
Correct.
And what were the businesses? Was it all 3 or just 1 or 2?
There was a handful. There was Wareg Farm Services, there was DDW Investments, and DDW Transportation.
Okay. And they all had the one office there at the Munger property?
Correct.
Okay. And so you were doing IT for all three?
Correct.
And what did that involve? What components?
It was from a networking standpoint, so servers, wireless, maintaining their computers, as well as taking care of surveillance.
Okay. And again, was it D you were interacting with and deciding what components to add or change or update?
Correct.
And would you describe her as a tech savvy person?
She was not.
Okay. Could she set up her own iPhone if she got a new phone?
No.
Okay. So let's go turn to the surveillance. What did that consist of?
It as far as like equipment.
Exactly.
So it'd be the cameras, and then there would also be the actual server itself, or also known as a network video recorder, and that was what actually recorded the footage.
And where was that piece located?
That was located in the office.
Okay. So the cameras would feed into a piece of machinery in the office?
Correct.
And that machinery in the office would actually contain the recording?
Correct.
Great. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been entered as People's 30. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Let's start with building number 1. Do you recognize that building?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you refer to that building as?
That was the old shop.
All right. And did you place any cameras in the old shop?
Yes, I did.
Where were they?
When you from the front, when you walked in on the inside, there was a camera right above the door. And then in the shop area, there was a 360 camera that was mounted on the ceiling. And then what I kind of refer to as maybe like the warehouse in the back, there was another 360 camera there. And then on the exterior of the building, where that circle is, there was an exterior camera, and that was facing the fuel tanks.
Okay. So let's take these one by one. There are at least 2 cameras directly up overhead and up against the ceiling.
Correct.
And those 2 cameras are the 2 different parts of the old shop?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's another camera on the wall inside the doors.
Correct.
Okay, great. And so those are the 3 cameras inside the old shop?
Correct. Yes.
All right. And then you've got, looking at the arrows on the diagram, could you just explain what that is, what that represents?
That's the view of the camera.
Okay, of the external camera?
Of the external camera, correct.
Facing north off of the old shop?
Correct, looking
at
at the fuel tanks.
All right, come on. All right, well, it's not wanting to. All right, let's go down to, can you see at the very bottom, there is building number 6? And
yes.
Again, okay, do you know what that is?
That's the office.
All right, and you see there's a red represented there as well?
Yes.
What does that red represent?
That represents the camera that was interior to the office, looking at the reception desk in that area.
Okay, was there just the one camera in the office?
Correct.
And only captured the reception area?
Correct.
All right. And then just to the north, just to the west of the office, there's the building running north and south?
Yes.
What building is that?
Are you talking about number 5?
Correct.
That's the new shop.
All right. And again, there's a red area on that building. What does that represent?
That represents the interior camera.
Okay. Was it just the one interior camera in the new shop?
Yes.
And so part of the south part of the new shop is not colored red. Does that mean it's not on camera?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then what about, here we go. The circle there on building 5?
That's the exterior camera.
Okay. And the arrows coming out of the circle?
Represents the view.
Okay.
It's just got a straight line view? Should it have a pie shape? Come on.
On the
this is garbage.
east side of the office building.
It's got a field of
circle
vision.
there.
Should have a fucking yeah,
Can
this
you tell
is
us
it
what that
here.
is?
That's the camera that's mounted on the exterior of the building, and that was the primary view was the scale.
Tree branch.
Okay.
There's a
And
tree
can you
branch.
tell the jury what the scale is?
The scale is kind of that rectangular. It's almost, you kind of see a faint red, and now they use that to weigh the trucks from the trucking company.
Okay, so it's that pinkish area running north and south, right next to what looks like a silo.
Correct.
Okay, and that was why that camera was put there to monitor the scales.
Correct.
So see who's coming and going.
All right, so
where's this one? It's here and here.
Do you recognize
Garbage
this
camera.
picture here?
Yes.
And what is that showing?
That's showing
The fuck is that?
a camera that's mounted on the exterior of the new shop.
Okay,
like
so
a
there's
balloon.
there's two overhead doors and then a man door in between.
Yes.
Okay, and then right above the man door, there's a big white round thing. What do you know what that is?
Yes, that's a wireless bridge.
Okay, and so where's the
Oh.
camera in
Oh,
relation
that's
to
cool.
that?
To the right of it.
This one.
Okay.
That's okay. Okay, so they had Wi-Fi everywhere. Good.
Okay, and this photo,
Oh,
this is
there's the
People's
office.
32.
That's
gotta take a
the
shot of that.
inside of the office,
Okay, and
It's
I'm
so much
zooming
nicer
in.
here.
Do you recognize that?
and that's the camera.
Fucking little clubhouse.
Okay, and here.
That's the camera that's looking at the scale.
Okay, so just to be clear here, there's a Golden Harvest banner of some kind.
Correct.
Do you see that? And then it looks like a window to the right and up from that.
Yes, there's a light, and then to the right of the light is the camera.
Okay, just to the left of the pine tree.
Correct.
All right. And what kind of camera is that?
That was a 360 camera.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what that means? What a 360 camera?
It's also known as a fisheye camera. So you get a full 360 view from that camera, but within the camera itself, it's able to break the image out into different images, so you can kind of get like that panoramic view that we were looking to get for that area.
Okay.
So a very wide angle.
I'm sorry. All right. Let's go to People's 44. Do you recognize the view in that picture?
Yes, that's on the inside of the new shop.
Okay. And I know it's small, but in the very upper left, do you see it says new shop and then 4/25/2021?
Yes.
Okay. And then in the image itself, there's a date 3/18/2021.
Yeah,
Can you explain
off by
the
6 hours and
difference?
40 minutes. Yeah,
So
explain that.
The 3/18/2021, that's the timestamp that is coming
Yes.
from the camera itself.
Yes.
And obviously
And this
that
one's off
time is
6:40.
incorrect. The time in the upper left-hand corner next to new shop
Is the name of the file.
That is the correct
Yeah.
time, and that's the time
Oh,
from the
that's
server.
the name of the file.
Okay.
You
And how does
liar.
the server know the correct time?
It's able to reach out to the
Okay.
internet and grab
Yeah.
the current time.
Whatever.
Okay. Same thing here with People's 39.
Yeah.
The
Just forgot to update the camera.
2021, that is
What a bunch of baloney.
interior to, or that's the time that's inside the camera.
It's
And
wrong
in
too.
the upper left-hand corner, that's the timestamp
Yeah.
from the server.
And that's the correct time, upper
Yeah,
left.
And that's
timestamp,
the
yeah.
correct time in the upper left.
All right,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah, sure. Just they don't talk to each other. We'll see.
Now, you said that the server inside the office does the recording, correct?
Correct.
Does it record 24/7, all of the angles that we just referred to?
It records on motion. So if the server itself detected motion from a camera, it would record that particular footage.
Okay. And if it didn't detect motion?
Then it basically drops the footage. So the security camera itself is constantly sending a constant stream to the server, and the server makes the decision if it's going to keep that footage or not keep that footage based on motion.
Okay. And are there settings in terms of the motion, like how sensitive it is, that kind of thing?
Yes, you can set the sensitivity and basically to the server, to the software. As far as the sensitivity, the more sensitive that you set it to, it doesn't need as many pixels to change. If it's less sensitive, it's going to need more pixels to change.
Okay, so a picture being sent by the camera is comprised of pixels,
Correct.
hundreds, thousands, millions, something like
Yes,
that?
correct.
Okay. And then the computer on the other end is looking at
Well, what is it? Hundreds, thousands, or millions? Correct. What?
changes between pixels. Is that what you're
Correct.
saying?
Yes.
As time goes along.
Correct.
Okay. And so then you are able to set like how many pixels need to change before it starts recording?
It's basically it's essentially a percentage.
Okay.
But yes, you set the percentage, and then you can also set how many seconds you want to record before and after a motion event.
Why wouldn't you just record everything?
It just with the storage that was available on that particular server, we wouldn't have been able to have a long retention period. With the setup that they had at that time, and recording on motion basically only gave us 7 days worth of footage.
Okay, so if you didn't do that, you'd have a lot of nothing.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
You probably would only have maybe a day, if that.
So what kinds of things would trigger the motion?
Normally, it could be, if on the inside of a building, somebody walking past it. On the outside, it could be a car. Sometimes even, like with a scale camera, having that pine tree there and it being in the view, if the wind was blowing and the tree was moving, that would be enough to set off a motion event.
Okay. Does the change in pixels, that motion event, does it vary? You said it was a percentage, right? So like the percentage of the entire picture, right? Does that change? Could you have the same object that's close and sets it off, and that same object be a mile away and not set it off? Do you understand the question?
Yes, if the object was closer, the likelihood of it setting the motion event off is higher than that same object setting it off further in the distance, because if the object is closer, that's changing more of the pixels versus the object being far in the distance.
Okay. And have you personally seen any footage of things like dust?
No.
Okay. All right. So I want to go to Monday, 4/26. Did Dale contact you regarding the IT system?
Yes.
Okay. And how did he contact you? And again, I'm talking about April 26, 2021, the Monday after.
Yes.
Okay.
I received a phone call early in the morning. It probably was between 8 and 8:30. He requested that we meet. I was already going to be heading out that way to Hardy Farms, which I also provided IT services for them. And I said that I would be willing to meet at the office, which he indicated he didn't want to. So we ended up meeting outside of Hardy Farms.
Okay. And Hardy Farms being Greg and Shelley Hardy?
Correct.
Okay. And that's just a couple miles from the Munger farm?
Correct.
Okay. And what time of day did you meet Dale?
I would say it probably was around noon.
Okay. And what are the things that he wanted you to do?
He wanted the cameras put back on his phone. So the Milestone server allows you to be able to access it through the Milestone app that can be installed on your smartphone. And I needed to update some settings within his phone so that way he could be able to view the footage.
Okay, so the surveillance, that's what you're referring to as Milestone?
Correct.
And that's the company that provides all this?
That's the software, yeah.
Okay. And could you view the surveillance footage from the office?
Yes.
How so?
You could access it from the computer that was at the reception desk.
And would that be real time or just past events or both?
It would be both.
Okay. So you could go back however long was still on the server. You can go back days, whatever it is, and look at what happened yesterday or the day before, et cetera.
Correct.
And how far back could you go? What was that window?
It was about 7 days.
Okay. All right. And then tell us about the phone. You said that you wanted it updated on his phone.
He wanted to be able to access the cameras from his phone.
And is it the same thing? You could go back and look at things and look at real time?
Correct.
Okay. And why didn't he have it on his phone?
Probably about a month or two prior to Dee disappearing. We upgraded to a different internet provider. And as a result of that, the public IP address changed. So that needed to be updated on his phone.
So isn't an IP address like an electronic address?
It's a unique identifier that allows you to communicate to other computers out on the internet, and especially if you're publishing a service. So when I say publish a service, I mean allowing the ability to access the Milestone software from anywhere in the world. You have to have a public IP address. So then that way you can tell the app that's on a phone or another type of device how to get to the server to be able to access either the live or recorded footage.
Okay, but Dale was telling you he couldn't do that?
Correct.
And you looked and he had the wrong IP address? Correct. Okay. What else did he ask you to do when you met with him?
He wanted access to the camera server taken away from some of the other people that had it.
Okay. And so who was left with access to the server access?
I believe it was Parker Hardy and Zach Bock.
So they were removed or they were left?
Oh, they were removed. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
And so who was left with access at that point?
At that point, it just would have been Dale.
Just Dale. Would Dee have had access?
No.
Okay. And what about the computer system in the office? Was there anything done with that?
Passwords for the server was changed. And some passwords for QuickBooks was changed as well.
Okay. And did you give those passwords to anybody other than Dale?
No.
Okay. So, for example, Dee was a part owner of these businesses. Would she have been able to access any of that at that point after you changed them?
No.
Okay. Later that week, were you contacted by the sheriff regarding the surveillance footage?
Yes, I was.
All right. And what did you do in response to that?
I exported the surveillance footage that was on the server.
Okay. And again, you're saying it went back about a week. Is that about
It was
right?
about 7 days, if I remember correctly. Yes.
Okay. All right. Last thing I want to talk about, in the summer of like 2019 or 2020, did you have a conversation with Dale regarding Dee's phone?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that.
I received a phone call regarding that Dee was having some medical issues, maybe even some migraines, and was in the hospital.
And who was the phone call from?
It was from Dale.
Okay, continue.
And that she possibly could have been going under a medical procedure, and the request was made for me to clone Dee's phone.
Okay. Had Dee ever contacted you to say I'm going in for this procedure?
No.
Did she ever say, clone my phone in case, just so that, my contacts and all my texts and things, anything like that?
No.
Okay. What does it mean to clone somebody's phone?
In the case for Dee, she had an iPhone, and so her whole entire phone was regularly backed up to iCloud. So that was contacts, photos, text messages, basically any information that was on her phone. And so cloning it basically meant restoring the iCloud backup, which essentially would make a replica of her phone. She wouldn't be able to the other phone wouldn't be able to make phone calls unless the service was transferred, but it would have historical text messages as well as any other information that was on her phone, including notes.
Okay. And so if you had done that and given it to Dale, he would have had access to what?
Whatever was on her phone.
Okay. Text messages,
photos, notes.
Any phone call that you would have made, at least the number called or received?
Correct.
Anything that was on your phone?
Correct.
Okay. And did you do it?
I did not do it.
Why not?
Because I didn't have Dee's permission and I didn't feel it was right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wagner. My name is Marisa Vinsky. I have some questions for you. You testified that you started working for the Warner farm in around 2014 or 2015. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had actually went to school with Parker Hardy,
I did, yes.
and you were working for Hardy Farms, I believe you mentioned.
Yes.
And that's how you got introduced to Miss Warner to start working for the Warner farm?
Correct.
You worked for all three of the businesses that you named that were on the Munger property, correct?
Correct.
It was all one network.
Yes.
And you said you worked on pretty much anything IT related.
Correct.
It sounds like Miss Warner wasn't tech savvy.
Correct.
Mr. Warner wasn't tech savvy.
Yes.
You were the go-to.
I was, yes.
And despite working for all of the businesses, Miss Warner was the person that you primarily had contact with, right?
Correct.
You would call yourself friends with Miss Warner?
Yes.
When you installed cameras on the farm, this was company-wide.
Correct.
And there were some spots I think we saw in the government's exhibit that the cameras didn't pick up on the farm, correct?
Correct.
Miss Warner was the person who directed you where to place the cameras?
Correct.
Did she also tell you what sensitivity to have it at?
No.
Did you just leave it at the automatic setting that it came with?
I mean, I would adjust it to try to get it as accurate as possible.
Mr. Warner never had you put cameras up in any certain locations?
Correct.
And Miss Warner was the person who not only told you where to put the cameras, but what direction they should be pointed at.
Correct.
And I believe you said Miss Warner, Zachary Bock, and Parker Hardy, they all had access to the camera system.
Correct.
For the month prior to Miss Warner going missing, Mr. Warner did not have access to the camera system.
Correct.
And you testified that you met with Mr. Warner on April 26, 2021, at the Hardy Farms.
Correct.
And Mr. Warner was agreeable to meet at Miss Warner's family's home/property.
Correct.
Mr. Warner wanted access to the camera systems.
Correct.
And these were camera systems that were paid for by all of the businesses.
Yes.
And they were the camera system that was located on the Munger property.
Correct.
On Sunday, April 25th, 2021, Mr. Warner would not have been able to get into the camera system on his phone. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. Correct.
And then you said he also wanted the passwords changed.
Yes.
And these were passwords for all of the businesses.
Correct.
And Mr. Warner is an owner of the businesses.
Correct.
He had the right to not only change the passwords, but determine who had access to them.
Correct.
During that conversation with Mr. Warner on April 26th, he actually thought Miss Warner had run off.
Correct.
And he expressed that he wanted his wife back.
Correct.
Moving on to the iPhone that you say Mr. Warner wanted cloned. When exactly was that?
I would say it probably was a year or two before she went missing.
So 2019, 2020, that range?
Yes.
You said that it was your understanding Miss Warner was in the hospital, or that's what you were told, and she was having potentially a procedure done.
Correct.
It was not a secret to Mr. Warner that you primarily had contact with Miss Warner.
Correct.
And he did not tell you at that point to keep it a secret from Miss Warner?
Correct.
He never told you, don't tell her I'm asking you to do this?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Just two quick things. Other than the time you just described, from the time you started working there, whenever it was 2014, 2015, did Dale ever at any other times ask you to put the camera system on his phone? Did he ever contact you about that other than the one you described?
There probably was one other incident, but it would have been when I was on site doing work for them.
Okay.
It could have been. I think the one incident that I remember was when I was in passing. He was passing through the office, and I was working on some other things, and he just asked to have it put on his phone.
Okay. And the other thing is, do you know the reason why the cameras were put in the places that they were?
Normally, it was usually because of some kind of an incident or a problem that might have been happening on the farm.
Problem related to what?
Maybe employees or usually it was related to problems with employees.
So the cameras were pointed at like valuable things?
Yes, that would be correct.
You talked about the fuel
Yes.
camera
Yeah.
being one.
Correct.
Inside tools, that kind of thing?
Correct, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, if council could approach, we do have one question from Jerry.
And I'll speed it up. I'll speed it up. I'll do it. I'll speed it up. Let's do it. Here we go. Two times. Here we go. Come on. Here it comes.
All right, council has reviewed the question, and it's my understanding there are no objections. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so the question is, how many total cameras installed outside and any cameras facing south towards Munger Road?
I think there was 3 exterior cameras, and the scale camera would have been able to see a portion of that road. It probably, like in the slight view, you could see a little bit.
Mr. McCreedy or Ms. Vinsky, any follow-up questions?
No follow-up.
Okay, and can we excuse Mr. Wagner from his seat?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks, sir. You are free to go, and if you wish to remain in the courtroom, you can do that now.
Thank you.
Ms. Wyse, who would people like to call as the next witness?
So people would call Brian Bush.
Okay, Mr. Bush, before you sit down, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you need to speak a little louder than that, please.
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead and have a seat and try to keep your voice up as much as possible so that everyone in the courtroom can hear you.
All right.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Brian Bush, BRIAN BUSH.
Sir, did you know both Dee and Dale Warner?
Yes.
And how did you know them?
Dale was my will be father-in-law.
Okay, and who are you married to?
At the time, I was married to Jenica.
Okay, and that would have been Dale's daughter?
Correct.
All right, and what period of time were you married to Dale's daughter?
We got married in 18 and divorced 20, so it's been like 3-4 years we were married.
Okay. Describe your relationship with Dee.
With Dee, at times it was rocky. Just depends on how she was. It could be good one day, and the next day, it just depended on the day, really.
Okay. How was your relationship with Dale?
Good. I always was with him and always working for him at the time.
All right. Did you consider him like a father figure to you?
Yes.
All right. When you say I was working for him at the time, right there on the Munger farm?
Yes.
What were you doing for him?
I was farm related. I was working on trucks or doing whatever that was needed on the farm.
All right. What period of time did you work on the farm?
I worked for them about 2 years. I don't know exact.
Okay. Would that have been when you and your ex-wife first got together during the course of your marriage, or?
When we were married.
Okay. Would it have been closer to the 2018 timeframe?
Correct.
All right. And you said approximately 2 years you worked there?
Yes.
How often did you see Dee and Dale?
About every day.
Okay. Is it both of them or just one of them?
I would see one or both, depending on the day.
Okay. I want to take you back to June of 2019. Do you recall Dale asking you to purchase a safe for him?
Yes.
All right. Tell me about that.
There was some documentation that was in there in the safe that was upstairs that he thought was in there. So he wanted to replace the safe and get into it.
All right. I'm going to stop you and kind of take you slowly.
Yep.
How does Dale contact you about the safe?
I don't know exactly if it was a phone call or a text.
Okay. And what does he say to you?
Hey, there's a safe upstairs in Zach's room, or the old Zach's room.
Okay.
That was in the closet that he would like to get into.
All right. And did he indicate what he thought was in there?
He indicated that there might be some old bake records that was in there.
All right. And how were you supposed to help him get into the safe?
I was only supplying the safe. I wasn't helping him get into the safe.
Okay, so I'm going to show you Exhibit 23. When you say you were only supplying the safe, what does that mean?
So he asked me to purchase for him
Okay.
a replacement safe.
And did you do that?
I did.
Okay, and is this a screenshot of your Amazon cart?
Yes.
And so you purchased that on Amazon?
Yes.
Can you see the date on that?
Yes.
What is it?
June 11th of 2019.
Okay. And did that safe ship to your house or to the Warner's house, or where did that go?
Shipped to my house in Adrian.
All right. What'd you do with it when you got it?
I then took it to and gave it to Dale.
Okay. And did you talk to Dale about the safe after that?
I did not. I didn't ask him the contents or anything that he found.
Okay. So you had another conversation, though, about the safe after you gave him the one you purchased for him, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what was that conversation?
If it was identical to the one that I actually bought, if
Okay.
it was confirmed.
Okay. It was confirmed?
Yes.
All right. Did Dale tell you that he was able to get into Zach and Dee's safe?
I don't remember if
Okay.
it was confirmed or.
Okay. Do you remember if he tell you that he saw any of the contents of that safe?
I don't know what was found in that safe.
Okay. At some point in time, did Dale approach you about trail cams?
Yes.
All right. And when was that?
I don't know exact dates.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you think it would have been 2019, 2020? What year do you think?
I would say 2019, and that's me guessing.
Okay. Getting the discussion about trail cams, did it come up in relation to the safe that we just looked at?
Not to the safe, no.
Okay. And what was the conversation about the trail cams?
The trail cameras, the conversation was the anhydrous tanks, the inspection that they had coming up.
Okay. So that was the original plan with the trail cams.
Correct.
All right. So after they have this inspection with the anhydrous tanks, do you use the trail cams for something else?
I did not know.
Okay. Did Dale have a conversation with you about using those trail cams for something else?
Yes.
All right. And what was that?
That was putting one in the house to see if people coming in and out of it.
Okay. And was that at all in relation to people accessing the safe, or no, not at all?
He wanted to see if there's anybody coming in with documentation and papers in their hands.
All right. I'm going to show you Exhibit 25. Oh, I'm not going to show you exhibit 25. May we approach? All right, we are going to show you exhibit 25.
Psych. We are going to show you.
Can you read that? Yes. I know I can't, so give me 1 second.
Okay.
All right. Can you read that?
I like the bottom wording.
Yes.
Okay. I can read that, yes.
Okay. What does that say?
Places for camera.
Okay, and there's a photograph attached to that, correct?
Correct.
All right. Do you know what area of the house that is?
That's in the living room.
Okay. Next page. All right. What about this one? Can you zoom that one in too? What does that one say?
Places for camera.
Okay, and where's that in the home?
I don't know where that one's at.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, next page. All right, let's zoom in. What does that one say?
Places for camera.
All right, and where's that located in the home?
That's in the kitchen dining area. The
Okay.
back bar area.
Okay. What was the purpose of sending you those text messages?
I believe that's where the camera location for seeing where the documentation, if it was coming in or out of the house.
Okay, so when Dale's saying places for cameras, is he asking for you to put them there? Or is he asking for your input? I mean, why is he sending you these messages?
Objection, speculation.
I'll rephrase it. Why, if you know why he's sending you these messages, are you supposed to place them or?
Okay, we don't have an adequate foundation even for that question at this point.
Okay. So having a discussion with Dale about the trail cameras, and then you get this text message, okay?
Okay.
And are you communicating outside of these messages with Dale about the trail cameras and setting them up?
I would say if there's not a following text message, it was more than likely a phone call.
Okay, and what were you supposed to do with those trail cams?
I would say I didn't set those up.
Okay.
I just supplied it.
Okay. So do you know then why the defendant was sending you text messages? Do you know?
I know, like, maybe I would say that.
Wait.
The question is simply, do you know or do you not know? That you need to answer that question before you can say anything else.
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Okay. We need to know how he knows.
How do you know?
The places for cameras.
Right. So because of the text message?
Yes.
Okay, describe what you mean. How do you know why he's sending you this message?
Because that was the location that if we could see where the door in the kitchen, that was the best place.
Okay. So again, is he asking you to do something or?
I believe he's asking for my recommendation.
Okay. And do you end up doing anything with the trail cams?
No.
Do you end up ever giving them to the defendant?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 26. Do you recognize that area?
Yes.
What is that?
The dining area, kitchen area.
Is that the same area that was in the text message for places for cameras in one of the photos?
Yes, the last photo.
All right. And I'm going to show you Exhibit 27. And do you see what am I looking at actually?
You're looking at the living room to the kitchen dining area.
Okay. And to the right, it looks like there's a white couch, and then beyond the couch, what is that?
A sliding door.
Okay. And directly across from the sliding door, is that the last photograph we looked at?
Yes.
So if you were to put a camera up in that location, that's the door that it would be picking up.
Correct.
Is that okay? Did you set up the trail camera at all for the defendant? Did you have to set it up?
No.
Did you have any conversations with Dale about any of the photographs or anything that he found from the trail camera stuff?
No.
I want to talk about a GPS tracker for the Hummer.
Okay.
At some point in time, did Dale ask you to purchase a GPS tracker?
Yes.
All right. And when was that?
I don't know exact date.
All right. I'm going to show you Exhibit 24. Did you purchase it on Amazon?
Yes.
All right. And do you see a date on there?
January 9th of 2020.
Is that the device that you purchased for the defendant?
Yes.
All right. Why did the defendant ask you to purchase this device? Did you have a conversation with him about purchasing it?
Yes.
All right. And did he tell you why he wanted it?
Yes. He wanted to track the Hummer.
Okay. Why?
There was a found Dee's Hummer at Meyer for about 3 to 4 hours just sitting there.
Okay.
And he wanted to know why it was sitting there, like the activity of it.
Okay. Did the defendant say anything to you about tracking the Escalade during this conversation?
Yes.
What did he say?
That it did not need one due to OnStar.
Okay. Did the defendant raise any concerns with you about the Hummer being at Meyer for so long? Concerns on what he thought Dee might be doing?
Possibly having an affair.
So did this device come to your home?
Yes.
And what did you do with it when you got it?
I then took it to Dale.
Okay. And did you do anything with it after that?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you yourself place that in the vehicle?
I did not.
Did you set up an account for it?
Yes, I did.
All right. How'd you do that?
I just followed the instructions on the box.
Okay. Did you have to, do you remember what you had to do to create an account at all?
Yeah, I had to put my name and information in there and put a card on file.
You had to put a card on file. Okay. And where did you get the card from?
My personal card.
Okay. Did Dale ever give you a card?
No.
Okay. Did you ever use that device in any of your vehicles?
I did not.
Okay. How often would you track that vehicle?
Whenever I was asked to.
How often would that be?
I don't know how many times a day.
Okay. Well, do you know how long it went on for?
I would say about 3 months, if I remember right. I'm not exact on that.
For approximately 3 months?
Yes.
Okay. And can you estimate for me how many times a week you thought that you were accessing that?
I would say estimated, I would say probably about 10 to 20.
10 to 20 times a week?
Oh, I would say probably about 50 times a week.
50 times a week.
Yeah.
Okay. And when would you access that device? Did you ever wake up one day and say, I wonder where Dee is?
I did not.
All right. So when were you accessing that device?
When I was asked to where the location was,
Okay. And who would ask you that?
Dale.
At some point in time, did the defendant have a conversation with you about ending the use of that GPS device?
Yes.
All right, and tell me about that.
I got a phone call one day, and it was that someone found the GPS.
Dale called you and told you somebody found it?
Yes.
All right. When you handed that GPS unit to the defendant, did he ask you to not talk about it or to do anything specifically about that conversation?
Yes.
Okay, what did he say to you?
It was to stay between him and I.
And did he say why?
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
Do you recall when Dale approached you and told you to stop, that you guys had to stop using the GPS device?
I do not know exact date. No, I don't.
Okay. Did you speak with the defendant on April 25th, 2021?
I don't know exact dates. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you remember getting a phone call about Miss Warner being missing?
I did not receive a phone call.
Okay. Were you at the Cedar Point property?
I was.
All right. And did somebody come up there?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was either, if I remember right, either Rikkell or Dustin, one of the two. I can't remember.
Okay. And what'd you do after they left?
I called Dale and said, hey, what's going on? And I was talking to him, and he said that him and Dee got in an argument that night, and he didn't know what was going on.
Okay. Did he say what the argument was about?
I would say it was about money, and that was probably the biggest thing.
Okay. Did he tell you himself exactly what the argument was about?
He told me it was about money.
Okay. Did he mention affairs to you?
That he approached her if she was having an affair. Yes.
Did you have any other conversations with Dale about Dee Warner after April 25th, 2021?
Honestly, I don't remember if I did or not.
All right. I believe you said you and your ex-wife divorced in 2022 or 2023. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Did you remain on friendly terms with her family?
Yes and no. Obviously, I moved away at that point. But the last interaction we had was when we had our son's birthday party at the point.
All right. After your divorce, how did your relationship change with the defendant, if at all?
Honestly, I didn't talk to him very much.
Did you still feel like he was a father figure to you?
It kind of gone away, to be honest with you.
All right. So when did that feeling begin?
When I moved away, when the divorce was happening.
Nothing further.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bush. My name is Marisa Vinsky. I have some questions for you.
All right.
You talked a little bit about your relationship with Mr. Warner and Miss Warner. As it relates to work, when Miss Warner, or when Mr. Warner, excuse me, would tell you things to do, was it common for Miss Warner to override him?
Yes.
And you saw verbal arguments between Mr. Warner and Miss Warner?
Yes.
From what you saw, Mr. Warner hardly raised his voice at her.
Correct.
You testified that you were on the point, you said you didn't know the date, but would it make sense if it was April 25th, 2021?
Yes, because that's right around turkey season.
And you were up at the point hunting or preparing to hunt for turkey season?
Correct.
When you had a conversation with Mr. Warner, you called him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you could hear from the background noise that Mr. Warner was actually in the sprayer when you talked to him.
Correct.
You could hear the monitor beeping.
Correct.
And there's a monitor in the sprayer.
Yes.
And that was a typical time that Mr. Warner would be spraying.
Correct.
You never saw the Hummer device, or the device, excuse me, that you ordered for Mr. Warner. You never saw it plugged into the Hummer.
Correct.
You didn't see it plugged into any vehicle.
Correct. I did not.
You don't even know what it looked like if it was just plugged in, like what the actual device would look like.
Yes, I would. Because I mean, I gave it to him, so I know what it looks like, but I don't know what it would be like underneath the dash or nothing like that.
Right. So you don't know if there's a light on it, if where it would be located, anything like that.
Correct.
And you testified that you would use the device to see where the Hummer was.
Correct.
At the preliminary examination where you testified under oath on May 1st, 2024, you said that you probably would check the location of the Hummer once or twice a week. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, and it was probably, it was on average.
And while you would, look at the device for the Hummer location, you also actually used it to see mechanical issues with the Hummer, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk about the trail cameras. The trail camera that you gave to Mr. Warner, it was about 4 inches wide.
Correct.
And 7 inches tall.
Yes.
And this is a type of camera that you can either just set down on a surface.
Surface or mount it.
You can mount it with a strap.
Yes.
The camera that you gave, it would be hard to disguise it.
Yes, it would be.
Can you use your hands to show how big the camera is?
It was about this big, about this tall, and it had a tall antenna on it.
Okay, so you held your hands what you think would be 4 inches apart and 7 inches tall.
Correct.
And then you said there's a big antenna coming out from the top of the camera as well?
Correct.
In the camera that you gave to Mr. Warner, he actually gave it back to you, right?
Correct.
And this was before Miss Warner ever went missing?
Correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Wyse.
You indicated that you would also use that GPS device to diagnose the Hummer.
Correct.
Okay, and when did you diagnose the Hummer?
It was if there was a fault code or anything on it.
Okay, and was there ever any fault code for the Hummer?
No.
Okay, and when there was no fault code for the Hummer, what'd you do with it?
I personally did not do anything with it.
Other than continue to track it?
Correct.
Okay, and the purpose of buying that device was what?
To track the Hummer.
And did the defendant tell you how or if Dee reacted to that device being in the Hummer?
After she found it?
Correct.
Yes, she
What?
was went off the handle. It was really mad
Okay, and did you observe that or just from what he told you?
from what I was told.
Okay. I have nothing further on.
You spoke with the Michigan State Police on October 24th, 2023, correct?
I don't know if I did or not. Sorry.
I think you did a few times. Would looking at the report help you refresh your recollection about when you spoke?
Yes.
Ms. Saylor, will you show GWR02, page 231? The Michigan State Police report, October 24th.
This page only? Okay.
Start.
Okay.
You told the police that there was an issue with the Hummer that you used the device for, correct?
Oh, sorry. I was.
No, that's okay. Did that help refresh your recollection about the date that you talked to Michigan State Police?
This page right here.
It should be at the very bottom of page 231.
Okay.
Did that help refresh your recollection?
Yeah. Sorry. I was looking at the top.
And you told the police that there was an issue with the Hummer that you used the diagnostic device for, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Again, did that diagnostic tool give you an error code for anything on the Hummer?
It did not.
Thank you.
Okay, counsel, good approach.
And we're back. I believe it's done. There might be a question. Look at this. Nicole is still listening. Oh my God. First time I've ever done it. 3 days of trial in one live stream. No shenanigans. Man, you can't get this anywhere else. Because I've done I'm like skipping you just got to watch this because I'm skipping all the interruptions and the breaks and, all the